let go of me, Su Yuan, you bastard." A panicked, breathless voice rang out as Su Yuan felt a series of fierce blows pounding against his back. He instinctively loosened his grip and slowly opened his eyes only to be met with a pure, captivating face, pretty features streaked with tears like pear blossoms in the rain. Tong Shu, let me explain." Su Yuan's eyes widened, an embarrassed look flashing across his face with a faint, delicate fragrance still lingering at the tip of his nose. Wasn't he sleeping in the classroom just now? How had he ended up on this unfamiliar plaza, even pouring his heart out in public? Woo! Tong Shu covered her face with both hands and squatted on the ground, sobbing quietly. She simply had no face left to show anyone. "Su Yuan, how dare you act like a lecher in broad daylight? Su Yuan, you're dead meat. Su Yuan, you've really done it this time. You even laid hands on the goddess Tong." At this moment, shocked, furious, and admiring exclamations erupted from all around. "You're all misunderstanding. I thought I was still." Su Yuan looked around at his classmates and hurried to explain, but before he could finish his sentence, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly cut him off. "Welcome everyone to the road to ruin nationwide survival. Here you may revel in death pursuing you like the wind in apocalyptic vistas, and in a life where you may do as you please. The following are the rules of survival. First, advance, and keep advancing. Second, do not abandon your vehicle, strive to strengthen it. Third, at intervals along the route, there will be rest areas. Within a rest area, you are absolutely safe and violence is forbidden. Fourth, items will randomly refresh on both sides of the highway. They may be monsters or they may be resources. Fifth, there are hidden mechanisms along the survival highway. Explore them on your own. Sixth, each vehicle owner possesses absolute authority inside their vehicle. Passengers cannot harm the owner. Now vehicle owners will be selected at random. Pray that you become one." The icy mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears like a proclamation of death. The plaza instantly fell into a dead silence. Thousands of teachers and students from Nantian University wore expressions of terror and confusion. Nationwide survival. An apocalyptic survival game. As Su Yuan digested the information, a crystal key suddenly appeared out of thin air in his hand, and at the same time a stream of messages surfaced in his mind. "Congratulations, you have become a vehicle owner. Your vehicle, Wuling Hongguang Black Edition. No one inside the vehicle may plunder it from you. Within it you are the one and only God. However, beware of rear-end collisions and impacts from outside. Now locate your vehicle and prepare for the road to ruin chase." "I'm a vehicle owner." A faint smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. He still hadn't figured out the full situation, but becoming an owner was definitely a good thing. This one lamb, if consumed sparingly, would be enough for him to eat well for several days. The remaining, mine's a bust, this is awesome. Hearing the voices, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked over. By now no one cared about his earlier actions. Several of his classmates had also become vehicle owners. Those few instantly became hot commodities, with more than a dozen classmates crowding around them, all vying for a seat. The people filling the plaza seemed to all be from his university. Besides his own classmates, he could see students from other classes as well. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yuan glanced once at the stunned and bewildered Tong Shu, then lifted his gaze toward the front of the plaza. As the cold mechanical voice faded away, the once empty expanse ahead underwent a tremendous transformation. Rows upon rows of vehicles appeared, lined up in perfect order. In front of each vehicle stretched a straight concrete road that vanished into the horizon. On either side of the highway lay soft sand. After pondering for a moment, he followed the guidance of the crystal key to a black minivan. This was his vehicle, Wuling Hongguang. Su Yuan opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, and inserted the crystal key. Vehicle activated. A layer of crystalline ripples spread outward, enveloping the entire minivan. Immediately afterward, a crystal light screen materialized, listing various functions. Personal information, vehicle information, chat, channel, trading platform, positioning, function, modification module. Some of the functions were grayed out, indicating they were temporarily unavailable. Owner Su Yuan. Age 23. Vehicle Wuling Hongguang Black. Overall physical strength 8, average adult male 8, EU average adult female 6. Wuling Hongguang Black. Level 0. Upgrade requirements: mechanical parts 10, power units 10. Initial function: automatic pickup within a 1 meter radius for drop supplies. Weight 2 tons. Base defense 100 points. Su Yuan studied the functions, frowning slightly. His vehicle was middling, neither the worst nor the best. Just as he was about to get out, a voice sounded in his mind. What Su Yuan considered the most pleasant sound in the world. Not even the post-ecstasy calm could compare. Ding. Fortune descends. Congratulations, host, on binding a system. Destiny summoning system. Host Su Yuan. Innate talent, any door. Hidden talent, not yet activated. A system. Su Yuan's pupils contracted. He froze for a moment, then a brilliant smile bloomed across his face. As a seasoned, voracious reader of web novels, he knew this had to be his golden cheat finally arriving. Heart pounding with excitement, he began to inspect the effects of his innate talent. Any door. Grade conceptual level. Function randomly summon a door. Number of summons 1. Each time the vehicle levels up, 1 additional summon is gained. Summon. Seeing the description, Su Yuan used it without hesitation. White door ordinary. Behind the door is a convenience store. What? A convenience store? Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Had he heard that right? He hurriedly moved from the driver's seat to the rear, folding up the seats to free some space, then focused his mind. A white door slowly condensed into being, and because of the limited height inside the vehicle, it was only about 1 meter tall. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan opened the door and ducked through. In the blink of an eye, his vision brightened. He straightened up and looked around. Row after row of shelves stood neatly arranged, stocked with all kinds of food and daily necessities. For large refrigerators loomed nearby, filled with assorted chilled drinks. It looked exactly like a Mei family corner store. Everything Mei family sold, this place had as well. It really is a convenience store. A smile spread across Su Yuan's face as he picked up a pack of chewing gum, shook one piece into his mouth, and began to chew. Chomp chomp. Ha ha. As he chewed, he could no longer hold back and burst into loud laughter. Awesome. Gradually calming his excitement, Su Yuan glanced at the date printed on the pack of gum. April 15th, 2026. Not expired. He then grabbed a pack of tissues, turned around, stepped back through the door, and closed the convenience store behind him. Su Yuan opened the minivan's door and stepped out, the worry gone from his eyes, his expression relaxed and untroubled. What a wonderful way to begin this survival ordeal. Everyone, don't panic. My bus has 35 seats, there's plenty of room. If we squeeze a little, I can even fit 50 people. Lu Jiqiang's lips curved upward, a touch of pride in his eyes as he waved and shouted. His vehicle was a white bus. He could be called one of the chosen ones. Su Yuan, why don't you give up your vehicle and ride with me? Catching sight of Su Yuan getting out of his minivan, Lu Jiqiang spoke with a playful look on his face. No need. Hearing this, Su Yuan paused for a moment, then waved his hand to decline. All around the plaza, the crowd was growing restless as various vehicle owners began soliciting passengers. Students, don't panic, I'm the principal. Someone give me a vehicle. A loud shout suddenly rang out from the distance, but no one paid it any heed. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, then walked up to Tong Shu and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I really didn't do that on purpose just now. Tong Shu's beautiful eyes rested on Su Yuan as she softly bit her red lips, faint tear tracks still visible on her pretty face. Just then that beautiful voice rang out once again. Ding, a strand of karmic fate has been detected. Hidden talent has been activated. Hidden talent, fate bond. Fate-bound heroine Tong Shu. Tong Shu. Pure and innocent campus belle. Age 23. Height 170 meters. Weight 52 kilograms. Measurements. Left to the imagine. Overall strength 6. Talent none. Fate bond, have materials. Have materials. The materials required to upgrade vehicles are reduced by half. Staring at line after line of information, especially the final one, Su Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted. This fate bond was simply too advantageous. It's all right. Tong Shu spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Thinking of their current predicament, she could not help but sigh inwardly. How about you ride in my car? After a string of surprises, even Su Yuan found it a bit overwhelming. Once he calmed his emotions, a faint smile curved his lips. At his words, Tong Shu's brows knit together. Su Yuan, how could your shabby minivan possibly compare to... Just then Lu Jiqiang hurried over, speaking nonstop. Tong Shu, look, all our classmates are riding in my bus. The more people we have, the more strength we've got. If we run into danger, we can help each other. Hey, your character is nothing to brag about. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes at Lu Jiqiang and spoke in a faint, indifferent tone. Lu Jiqiang's expression shifted, and just as he was about to retort, a shout rang out from not far away. Who owns this coach bus? Beside the coach, a flock of chattering girls had gathered around. Tong Shu, think it over. I'll be right back. Lu Jiqiang called over his shoulder to Tong Shu before scampering away. I'm the owner. Do you want to ride? Yes, but it looks like your bus is already full. One of the girls frowned at the coach bus, which was packed with people. We can squeeze in, Lu Jiqiang said with a laugh. On the other side, Su Yuan cast a glance that way, then withdrew his gaze and looked back at Tong Shu. He had to make sure she rode with him. After a brief moment of thought, he slipped a hand into his pocket and pulled out a pack of tissues. Wipe your face. Tong Shu froze for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she still accepted the tissues and gently wiped her face. Yet doubt rose in her heart. Where had Su Yuan gotten tissues? After all, everyone who had arrived here possessed nothing besides the clothes and shoes on their bodies. What I have they do not, Su Yuan said slowly when he saw Tong Shu fall silent. Tong Shu's beautiful eyes widened slightly at his words. She had just been about to ask him something when a wave of accusatory voices suddenly rose from the direction of the coach bus. Lu Jiqiang, why are you throwing us off the bus? Yeah, we're your classmates. You'd help students from another class, More than a dozen girls whose figures and looks were nothing remarkable glared furiously at Lu Jiqiang. It's my bus. I decide who rides, Lu Jiqiang said coldly, the corner of his mouth curling in a chill smirk. Earlier he'd had no choice. But now that girls from other classes, girls who looked much better, had come seeking a ride, of course he had to give some people up. Did they take him for some kind-hearted saint? Catching sight of Tong Shu and Su Yuan still talking, Lu Jiqiang hurriedly ran back toward them. Tong Shu, have you made up your mind? As he ran, he shouted. This campus goddess Tong Shu had to be won over. Once she boarded his bus, everything would be under his control. You've probably heard about the things he's done at school, right? Su Yuan said with a frown. I'll ride in your car. Seeing Lu Jiqiang running over, Tong Shu finally made up her mind. You won't regret your choice, Su Yuan said, a faint smile appearing on his face. What? Lu Jiqiang, who had just run up, heard this and froze, utterly baffled. At that moment, an icy mechanical voice rang out. Highway broadcast, 10 minutes remain until departure. Please make your preparations. Let's go. Su Yuan turned and walked toward the Wuling Hongguang, and Tong Shu nodded, lightly following behind him. Tong Shu, have you forgotten that Su Yuan harassed you before? Lu Jiqiang finally reacted and bellowed out. Su Yuan snapped his head around to glare at Lu Jiqiang, a shard of icy light flashing through his eyes. Of all things to bring up, he had to bring up that. Given the chance, Su Yuan was determined to get rid of him. Tong Shu's delicate body trembled ever so slightly, but she said nothing and did not step away. Tong Shu, wait. All of a sudden, a soft, clear voice rang out. Su Yuan's brows drew tightly together. Someone else wanted to steal her away. Irritation flickered through him as he turned to look. He saw a beautiful, voluptuous woman hurrying over. She wore a white sheer lace-trimmed blouse paired with black high-waisted suit pants. As she moved, the white blouse fluttered open slightly in the wind, revealing a glimpse of fair skin. Yu Shujia. Seeing who it was, Tong Shu called out in surprise. Xiaotong, come with me. Yu Shu stepped forward at once, reaching to take Tong Shu by the hand and lead her away. Teacher, you wait. Momentarily stunned by her beauty, Su Yuan quickly stepped in to stop her. Give me 1 minute, then make your decision. With that, he strode rapidly away, opened the car door, and climbed in. If he did not act now, Tong Shu would likely bolt. And he not only had to keep Tong Shu, he intended to keep this teacher Yu Shu as well. Xiaotong, I have an RV over there. Yu Shu said, brow tightly furrowed as she explained why she had come. Yu Shujia, let's wait for Su Yuan. Tong Shu said, her eyes lighting up as her mind settled on a choice, though curiosity about what Su Yuan would do tugged at her heart. All right. Yu Shu was briefly taken aback, surprise flashing across her face, but then she nodded. There was still time. Tong Shu, teacher, could you come over for a moment? Su Yuan opened the car door and beckoned to them. I want to see what this kid is up to, Yu Shu said with a slight arch of her brow, then strode over on her long legs. Tong Shu followed behind her, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Standing beside the vehicle, Su Yuan slowly rolled down the window and motioned for the two of them to look inside. This is... Yu Shu bent down to peer inside, her pupils quivering as her beautiful eyes flew wide open. Instant noodles, bottled water, bread, sanitary pads. Piles upon piles of supplies were stacked inside the car. Tong Shu leaned in, as well, instantly clapping a hand over her small mouth, her face filled with disbelief. The corner of Su Yuan's lips curled upward, utterly captivated by the sight of the two women bending over. Their graceful figures traced out exquisite shaped curves, a flawless display of visual temptation. Su Yuan, is this your vehicle starter pack? Tong Shu asked once she had calmed the waves in her heart. Xiaotong, vehicles don't come with any starter packs, Yu Shu said, shaking her head as she drew in a deep breath, her gaze burning into Su Yuan. May I invite the two of you? Su Yuan smiled faintly and pointed at the Wuling Hongguang. Tong Shu lifted her eyes to look at Yu Shu. At this moment, her resolve wavered. In this place, what mattered most? Of course, food and water. All right, Yu Shu said at last. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and agreed. She would not be riding in her best friend's RV. Highway broadcast departure, countdown 1 minute. When the departure time ends, any vehicle that has not left will remain on the plaza forever, awaiting death. The icy mechanical voice echoed across the plaza, stirring a wave of panic. Get in, Su Yuan said in exceedingly good spirits as he settled into the driver's seat. Yu Shu and Tong Shu exchanged a glance, then climbed into the vehicle. Not far away, Lu Jiqiang saw this scene, clenched his fists, and his face twisted with jealousy and hatred. He truly could not fathom how Tong Shu and Yu Shu could choose Su Yuan's battered minivan when his coach bus was so much better. The more he thought about it, the more enraged he became, and a vicious idea surfaced in his mind. On the road, he would find a chance to kill Su Yuan. His coach bus was right next to Su Yuan's vehicle. There would surely be an opportunity. What was more, he and Su Yuan had always been at odds. He was the one who had shouted that Su Yuan was doomed earlier. Inside the Wuling Hongguang. Su Yuan, may I have some water? Tong Shu asked, softly glancing at the bread and water in the back seat. Feel free to drink and eat as you like, Su Yuan replied with a warm smile. Hearing this, Tong Shu's face broke into a smile as she picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Beside them, Yushu observed Su Yuan's figure with her beautiful eyes, then suddenly got up and climbed to the front passenger seat. I hope you don't mind me sitting here. She swept her hair back with both hands, her red lips slightly parted. I don't mind. Su Yuan was startled by her action, a fragrant scent wafting towards him, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Su Yuan, where did all this food come from? Yushu turned her head to look at Su Yuan, her face full of curiosity. To her knowledge, there were no vehicles carrying food or other supplies. It seemed quite fair. It's a secret. Su Yuan regained his composure, meeting her gaze with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yushu raised an eyebrow, about to say something. A cold mechanical voice echoed. Time's up. All vehicle owners set off immediately. Enjoy the thrill of the final ride. As soon as the announcement ended, the roar of vehicles starting up filled the air. One by one, the vehicles sped out. If viewed from the sky, countless vehicles raced along the endless sandy ground on numerous straight roads, quite a spectacular sight. Without hesitation, Su Yuan also started the Wuling Hongguang, embarking on his own highway. On either side of him were a large bus and a small cargo truck. Both vehicles were filled with people. Why are there people left in the square? Tong Shu peered through the car window and saw others still in the square, puzzled. Don't mind those idiots. Staying behind is a one-way ticket to death, as if they think they can survive by lingering. Yushu glanced over, a look of disdain on her face. Then she suddenly remembered something. Su Yuan, your vehicle has a chat channel, right? Yes, Su Yuan nodded in surprise. Yushu seemed to know quite a bit. Can we contact Teacher Junling? Yushu spoke with a hint of urgency. Let me check. Su Yuan opened the vehicle's light screen, clicked on the chat channel, and entered a name to search. After a moment, the name Junling appeared, and he sent a friend request. Like Yushu, Junling was also a teacher from Nanjing University, known as two of the most beautiful teachers. Tong Shu was one of the 4 campus beauties, of pure beauty. He was fortunate indeed. Teacher Yu, we can chat once Teacher Jun agrees to be friends. Su Yuan said. Yushu lifted her head, suddenly fixing her gaze, pointing to the sandy ground on the left. Hey, what is that? It looks like a treasure chest. Tong Shu wanted to roll down the window, but found it wouldn't budge, helplessly looking through the window. Should we go take a look? Yushu asked. No need, someone has already gone. Su Yuan stopped the car and looked toward the opposite road. Lu Jicheng's bus also came to a halt, and a boy reluctantly got off the bus, heading towards the treasure chest. He tensed up, cautiously stepping on the sand as he approached the chest. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, from the sand suddenly emerged a pair of bony hands grabbing his ankle. I'll help. Caught off guard, the boy fell to the ground, struggling desperately. But this action seemed to anger the creatures beneath the ground, as the sand surged and skeletons quickly crawled out, lunging at the boy. A desperate scream echoed, and the boy was immediately torn apart, his blood staining the sand. Cackling. 5 skeletons with hollow eyes turned their gaze towards the bus, and in the next moment, they rushed forward. Rumble. The bus suddenly started speeding away. Witnessing this horrific scene, Yushu and Tong Shu instinctively covered their eyes, unable to look. Hey. Su Yuan, however, remained unfazed, calmly observing the skeletons, then exclaimed in surprise. He saw the 5 skeletons rushing onto the road, then all their bones crumbled, turning into wisps of gray smoke. Were there prohibitions on the road? Seeing this unfold, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering. What about those 5 skeletons? Yushu's face turned pale, her voice weak. Having witnessed a bloody massacre, she felt utterly terrible. Tong Shu felt the same. She had never seen such a gruesome scene. They came onto the road and were erased by an inexplicable force, Su Yuan replied. Creatures from the sand cannot come onto the road. Yushu immediately noticed the underlying rule. It seems so, Su Yuan nodded. Su Yuan, are we not leaving? Tong Shu looked around in fear. We'll take the treasure chest and then leave, Su Yuan said with a hint of a smile. Tong Shu gasped. Yushu frowned tightly and quickly advised, don't act impulsively. We don't yet know if there are only 5 skeletons. Rest assured, Su Yuan responded calmly, waving his hands, silently reciting in his heart. Warning detection activated. An invisible ripple spread from the Wuling Hongguang, instantly enveloping the treasure chest like a beam of light. Detecting. Detection complete. Treasure chest is safe. Nearby area is safe. Information flooded Su Yuan's mind as he opened the car door and got out. Su Yuan, we have food and water. There's no need to take this risk. Tong Shu couldn't help but say. It's fine. Su Yuan smiled slightly and quickly ran toward the treasure chest. The journey was safe and smooth, and he successfully retrieved the treasure chest. Su Yuan, you are really brave. Yushu's heart raced, feeling a sense of concern for Su Yuan. She looked at Su Yuan, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. She liked brave and fearless people. Being timid here is not a good thing. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at her words, took his place in the driver's seat, and started the car to leave. As for the warning detection, it naturally came from the fate bond with Yushu. Yushu, the seductive teacher. Age 28 years. Height 1.75 meters. Weight 56 kilograms. Measurements. Overall power 6. Talent none. Fate bond warning detection. Warning detection energy detection scan vehicle radius of 50 meters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep Yushu. Both fate bonds were obtained the moment they stepped onto the road. Let's open it and see what's inside. Su Yuan handed the box to Yushu. Yushu was taken aback and quickly opened the box to take a look. It's mechanical parts and a power device, one of each type. Oh. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of excitement. He hadn't expected the treasure chest to contain such items. Now leveling the vehicle to level 2 seemed promising. Everyone keep an eye on the sandy ground on both sides. If you see anything strange, let me know, Su Yuan instructed before accelerating the scenery on the road flashing by quickly. His Wuling Hongguang showed no signs of fuel consumption, seemingly an infinite energy source. He wondered if other vehicles were the same. After a bit of time, there were no vehicles in sight on the surrounding roads. Su Yuan, do you want some bread? Tong Shu picked up a bag of bread, tore it open, and asked. He'll take a piece. Su Yuan initially wanted to say he wasn't hungry, but then reconsidered and nodded. Here you go. Tong Shu handed a piece of bread to Yushu, then passed one to Su Yuan. I can't eat while driving, so feed me. Su Yuan turned his head to glance and said leisurely. Upon hearing this, both Tong Shu and Yushu were momentarily stunned. They'll feed you. Yushu snapped back to reality and chuckled softly. She tore off a small piece of her bread and held it up to Su Yuan's mouth. Su Yuan opened his mouth, bit into the bread, and began to eat. Yushu leisurely tore off pieces of bread to feed Su Yuan. I'm thirsty. Su Yuan enjoyed the feeding service and said with a satisfied expression. He was merely trying to test her attitude, but unexpectedly, he found a pleasant surprise. Yushu smiled gently and opened the bottle of mineral water, tenderly bringing it to his lips. Teacher Yushu, do you have a boyfriend? Su Yuan took a few sips and suddenly asked. No, teacher doesn't have a boyfriend. Yushu took out a tissue, and upon hearing this question, her fair hand slightly stiffened before she regained composure. She helped Su Yuan wipe his mouth and said softly, Don't laugh at me, but I've never been in a relationship. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. How could such a beautiful woman have never been in a relationship? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten. You don't believe me. Yushu noticed Su Yuan's expression and understood his thoughts. No, Su Yuan shook his head and said, It's normal for someone as beautiful as teacher Yushu not to have met someone she likes. You have a sweet tongue. Yushu smiled brightly upon hearing this. Su Yuan, there's a box in the sand on the right. At that moment, Tong Shu caught sight of a box and exclaimed. Su Yuan looked up and indeed saw a box lying in the sand. There's blood on the sand. Yushu reminded him. Tong Shu stroked her chin thoughtfully and analyzed. It must be that someone went to collect it with a small truck and ended up encountering danger. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin and activated the warning detection. Detection complete. This area is safe and the treasure chest is safe. The warning detection radius is 50 meters, just right for the distance between each road. Su Yuan got out of the car and successfully retrieved the treasure chest under the tense gaze of the two beauties. Seeing Su Yuan's calm demeanor, Yushu raised an eyebrow and hesitantly asked, Su Yuan, do you have X-ray vision? Hearing this, Tong Shu's eyes widened as she hugged herself tightly. It's not X-ray vision, it's like your women's sixth sense, being able to sense danger. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned and chuckled. A glimmer of light flashed in Yushu's beautiful eyes. Su Yuan was becoming more and more mysterious in her eyes, confirming that her choice was not wrong. Sixth sense. Tong Shu sighed in relief and blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Did such a capability really exist? After Su Yuan finished speaking, he opened the box and was instantly delighted. There were still one mechanical part and one power device, lacking 3 of each type for the upgrade. He stored the upgrade items and started the vehicle. Not long after, there was a treasure chest in the sand to the left, and there were no bloodstains on the ground. Did Lu Jiqiang's guy dare not let anyone investigate anymore? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and without hesitation directly activated the warning detection. Detection complete. This area is safe and this treasure chest is dangerous. There was actually danger inside the treasure chest. It seems that treasure chests are not only resource boxes, but can also be monster boxes. It truly makes one defenseless and is a crafty scheme that could lead to many deaths. Su Yuan sighed deeply and activated the Wuling Hongguang as he left. Is this treasure chest dangerous? Yushu observed and pondered. Yeah. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin. Time passed slowly as Su Yuan drove while chatting. Yushu and Tong Shu conversed while observing the sand on both sides. Unknowingly, dusk arrived, casting a golden hue over the road and sand. Su Yuan stopped the car. They had been moving slowly and had not rushed along the way. It's not true that being at the front means you can obtain a lot of resources. On one hand, resource boxes are randomly refreshed, meaning that if you just pass, they might suddenly spawn behind you. On the other hand, there are sand monsters and monster treasure chests posing a challenge on how to retrieve the treasure chests. The three of them got out of the car to stretch their limbs and breathe in the fresh air. After a while, they stood in front of the car watching the sunset in the distance, holding bread and water. It felt as if they were not here for survival, but rather for a vacation. As for how they dared to get out of the car, it was because they confirmed through the chat channel that there were indeed restrictions on the road and the monsters in the sand could not enter. Thus it was currently safe on the road. Some also speculated that this might be a beginner protection mechanism, which could change later on. The chat channel was still quite useful, especially in terms of information. Su Yuan, do you think we can go back? After filling up, Tong Shu looked at the beautiful sunset and asked inexplicably. Little Tong, don't think too much. The main thing now is to survive. Yushu patted her head. Yes, survive first, then think about the future. Su Yuan gulped down the mineral water and casually threw the bottle onto the sand. Yushu saw this, and her heart moved excitedly, saying, Su Yuan, perhaps we can use the mineral water bottle to collect sand and lure the monsters out of the sand. Oh, it's worth a try. Su Yuan felt this was a good idea. Excluding the 3 treasure chests in front, they had encountered a total of 10 treasure chests on this journey, 6 of which were dangerous. 4 treasure chests were safe, and these 4 contained 1 mechanical part and 1 power device, 10 pieces of wood, a bag of bread, and a bottle of mineral water. Finally, there was a vehicle coin. With no means to deal with them, they could only abandon the 6 treasure chests, which was truly a pity. Phew, phew, phew. The gentle breeze of dusk blew in, bringing a refreshing coolness. So refreshing. Yushu spread her arms to embrace the breeze, her white shirt clinging tightly to her delicate figure, revealing enticing curves. Su Yuan watched this scene and quietly swallowed. He silently chanted Ba to calm himself. Get in the car, let's set off. Su Yuan opened the driver's side door and sat down. There was still a long way to go. It was only the first day of survival. The black Wuling Hongguang van drove slowly into the sunset. As night fell, the surroundings fell into a silent darkness. In the next moment, 2 beams of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. It's too dark. It will probably be hard to find treasure chests now. Yushu squinted her eyes slightly, trying to see the situation in the sand. They'll drive slowly and look carefully. Su Yuan nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. Tong Shu glanced at the sky outside the window and sighed. There's no moon, otherwise we could still find our way with the moonlight. No need to rush. Su Yuan drove, while opening the chat channel on the vehicle screen to check for any useful messages. The vehicle screen can be set to personal mode or shared mode. At this moment, he was in shared mode, allowing Yushu and Tong Shu to see the screen. Why hasn't Junling accepted the friend request yet? Yushu looked at the continuously scrolling messages and suddenly remembered something, frowning. She had thought Junling would approve quickly, but a day had passed without any news. Could it be? A bad premonition suddenly arose in her heart. Just then a notification popped up on the screen. Teacher Yushu, Teacher Junling has accepted the friend request. Su Yuan saw the message and smiled slightly. Immediately after, a red dot appeared in the friend chat section, and he opened it with a thought. Junling, Su Yuan. What do you want to add me for? Yushu smiled slightly and turned to ask, Su Yuan, may I have a chat with Junling? Su Yuan nodded slightly, granting her permission to chat. Without Su Yuan's approval, the passengers could not operate anything within the vehicle. Yushu quickly inputted her voice, but the voice and video call options displayed as unavailable. She could only type to chat. Su Yuan, Jun, it's me, Yushu. Junling, do you think I'm an idiot or illiterate? Can't you see the 2 big characters, Su Yuan? Yushu was taken aback, gave a bitter smile, and continued, Su Yuan, I really am Yushu. Am with Xiao Tong in Su Yuan's car. Once the message was sent, there was silence on the other end for a long time before a message came through. Junling, how can you prove it? Yushu, you can mention something private that both of us know. Seeing this message, Su Yuan suddenly made a suggestion. Yushu shot a glance at Su Yuan, thinking he was quite clever, and began to recall something that could prove her identity. After a moment, she didn't use voice input, but instead typed, Su Yuan, you wore my white top today. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan widened his eyes upon seeing this, and the Wuling Hongguang jolted slightly. Wasn't that your suggestion? Yushu shrugged quite nonchalantly. Su Yuan was at a loss for words. He was joking, but didn't expect Yushu to be so. Were they exchanging tops? They were surprisingly intimate. On a public road, a small RV was slowly driving. A beautiful woman in the driver's seat halted abruptly, her breath catching. She was dressed in a tailored suit, her ample bosom making her white shirt bulge buttons seemingly on the... However, at this moment, she looked somewhat dirty. It's really Yushu, that girl dares to say anything. Junling bit her red lip, slapped her forehead, and input her voice. Her voice was melodious like a babbling brook. Junling, alright you Yushu, how could you abandon me? Su Yuan, Jun, let me explain. Yushu began to speak, but suddenly stopped, looking at Su Yuan. Can I mention something about food? No, Su Yuan replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Yushu understood her expression bittersweet. After a moment of thought, she deleted her previous message and sent a new one. Su Yuan Jun, I can't tell you the reason. Junling, did Su Yuan threaten you? No, if he threatened us, how? Then what can't you say? I know do you fancy Su Yuan? What nonsense, Su Yuan is right here. Yushu's eyes flashed with a hint of something unusual, and she hurriedly denied it. Yushu, this chat feels strange, as if Su Yuan is chatting with Junling. Tongsu looked at the names on the screen and slapped her forehead. Yushu shrugged her hands, feeling helpless, and continued typing to chat with Junling. Su Yuan Jun, are you alright? Junling, Yushu, I'm so hungry. Hungry? Didn't you encounter any treasure? I encountered several, almost lost my life. I finally obtained a treasure chest, but it wasn't food. What did the treasure chest yield? Something to upgrade the vehicle, not as good as food. How can you be so unfortunate? Su Yuan just glanced at this and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. How could I not think of this sooner? Yushu, you can tell Junling that food can be exchanged for mechanical parts and power devices. Su Yuan smiled slightly, speaking to Yushu. Upon hearing this, Yushu's eyes lit up and she hurriedly input her voice. Su Yuan Jun, Su Yuan said you can exchange items for food to upgrade the vehicle. Junling will exchange. How many? 1 mechanical part and 1 power device. A bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread. Deal. After that, Su Yuan directly negotiated with Junling, and soon they completed the transaction through the friend trading channel. Su Yuan, can you give Junling a bit more food? Yushu hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Su Yuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. I can promise you one thing. Seeing Su Yuan silent, Yushu gritted her teeth and said, all right. Su Yuan, hearing this, smiled and pointed to his face. I won't make it difficult for you, just a kiss. Yushu smiled, leaned in, and cupped Su Yuan's face with both hands. Mwah. She planted a firm kiss on his lips. After kissing, Yushu quickly returned to her seat, placing her hands in front of her and looking straight ahead. She thought to herself, Junling, I've sacrificed too much for you. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. Wasn't it supposed to be just a kiss on the cheek? Tongsu, witnessing this scene, widened her beautiful eyes in shock. When did Yushu become so bold? Cough, cough, cough. I'll handle the transaction right away. Su Yuan lightly cleared his throat, feeling pleased, and traded 2 bottles of mineral water and 3 pieces of bread to Junling. In the small RV, Junling, upon seeing the message, hurriedly opened the trading storage and indeed found more bread and water inside. Looking at the bread in her hand, she suddenly took a big bite, greedily eating. She originally intended to ration her food. On the other side, Su Yuan opened the chat channel after the transaction. D86 District Chat Channel, 1211. Su Yuan, food exchange for mechanical parts and power devices, private chat if interested. As Su Yuan's message was sent, the originally lively chat channel became even more bustling. Wang Lu, Su Yuan, I am Principal Lin Jiahui. Can you give me some food? Zhao Yun, does the principal want a freeload? Sun Shua, Su Yuan, I have parts, added you as a friend. Li Jiejia, how did you all get the treasure chests? Zhou Su Yuan, am so hungry, can you spare me a bit of food? Ma Su Su Yuan, Gij, how about I exchange food for my original top? Su Yuan saw so many people mentioning him in the chat channel, but he ignored them and checked his friend requests. A bunch of red dots were displayed. He found Sun Shua's name and clicked to agree. Su Yuan, how many upgrade parts do you have? Sun Shua, 1 power device and 1 mechanical part. 1 piece of bread. Too little, add a bit more. 2 pieces of bread. Add a little more. 2 pieces of bread, think it over, I will go trade with others first. No deal. After a while, he received the mechanical part and power device, and Su Yuan's face showed a hint of excitement. Finally, he had gathered the required number of upgrade parts, but he didn't upgrade immediately. Instead, he continued trading with others. Unexpectedly, after agreeing to 10 friend requests, they all turned out to be beggars. He decisively blocked them as he looked at the numerous notifications for friend requests, rubbing his temples. Yushu, seeing this, gently asked, Su Yuan, do you need my help? Sure, then I'll trouble you, teacher Yushu. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, granting trading authority to Yushu and informing her of the part prices. He immediately took out 5 mechanical parts and 5 power devices, placing them in the upgrade area. A series of crystal halos rippled within the vehicle. In the next moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Su Yuan's mind. Upgrade materials met. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Attack type. A hook lock device is installed on the car roof and metal spikes are added to the front of the vehicle. Comfort type. The space is expanded 3 times, equipped with air conditioning and a restroom. Su Yuan looked at the 3 3D vehicle models displayed on the light screen, hesitating for a moment. Attack type. Currently lacking offensive means he naturally chose the attack vehicle. Vehicle modification in progress, please be patient. A layer of crystal light shield envelopes the entire van with mysterious light circulating inside. Su Yuan stopped the car and quietly waited for the modification to complete. Yu Shu and Tong Shu looked surprised and delighted. Su Yuan's vehicle had upgraded. After a moment, a line of text appeared on the screen, modification complete. A series of information floated before Su Yuan's eyes. Wuling Hongguang Modified Version. Owner Su Yuan. Level 1. Upgrade Fate Bond Material Cost. Have Level 2 Upgrade Blueprint 1 Mechanical Parts 2010 Power Device 2010. Special Module Material Cost. Halved Early Warning Detection. Function 1. The automatic pickup within a 2-meter range. This function is for dropped resources. Function 2. Unlocks autopilot voice. And various basic functions. Function 3. Increases interior space by 1-fold using Su Yuan technology. Weight 25 tons. Defense 120 points. External devices hook lock automatic 5 meters metal spikes. Oh, the space has enlarged. Tong Shu noticed something unusual. Yes, this is a feature that comes with the upgraded vehicle, Su Yuan replied, turning around to observe the modified Wuling Hongguang. A row of metal spikes glimmered with a cold sheen at the front of the car, each 30 centimeters long and dark golden in color. A precisely structured gantry frame spiraled on top of the vehicle, with a chain-like metal claw resting in a slot resembling a metal predator with its claws retracted. Not bad, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction and sat back in the car. Yu Shu and Tong Shu gazed at Su Yuan quietly, seemingly entranced by his charm. Unaware of their admiration, Su Yuan excitedly opened his system. Summoning system. Host Su Yuan. Innate talent, any door, a small convenience store, summoning ×1. Hidden talent, Fate Bond Material Cost, halved early warning detection. Summon. Su Yuan, filled with anticipation, silently recited. Blue door rare. Behind the door is a small armory. What? Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this information. Su Yuan, what's wrong? Yu Shu and Tong Shu asked in unison, their faces showing a hint of confusion and concern. It's nothing, just thought of something. Su Yuan came back to his senses casually, saying it while waves of excitement surged in his heart. An armory. It was indeed an armory. No wonder it is a conceptual talent. Oh, would he summon a whole world in the future? His thoughts wandered far, immersed in fantasy. Forcing himself to calm down, Su Yuan glanced at the two beauties and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you need to take a break?" Tong Shu froze for a moment, just about to speak. "Okay." Yu Shu interjected, lightly nodding as she winked at Tong Shu. "Little Tong, come with me to take a break." Oh, Tong Shu got out of the car feeling a sudden fear. Sister Yu Shu, Su Yuan won't leave us behind, right? Don't worry, he won't. Yu Shu gently patted her head, knowing that Su Yuan must have something to do, and it was being as wise as she was, she naturally wouldn't ask too much, being quite understanding, which would leave a good impression on Su Yuan. Moreover, Su Yuan was likely the first in the area to upgrade his vehicle, indicating his limitless potential. Smart people know what to do. Yu Shu licked her red lips, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. This was a man with secrets, filling her with endless curiosity. Inside the car, a hint of surprise crossed Su Yuan's face. He hadn't expected Yu Shu to understand his meaning, and he couldn't help but regard her more highly. The space inside the car expanded by 1-fold, yet from the outside it still appeared the same size. This was the Su Yuan space. He approached the backseat area, not needing to clear space, and directly summoned. A blue portal gradually materialized. This time he didn't need to crouch down, as Su Yuan took a deep breath, eagerly stepping inside. The air was filled with a mixture of gun, oil, metal, and dust. Metal racks were neatly arranged around, with iron boxes piled in the center, marked with red letters. The weapons on the metal racks were not randomly placed, but categorized. Handguns 50 units. Rifles 30 units. Submachine guns 25 units. Sniper rifles 8 units. Rocket launchers 2 units. Hummingbird drones 1 unit. Silver wolf mechanical dog 1 unit. Su Yuan gasped in awe, walking around the room, extending his hand to touch the firearms, feeling the cold metallic texture. This was simply a man's dream house. After a moment, he approached a box, opened an iron case, and yellow bullets glinted coldly in the packaging. Pistol bullets, 4,000 rounds. Rifle bullets, 5,000 rounds. Submachine gun bullets, 8,000 rounds. Sniper bullets, 500 rounds. Rockets 10 units. Grenades 5 boxes. Smoke grenades 1 box. C4 explosives. In addition to firearms and ammunition, there were also some military supplies, such as combat suits, gun cases, flashlights, binoculars, and compressed biscuits. A sense of security filled him. Su Yuan spread his arms, spinning around, breathing in that exhilarating air. After the excitement, he regained his composure and stroked his chin, pondering. After a while, he made a decision. He would take 2 handguns, 1 rifle, 1 submachine gun, 1 sniper rifle, 1 rocket launcher, 10 grenades, a hummingbird drone, and some military supplies. Su Yuan placed these weapons in the back seat, covering them with military moisture-proof fabric. Fortunately, the space had expanded, otherwise they wouldn't have fit. He carried 2 handguns and 2 grenades on him. Su Yuan exhaled, his eyes still unable to conceal the excitement, and he opened the car door. "Get in." Yu Shu smiled and took the passenger seat. As Tong Shu got into the car, she caught a whiff of an indescribable scent, sniffing her nose curiously. "Did you notice any unusual smell?" I did. Yushu gazed intently at Su Yuan. The smell should be related to what Su Yuan had been doing in the car, but she wouldn't ask. When it was time to know, she would naturally find out. Let's go, Su Yuan happily said without explaining. Now he was filled with confidence about surviving on this road. Tong Shu hesitated, recalling what Yushu had said to her, but ultimately chose not to speak. She curiously glanced back. The food was packed in a box. Beside it lay a large cloth covering the content. Despite her immense curiosity, Tong Shu did not attempt to open it. Throughout the journey, Su Yuan hummed a cheerful tune while driving. Yushu continued working on her unfinished tasks. Tong Shu began to feel drowsy, curling up in her seat with her eyes squinted. These female students truly have no shame. Yushu's expression was somewhat numb. Too many people had added Su Yuan as a friend, and she accepted each one only to be met with inquiries about trading upgraded components. The vast majority of them were here to beg for food, and some messages from female car owners were simply unbearable. Her mind felt tainted. As a teacher at Nantian University, she had never imagined that some students could be so unrestrained. How can they be so shameless? Su Yuan remarked with a look of keen interest. The chat channel screen minimized conveniently displayed in front of the co-driver's seat for Yushu to operate, so he did not see the chat content. It's better if you don't know. Yushu lightly bit her red lips and shook her head. Whatever task she had taken on, she needed to see it through. Let her endure these verbal attacks alone. Su Yuan did not press further. Turning back to glance at the back seat, he saw Tong Shu sleeping like a little cat, a smile creeping onto his face. He leaned back against the seat and activated the autopilot. After a long while, Su Yuan, I've got it. A total of 10 mechanical parts and 10 power units traded. Yushu rubbed her temples with both hands, a smile appearing on her face, though her tone revealed a hint of fatigue. So many. Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. This amount was enough to reach the next upgrade level, only lacking the level 2 blueprint. He then said gently, you've worked hard. Not hard at all. Upon hearing this, Yushu felt a flicker of happiness in her heart. Let's eat something. Su Yuan stood up and brought the box of food to the front, handing it to Yushu. I'm not hungry. Yushu glanced at the amount of food and shook her head. The originally ample food and water had diminished visibly as they ate some and traded some away. Just eat, it's fine even if we finish it all. Seeing this, Su Yuan understood her thoughts and smiled faintly. Yushu, hearing this, lifted her gaze towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan met her eyes and nodded slightly. Yushu was taken aback, suddenly realizing Su Yuan's intention. Su Yuan meant there was more food, so she could eat freely. She blinked and unceremoniously grabbed a piece of bread to eat, mumbling, it's a pity there's no hot water, otherwise a bucket of instant noodles would be enough. There will be in the future. Su Yuan smiled, knowing there was an electric kettle in the convenience store. Not only that, but there was also an induction cooker and a sausage grill. Of course, these items were yet to be revealed. Now Yushu seemed to have developed a slight mutual understanding with him. Is there anything you need me to do? Yushu was full, tilting her head back and tucking her hair behind her ears. Hearing this, Su Yuan turned to look, his eyes widening, slightly captivated. When Yushu did not hear a response, she tilted her head in confusion, a blush suddenly appearing on her fair face. It's not that kind of thing. She turned her head away, her voice barely audible. There really is. Su Yuan rubbed his nose to dispel the awkward atmosphere, stood up, and brought over a flashlight, handing it to Yushu. Let's look for treasure chests. Okay. Upon seeing the flashlight, Yushu's pupils contracted slightly, then she nodded. A thought popped into her mind, is Su Yuan like Doraemon? How does he have everything? The Wuling Hongguang was on autopilot. Su Yuan and Yushu each took charge of searching the left and right sandy areas. An hour later, Su Yuan treasure chest. Yushu suddenly brightened, the flashlight illuminating a treasure chest. Su Yuan stopped the car, turned to look, and immediately activated the warning detection. Detection complete. This area is dangerous, and the treasure chest is dangerous. Oh no, double the danger. If he had been helpless before, now courage surged within him. No danger? Yushu asked as she saw Su Yuan get out of the car. Very dangerous. Su Yuan's words startled her, and she hurriedly said, then we should leave quickly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Yuan leaned down, placing one hand on the car window, and said leisurely, and it's wise for you, teacher Yushu, to follow me. After saying that, he walked to the roadside, shining the flashlight on the treasure chest, but did not approach it. The chest was about 20 meters away from the road, within pistol range. Inside the car, Yushu stared blankly at Su Yuan's figure, her mind still echoing his words. Su Yuan squinted, thinking about how to lure the creatures from the sandy ground. Su Yuan, are you trying to lure out the monsters? At some point, Yushu had gotten out of the car and approached Su Yuan, the breeze blowing her hair, her graceful figure appearing ethereal. Yes. Su Yuan nodded slightly. He'll give it a try. Yushu took out a mineral water bottle filled with sand and threw it toward the treasure chest. She missed and hit the ground in front of the treasure chest. I don't have much strength. She looked at it, a hint of embarrassment on her face. It's fine, it still serves a purpose. Su Yuan kept the flashlight trained on the chest. As the bottle struck the sand, he noticed the sand beginning to stir. He took the mineral water bottle Yu Shu handed over, aimed at the treasure chest, and threw it. Bang! It hit the chest, accurately causing it to wobble and then shatter. A decayed humanoid creature emerged, its pupils pale, rotting skin clinging to its body, sharp, bizarre teeth bared as it let out a strange howl. Roar! As the howl erupted, the sandy ground writhed violently. A zombie. Yu Shu's fair face paled, her voice trembling slightly. It seems so. Su Yuan shone the flashlight with his left hand while drawing a black pistol with his right and fired a shot at the zombie. Bang! The bullet whizzed past the zombie. I still need to practice my shooting. Su Yuan sighed lightly upon seeing. Beside him, Yu Shu heard the gunshot and saw Su Yuan holding a pistol. Her expression froze, momentarily dazed. A pistol? Where did Su Yuan get a pistol? Was it a benefit from upgrading the vehicle? What happened? At that moment, Tong Shu hurriedly ran out of the car, her face displaying shock. She had been awakened by the gunfire. Don't panic. After saying this, Su Yuan raised his pistol again to aim and shoot at the zombie. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired but still missed, causing Su Yuan to raise an eyebrow. Since his talent wasn't enough, he would use quantity. Just as he prepared to shoot again, a number of skeletons crawled out of the sand surrounding the zombie. A total of 15 skeletons. So many targets to practice on, this is great. Su Yuan was not startled, but rather pleased. In the blink of an eye, he emptied the magazine and replaced it with a spare. He did not fire randomly, but aimed seriously before shooting. Although there were many bullets, they could not be wasted. Crack, crack, crack. 2 skeletons were shot dead, and the remaining skeletons angrily charged towards Su Yuan and the others. Roar. At that moment, the zombie let out a roar, and the skeletons immediately halted, returning to its side. Huh. Does this zombie have intelligence? Su Yuan looked on with slight surprise, but his hand did not stop firing. Bullets tore through the night sky, aimed at the zombie and skeletons. Roar. The zombie raised its head and howled, its decayed body retreating, and the skeletons followed suit. However, there was also a road behind, and it seemed to know the road was dangerous, stopping half a meter away from it. Do you think hiding far away will help? Su Yuan's lips curled into a smirk as he raised his pistol, continuing to practice shooting. 50 meters was still within the pistol's range. At this moment, Yu Shu and Tong Shu were in a state of disarray, staring blankly at Su Yuan as he shot down the skeletons. After a moment, Yu Shu regained her senses and gazed at Su Yuan's handsome figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a brilliant light. Su Yuan's mystery was now firmly etched in her heart. This was the man she had been searching for. In less than a day, she had quietly developed feelings for this charming student brother. Beside her, Tong Shu felt a tumult of emotions stirring within her. She had always had an unusual feeling towards Su Yuan, her classmate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forgiven him so quickly before. Now Su Yuan's image had transformed into that of a tall and mighty figure. At this moment, his calm demeanor while holding the gun exuded a heroic aura. It is said that heroes find it hard to resist beautiful women, and beautiful women equally find it hard to resist heroic charm. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yuan was oblivious to the feelings of the two beauties, his eyes filled only with a fiery passion for shooting. Bullets flew out at an alarming rate, and one by one the skeletons surrounding the zombies fell down. As time passed, the zombies could no longer contain themselves, their pale eyes fixed on Su Yuan, seemingly trying to memorize his appearance. Oh, you dare to glare. Su Yuan shone his flashlight, sneering as he raised his gun and fired. Roar. The zombies let out a howl, and the remaining 5 skeletons immediately charged towards Su Yuan. Meanwhile, one of the zombies fled along the road. Truly clever, Su Yuan remarked, raising an eyebrow as he pulled out another gun to deal with the 5 charging skeletons. Get in the car, he shouted to the 2 beauties who seemed to be in a daze, taking the driver's seat and starting the vehicle. Yu Shu and Tong Shu hurriedly got back into the car, their hearts pounding. They slowly calmed the tumult within their hearts. Su. Tong Shu began to speak, but just then Su Yuan suddenly got out of the car, and the Wuling Hongguang engaged its autopilot. Hee, where do you think you're running? Su Yuan quickly approached the road, watching the zombies running in the sandy area, raising his gun to shoot. Roar. The zombie bared its teeth and screeched at Su Yuan, but did not stop running. A bullet hit its arm, but it only slightly delayed its escape. Thus Su Yuan chased while shooting, and the zombies ran, while dodging, moving like a Wuling Hongguang at running speed. Yu Shu and Tong Shu watched this scene, unsure of what to say. If someone had told them that on the first day of survival someone was chasing and shooting at zombies, they would have definitely scoffed. Yet now this scene was happening right before their eyes. Moreover, this person was their driver, instantly filling them with a sense of security. A hint of admiration appeared in Tong Shu's eyes. Yu Shu's gaze flickered as she wondered what was on her mind. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yuan returned to the car, turned off the autopilot, and lifted the dust cover from the back seat. Yu Shu and Tong Shu curiously glanced over, finally seeing what was under the dust cover. Their pupils trembled in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. Was that a rocket launcher? Are you shocked? Su Yuan picked up a rifle and turned back with a smile. Yu Shu and Tong Shu nodded in unison. How could they not be shocked? That was a rocket launcher. Let's go, Su Yuan said, leading the two beauties out of the car to the roadside. At this moment, the zombie had stopped running, sitting on the sandy ground, staring blankly at the road. It seemed to have given up, and they could vaguely see bullet holes on its decaying body. Roar! Seeing Su Yuan approach, it bared its teeth and let out a growl. The flashlight illuminated the scene as Su Yuan raised the QBZ rifle, aiming at the zombie's arm and firing a bullet. The bullet deviated slightly, hitting the opposite road and bouncing up. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie remained indifferent, continuing to screech as if mocking Su Yuan's marksmanship. Is this zombie not fighting back? Tong Shu was taken aback. Yu Shu raised an eyebrow. It seems like it doesn't want to live anymore. It wants me to end it with one shot. Su Yuan smirked, not giving it what it wanted as he continued to practice shooting. In the end, the zombie could not take it anymore and lunged onto the nearby road. Zzz. A cloud of gray smoke erupted, and the zombie was instantly obliterated, dropping a treasure chest onto the road. Huh. This zombie has a treasure chest. Yu Shu shone her flashlight and was startled. He'll go pick it up, Tong Shu said, just about to run over. Wait, Su Yuan grabbed her small hand, stopping her. He then walked towards the Wuling Hongguang and activated the warning detection. He wasn't detecting if there was danger around the treasure chest, but rather the sandy area. Better safe than sorry. Detection complete. The area is safe. There was no treasure chest information indicating it was beyond the detection range. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, got out of the car, approached Tong Shu, and handed her the flashlight. You can go over now, open the treasure chest on that road. Oh, okay. Tong Shu took the flashlight and quickly ran to the opposite road, successfully opening the treasure chest before returning. It's a blueprint. Tong Shu handed the blueprint in her hand to Su Yuan. Su Yuan took it and squinted his eyes, slightly scanning it on the car's display. Black gold steel armor wheel blueprint. Required materials: metal materials 1, black gold steel armor 1. Description: with it you will no longer need to change tires. Unfortunately, it wasn't a level 2 blueprint. After putting the blueprint into his pocket, he raised his head to gaze at the pitch-black night sky, suddenly taken aback. A bright moon quietly emerged. The dazzling moonlight enveloped the earth in an instant, making the visibility much clearer. The moon is out. Tong Shu noticed the anomaly and looked up. Yu Shu was startled and said cautiously, now that it has appeared, could there be some abnormality? Let's return to the car, Su Yuan said, nodding slightly as he grabbed his rifle and returned to the driver's seat. Yu Shu and Tong Shu quickly got into the car. The Wuling Hongguang slowly started moving steadily under the moonlight, with the sandy area on both sides now visible. They thought there would be something unusual, but after driving for an hour, there was no abnormality at all. They also did not encounter any treasure chests. Ah! Su Yuan suddenly let out a long yawn, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Tonight had been quite a workout. I can take a nap, Su Yuan said to the two beauties after activating the autopilot, closing his eyes. Su Yuan, you all sleep, they'll keep watch, Yu Shu quickly said upon hearing this. Su Yuan opened his eyes, turned to look at Yu Shu, and showed a hint of surprise, thinking for a moment. Then it will be hard on you, teacher Yu Shu. It's my duty, Yu Shu replied with a sweet smile. Sister Yu Shu, you keep watch for the first half of the night, and he'll take the second half. At this moment, Tong Shu interjected. She couldn't be a useless person. All right. Yu Shu turned to see Tong Shu's determined expression and nodded. The actions of the two beauties made Su Yuan very satisfied. If you see a treasure chest, wake me up, he reminded before drifting into slumber. In his dream, he was still a student at Nanjing University attending a class. As he listened, the walls around him cracked open with huge gaps, and then the ceiling collapsed, engulfing the entire classroom. The next day, the first rays of sunlight shone on the road. Su Yuan, there's a situation. As Su Yuan was lost in a beautiful dream, he vaguely heard Tong Shu's voice and slowly opened his eyes. He saw a vehicle overturned on the sandy ground to the right ahead. What caught his attention was not the vehicle itself, but the crowd of people surrounding it. They couldn't be called people, they should be referred to as zombies. And these zombies looked familiar. Linyu. They've turned into zombies. As the Wuling Hongguang drew closer, Tong Shu clearly saw the situation ahead, and her little face turned pale. Su Yuan also saw it, but he didn't rush to get out of the car. The vehicle was a small truck, and the owner and the people inside were his classmates. There were a total of 6 people, and they had all transformed into fierce zombies. Roar! A classmate zombie suddenly spotted the Wuling Hongguang and charged at it with bared teeth, but upon reaching the road, it disintegrated into gray smoke. However, no treasure chest dropped. Hearing the commotion, the other zombies began to shriek and rushed forward recklessly. Just as they were about to be punished by the road's restrictions, a roar echoed. 5 zombies halted their charge and retreated in front of the vehicle. A decayed zombie slowly emerged from behind the car, its pale pupils fixated on the Wuling Hongguang. Treasure chest zombie. Upon seeing this zombie, Su Yuan's eyes brightened and he began to understand. It seemed that his classmates had been infected by this zombie. What puzzled him was how the vehicle had overturned onto the sandy ground. Had the classmate who was driving been fatigued? Unable to comprehend, Su Yuan decisively stopped the car and retrieved a QBZ rifle from the trunk. Practice shooting. Su Yuan raised the rifle aimed at the legs of the treasure chest zombie and fired 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The bullets accurately struck the knee joints, and the treasure chest zombie suddenly knelt down, letting out a roar. The 5 infected zombies immediately surrounded it for protection. Classmates' safe travels. Su Yuan sighed lightly as he reflected on the fierce faces of his classmates, and without hesitation he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets sliced through the air, whistling away. Inside the Wuling Hongguang. What's happening? Yushu, who had been asleep, was finally awakened by the dense gunfire and instinctively exclaimed, "Sister Yushu, it's nothing. Su Yuan is shooting zombies," Tong Shu quickly replied. Oh, hearing this, Yushu felt relieved, rubbed her eyes, and looked out the window. On the sandy ground, the 5 zombies lay on the ground, revealing the figure of the treasure chest zombie, which was now struggling to crawl toward the back of the vehicle. No skeletal guards. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow aimed at the treasure chest zombie and continued shooting. In the end, the treasure chest zombie failed to escape to the back of the vehicle and fell to the ground under the gunfire. Looking at the classmate zombie lying in the sand, he felt a pang of emotion. The cruelty of survival had just begun to unfold. Su Yuan returned to the car and activated the warning detection. The detection showed that there were no dangers in the area, the vehicle was safe, and the treasure chest was also safe. He got out of the car again, and Yushu and Tong Shu followed him. Su Yuan approached the vehicle, picked up the fallen treasure chest, and checked the small truck, but found nothing. Glancing at the bodies of his classmates on the sand, he returned to the road. Opening the chest, a blueprint appeared. Su Yuan scanned it with the car's display, and a line of text information materialized. Simon's bed blueprint. Required materials: wood 10, fabric 5. Description: after a hard day's work, wouldn't you want to lie down on a soft and comfortable bed? There are blueprints like this. Su Yuan was taken aback, helplessly put it away, and prepared to have breakfast. Seeing the few pieces of bread and water left in the chest, he closed the car door and opened the small store. He took a box of self-heating rice, a box of milk, and a box of mineral water, along with other assorted snacks. Plus 3 sets of toothbrushes, cups, towels, and toothpaste. Brush teeth, have breakfast. Su Yuan opened the car door, got out, and pointed at the items placed in the car. Brush teeth. Yushu was taken aback for a moment, then walked closer and couldn't help but exclaim, self-heating rice. Yes, choose your favorite flavors. Su Yuan took a red braised beef flavor, poured mineral water into it, set it aside, and then went to brush his teeth and wash his face. Yushu and Tong Shu exchanged glances, said nothing, and silently began to select. A profound sense of happiness welled up within them. To be able to eat a bite of rice in this apocalyptic survival is simply too luxurious, even if it is self-heating rice. Moreover, they can brush their teeth and wash their faces while eating, and one would think they were on vacation. After a while, the 3 of them crouched neatly on the road, brushing their teeth, exchanging glances, and breaking into a knowing smile. After finishing brushing their teeth and washing their faces while waiting for the self-heating rice to cook, Su Yuan aimed his gun at the small truck and began shooting. Handgun, rifle, submachine gun, and sniper rifle were all practiced in turn. The small truck was riddled with bullet holes. Su Yuan, the rice is ready. Tong Shu called out cheerfully. Coming. Su Yuan put away the sniper rifle and returned it to the trunk, then approached the car. Here. Tong Shu held out her hands to receive the red braised beef. The bright sunlight bathed the road. The 3 of them ate self-heating rice, chatting and laughing while the sandy ground beside them was littered with corpses, creating a stark contrast. After 10 minutes. Let's go. Su Yuan, feeling full, started the Wuling Hongguang and moved forward slowly. Su Yuan, my stomach hurts a bit. At that moment, Tong Shu suddenly clutched her stomach with both hands, her beautiful brows furrowing tightly. After eating, she had drunk a bottle of milk, and now it was having some effects. What's wrong? Su Yuan stopped the car and looked back. Tong Shu lightly bit her red lips, looking hesitant. Seeing this, Yushu immediately understood and raised an eyebrow. You've got an upset stomach, but there's no restroom here. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If it were an illness, it would be troublesome. He backed the car and pointed at the small truck, Tong Shu behind the car. Tong Shu couldn't care about her embarrassment anymore and quickly ran down. Little Tong, what are you using to wipe? Yushu suddenly remembered something and called out. I have paper, came Tong Shu's voice from behind the truck. Little Tong, you won't have nightmares tonight, will you? Yushu looked at the bodies on the ground and frowned. Once you've experienced such things, you'll be able to adjust later. Su Yuan placed his hand on the car window and said blandly. A few minutes later, the Wuling Hongguang set off again. Tong Shu, her little face flushed, leaned against the seat, and drowsiness overcame her, causing her to squint her eyes. Su Yuan opened the chat channel and posted a high-priced request to purchase level 2 upgrade blueprints and upgrade parts. He also used a car coin to pin the message for 5 hours. In this way, anyone who opened the chat channel would see his purchase information at first glance. Although there was no immediate response, if someone later obtained a level 2 blueprint, they would think of him. His primary goal now was to upgrade the vehicle to gain summoning opportunities, and his secondary goal was to find people who could trigger fate bonds. The third goal was to see if he could obtain special items to enhance his physical strength. Time flowed slowly. Along the way, Su Yuan encountered 8 treasure chests, and regardless of the dangers, he took them all. The probability of brushing treasure chests on the left sandy area was slightly lower than that on the right. However, no one had come to trade for the level 2 blueprints, leaving him unsure if it was due to a lack of acquisition or simply unwillingness to sell. Nevertheless, many approached him to trade for upgrade materials, but these were just one piece at a time. He successfully traded for 15 mechanical parts and 15 power units. These people probably thought that upgrading their vehicles was a distant dream, or they were facing hunger, which prompted them to trade their upgrade components. As always, it was one piece of bread for one upgrade component. Taking advantage of the early scarcity of resources, he intended to seize the opportunity. As time passed, bread would likely no longer be sufficient to exchange for upgrade components. Many people in the chat channel already knew that Su Yuan had upgraded his vehicle and had abundant food, causing a wave of envy and jealousy. Especially the principal, who said he wanted to have a good discussion with Su Yuan about collaboration when they reached the rest area. Seeing the name of Principal Lin Jiahui in the chat channel, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. He seemed to remember that the principal wasn't the vehicle owner, was he? There were 2 conditions for changing the vehicle owner. One was voluntary, and the other was death. Feeling too lazy to think about it, Su Yuan dismissed the thought-activated autopilot and moved to the backseat. From the 8 treasure chests, he obtained a fragment of the D-Zone map, a blueprint for a steel-armored window, a blueprint for a water tank, 7 pieces of fabric, 3 metal materials, 10 pieces of wood, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 5 compressed biscuits. He had just gathered enough materials for a mattress bed. Su Yuan, what's wrong? Tong Shu noticed Su Yuan staring inside the vehicle, revealing a hint of confusion. I'm just checking where I can fit a bed. Su Yuan stroked his chin, unsure if the space was adequate. Tong Shu and Yu Shu both paused in surprise. Su Yuan explained, I opened a blueprint for a bed from the treasure chest, and I have enough materials to craft it. A single bed will fit easily, while a double bed can barely fit, but the seats have to be removed. Yu Shu glanced around and gave a rough estimate. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin, attempted to arrange it, but the results showed insufficient space. He asked Tong Shu to move to the driver's seat, and then removed all the seats. This time the installation was successful. A blue double mattress bed appeared out of thin air, leaving enough space for an aisle. Su Yuan couldn't wait to lie down, enjoying the soft texture with a hint of fragrance. So comfortable. Just as he was enjoying it on a highway, a bus came to a stop, and the people on it looked exhausted and weak. Who will go explore this treasure chest? Lu Jiqiang stood up, turned to the people in the vehicle, and said in a deep voice. He was in a terrible mood, having thought he was the chosen one, bringing a bus full of girls to enjoy paradise. However, one person had died right at the start, and the road ahead was even more tragic. They had only obtained a treasure chest with no monster guarding it, and it didn't even contain food. Brother Jiqiang, 5 people have already died, a girl couldn't help but say. There had been 40 people on the bus before departure, but now there were only 35. Those 5 had died exploring treasure chests, and at this rate, who knew how many more would have to sacrifice? Do you want to starve to death or be thrown off the bus to die on the highway? Lu Jiqiang coldly glanced at her, his expression indifferent. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Since no one is volunteering, I will choose. Lu Jiqiang's gaze darkened as he pointed at the girl who had just spoken. You go. No, I won't go. The girl was as if struck by lightning, shaking her head frantically. Not going. Lu Jiqiang approached her brutally, tearing her clothing. Do you believe I will? Whoa, I will go. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she panically shouted. If that's more like it. Lu Jiqiang smiled, reaching out to stroke her cheek. The girls in the vehicle shivered, not daring to speak up or help. Before boarding the bus, they had been like sisters, happily together, but now everything was different from what they had imagined. The girl gritted her teeth, stepping down from the bus, making her way towards the treasure chest in the sandy area, her body tense and ready to run back to the road at the slightest sign of danger. It seemed that heaven favored her, no monsters appeared, and she successfully reached the treasure chest. Just as she was about to return, she caught a glimpse of a van coming down the opposite road. It's Su Yuan. Lu Qing's pupils constricted, glancing back at the bus before gritting her teeth and running towards the van. Lu Qing, what are you doing? Quickly bring the treasure chest back. Seeing this, Lu Jiqiang quickly got out of the driver's seat, closed the door, and chased after her, shouting angrily. However, halfway there, he quickly turned back to the road, for he saw a row of metal spikes in front of Su Yuan's van, and it seemed some equipment was installed on the roof. Damn that bitch. Lu Jiqiang cursed angrily, clenching his fists, his gaze darkening. He hoped Su Yuan wouldn't meddle, otherwise he would make sure Su Yuan regretted it. On the highway. Su Yuan, it's me, Lu Qing. Hearing Lu Jiqiang's roar, Lu Qing exerted all her strength to reach the highway, blocking the van. Lu Qing. Su Yuan stopped the van, looking at Lu Qing, who was in torn clothes, and frowned. He had seen the bus from a distance and noticed Lu Jiqiang chasing Lu Qing. Was she acting for him? Or was it something else? Su Yuan, please take me with you, and I will give you the treasure chest. Lu Qing pointed to the treasure chest in her arms, unable to restrain her body from trembling at the sight of the glinting metal spikes. Su Yuan did not respond, but looked towards Lu Jiqiang on the opposite road, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. It didn't matter whether it was an act or not. Then he activated the warning detection, confirming that the area was safe and the treasure chest was also secure. Step back a little, Su Yuan said calmly. Lu Qing was taken aback, glanced back, and after some thought took a few steps back. Further back. Lu Qing frowned and backed up another 10 meters. What's going on? Su Yuan finally opened the door and stepped out, asking. Su Yuan, Lu Jiqiang is not human. He wants to rape me and uses our lives to explore treasure chests. Lu Qing gritted her teeth, her face filled with hatred. Su Yuan, this is our own matter. I advise you not to meddle. Before Su Yuan could speak, Lu Jiqiang's voice came from a distance, carrying a strong threat. Although wary of the metal spikes, he was unafraid of Su Yuan driving over. The sand would show Su Yuan what was what. But what if I choose to interfere? Su Yuan said as he walked towards the back of the van. Are you sure you want to offend me? Lu Jiqiang's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, his expression darkening. He had always wanted Su Yuan's school beauties Tong Shu and teacher Yu Shu. Regardless of any previous conflicts, he was determined to find a way to eliminate Su Yuan. Offend you? Su Yuan opened the trunk skillfully, took out the M200 and half knelt on the ground. Lu Jiqiang's figure appeared in the crosshairs, the dark muzzle gleaming with a cold light, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Not only will I offend you, but I will also kill you. Lu Jiqiang saw the dark muzzle, and his face changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he turned and ran toward the bus. He was cursing crazily in his heart. Survival of the fittest. What the hell is this survival? Bang! In the next moment, a crisp and thunderous gunshot rang out, the sniper bullet tearing through the void and instantly hitting Lu Jiqiang in the back. It pierced directly through his body, and the immense impact sent him flying, crashing heavily onto the highway. Blood stained the road, leaving behind a mangled corpse. Looking through the scope at the lifeless Lu Jiqiang, Su Yuan smiled faintly, put away the M200 rubbed his shoulder, closed the car door, and walked to the front. Killing Lu Jiqiang was an easy task for him. At this moment, Lu Qing was slumped on the ground, trembling, staring blankly into the distance. Lu Jiqiang was dead, shot by Su Yuan. But how could Su Yuan have a gun and a powerful sniper rifle? In the bus across the road, a group of girls looked terrified, all crouching down, scared to make a sound. Look up, Su Yuan said softly as he approached Lu Qing. Hearing his voice, Lu Qing dazedly lifted her head, revealing a delicate face. Give me the treasure chest. After waiting for a moment with no system voice responding, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lu Qing slowly regained her senses, saw the gun at Su Yuan's waist, and naturally dared not refuse handing over the treasure chest with both hands. Su Yuan opened the treasure chest, and his pupils suddenly constricted, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. It was actually a level 2 upgrade blueprint. Truly an unexpected gain, as if he had stumbled upon it without any effort. I've taken what's in this treasure chest, Su Yuan said, then walked towards the Wuling Hongguang. Su Yuan, please take me with you. Lu Qing looked at Su Yuan's back and gritted her teeth, shouting. Su Yuan ignored her, opened the car door, and took out some food and bottled water, placing them on the ground. He then started the car and drove away from Lu Qing. Su Yuan, aren't you taking Lu Qing with you? Yu Shu and Tong Shu silently observed everything happening outside, and the latter couldn't help but ask. My car isn't for just anyone to sit in. Su Yuan smiled indifferently and said casually. It was absolutely impossible for anyone without a fateful bond to get on his car. Unless they were exceptionally beautiful, like a stunning beauty. Yu Shu blinked her beautiful eyes, a sweet feeling rising in her heart. This meant Su Yuan had her in his heart. Oh, Tong Shu nodded, turning to look through the car window. After driving for a while, Su Yuan suddenly made a U-turn and drove back. Seeing this, Yu Shu and Tong Shu wore puzzled expressions. On the highway, the girls from the bus had all come over holding food and looking very happy. Lu Qing, who had called them over, felt bitter. She would rather not have the food and just wished to sit in Su Yuan's car. Moi. Suddenly a smile appeared on Lu Qing's face as she saw Su Yuan's car returning. After a while, Su Yuan stopped the car, opened the door, and walked over. A group of girls instinctively stepped back. In their eyes, Su Yuan was a person who killed without blinking. Stand in a line. Su Yuan's lips curled up. With these girls coming over, he didn't need to walk over. After walking for a while, he recalled these girls and thought that if he missed out on those with a fateful bond, it would be a great loss. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Qing and the others trembled obediently, lining up. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan was quite satisfied. These were teachable children, and he then approached to check them one by one. The result was a great disappointment. That wonderful voice did not sound. Su Yuan sighed lightly, decisively got back in the car and drove away. Leaving Lu Qing and the others in disarray, they looked at each other, all feeling bewildered. He made them line up, said not a word, and then left inexplicably. Lu Qing bit her red lip tightly, thinking that Su Yuan might have changed his mind. Not only them, but Yu Shu and Tong Shu in the car were also baffled, yet the two did not ask. Su Yuan hummed a little tune, feeling quite pleased. Not only had he taken down Lu Jiqiang, but he had also obtained a level 2 upgrade blueprint. A few minutes later, he stopped the car and eagerly placed the level 2 blueprint and upgrade materials into the upgrade area. Materials for upgrading are sufficient. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrading this vehicle upgrade will result in a qualitative change. Please wait patiently. Qualitative change. Su Yuan was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but feel excited. However, this time, there was no vehicle type selection, which puzzled him. A crystal shield enveloped the Wuling Hongguang, and round after round of crystal light rippled inside the car, as if scanning the vehicle's body. Yu Shu and Tong Shu were astonished at this scene. They had seen this visual before. This was the light of vehicle upgrading. Had it upgraded again? It was only the second day, and Su Yuan's car had already upgraded twice. This speed was terrifying. The entire car glowed with crystal light, followed by sharp pieces of ordinary black bulletproof armor covering it. The windows were replaced with ordinary black bulletproof glass. It couldn't be seen from the outside, but the inside had a clear view of the outside. The 4 tires were upgraded to all-terrain puncture-resistant off-road tires, plus steel anti-skid chains. The metal spikes at the front of the car upgraded to a low-grade alloy bulldozer, while the rear added a crash bar. The hook lock device on the roof was replaced with low-grade alloy material with 3 alloy hooks spiraling among them. Metal material levels: ordinary metal, advanced metal, low-grade alloy, advanced alloy, bronze alloy, mithril alloy, meteorite alloy. Vehicle upgrade complete. After a long while, the mechanical voice sounded, and Su Yuan's heart jolted as he quickly opened the vehicle information. Wuling battle car. Owner Su Yuan. Level 2. Upgrade fateful bond materials have level 3 upgrade blueprint 1 core, crystal 1 mechanical parts 50, 25 power device 50, 25. Special module materials have early warning detection. Function 1, the automatic pickup within a 5-meter range. This function targets dropped supplies. Function 2, internal space doubled, requires Sumi technology. Weight 510 tons. Defense 200 points. Attached devices: low-grade alloy hook lock, 360-degree rotation, 10-meter distance, low-grade alloy bulldozer. Battle car. Su Yuan's eyes widened as he hurriedly got out to check. The shape of the Wuling Hongguang had completely changed. The car body was larger and more spectacular, shining with a black luster like a steel giant lurking in the night. Cool. He walked around the Wuling battle car, nodding in satisfaction. What is this? Yu Shu and Tong Shu also got out of the car, seeing this steel beast-like battle car, their eyes filled with shock. So powerful and domineering. Seeing the 2 beautiful girls' astonishment, Su Yuan smiled faintly, then sat in the car. What he looked forward to even more was the summoning. The vehicle upgraded to level 2, and he gained another summoning chance. Summon. Su Yuan took a deep breath, praying to summon a door of a higher level than the rare one. Behind the door was a 2-story villa. Oh, a villa. Su Yuan was stunned, wondering if this could actually be. Indeed, it was an arbitrary door. He couldn't help but laugh and cry, having to accept it. The contrast was quite striking. After all, it was a weapon warehouse before. But a villa would suffice. At least he had a place to stay. Collecting his emotions, Su Yuan activated the Wuling battle car and continued on. The scenery along the way was monotonous and lonely, but thankfully Yu Shu and Tong Shu, the 2 beauties, chatted with him. Otherwise, driving like this would be dreadfully boring. There wasn't a single car on the road, clearly indicating that they had long gone far ahead. Time slowly passed, and night quietly descended. Su Yuan stopped the car. Along the way, he had collected 10 treasure chests, yielding 3D area map fragments, a pink car skin blueprint, 1 mechanical part, and 1 power device, with the rest being food and water. Dinner was still self-heating rice with snack bread. The 3 leaned against the car, eating rice, feeling the evening breeze, and gazing at the endless night sky. Though they had already enjoyed this, both Yu Shu and Tong Shu still felt a surge of emotions. While others struggled to survive from the start, they were living luxuriously, clearly not on the same wavelength. As the saying goes, when one is wealth, they think of lewd desires. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Su Yuan looked at the graceful figures of the 2, and a stirring wave arose within him. If it were before, he might have restrained himself, as the space in the car was small. now that they had a villa. Oh. At that moment Tong Shu exclaimed, accidentally spilling the sauce from her self-heating rice onto her clothes. How could you be so careless? Yu Shu saw this and took out a tissue to help her wipe off the mess. I'm too clumsy. Tong Shu looked at the oil stain on her clothes, revealing a hint of regret in her eyes. Su Yuan looked over and his eyes brightened. An opportunity had come. He gently said, if your clothes are dirty, just wash them. That would waste too much water. Tong Shu shook her head at his words. It's not a waste, oh, just wait for me. Su Yuan curled the corners of his mouth into a smile, turned around, and got into the car, dismantling the mattress from the car and placing it aside. Looking at the space that was now twice as wide, he stroked his chin and pondered. After a while he installed the villa door on the left side of the car body and secured it. Who would have imagined that there was a door on the car and behind it lay a villa? Su Yuan had never even dreamed of such a thing. Come in. After finishing up, Su Yuan opened the car door and looked at the two, pretending to be disdainful. 2 days without a shower, and you both are starting to smell. Upon hearing this, Yu Shu and Tong Shu exchanged wry smiles, knowing that just surviving in this world was already a significant fortune. They wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. However, they quietly sniffed themselves and indeed detected an odor, but it wasn't too strong. Yu Shu and Tong Shu then boarded the car and quickly spotted the white door, initially thinking it was just a car decoration. The artwork was so lifelike. Until Su Yuan opened the door, their pupils instantly shook, revealing astonishment. Hiss. Yu Shu, why are you pinching me? Tong Shu gasped, feeling pain in her arm, her shocked expression turning to helplessness. Oh, a little Tong, I'm sorry. Yu Shu quickly apologized upon hearing this. It wasn't intentional, it was a reflex. Come on in and take a shower. Su Yuan smiled slightly. Yu Shu took a deep breath and walked through the door. She understood this meant that Su Yuan trusted them and was revealing his secret. Tong Shu lightly bit her red lip, following behind. The two had become somewhat numb from the astonishments Su Yuan had delivered over the past 2 days. Su Yuan also stepped through the door, entering a spacious living room furnished with a set of cream-colored sofas. The marble floor reflected the crystal chandelier above. To the left of the living room was an open kitchen, while a bathroom was tucked away in the right corner. The villa's design was an open structure, allowing a view of the corridor on the second floor from the first. Yu Shu and Tong Shu were left speechless, staring in wide-eyed amazement at the scene before them. Had they just come from a car into a villa? How was this possible? Taking advantage of their dazed state, Su Yuan explored the villa and was extremely satisfied. On the second floor there was a bedroom, a study, and a bathroom. The villa was fully equipped. The bedroom contained clothes and bedding, the study had books, the bathroom had bathing supplies, and the kitchen was stocked with pots and pans, while the refrigerator held vegetables, fruits, and meat. The bathroom is on the second floor. Who wants to go first? On the second floor corridor, Su Yuan leaned against the railing, addressing the two. Little Tong, you go first. Yu Shu snapped back to reality and said. Tong Shu didn't decline and hurried upstairs, entering the bathroom. Yu Shu also went up, coming to Su Yuan's side and leaning against the railing, gazing at him. Teacher Yu Shu, are you staring at me because you've fallen for me? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and teased. Su Yuan, do you realize that you are like a blooming flower, attracting bees at all times? Yu Shu blinked, her words carrying an unusual sentiment. Does that mean you are the bee now? Su Yuan, upon hearing this, suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around Yu Shu's waist, leaning closer. Yu Shu's delicate body trembled as she looked at Su Yuan, who was so close. A blush flashed across her fair face. She did not deny it. At this moment, she was already lost in the mystery of Su Yuan. Looking at the enchanting Yu Shu, Su Yuan could no longer hold back and leaned down to kiss her. Wait, let me take a shower first. Yu Shu pushed Su Yuan away, her heart racing. At that moment, Yu Shu, Tong Shu's voice called from the bathroom. Little Tong, what's wrong? Yu Shu inquired upon hearing the sound. Could you bring me a piece of clothing? After a few moments of silence, Tong Shu's voice rang out. This girl? Yu Shu smacked her forehead and rushed to the bedroom to fetch clothing. He'll get it. But Su Yuan stopped her with a smile, walking into the bedroom. The wardrobe in the bedroom was filled with clothes, both men's and women's, all unworn. He picked out a white spaghetti strap dress and a white inner layer, making his way to the bathroom door. Tong Shu, I brought the clothes. Where's teacher Yu Shu? In the bathroom. Upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, Tong Shu's body trembled, biting her lips softly as she asked. Teacher Yu Shu is busy with something. Su Yuan's lips curled upwards. Creak. The bathroom door quietly opened a crack and a small pure white hand reached out. Seeing this, Su Yuan placed the clothes on the small hand. After receiving the clothes, Tong Shu quickly retracted her hand and closed the door. Look at how you startled little Tong. Upon witnessing this, Yu Shu playfully scolded. Su Yuan shrugged, returning to Yu Shu's side, gazing at her captivating face, and said softly, Teacher Yu Shu, you are the sexy goddess in the hearts of all the boys in our school. Is that so? Hearing this title, Yu Shu raised an eyebrow and lightly licked her red lips. What about you? Naturally, you are my goddess. Su Yuan's breath hitched slightly, feeling the supreme bone within him stir. Yushu, am done washing up. Just as the atmosphere began to grow intimate again in the bathroom, doors suddenly opened and Tong Shu stepped out. Su Yuan looked over and was instantly captivated. The thin straps of her white slip dress hung loosely on her shoulders, the gauzy fabric slightly damp from the steam, faintly outlining her delicate fair collarbone. The hem of the dress fell just above her knees, revealing her rounded snowy calves swaying gently with her steps like the petals of a blooming lily. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, the tips adorned with tiny crystal-clear droplets that shimmered like gems under the light. Tong Shu's hands hung at her waist, her fingers unconsciously twisting the fabric of her dress, a faint blush spreading across her delicate face. Stunning. Yushu praised, stepping before Tong Shu and unable to resist pinching her tender cheeks. She then went to the bedroom to fetch clothes for a bath. Su Yuan, did you choose this dress? Tong Shu bit her red lip, lightly walking gracefully towards Su Yuan, tilting her head up to ask softly. Yes, it suits you perfectly. A faint fragrance of white tea flowers wafted over. Su Yuan nodded slightly, catching a glimpse of a deep snowy expanse from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help recalling his actions toward Tong Shu in the square. Following Su Yuan's gaze, Tong Shu's cheeks flushed crimson. She instinctively raised her hands and murmured softly, "Does it look good, Oi?" "It looks good." Su Yuan heard her and nodded without hesitation. "Su Yuan, do you like me?" Tong Shu clenched her fists slightly, gathering courage to look up and ask. Su Yuan paused, a smile blooming on his face. "I've liked you since freshman year." "Really?" Tong Shu blinked, a flicker of joy stirring in her heart. "Really, I've had a crush on you for 3 whole years." Su Yuan's lips curled upward as he reached out to ruffle Tong Shu's hair. He wasn't lying, but he wasn't the only one in the class with a crush on her. Every guy was. Such was the charm of the pure campus belle. Tong Shu's body trembled slightly, but she didn't shy away. She said happily, "So were you acting on purpose in the square yesterday?" "No." Hearing this, Su Yuan froze for a moment, then shook his head. "Oh." Tong Shu raised an eyebrow and gave a slight nod. Just then the bathroom door creaked open and Yushu poked her head out to call to Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, I accidentally got my clothes wet. Could you grab me another set?" "No problem." Hearing her voice, Su Yuan turned and headed to the bedroom. He carefully picked a purple neck dress and walked to the bathroom door. Teacher Yushu Hei raced the dress. After a few seconds, the bathroom door swung fully open and Yushu stood gracefully behind it. Su Yuan's eyes widened, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. Yushu smiled radiantly, reached out with her right hand, grabbed Su Yuan's arm, and pulled him into the bathroom. The door slowly closed. In the hallway, Tong Shu witnessed this, her mouth agape, a look of astonishment on her face. She naturally understood what it meant. As if imagining something, her small face flushed bright red, adorably so. Tong Shu bit her lower lip, quickly ran downstairs, plopped onto the sofa, and hugged a pillow to calm her racing heart. After a moment, she looked around at the villa's surroundings, still feeling as if she were in a dream. She was in a villa inside a vehicle. If she told anyone about this, they'd surely think she was crazy. Tong Shu's thoughts surged like a spring, countless ideas flashing through her mind. Finally, she stopped pondering Rose and stepped out of the villa's front door. Back in the car, the world outside was silent. Without Su Yuan's authorization, she couldn't operate the Wuling war chariot. Tong Shu sat in the passenger seat, staring blankly at the night sky outside the window. Hours later. "Tong Shu, what are you doing here?" Su Yuan, beaming, walked out of the door, and seeing Tong Shu lost in thought in the passenger seat, asked with confusion. "I came to check if any danger was approaching outside." Tong Shu gave a slight start, then turned to reply. "You've worked hard." Hearing this, Su Yuan sat in the driver's seat and started the car. "Where's Sister Yushu?" Tong Shu asked with a sweet smile, not seeing her figure. "She's tired, she went to sleep first." Su Yuan smiled faintly. "Oh." Tong Shu blinked, her beautiful eyes not pressing further on why Yushu was tired. Su Yuan drove, while opening the chat channel to see if there was any useful information. Tong Shu, meanwhile, turned her head to gaze at Su Yuan's profile, her eyes shimmering with light, lost in thought. "Tong Shu, do you like me too?" As if sensing her gaze, Su Yuan suddenly asked. "Yes." Tong Shu whipped her head back, her small hands resting on her lap, twisting the fabric of her dress, her voice barely a whisper. This caught Su Yuan off guard. He turned to look at her, curious. "When did you start liking me?" "From freshman year." Tong Shu replied softly, unable to meet his eyes. "Huh." Su Yuan was stunned. Had he heard that right? Freshman year. Not just these past few days. "Tong Shu, you've liked me since freshman year." Su Yuan couldn't believe it and asked again for confirmation. Tong Shu bowed her head, her cheeks flushed with shyness, her hands fidgeting nervously together. Su Yuan let out a breath, then broke into a radiant smile. This was something he had never imagined, that the campus belle could have a secret crush. And that crush was on him. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Su Yuan chuckled. Tong Shu pouted and lifted her eyes. "You didn't tell me either." "I'm telling you now." A smirk tugged at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth as he activated autopilot and leaned over. Seeing this, Tong Shu bit her lip, her heart racing like a startled deer. Suddenly, a warm sensation covered her lips, and a dreamy haze clouded her eyes. A long moment later. Hey, race a reward. Ice cream. In high spirits, Su Yuan held 2 ice cream cones and handed one to Tong Shu. Where did this come from? Tong Shu took the cone surprised. From over there. Su Yuan pointed to the small shop door beside the villa's main entrance. How did another door appear? Tong Shu turned to look startled again. When had that appeared? Let's go see. Su Yuan smiled. Tong Shu rose, curiosity piqued, opened the door, and stepped inside. This. She stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief at the array of goods on display. Coming to her senses, she suddenly understood. This was where Su Yuan's food came from. But how was this possible? Had it come from a treasure chest? Her heart churned with both shock and confusion. A few minutes later, Tong Shu exited the shop and returned to the passenger seat. Her crescent-shaped eyes fixed on Su Yuan, a complex look in her gaze. It was as if a mysterious veil shrouded Su Yuan, drawing her and making her want to uncover everything about him. This is just the beginning. A happy life is yet to come. Su Yuan pinched her cheek, a mysterious smile on his lips. Just then a scent of roses wafted over, and Su Yuan felt a soft touch on his back. He spun around abruptly and saw a face radiant yet tinged with a hint of grievance. So you're sneaking treats behind my back. Yushu wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck, murmuring with a pout. Here, have it. Su Yuan handed her the half-eaten ice cream cone. Yushu didn't mind taking a bite. A cold sensation spread and a sweet flavor filled her mouth. Where did that ice cream come from? Yushu licked her lips, a look of curiosity on her face. Sister Yushu, it's behind that door, Tong Shu said, pointing. When did a door appear here? Yushu followed her finger and let out a surprised murmur. Tong Shu winked. Sister Yushu, there's a surprise inside. Hearing this, Yushu raised an eyebrow, turned around, and walked over to open the door. A convenience store. A cry of astonishment came from within a second later. Su Yuan, was the food you had before from here? Yushu walked out, both shocked and elated. Bingo. Su Yuan snapped his fingers and grinned. With this convenience store, we won't go hungry anymore. Yushu's beautiful eyes sparkled with light, and she gesticulated excitedly. So much so that she, clad in a purple sheer camisole nightgown, was exposed. Yushu was completely oblivious, and even if she knew, she wouldn't have cared. Having food, drink, and a place to sleep felt just like a vacation. Tong Shu's eyes widened slightly, a hint of envy flashing within them. She thought to herself, Sister Yushu's figure is simply too good, too seductive. Su Yuan witnessed this scene and nearly lost his composure, but he managed to calm down in the end. What a captivating enchantress. Su Yuan, I'll take the night watch. You two go get some rest. Having composed herself, Yushu gave Su Yuan a playful wink. Sister Yushu, I'm not tired yet, Tong Shu said, shaking her head. No, Xiao Tong, you are tired. Yushu stepped forward, grabbed Tong Shu by the arm, and pushed her into the villa. Sister Yushu, Su Yuan started, but was interrupted. Yushu put her hands on her hips and said coquettishly, forgot again, have you? Don't call me teacher, call me Sister Yu. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Yushu put her hands on her hips and said coquettishly, forgot again, have you? Don't call me teacher, call me Sister Yu. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Now Tong O. Su Yuan's eyes caught a glimpse of a snowy white expanse. This girl wasn't wearing anything underneath. Hurry up and go. Seeing Su Yuan in a daze, Yushu urged anxiously. Seeing her expression, Su Yuan gave a helpless smile. He was about to say that Tong Shu was already captivated, but then he thought better of it. He couldn't let down Yushu's thoughtful intentions. He nodded slightly and walked towards the villa's entrance. As he passed Yushu, he suddenly reached out and slapped her rounded bottom. Yushu let out a soft moan and shot Su Yuan a glare. What a naughty boy. Inside the villa, Tong Shu stood demurely in the living room, her hands at her sides. Seeing Su Yuan enter, she was about to speak. But Su Yuan strode over to Tong Shu in a few quick steps and suddenly swept her up in a bridal carry. Tong Shu let out an instinctive shriek and quickly wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck. She lowered her head, her cheeks burning crimson. Tonight it's just the two of us. Su Yuan whispered softly before carrying Tong Shu up the stairs to the second-floor bedroom. In the passenger seat of the Wuling war chariot, Yushu rested her feet on the dashboard. Her sheer nightgown slipped, revealing her rounded fair legs, an utterly tempting sight. She held a drink in one hand and a spicy snack stick in the other, enjoying herself leisurely. Various other snacks were scattered on the driver's seat. Why isn't there a moon tonight? Munching on the spicy stick, Yushu frowned. It was pitch black all around, with only the Wuling war chariot's headlights illuminating the road ahead. Oh well, I won't think about it. Time to feast. She hummed a little tune, munching on her snacks one bite at a time, having completely forgotten about her close friend. On a road, a small RV came to a stop. Junling looked at the sand-covered treasure chest illuminated by the headlights ahead, a hesitant expression on her face. Finally, gritting her teeth, She opened the car door and stepped out, pulling her small black leather jacket tighter around her. This action immediately accentuated her proud and stunning figure. If Yushu was the sexy goddess of Nantian University, then Junling was the every male student's dream girl for tonight. Her voluptuous cleavage and perfect waist-to-hip ratio radiated charm at every moment. Junling lightly bit her red lips, approached the roadside, and walked cautiously towards the chest. Phew! She successfully retrieved the chest and returned to the road. Opening it, she let out a long sigh of relief. Another day blessed by fortune. She knew there were 3 types of chests. One had no danger, one had a hidden danger beneath the chest, and the last one had a danger inside the chest itself. The few chests she had encountered today were all the safe, not anger type. It's not food, nor is it a weapon. Junling sighed, returned to the RV, and scanned it. Armored Vehicle Modification Card. Rarity rare. Description: no materials needed, modify instantly. Wow! Junling gasped in amazement, then became incredibly excited, her heavy chest heaving violently with each breath. Modify. She used it without a second thought. However, a line of text appeared on the vehicle's holographic screen. Vehicle level is initial. Modification not possible. Please upgrade the vehicle first. Damn it. Seeing this message, Junling slammed her fist onto the dashboard in frustration. Ouch. The next second she whimpered in pain and rubbed her little hand. At that moment she felt like a helpless husband, powerless before his beautiful and alluring wife. Upgrade materials. Junling exhaled heavily, started the car, and set off to search for more chests. Time slipped away. The third day arrived. The sky was oppressively gloomy, a sight so stifling it felt like the apocalypse. Fog. Yushu watched as rolling mists materialized out of thin air, turning everything around her into a white, indistinct blur. Sensing something was wrong, she quickly got up and ran into the villa, only to collide head-on with Su Yuan, who was just coming out. Ow! Yushu cried out in pain and began to fall backward. Sister Yu, why are you in such a panic? Su Yuan reacted swiftly and caught her. Su Yuan, there's a fog, Yushu said urgently. Hearing this, Su Yuan went to the Wuling war chariot. Indeed, a vast expanse of white lay ahead, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. Luckily, it had autonomous driving, otherwise they'd likely have driven onto the sand, though his car could handle it. Was there anything unusual last night? Su Yuan asked, turning his head as he settled into the driver's seat. Yushu returned to the passenger seat, thought for a moment, and said, there was no moon last night. No moon. Su Yuan frowned, opened the chat channel, and started checking messages. Yushu strained her eyes, trying to see through the white fog, when suddenly a ghastly, contorted face materialized, pressed tightly against the car window, as if trying to see inside. Su Yuan. Yushu's pupils dilated instantly, her body gave a violent shudder, and she screamed. She was terrified by the sudden, unexpected face. Hearing the scream, Su Yuan turned to look, and his expression changed slightly. Zombies. Immediately after, a series of crashing sounds followed. 5 zombies hurled themselves against the bulletproof windshield, pounding on the glass frantically, looking for death. Seeing this, Su Yuan quickly switched to manual mode and said to Yushu, hold on tight. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The Wuling war chariot roared to life, its speed surging instantly before coming to a sudden halt. The 5 zombies were flung through the air like projectiles, crashing onto the road. Before they could get up, the steel beast of the Wuling war chariot rolled right over them, as if a faint sound of crunching bones could be heard. Auto-looting in progress. Looting complete. Looted supplies stored in temporary warehouse. Please retrieve them as soon as possible. Lines of information flashed across the vehicle's holographic screen, the borders of the subtitles glowing with light. Excellent, let the slaughter begin. Su Yuan glanced over, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. If killing zombies dropped supplies, then what was he waiting for? Roar, roar. In a matter of moments, a horde of zombie figures surged into view within the visible range, snarling and charging forward with bared fangs. Rumble, rumble. Su Yuan maneuvered the Wuling war chariot, plowing straight through them. The alloy bulldozer blade at the front gleamed with vicious fangs, its jagged teeth shimmering with a dull, ashen black luster. The next second, the dull thud of impacts, the crack of shattering bones, and the wet, sticky sound of flesh grinding against metal. 3 distinct noises wove together into a brutal symphony of death. A few zombie heads even flew over, smashing against the glass and leaving streaks of blood. Witnessing this, Yushu felt her stomach churn, unable to suppress a few dry heaves. Sis, you, if you can't take it, head back to the villa, Su Yuan said upon noticing. No, I'm not leaving. Yushu shook her head, gritting her teeth to persevere. She had to adapt, as she refused to be a mere ornament. Su Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of approval, and he chose not to press further. After the Wuling war chariot cleared the zombies ahead, he checked the rearview mirror and promptly reversed. At first he felt a slight resistance, but once the speed picked up, the sensation vanished instantly. Due to the white mist, Su Yuan had no idea how many zombies were swarming his vehicle. He repeated a few maneuvers, plowing forward, then sharp left and right, turns like a dragon, whipping its tail, before turning around to plow again. After more than 10 minutes, the roars within the mist fell silent, and not a single zombie figure remained in sight. Phew! Yushu exhaled deeply, rubbing her temples as she began to acclimate somewhat. Not just to the gruesome deaths of the zombies, but also to the jostling inside the vehicle. Time to tally the spoils. Su Yuan waited a moment, and when no zombies appeared, he was about to open the temporary storage when a private message suddenly popped up on the holographic screen. "Sis Yu, it's a message from Teacher Junling. Take a look." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, swiped the message interface to the left side of the screen, and continued opening the storage. "Oh." Yushu was startled, finally remembering her close friend, and hurriedly checked the message. Compressed biscuits, bandages, alcohol, a dagger. Su Yuan retrieved the stored supplies one by one, most of which were basic survival items, leaving him slightly disappointed. Zombie immune serum. Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he spotted the rare item. Zombie immune serum. Rare. Description: upon injection grants immunity to the zombie virus. No more worrying about sneaky zombies catching you off guard. Su Yuan Junling is in danger. At that moment, Yushu's face turned pale as she spoke urgently. Encountered zombies. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. No, it's a few male teachers from school who blocked Junling's car on the road. She's trapped inside and calling for help. Yushu bit her lower lip, her eyes pleading. "Su Yuan, can we go save Junling, please?" After hearing her out, Su Yuan fell silent. Seeing his silence, the light in Yushu's eyes dimmed and tears began to glisten in her eyes. Suddenly struck by an idea, she gripped Su Yuan's arm tightly, biting her lip. "Su Yuan, if you save Junling, you'll convince her to join us. She'll warm your bed." Su Yuan's brow twitched, but he remained unmoved. Just then, a barrage of messages popped up on the vehicle's holographic screen. Yushu quickly tapped to open and enlarge them. "Junling, Yushu, how's it going?" Did Su Yuan agree? "Junling, those scumbags damaged my tires." Junling, oh, and tell Su Yuan I have a rare supply item. That's the reward for coming to rescue me. Junling supply item info. Su Yuan glanced over the messages, curious, and opened the item details. His pupils abruptly contracted. "Sis, you have Teacher Junling, send her location." Su Yuan turned to Yushu and said, then pulled out a vial of zombie immune serum and injected it into his. A slight sting shot through him. He frowned, sensing a cool stream flowing within his body and a subtle change in his strength. Total strength 10. Checking his status, he found his strength had indeed increased by 2 points, an unexpected bonus. "Su Yuan, I've got the location." Yushu's face lit up with a smile again as she activated the positioning function, and 2 red dots appeared on the screen. One dot marked their vehicle's position, the other indicated Junling's RV. "Sis, does your earlier offer still?" Su Yuan started the engine and sped off, following the route. Junling's RV was located to the northwest. At full speed they would arrive in about 10 minutes. "It stands." Yushu was taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. She leaned over and placed a tender kiss on Su Yuan's cheek, her breath warm and fragrant. "Thank you. Sis, you won't hold it against me, will you?" Su Yuan paused, turning to ask. "No." Yushu shook her head. In her heart, she held no resentment towards Su Yuan, even if he ultimately chose not to save Junling. In this post-apocalyptic world of survival, she understood the laws of survival all too well. "Sis, you love you." Su Yuan reached out, caressing her cheek, and spoke with deep affection. "The white mist is thinning." Yushu beamed, her gaze fixed ahead as visibility widened. Suddenly, several figures reflected in her eyes. "Su Yuan, zombies ahead." "I see them." Su Yuan's lips curled upward as the Wuling war chariot surged forward. Hearing the commotion, a few zombies turned and charged with roars, only to be reduced to flying flesh and blood, dead beyond dead. The Wuling war chariot rolled onto a highway, then onto sandy terrain, advancing with impunity, treating any zombie in its path as mere speed bumps. Soft sand could trap ordinary vehicles in despair, but for Su Yuan's Wuling war chariot, it posed no obstacle at all. Such was the might of a vehicle that had undergone a qualitative transformation. Yushu's gaze swept across the window, and in a fleeting glimpse, she seemed to spot a car overturned on the road, surrounded by a few zombies. Su Yuan, zombies can get onto the highway now. Her pupils contracted as she belatedly realized. Probably due to the white mist, or maybe the beginner's protection period is over. Su Yuan was already aware and had his own conjectures. The true struggle for survival had begun. "Su Yuan, I'm so glad I have you." Yushu blinked, a look of relief washing over her. "Sis, you take out all the supplies from the temporary storage." Su Yuan smiled at her words, then gave an instruction. "Oh, okay." Yushu nodded lightly, opened the temporary storage on the screen, and retrieved the items one by one. Over 50 items combined with the more than 30 Su Yuan had taken out earlier totaled nearly 100 supplies. That meant Su Yuan had killed 100 zombies. "There's a vial of zombie immune serum." Yushu's eyes brightened as she quickly handed it to Su Yuan. Sis, you turn that peach up, Su Yuan said as he took the serum vial. Huh, what for? Yushu was startled but obediently complied. For the injection. Su Yuan raised his hand, plunged the needle into Yushu, and administered the zombie. A slight sting was felt, and Yushu couldn't help but let out a soft grunt. All right, tell teacher Junling that I will arrive in 5 minutes, so she doesn't need to panic. Su Yuan smiled slightly as the Wuling battle vehicle weaved between the road and the sand. He didn't take any detours, but drove straight ahead. Su Yuan, isn't it a bit wasteful to use such precious serum on me? Yushu felt touched, contacting Junling while asking. The zombie immunity serum is effective only once. Using it more is futile. Su Yuan chuckled and explained while the two were chatting. On a road shrouded in white mist, a small RV was parked with 2 tires punctured in the front and back, and the 2 large doors of the vehicle were battered and dented. Through the cracked windshield, Junling saw a gray off-road vehicle blocking the road ahead, obstructing her path. There were also some stones blocking the sides of the off-road vehicle, completely sealing off the road ahead. Thankfully, the RV's glass was quite durable and had not been broken, preventing those scumbags from succeeding. Last night, while searching for treasure, 2 teachers she recognized suddenly appeared on the road at dawn, trying to... Fortunately, her vigilance was high, and without thinking she charged ahead. However, they were already prepared. The gray off-road vehicle was blocking the way. Just as Junling wanted to retreat, she found the vehicle would not back up, and then she was violently attacked. She quickly sent a distress signal to Su Yuan. Then she watched helplessly as those people tried to break in through the doors and windows, when suddenly a thick white mist spread, obscuring her view of the surroundings. A few seconds later, she heard a piercing scream. Immediately after, her small RV was violently struck, accompanied by a series of howls. Suddenly, a bloodied hand pressed against the window, revealing a grotesque, decaying face. Junling was startled and finally understood where the howling came from. The white mist brought a horde of zombies. However, their arrival temporarily saved her. The scumbags retreated to their vehicle. Seemingly one of them had been bitten by a zombie. At this moment, messages popped up on the vehicle's display. Who? Rescue is here. Junling quickly opened it, patted her full chest, and let out a sigh of relief. I forgot to remind you, Shu, that there are zombies here. She suddenly remembered and hurriedly sent a message. Inside the gray off-road vehicle, 4 men looked at the moving horde of zombies with mixed expressions. Wang Hui, what are you waiting for? Start the vehicle and leave. A bespectacled man exclaimed in panic. Are you teaching me how to do things? Wang Hui, sitting in the driver's seat, glared back at him with a cold gleam in his eyes. The bespectacled man instinctively leaned back, falling silent. The arrival of the zombies made him forget that Wang Hui was the vehicle's owner. Brother Hui, don't be angry, as Xiao Chun was just scared. A man in a suit tried to ease the tension. The last monkey-faced man suggested we mustn't drive. I saw in a TV show that zombies have poor eyesight, but excellent hearing. If we drive now, all the nearby zombies will surely be attracted over. Damn zombies, we were so close to success. Wang Hui cursed angrily, his gaze dark as he looked at the small RV. He had pursued Junling at school, but she had never paid him any attention, which infuriated him. This time he was on the verge of capturing Junling, ready to enjoy her body and humiliate her thoroughly, but the zombies arrived, and even bit one of his companions. At this moment, a raging fire of evil surged within him. Brother Hui, Junling's vehicle is broken. Once the zombies leave, she won't be able to escape. The man in the suit thought of Junling's enticing figure and licked his lips. Right, as long as we don't make noise, this horde of zombies should disperse. The monkey-faced man nodded. Good, then we'll wait. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Wang Hui exhaled, his gaze fixed on the RV. In the white mist, an iron beast sped through. Su Yuan, Junling said she also encountered a horde of zombies. We need to be careful. Yushu saw the message pop up on the display, glanced at it, then turned her head and said, Isn't that perfect? Hearing this, Su Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Zombies were merely movable resources to him. Confirm the positions and conditions of those male teachers with teacher Junling. Okay. Yushu nodded slightly, sending messages to communicate with Junling. The dense fog in this area was also gradually thinning. In the back seat of the gray off-road vehicle, Chun Wei remained silent, looking out the window, daring not to voice his anger at Wang Hu's reprimand, silently enduring. Suddenly, he caught sight of a massive shadow emerging from the white mist. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. A vehicle is coming, Chun Wei suddenly exclaimed, pointing outside. Without him needing to remind, Wang Hui and the others also heard the commotion and all looked over. What kind of vehicle is that? The monkey-faced man stared in astonishment. Is that a shovel at the front? And what is that thing circling on the roof? The man in the suit looked at the vehicle, which resembled an iron beast, incredulously saying. Hearing the huge commotion, the surrounding horde of zombies roared and charged towards the iron beast. He just in time to draw the horde of zombies away. We can take the opportunity to capture teacher Junling and then leave. Wang Hu's gaze shifted to the small RV, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. Just as he was about to get out of the vehicle, a panicked voice reached his ears. "Brother Hui, that vehicle is charging at us." The man in the suit shouted in terror. Hearing this, Wang Hui quickly turned his head in shock and hurriedly started the vehicle. However, it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 metallic, glimmering hooks pierced through the air, directly penetrating the gray off-road vehicle. Unfortunately, the bespectacled man and the monkey-faced man in the back seat were pierced through their bodies by one of the hooks protruding out of the vehicle and pinning them against the metal spikes. Wang Hui and the man in the suit stared at the alloy chains that had passed through in front of them, swallowing hard in fear. They had almost been pierced too. "Get out of the vehicle." Wang Hui decisively gave up on the off-road vehicle and was about to open the door to jump out when he suddenly stopped his movement. The off-road vehicle was rapidly approaching the iron beast. Jumping out now would likely get him crushed. "Brother Hui, what should we do?" The man in the suit was terrified, the images of the two dying in the back seat lingering in his mind. "Friend, is there a misunderstanding?" Wang Hui tried to calm himself down, urgently shouting towards the Wuling battle vehicle. "This guy says misunderstanding." In the Wuling battle vehicle, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, having used the alloy hooks for the first time with quite good results. This off-road vehicle was as fragile as paper pierced through directly. Su Yuan, don't mind him. Yu Shu snorted coldly. It was this guy who put Junling in danger. He was already on a path to death. "Big shot, I don't know where I offended you. Please let me go." The suited man shouted in terror as the vehicle drew closer to the chilling bulldozer. The door on his side was tightly locked by a metallic hook, leaving him unable to escape. "Friend, more friends lead to more paths." Wang Hu's face turned pale as he shouted unwillingly. However, no one responded to him, as if the steel beast before him was driven by a ghost. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and kicked the car door open, struggling to climb onto the roof. Oh, quite clever. In the Wuling battle vehicle, Su Yuan was astonished by this scene. "Su Yuan, Wang Hui is trying to jump out of the car." Yuzhu was startled and quickly said, "Don't worry, he won't escape." A smirk appeared at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Hui, who had jumped out of the car, was surrounded by 7 or 8 zombies. "Get lost, get away from me," Wang Hui shouted angrily, wielding a dagger in an attempt to scare off the zombies. Wababa. The zombies tilted their heads, and the next second they pounced. "Oh!" Wang Hui screamed while frantically stabbing the zombies with his dagger, but they were utterly unfazed by the pain gnawing at him relentlessly. Creak. Meanwhile, the off-road vehicle slammed into the metallic bulldozer. The car body began to crumple and tear apart as the suited man inside screamed in despair. Inside the small RV, Junling's rosy little mouth was wide open, able to fit an egg. Her beautiful eyes were shocked as she watched the events unfolding on the sandy ground. Wang Hui was being torn apart by zombies, and the tall and mighty off-road vehicle was ripped apart like a chick. Is this the rescue she called for? This is way too terrifying and powerful. No wonder Yuzhu abandoned her. If she faced a choice, she would undoubtedly choose this vehicle without hesitation. Who serves him right, thinking he can bully me? Junling's face broke into a radiant smile as she gazed at the Wuling battle vehicle, a hint of brilliance flickering in her beautiful eyes. Rumble. Su Yuan retracted the 3 metallic hooks, and the blood-stained, battered off-road vehicle rolled out, with the Wuling battle vehicle crushing it. It turned back towards Wang Hui. Lying on the ground, convulsing, Wang Hui saw a massive shadow reflected in his eyes, then the world went dark. At this moment, the Wuling battle vehicle was swarmed by zombies attempting to break through its defenses. Old trick. Accelerate and slam to a stop, then whip the tail. After some time, the horde of zombies was cleared. Falling supplies were automatically collected. Su Yuan slowly drove the Wuling battle vehicle to the front of the small RV, surprised as he looked at the impressive results on the vehicle. Fortunately, he arrived in time. "Don't get out of the car." Su Yuan saw the RV door open from the corner of his eye and quickly shouted. Hearing the voice, Junling paused, then pulled back and closed the door. Just then a shadow pounced down from the roof. "I knew there was another one." Su Yuan raised his gaze calmly, drew his pistol, and fired several shots at the shadow. Bang, bang, bang. He hit the zombie's head, accurately causing it to burst. Roar, roar, roar. Not just one, 4 more zombies leapt onto the Wuling battle vehicle. Su Yuan stepped back a few paces, grabbed the QBZ rifle on his back, and swept it across. Tat, tat, tat. The 4 zombies collapsed onto the road, struggling a few times before becoming still. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Su Yuan was filled with excitement. Having taken the serum, he felt invincible. He circled around the Wuling battle vehicle and the small RV, then climbed onto the roof to check. Finding no zombies lying in wait, he approached the RV. "You can come out now," Su Yuan called out. Inside the small RV, Junling's eyes had not left Su Yuan, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with admiration. "He is so handsome." Hearing the voice, she put away her infatuated expression and opened the door. Then she leaped into Su Yuan's arms, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Thank you." The warm, soft sensation washed over Su Yuan, momentarily freezing him just as he was about to speak. A wonderful voice suddenly echoed in his mind, followed by lines of information appearing. Ding. Fate bond with the heroine Junling. Junling. Teacher Tong Yin. Age 29. Height 172 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Measurements. Overall strength 6. Talent none. Fate bond perfect evolution. Perfect evolution triggered when the vehicle undergoes modification or upgrades. All attributes evolve to perfection level. Note, for example, an iron piece evolves into alloy. You're welcome. Su Yuan patted her back, his face radiating with a brilliant smile. You must be Su Yuan, right? Junling released her embrace, stepped back, and smiled brightly. Yes, I am Su Yuan. Su Yuan's gaze subconsciously drifted to a particular area, feeling a rush of emotion. This is the charm of values. This is the allure of a goddess tonight. Where is Yuju? Junling noticed Su Yuan's gaze, and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. It seems Su Yuan is also very interested in her. In the car, Su Yuan pointed to the Wuling battle vehicle. Hearing this, Junling raised her hand and waved towards the Wuling battle vehicle. At this moment in the car, Yuju bit her red lips, slightly, her fist clenched. She saw Junling jump out of the car and hug Su Yuan, naturally understanding her best friend's intentions. She has taken a liking to Su Yuan. This is great, she wouldn't even need to persuade him. A sense of crisis immediately welled up in her heart. Teacher Yuju, where is the armored vehicle modification card? Su Yuan extended his palm, smiling slightly. Oh, here you go. Junling got into the car and handed a black card to Su Yuan. After examining it, Su Yuan looked up at the small RV and said, Teacher Junling, your RV should no longer be operational. How about riding in my vehicle? He extended the invitation. Sure. Junling nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Su Yuan was taken aback, thinking she would say she needed to think it over, but she unexpectedly agreed immediately. This was indeed very good. Is there anything else you need to take? Su Yuan asked. Nothing. Junling thought for a moment, shook her head. The car was empty, nothing was left. Teacher Yuju, can't wait to meet you, Teacher Junling. Hearing this, Su Yuan walked towards the Wuling battle vehicle and opened the door. Junling excitedly followed him into the car. Little Yu. Junling immediately spotted Yuju in the passenger seat and noticed the purple nightgown she was wearing, her eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. Jun, you smell so strong. Yuju saw Junling coming over to hug her. She pinched her nose with a look of disgust. Of course I smell after 3 days without a shower. Junling stopped, sniffed her body, and smiled wryly. Sister, you take Teacher Junling to take a shower. Su Yuan chuckled silently and spoke. You're in for a treat, follow me. Yuju stood up, grabbed Junling's hand, and walked towards the villa's entrance. At this moment, Junling finally had time to take in her surroundings. The car had a lot of space, enough for her to stand upright. Where do we wash up? She suddenly asked, belatedly realizing. Of course in the bathroom, where else would we go? Yuju raised her hand and tapped her forehead, a sly look. A bathroom? Junling was taken aback, glancing at the car with a look of confusion. Where did this bathroom come from? But the next moment her pupils trembled. Are you shocked? Yushu proudly opened the villa's door and asked. Is this a door? Junling stared in disbelief, thinking it was a painting. Is there another door beside it? But how could there be a door on the car? The shock is just beginning. Yushu was quite pleased with Junling's astonishment and confusion, smiling as she took her hand and walked through the door. A house. In an instant, Junling's exclamation echoed. Su Yuan shrugged. This was the remarkable power of Heaven's envy. A second later, he activated the Wuling Hongguang, crushing the stones blocking the way, and engaged autopilot. Armored vehicle modification card, transform for me. Su Yuan took out a black card, eagerly placing it into the holographic interface. Detected armored vehicle modification card. Do you wish to proceed with the modification? Modify. Modifying, please wait. Detecting special modules. Special module enhancement in progress. Modification plan has changed. Perfect modification in progress. Please be patient. A series of crystalline auras rippled through the car, and the appearance of the Wuling battle vehicle quietly transformed. The car body elongated and elevated, forming a two-layer structure with a circular turret rising atop. The black bulletproof armor slowly faded away, replaced by chunks of secret silver alloy armor. The vehicle's alloy shovel transformed into a secret silver alloy shovel, and the alloy hook lock on the roof became a secret silver alloy hook lock. 4 anti-stab off-road tires became 6 secret silver alloy armored tires. A layer of silver gray coated armor completely enveloped the Wuling battle vehicle, appearing from a distance like a dormant silver gray beast. But it wasn't over. A secret silver alloy cannon barrel condensed from the turret on the roof, aiming at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. Modification complete. A cold mechanical voice sounded, jolting Su Yuan's spirit as he gazed intently. Wuling armored vehicle, secret silver level. Owner Su Yuan. Level 2. Upgrade fate bond materials have level 3 upgrade, blueprint 1, core, crystal 1, mechanical parts 50, 25 power device 5025. Special modules materials have early warning detection perfect evolution triggers upgrade and modification. Function 1, the automatic pickup within a 5-meter radius. This function targets dropped resources. Weight 20 tons. Defense extremely high. External devices secret alloy silver hook lock 360-degree rotation 20-meter distance automatic retraction secret silver alloy shovel automatic retraction secret silver main cannon automatic retraction includes 20 regular shells and 5 armor-piercing shells. Wow, amazing. Su Yuan inhaled sharply glancing up at the top. There was a turret-like space above that could rotate 360 degrees. The main cannon could be used automatically or manually. Creak. The sound of metal scraping echoed as the secret silver cannon barrel rotated from the front to the back. After getting familiar with it, Su Yuan was filled with excitement. A shot from this cannon would definitely obliterate any vehicle without alloy bulletproof armor. With the main cannon retracted, the silver-gray Wuling armored vehicle drove along the highway. Almost forgot. Su Yuan felt immensely pleased, suddenly remembering the resources dropped by the zombies, and hurriedly opened the temporary warehouse. The temporary warehouse in the holographic interface could only store items for an hour, after that they would disappear. A total of 54 items were collected, including 2 vials of zombie immunity serum, just right for giving Tong Shu and Jun Ling an injection. He also received 5 vehicle coins, the use of which he was still unaware of except for pinning messages to the top. The rest consisted of basic supplies like food and water. After counting his gains, he opened the chat channel wanting to see if everyone had encountered zombies. D86 District Chat Channel, 998. Over 300 people logged off. There were still 1,200 last night. No, this is for vehicle owners. The number of deaths should be even higher. Su Yuan's pupils constricted as he looked at the chat channel where messages flew by like snowflakes. Help! I'm trapped in the car by zombies. It's over. The vehicle owner got bitten while stepping out to urinate. Damn it, how can zombies come onto the highway? Damn, I'm in a survival vehicle. What else can I say? My life is on the line. Has the newbie protection period passed? Woo-woo. My boyfriend got bitten. Can someone save me? The channel was shrouded in a sense of death, with most people complaining endlessly. Su Yuan frowned, and after looking for a long time, he still couldn't find any useful information. At this moment in the villa, Yushu and Jun Ling, who had been playing around in the bathroom for a long time, finally came out and went downstairs. Why am I wearing this outfit? Jun Ling looked at her casual wear, and then at Yushu's purple camisole night. Only this outfit is suitable for you. Yushu blinked and said slowly. Oh, Jun Ling believed her, but then she caught sight of a sneaky figure out of the corner of her eye and exclaimed, Is there someone else in the villa? Yushu raised her gaze to the second floor upon hearing this. Little Tong, why are you sneaking around with a bedsheet? Yushu Jiai. Huh. Tong Shu's body trembled. She was still discovered. She straightened up and looked down. Jun Ling, Jia, why are you here? So it's Little Tong. Jun Ling raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. Connecting some dots, she felt a bit enlightened. You explain what you were doing first. Yushu placed her hands on her hips and said with a light reprimand. When she went to the bedroom to get clothes, Tong Shu was still asleep, which made her feel quite emotional. Other survivors don't get this kind of treatment, sleeping comfortably until they wake up naturally. The bedsheet is dirty. I'm taking it to wash. Tong Shu rolled her eyes and quickly said, Is it necessary to sneak around just to wash a bedsheet? Go wash it then. Yushu shook her head helplessly and then waved her hand. Yushu, Jia, Jun Ling, Jia, I'll be there soon. Tong Shu sighed in relief and hurried into the bathroom. Jun Ling's beautiful eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a bright red mark on the bedsheet, causing a flicker of surprise on her face. But she didn't say anything. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Yushu patted Jun Ling's shoulder. The two of them walked out of the villa and headed to the car. Edge, why is there a staircase here? Yushu questioned upon seeing the staircase in the corner. Hearing the noise, Su Yuan did not turn around and explained briefly. The car was just modified. Su Yuan, did you use the armored vehicle modification card? Jun Ling said thoughtfully upon hearing this. Yes, and I should thank you, Teacher Jun Ling. Su Yuan turned around at this moment and raised an eyebrow slightly. Jun Ling was dressed quite conservatively, yet her curvaceous figure could still be subtly discerned. This outfit made her appear elegant and poised. You came to rescue me. This is only right. Jun Ling waved her hand somewhat embarrassedly. Are you awake? As Su Yuan was about to respond, he saw Tong Shu walking out of the main door and softly said to her, Upon hearing this, Tong Shu's face flushed red, and she unconsciously recalled the scenes from last night. Tanjir and Teacher Jun Ling, please come here. Su Yuan took out 2 vials of zombie immunity serum and waved his hand. Tong Shu obediently walked over. Jun Ling was momentarily stunned, then stepped forward, her beautiful eyes gazing at Su Yuan, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within them. It was like a steel beast of a vehicle equipped with a small shop, a villa, and various firearms. Most importantly, he was quite handsome. Su Yuan's figure was undoubtedly deeply imprinted in her heart. In this apocalyptic struggle for survival, he was truly a safe and warm harbor. She had to admit that she had already developed feelings for Su Yuan. Extend your arm. Su Yuan, unaware of the thoughts of the enchanting woman before him, spoke to Tong Shu and injected the serum into her fair arm. Tong Shu furrowed her brow and murmured softly, "All right, teacher Junling." Su Yuan raised his gaze towards Junling beside him, signaling her to extend her hand. "What is this?" Junling came back to her senses, puzzled for a moment before finally asking. "Zombie immunity serum." Su Yuan replied with a slight smile. "This should be quite precious, right?" Hearing this name, Junling's pupils constricted and she hesitated. "It's precious, but we've already injected it." Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin. Seeing that Junling was hesitating, Yushu immediately stepped forward and extended her arm, huffing, "If you keep hesitating, I'll smack your backside." Junling was momentarily taken aback, her mind inevitably sparking a thought. Could it be that Yushu? Su Yuan's expression froze momentarily, then he helplessly smiled, injecting the last vial of zombie immunity serum into Junling's arm. From this moment on, the four of them were no longer afraid of zombie infection. "Brother Su, there's a horde of zombies ahead." Just then Tong Shu suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the sandy ground on the left. There was a BMW stuck in the sand surrounded by dozens of zombies. Just in time. Su Yuan turned to look, the corners of his mouth lifting into a slight arc as he stopped the Wuling armored vehicle and said to the three, "Go change into some clothes." "Change into what clothes?" Yushu was taken aback, glancing down at her outfit. "Wasn't this outfit nice?" "Change into something more convenient for movement." Seeing the expression on her face, Su Yuan tapped his forehead and said, Oh. Yushu understood and walked into the villa with Junling and Tong Shu. In the bedroom. "Xiaoyu, didn't you say there weren't any clothes suitable for me?" Junling looked at the dazzling array of clothes in the wardrobe, astonished, as she turned to Yushu. "You have a big chest. Wearing these clothes would be too revealing." Realizing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Yushu rolled her eyes and replied casually, "Yours isn't small either." Junling was taken aback, then suddenly reached out with her hand. Yushu's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she angrily exclaimed, "How dare you sneak attack me, Junjun?" After saying this, she pounced with her claws outstretched. Junling quickly dodged, and Yushu chased after her relentlessly, the two of them starting to chase each other in the bedroom. Tong Shu looked at this scene with an expression of helplessness. She was already used to it. During school, she often went to the house rented by the two sisters. "Brother Su is still waiting for us." Seeing that the two seemed unwilling to stop their playful attacks, she couldn't help but speak up. "I'll deal with you next time." Upon hearing this, Yushu ceased her actions and stood up to adjust her exposed clothes. "Are you afraid that I'll seduce Su Yuan?" Junling stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Yushu's shoulders, and whispered in her ear, "You're trembling." Yushu shuddered slightly, stubbornly saying no. "I'm still denying it." Seeing this, Junling rolled her eyes at her, affirming, "Directly change your clothes." Yushu ignored her and went to change. Moments later, the three returned to the vehicle. They wore round-neck t-shirts in 3 different colors paired with casual long pants, looking incredibly youthful and vibrant. "Follow me." Su Yuan, seeing the three come out, paused his gaze on Junling for a moment before opening the door to the weapon storage and walking inside. When did this door appear? Junling noticed a problem and counted uncertainly. 3 doors. 2 white doors on the left and 1 blue door on the right. But there were clearly only 2 before. Yushu and Tong Shu exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Evidently, Su Yuan had revealed another secret. Ahem, it's rare to see something unusual. Such occurrences will become more frequent in the future. Stay calm. Yushu lightly coughed a few times, patting Junling's shoulder, telling her not to be surprised. "Sister Junling, let's go in," Tong Shu said softly. "Huff." Junling rubbed her temples, exhaling deeply as she followed. However, the moment she stepped through the door, she was left dumbfounded, once again shocked. Yushu and Tong Shu in front of her were equally astonished. They had thought about what was behind the door, but never imagined it to be a weapons storage. Rows of firearms were neatly arranged, delivering a heavy impact to their minds. "What kind of guns do you like?" Su Yuan, observing the astonished expressions of the three, asked slowly. Yushu and the others snapped back to reality and were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. "Brother Su, are you going to let us use guns?" Tong Shu reacted, exclaiming in surprise. "Yes, the zombies outside are your training targets." Su Yuan smiled, continuing, "Of course, you can also choose to be like beautiful flowers." His words were interrupted by Yushu. "I don't want to be a flower vase." Yushu replied resolutely, and after saying this, she stepped forward to examine the firearms, searching for her favorite gun. "I'm the same as Sister Yushu." Tong Shu bit her red lip lightly and followed behind Yushu. Junling remained silent, expressing her thoughts to Su Yuan through her actions. The three were selecting weapons in the storage. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with their choices. He intended to train them to become a fierce female troop. Of course, he wouldn't mind nurturing 3 beauties, as seeing them every day would naturally bring him joy. After a while, the 3 each holding their chosen firearms came before Su Yuan. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, because the guns they chose were all different. Yu Shu held a pair of handguns, Tong Shu had a rifle. What surprised him was Junling, as she held a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. Isn't it heavy? Su Yuan looked at Junling, curiously asking. It's a bit heavy, but it's okay. Junling hugged the Barrett sniper rifle and blinked. Her strength had inexplicably increased a lot at this moment. She didn't feel much strain. You can practice with the LR2, a semi-automatic sniper rifle for now. Su Yuan thought for a moment, took another sniper rifle, and handed it to Junling, taking the Barrett in return. Oh, it felt light in his hands. This was the benefit of having 2 points of enhanced overall strength. Wait, could it be that Junling had also increased? He would have them check it later. Su Yuan's mind stirred with speculation as he took out 3 sets of camouflage combat uniforms and tactical backpacks, handing them to the 3. Put these on and carry them. Yu Shu and the others quickly accepted and donned the tactical backpacks. Once dressed, the 3 of them suddenly exuded a different aura. They looked impressive and spirited. Very good. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Indeed, one relies on their appearance, and the aura of a fierce female soldier was beginning to emerge. He also donned a set of combat gear and slung a tactical backpack over his shoulder. The tactical backpack contained ammunition clips, 3 grenades, a walkie-talkie, binoculars, tactical goggles, and various other military supplies. The tactical backpacks of Yu Shu and the others were the same. Are you ready? Su Yuan's gaze swept over the 3, speaking in a deep voice. Ready. Yu Shu, Tong Shu, and Junling straightened up instinctively and shouted with full spirit. They felt excited and thrilled as students and teachers to think that one day they would also wield firearms in battle. Let's go. Su Yuan smiled and waved his hand, being the first to step out of the armory. After being modified into a Wuling armored vehicle, the doors on both sides had disappeared, leaving only the doors next to the driver's cabin and the back door. Su Yuan first took the 3 to scan on the light screen, and indeed their overall strength had increased by 2 points. The zombie immunity serum not only immunized against the zombie virus, but also increased overall strength by 2 points. Absolutely great stuff. Unfortunately, it could only be enhanced once. The back door of the Wuling armored vehicle slowly opened, and at this moment the white mist had disappeared, restoring normal visibility. Junling found a high point. Su Yuan jumped out of the vehicle, immediately giving an order. Junling was taken aback, but quickly reacted, climbing onto the roof of the armored vehicle, kneeling half down, and raising her LR2, a semi-automatic sniper rifle, to survey the surroundings. Within a kilometer radius besides this horde of zombies, I see no anomalies. After a moment, she instantly entered a state of alert and spoke to Su Yuan. Very good. Su Yuan praised upon seeing this, then led Yu Shu and Tong Shu to the front of the vehicle. Little Tong shoot to attract the zombies over. Su Yuan raised his rifle, observing the horde of zombies, and then commanded. Tong Shu took a deep breath, raised her M4 automatic rifle, aimed at a stationary zombie, and slowly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, but missed. Didn't hit. Tong Shu froze. No worries, they're coming. You can shoot freely, but remember, do not aim at our teammates. Su Yuan reassured her, and then with a serious expression reminded them. He then took his QBZ rifle and moved to the sandy area on the right, aiming at the zombies' legs for precise shots. Yu Shu and Tong Shu exchanged glances, both nodding slightly, looking at the roaring horde of zombies with excitement in their eyes. Bang! At that moment, a bullet whizzed over their heads, hitting a zombie in the chest. Yu Shu looked up and saw Junling's smiling face. A hint of unwillingness rose in her heart as she drew 2 Desert Eagles from her waist, moving to the left sandy area to shoot at the horde. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired without restraint. The 3 began to become proficient with their firearms, gradually hitting the zombies after initially missing their shots. Su Yuan focused on taking out the rushing zombies' legs. Thus, dozens of zombies were blocked by the firepower of the 4 at a distance of 30 meters. One by one, the zombies fell on the road, while more zombies bravely surged over their bodies. At this moment, looking down from the sky, a silver-gray beast stood on the road, with 1 person on the roof, 2 on either side of the front, and 1 in the center. 4 lines of firepower crisscrossed the air, landing amid the zombie horde on the road ahead. It resembled a highly coordinated tactical squad. Done. On top of the Wuling armored vehicle, Junling took out the last zombie with her sniper rifle, slowly stood up, shouldered her rifle, and a smile curved her lips. A gentle breeze blew, causing her hair to dance in the air. There are too few zombies. Yu Shu looked at the ground covered with zombie bodies, clearly unsatisfied. Tong Shu leaned against the front of the vehicle, joyfully caressing the M4 rifle, saying, "There will be plenty of opportunities, let's go find more zombies." Hearing this, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze from Junling and smiled slightly. Su Yuan, there's something behind it. At this moment, Junling suddenly shouted, her beautiful eyes staring blankly ahead, her face showing a hint of horror. Hearing this, Su Yuan turned around, and his pupils instantly contracted. In the distance, a vast, towering brown-green sandstorm was rolling in. "Get in the vehicle quickly," he shouted, opening the driver's door and taking his seat. The three girls did not hesitate and quickly got into the vehicle. The Wuling armored vehicle started up, collecting all the dropped supplies before speeding away. "What is that?" Yushu asked with lingering fear. "I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing." Su Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror, still shocked. The sandstorm was truly spectacular, rolling across the land like the apocalypse had arrived. "Phew. Thankfully this sandstorm isn't fast." Junling observed for a while and breathed a sigh of relief. "No, it's that we are fast, not that the sandstorm is slow." Su Yuan shook his head, correcting her. The Wuling armored vehicle weighing 20 tons was not slow, which was why Junling thought the sandstorm was moving slowly. An hour later, the brown-green sandstorm was still in sight behind them, but Su Yuan had already covered a considerable distance. "There's a horde of zombies ahead. Should we deal with them?" Tong Shu pointed to a bus on the yellow earth to the left front, surrounded by a horde of zombies. Some of the zombies looked like they had been bitten, still wearing bright, glamorous clothing. What drew Su Yuan's attention was not the horde of zombies, but the ground ahead. The surrounding concrete roads had disappeared, and the sandy terrain between the roads was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of yellow earth. The concrete road was broken, seemingly ending at this yellow earth wasteland. "How many minutes will it take to deal with them?" Su Yuan looked back at the sandstorm and spoke to Yushu and the others. Yushu was taken aback, just about to speak, when Junling quickly replied, 10 minutes. "Go for it." Su Yuan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, deciding not to intervene and leaving it to the three. The back door of the Wuling armored vehicle slowly opened. Junling smiled broadly, took her semi-automatic sniper rifle, and jumped out of the vehicle. Yushu and Tong Shu quickly followed suit. In an instant, the three engaged in battle with the zombie horde. The first time was unfamiliar, but by the third time, they seemed to have developed some tacit understanding. With their powerful firepower, they were delivering a dimensional strike against ordinary zombies. Su Yuan observed with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He then opened the chat channel, and sure enough, there was discussion about the sandstorm and the yellow earth wasteland. He scrolled through the information interface, searching for useful information. Regarding the appearance of the sandstorm, Principal Lin Jiahui gave a suggestion that they should not search for supplies and should head straight to the rest area. Because the rest area is absolutely safe. The rest area, huh? Su Yuan squinted his eyes, impressed that the principal was still alive. It seemed the rest area was the final hope on the path of survival. Suddenly a figure descended. Su Yuan raised his gaze and saw Junling lying on top of the armored vehicle, setting up a sniper rifle. Is this girl doing it on purpose? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing at her backside, which despite being clad in camouflage combat gear revealed an alluring outline. It seems Junling wants a reward. He shook his head and subsequently posted a request for the purchase of core crystals, mechanical parts, and power devices in the chat channel. He did not post the upgrade blueprints for level 3 vehicles, as such documents were not something anyone would trade. The level 2 upgrade blueprint he had posted earlier had not attracted any inquiries. As soon as the message was sent, someone inquired about what core crystals were, but he chose to ignore it. At that moment, Junling suddenly sat up, a playful smile crossing her lips as she turned around with the sniper rifle tapping on the mithril glass. Then she made an okay gesture. Although she couldn't see inside the vehicle, she knew Su Yuan was definitely watching her. After a while, the three excitedly returned to the vehicle. Exactly 10 minutes, neither more nor less. Junling said with a beaming smile, almost taking credit for it. "Well done," Su Yuan replied, giving a thumbs up before starting the vehicle to collect the fallen supplies. A total of 70 zombies were encountered, but only 50 pieces of supplies were collected. The new type of zombies infected by primitive zombies would not drop any supplies. Among the 50 supplies were 2 bottles of zombie immunity serum, 5 mechanical parts, and 5 power devices. The rest were basic supplies like food, water, and bandages. This time the resources were quite good. A smile crept onto Su Yuan's face as the Wuling armored vehicle ventured into the yellow earth wasteland. He didn't drive straight ahead, but searched for the horde of zombies on the yellow earth. The deadly sandstorm behind him posed no threat, as the speed of the Wuling armored vehicle was enough to create distance. The first task was to find resources to upgrade the vehicle. Eroded rock pillars stood tall across the yellow earth, low thorny red plants stubbornly growing in a fierce manner. The journey was desolate and silent, with not a single vehicle in sight. This surprised Su Yuan. Had all the vehicle owners from the school rushed to the rest area? Where did the horde of zombies go? Yushu couldn't help but voice her concern. Gradually, she calmed down from her earlier excitement. Just as Tong Shu was about to say something, her stomach suddenly growled. She froze for a moment, hurriedly covering her belly and showing a hint of embarrassment. Hungry. Su Yuan heard the noise and turned to glance at her. I'll go grab something to eat, Tong Shu said, nodding gently as she turned towards the convenience store. Wait a moment. Su Yuan suddenly had a thought and called out to her, looking at the three of them. Who among you can cook? There were rice, vegetables, and meat in the villa. Eating bread and cookies to fill up would be too much of a deprivation. Tong Shu and Yushu both shook their heads. I can. Junling raised her hand, smiling brightly. Great, I appreciate it, Teacher Junling. Su Yuan was a bit surprised. It's no trouble, Junling said, gently casting a proud glance at Yushu before turning to head into the villa to cook. She would make Su Yuan succumb to her culinary skills. Yushu shot a glare back, pondering for a moment before following her. Little Tong grabbed something to eat to tide you over. Su Yuan looked at Tong Shu and said softly, Tong Shu nodded and went to the convenience store to get something to eat. How could I forget about this guy? Su Yuan continued to drive the Wuling armored vehicle, suddenly slapping his forehead. He got up and walked into the weapons storage. When he came out, he was holding something the size of a palm. A hummingbird drone. It belonged to a top reconnaissance drone. Fast speed, quiet flight, strong endurance, excellent concealment, audio synchronization, monitoring, all-weather reconnaissance capability, and terrain ignoring signal connection. It had various features, making it perfect for target searching. Su Yuan stopped the Wuling armored vehicle, opened the door, and released the hummingbird drone. With a buzz, it vanished into the sky in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan controlled the remote in his hand, directing the hummingbird drone to fly in a certain direction. The display screen clearly showed images of the ground, which was still filled with eroded rock pillars and unknown plants. As the flying distance increased, the terrain below began to change slightly. Moi! Su Yuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The hummingbird drone had spotted a vehicle. Instead of finding a horde of zombies, he discovered a total of 5 vehicles. Leading the group was a level 1 off-road vehicle, which seemed different from his, and it appeared to have modified wheels. The other 4 vehicles were basic models, 2 Jeeps, 1 SUV, and 1 Toyota. The 5 vehicles formed a convoy speeding towards a certain direction. Su Yuan's heart stirred, and he curiously followed them with the hummingbird drone. After following for 5 kilometers, the convoy gradually came to a halt. A building. Su Yuan stared at the images on the display screen, his pupils suddenly constricting. A cluster of abandoned building ruins lay on the ground, as if having endured the ravages of war. Brother Su, there are actually buildings here. Tong Shu, who was massaging Su Yuan's shoulders, exclaimed in shock. It looks like there's work to do ahead. Su Yuan smiled slightly and started the Wuling armored vehicle racing towards the building area while glancing at the display screen. After the 5 vehicles stopped, more than 10 people emerged, cautiously approaching the nearest half-collapsed building. Do school teachers have tattoos? Su Yuan asked in confusion. The drone transmitted clear images of the 10 or so people, and he saw that several had black markings on their arms and necks. There shouldn't be any, right? He'll go ask Sister Yushu and Sister Junling. Tong Shu paused, then jogged into the villa. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, observing the attire of these 10 or so people, which didn't resemble school teachers. They looked more like societal drifters. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized a problem were only people from Nantian University surviving in this area. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and after a moment, he stopped contemplating. He would find out soon enough. Su Yuan, did you find a vehicle, eh? At that moment, Yushu hurried over, her face full of curiosity. Not only did I find a vehicle, but I also saw buildings, Su Yuan replied with a slight smile, handing the controller to Yushu. Sister, you see if these 10 or so people are school teachers. Yushu took the controller, her beautiful eyes widening as she zoomed in on the images for a closer look. After a while, her brow furrowed. They are not school teachers. I haven't seen them before. While she might not know all the school teachers, the fact that she didn't recognize any of these 10 people indicated they were likely not school teachers. Besides, since when do teachers have tattoos? And these guys dressed so loosely. I understand now, Su Yuan said, his gaze flickering as a smile crept onto his lips. Are we heading over there? Yushu returned the controller to Su Yuan, watching the vehicle speed forward, unable to stop herself from asking. Yes. Su Yuan held his head high. After a while, the Wuling armored vehicle reached the building area. The dishes are ready, it's time to eat. At this moment, Junling stood at the entrance of the villa and called out. You all eat first, I will observe for a while. Su Yuan heard the voice and looked at Yushu and Tong Shu. How about we eat in the car? Tong Shu said, all right, let's go. Yushu nodded and left with Tong Shu. Su Yuan parked the Wuling armored vehicle behind a concealed wall where he could see the 5 cars, and then quietly controlled the hummingbird drone to follow. After a while, Yushu and Tong Shu brought out a long table, followed by Junling, who carried the dishes. 3 dishes and 1 soup: braised pork ribs, hand-torn cabbage, cola chicken wings, and corn rib soup. The rich aroma of the dishes filled the car. Teacher Junling, great cooking. Su Yuan sniffed the air and turned to compliment her. Junling immediately smiled. She could have made it even more sumptuous, but the food in the villa's refrigerator was only enough for 5 days, so she saved a bit. Brother Su, let me feed you. Seeing that Su Yuan still had no intention of eating Tong, Shu picked up a bowl, took some dishes, and came to his side. "I'll eat later." Su Yuan shook his head at her words, his gaze fixed on the display screen. "No, I want to feed you," Tong Shu said, resolutely picking up a piece of rib and holding it to Su Yuan's mouth. Hearing this, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and bit down on the rib. Ever since their relationship had progressed, Tong Shu had become exceedingly attentive to him. At the dining table, Yu Shu and Junling watched this scene in mild astonishment. Su Yuan took bite after bite of the food. Tong Shu offered, his gaze firmly fixed on the display screen. At this moment, the hummingbird drone had already followed the group into the partially collapsed building. In the abandoned building, 15 people holding various long knives and axes observed their surroundings warily. "Big brother, is there really a forbidden spirit fruit here?" A red-haired man in a denim jacket asked doubtfully. "It must be here. If it's not, make sure you find it," the leader of the group, Hongshan, said in a deep voice. He wore a black leather jacket and sported a slick hairstyle exuding the presence of a leader. "Damn it, that useless old dog must have stumbled upon some lucky fortune obtaining a fruit in the mining town and awakening the forbidden spirit, flaunting it in the channel all this time." Hongshan spat and muttered a few curses. The small fries who used to curry favor with him suddenly turned the tables, leaving him quite displeased. Leading dozens of subordinates and a convoy of several vehicles, they searched for resources and finally found a dozen fragments of the D-Zone map, combining them into a small area map. This abandoned building area, named Linjiang Community, was exactly marked on the map. He had received insider information saying that places with names on the map were likely to have forbidden spirit fruits. So he brought his men here without stopping. "Big brother, once you awaken the forbidden spirit, go back and kill that beastly old dog. This guy has snatched several beautiful white-collar workers, including the one I like, Xiaoli." Hearing the name of the old dog, the red-haired man clenched his fists with a face full of resentment. "Rest assured," Hongshan patted his shoulder and turned to the other lackeys. "Keep your eyes peeled. I'll report anything unusual to me." "Yes, big brother." The lackeys nodded. Subsequently, the group began searching inside the building. In the Wuling armored vehicle. "Fruits. Forbidden spirit." Hearing the sounds transmitted from the hummingbird drone, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. This name obviously wasn't ordinary, and what awakening could it be? Could this be the special power he was looking for? Moreover, upon hearing white-collar workers, he realized that this group was not from Nantian University, indicating that this D-Zone was not solely populated by survivors from the university. A hint of anticipation arose in his heart as he continued to silently control the hummingbird drone to follow. After searching for a while in the abandoned building, the group moved deeper inside. "Did you hear a mosquito buzzing?" A big man with a hoarse face walking at the back frowned, glanced around, and suddenly spoke up. "What buzzing mosquito? Besides, it's normal to have mosquitoes here." A round-faced fat man waved his hand, showing no concern. "What are you mumbling about?" Red-haired, hearing the noise from behind, turned back and scolded in a low voice. "Brother Mao, there's a mosquito," the horse-faced man hurriedly replied. "Where's the mosquito?" Red-haired, upon hearing this, listened carefully, and just as he was about to speak again, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flash by in his peripheral vision. However, his sharp eyes managed to see the shadow clearly. "Big brother, a wild drone!" Red-haired exclaimed in surprise. Hongshan abruptly stopped, turned around, and in his line of sight, aside from the ruins and his subordinates, he saw nothing. "Where's the drone?" "Big brother, I'm not lying to you, it was just behind us, and now I don't know where it went." Red-haired, fearing Hongshan wouldn't believe him, pointed to the spot where the drone had previously appeared, looking determined. Hongshan frowned, suspecting that red-haired might be hallucinating. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flew over from somewhere, hovering in midair. "There is a mosquito." "Big brother, a wild drone." Two voices shouted simultaneously as red-haired and the horse-faced man spoke in unison. "You wild thing." Hongshan slapped red-haired's head, raising his gaze to look at the hummingbird drone, and shouted, "Friend, this Linjiang Community is mine. Oh, leave here willingly." Since the other party only sent a drone to track it, indicated their weakness, which was why he dared to say such words. "Oh, just because you say it is yours, it is yours." The voice of Su Yuan came from the hummingbird drone, laced with a playful tone. "You want?" Hongshan's expression darkened, instantly wanting to say something. "Big brother, there are zombies over there." Suddenly, red-haired shouted, pointing at the corridor of the abandoned second floor not far away. "Big brother, there are some here too." "There are zombies behind too." The group of lackeys suddenly became a bit panicked, gathering their weapons. They saw a dozen zombies surrounding them. "What are you panicking about? It's just a dozen zombies." Hongshan scolded softly, looking at the hummingbird drone. "Did you attract the zombies?" "So what if I did? So what if I didn't?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, responding leisurely. "Very well, just don't let me find you." A glint of killing intent flashed in Hongshan's eyes as he quickly drew the crossbow from his back and aimed at the hummingbird drone to shoot. Unfortunately, the hummingbird drone lifted slightly, easily dodging. Seeing this, Hongshan no longer focused on the drone, but instead shot at the charging zombies. Bolt after bolt whistled out, piercing through the heads of the zombies, which fell heavily onto the ruins. Seeing their big brother so valiant, the lackeys' morale surged, wielding their weapons to hack at the zombies. Where did you come from? Su Yuan, noticing the skill of this slick-haired big brother, was somewhat surprised and curiously asked, "Damn it, stop bothering me, get lost." Hongshan shouted angrily, grabbing a stone from the ground and throwing it. The hummingbird drone nimbly dodged, flying in circles in the air. Hongshan then led his subordinates to fight the zombies, and at the cost of one man they dealt with over a dozen zombies. The group began picking up the dropped supplies and stuffing them into their backpacks. Roar! At that moment a sharp cry echoed. This sound is so piercing. It seems different from those zombies. Redfur shivered, speaking with a tremble. Roar, roar, roar. After a few seconds, more strange howls echoed in succession. Smash that damn drone. Hongshan covered his ears, a look of unease flashing across his face before he barked the order. Upon hearing this, his underlings grabbed stones and hurled them at once. The hummingbird drone instantly ascended, distancing itself from the ground. Let's find a place to hide first. Hongshan cast a cold glance at the hummingbird drone, pondered for a moment, then waved his hand to command. The group hastily departed and took shelter in an abandoned building. Inside the Wuling armored vehicle. Brother Su, he dared to curse you. We'll go deal with him. Tong Shu's eyes turned icy, her tone laced with murderous intent. Xiao Tong, leave it to me. One shot is all it takes. Junling patted the Barrett sniper rifle cradled in her arms. No need. He'll handle it. Su Yuan patted Tong Shu's head with a gentle smile, maneuvering the hummingbird drone toward the direction of the howls. A dried-up artificial lake came into view. What is this? Su Yuan's pupils contracted as he zoomed in to examine the scene. At the center of the parched lake bed stood a colossal black plant, its gnarled and tangled roots sprawling in every direction. The plant resembled a lotus standing 3 meters tall. 3 enormous black leaves swayed, and a black fruit hung, suspended from above. 3 pitch-black zombies, each with a black bone spur at the tail, were locked in a triangular standoff 100 meters from the plant. Shrieker. Mutant zombie. Level 1. Description: evolved from ordinary zombies, characterized by high-speed, strong leaping ability, and a piercing howl that can summon common zombies. Outside, a massive horde of ordinary zombies surrounded the lotus-like plant in a tight ring. Could this be the spirit-sealing fruit? Gazing at the black fruit, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, stroked his chin, and sank into contemplation. Moments later, he guided the drone forward. Roar, roar, roar. 3 piercing howls erupted as the shrieker zombies detected the drone. They immediately grabbed scattered stones and hurled them. The hummingbird drone shot higher, nimbly evading the barrage. They possess intelligence. Startled, Su Yuan kept the drone circling at high altitude to observe. He had planned to lure the shriekers toward Hongshan's group, but that scheme now seemed unworkable. Roar. As if frustrated by its inability to strike the hummingbird drone, one shrieker suddenly turned on its companion, darting forward swiftly. The long black bone spur pierced the companion's abdomen like lightning, thrusting through the other side. Roar. Shrieker no. 3 let out a pained cry and retaliated, instantly whipping its tail spur toward Shrieker no. 1. After landing its blow, Shrieker no. 1 withdrew its spur and retreated, dodging the counterattack. Shrieker no. 2 hesitated, taken aback by the sudden turn, then seized the chance to ambush Shrieker no. 3. Shrieker no. 3 roared in fury, clutching its abdomen, now oozing green fluid, as it turned and leaped to flee. Shrieker no. 2 lunged at empty air, then sprang aside just as a bone spur slammed into its former position. It was no fool, having witnessed Shrieker no. 1's initial betrayal, it remained on guard. Su Yuan absorbed this riveting scene through the drone, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Why are they killing each other? Tong Shu's eyes widened in bewilderment. It must be because of that black fruit. Su Yuan speculated inwardly. These 3 mutant zombies clearly both feared and craved the black plant. Watching the retreating mutant zombie, his eyes lit up. He quickly maneuvered the drone to pursue it. The already wounded Shrieker no. 3 spotted the hovering, buzzing drone in the void ahead. Its acute hearing plunged it into a rage. It was like having several mosquitoes buzzing around one's ears while trying to sleep. Roar. It broke into a sprint, then launched itself high off the debris of a ruin, aiming to impale the drone with its tail. But Su Yuan had no intention of letting that happen. The hummingbird drone dodged with agile grace. Failing its strike, Shrieker no. 3 landed on the rubble, seized stones, and flung them wildly. Su Yuan evaded the stone barrage, while luring the mutant zombie toward Hongshan's hiding place. Inside the abandoned building. Boss, it's probably not coming for us. After a long wait, Redfur stretched his neck and muttered, "Let's move." Hongshan pondered briefly, then stepped out of the building, scanning the area for that irritating drone. Boss, are we still looking for the spirit-sealing fruit? Redfur shuddered at the memory of the piercing howls. Just as Hongshan was about to speak, the shrill cry echoed again. He fixed his gaze on its source. Let's check that direction. Hongshan's eyes flickered. A gut feeling told him that might be his true destination. A boss, but that's... Redfur's eyes bulged. What's the panic? Sneak over quietly. Hongshan's face darkened, then he instructed two underlings, go back and inform Longzai to prepare for our extraction. Yes, boss. The two men exchanged gleeful looks and hurried off. With that, Hongshan and his 11 remaining men advanced through the cover toward the depths of the ruins. Minutes later, boss, why does that piercing sound seem to be getting closer? Just then another shrill howl rang out. Redfur frowned. It means we're getting close. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Hongshan's face. Boss, look over there. Suddenly the horse-faced man trembled, pointing at the nearby shrieker, his voice shaking. Take cover. Hongshan lifted his gaze, his pupils contracting sharply as he hissed. The group scrambled to hide behind cover. Boss, it's coming for us. No, it's that drone leading it here. Redfur peeked out cautiously and spotted the drone. Damn scoundrel, just wait until I find your hiding spot. Hongshan's face twisted with rage, his fists clenched. No sooner had he spoken than the hummingbird drone appeared above his head. Oh, so this is where you're hiding. Hey there, you stupid zombie. I'm right here. Damn it. Hongshan trembled with fury and bolted away without a second thought. Crash. The moment he fled, Shrieker No. 3 landed where he had stood, its tail piercing through a stone block. Redfur and the others hidden nearby stared at the 2-meter-tall figure, quaking and frozen. Suddenly, the horse-faced man met a pair of green pupils. His face drained of color as he stumbled backward, gritting his teeth. Run! Someone shouted, and Redfur's group scattered in a panic. Squelch! Just as the horse-faced man tried to flee, a black bone spur pierced through his body, hoisting him high into the air. Shrieker No. 3's green luminous pupils swept over the scattering figures before it opened its gaping maw and devoured the horse-faced man. Hongshan, hidden behind a stone pillar, wore a grim expression. Then he noticed the green fluid seeping from Shrieker No. 3's abdomen. It's wounded. Hongshan's brows lifted. His eyes glinted as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Boom. A red firework burst in the sky. The 5 vehicles parked in front of the ruined building suddenly started and drove towards the ruins. Su Yuan, those 5 vehicles are moving, Yushu said quickly, keeping her eyes on them. Oh. Su Yuan responded, raising his gaze to look, then turned to the screen where the mutated zombie was chasing Hongshan and his group. It's our turn to make an appearance. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he finished the last sip of coconut juice and casually tossed the cup out of the window. It was time to reel in the net. He handed the drone to Tong Shu to control. Su Yuan quickly started the Wuling armored vehicle, its massive body advancing into the ruins. The stone obstacles blocking the way were ruthlessly shattered by the mithril alloy. In front of the Wuling armored vehicle, there was no such thing as an obstacle. A moment later, a Toyota and an SUV seemed to be trapped in the ruins, unable to move an inch. The level 1 off-road vehicle and 2 jeeps had vanished without a trace. Those 3 vehicles are heading towards the mutated zombie. Tong Shu controlled the drone to search and quickly found their trace. It seems like there are people in those 2 vehicles. Who cares if there are people or not? Su Yuan chuckled, the Wuling armored vehicle speeding towards them. The 2 vehicles seemed to have noticed the Wuling armored vehicle, their engines roaring as they attempted to retreat. Screech, boom. Su Yuan offered them no chance, crashing directly into them. The 2 vehicles were instantly slammed against the wall by the Wuling armored vehicle, forming 2 large pieces of metal wreckage. The 2 people inside the vehicles didn't even have time to scream. They were bewildered at the moment of their death. After doing all this, Su Yuan drove the Wuling armored vehicle deeper. Not long after, a sharp roar echoed. Ha ha ha. What of your mutation? Hongshan stood atop the level 1 off-road vehicle, grinning menacingly at Screamer No. 3. He had won. This injured mutated zombie was not a threat. At this moment, Screamer No. 3 was pinned to a wall by a long metal spear. 2 chains were also tied around its body with the ends hanging on 2 jeeps. Boss, hurry up and finish it off, lest the night brings more trouble. The red-haired man was still in shock. This mutated zombie had killed 8 of his companions, and he had nearly fallen victim too. Hongshan lightly tapped his chin, raising his crossbow to aim at the eye of Screamer No. 3. Just then, a deep, continuous rumble erupted, mixed with the nauseating sounds of twisting steel and the crisp sound of concrete shattering. Is it an earthquake? The ground trembled beneath the red-haired man's feet, startling him. Boss, look over there, a survivor said in shock, pointing in a direction. What the hell is that? The red-haired man looked over his mouth agape in astonishment. Hongshan was also stunned, staring blankly at the steel behemoth slowly coming towards them. Is that an armored vehicle? Boss, what should we do? The red-haired man gulped nervously, having snapped back to reality. The vehicle, resembling a steel giant, was approaching them. Which friend is passing by? Hong Shan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Someone of this caliber wouldn't be interested in their meager supplies, right? Rumble. What answered him was the sound of reinforced concrete shattering as the Wuling armored vehicle crushed its way through the obstacles. "Oh, have you forgotten me so soon?" A languid voice echoed. Upon hearing it, Hong Shan's face instantly changed. Without hesitation, he jumped out of the vehicle, opened the door, and started the level 1 off-road vehicle to speed away. Like flowing water, it was seamless. "Boss, wait for me." Red-haired shouted in panic as he watched the off-road vehicle escape rapidly. Bang! However, the next moment, the off-road vehicle flew into the air, crashing down hard, emitting thick black smoke. It lay on its roof, doors wide open, wheels spinning. Inside, Hong Shan and the others were silent. Seeing this scene, the red-haired man's face turned pale as he turned to look at the Wuling armored vehicle. He saw a dark cannon muzzle aimed at him. "Big shot, spare me." The red-haired man dropped to his knees, frantically banging his head on the ground. A shot to the soul. Testing the cannonball's power yielded excellent results. Su Yuan didn't even glance at the red-haired man, simply rolling over him, while 3 mithril hooks shot out, piercing the 2 jeeps attempting to flee. Creak. The 2 jeeps were immediately pulled over, preparing for a close encounter with the mithril push shovel. 3 survivors jumped from the vehicle and fled in a panic. The back door of the Wuling armored vehicle slowly opened, and Junling half-kneeled in the vehicle, raising a semi-automatic rifle to fire 5 shots in quick succession. The 3 men trembled, blood splattering as they collapsed to the ground. "And take care of that mutated zombie while you're at it." After crushing the wreckage of the 2 jeeps, Su Yuan drove the Wuling armored vehicle to the remains of the level 1 off-road vehicle, turning back to say to Junling. "Received." Junling put down the semi-automatic sniper rifle, picking up a nearby Barrett sniper rifle, locking the crosshairs on a Screamer No. 3's head. A beautiful smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as her finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Bang! A bullet tore through the air, striking the head of Screamer No. 3, who was trying to break free. The head exploded, countless green liquids splattering everywhere. In the meantime, automatically detected chat channel module map fragment module. "Would you like to load?" "Load." Su Yuan, surprised by the information popping up on the vehicle's screen, immediately confirmed. "Loading complete." Curious, Su Yuan opened it up, and 2 chat channels instantly appeared on the screen. One displayed the D86 area, and the other showed the D91 area. D91 area chat channel 4521. "Whoa, help. I'm surrounded by zombies. Send a photo to see if it's worth me coming to rescue." Su Yuan looked at the rolling messages in the D91 area chat channel, raising his eyebrows slightly. There were over 4,000 car owners in this area. If averaging 2 people per car, that's at least over 10,000. This situation brought some understanding to his mind. The D area was a large area divided into smaller. Like a game, there were zones like the Ma Do zone, the Tan Lang zone, the Tang Xing zone. Furthermore, from the chat messages, he learned that the people in the D91 area were in the same street community. This community was called Guixing Commercial District, located right next to South Tian University. After piecing it together, Su Yuan opened the map he had obtained. A fragmentary map displayed on the screen with a marking in the center reading Linjiang Community. "I see." Su Yuan stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. Hong Shan and his group had relied on this fragmentary map to find the Linjiang Community. He quickly merged his synthesized area map with this fragment. A slightly larger fragmentary map coalesced, though some parts overlapped. On the right edge of this fragmentary map, a single character was revealed: Yuan. Seeing the word garden, Su Yuan raised his eyebrows, realizing that he needed to find more map fragments. Tong Shu controlled the hummingbird drone to scout the surroundings, ensuring that none of the group survived. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan lightly nodded and activated the Wuling armored vehicle to crush the remnants of the off-road vehicle. He first arrived at the location of Screamer No. 3, collecting the supplies it had dropped before driving deeper. He opened the temporary storage and retrieved all the supplies. The supplies that erupted from the first-level off-road vehicle included more than just the chat and map modules. There were also 15 mechanical parts and a power unit. These special items could not be destroyed. Now that he had the upgraded mechanical parts and power unit, he only needed the 3rd-level blueprints and core crystals. As for the 4 initial vehicles, they had nothing at all, not even a chat module. It seemed that only upgraded vehicles had the potential to drop items. The supplies dropped by the mutated zombie included a radar blueprint and a vial of zombie immunity serum. Very good. Tong Shu controlled the hummingbird drone to lead the way while Yushu focused on the 2 chats to gather important information. Junling was on standby with a sniper rifle. The 3 of them had clearly defined roles. Su Yuan drove the Wuling armored vehicle through the ruins, creating a wide path wherever he went. 10 minutes later, a dry artificial lake appeared ahead. Roar. 2 roars followed as 2 screamer zombies discovered the uninvited Wuling armored vehicle. Surrounded by over 100 ordinary zombies, they instantly roared and charged towards the Wuling armored vehicle. Let the slaughter begin. Su Yuan remained unperturbed, a smirk playing on his lips. Like a steel behemoth, the Wuling armored vehicle crushed its way through, instantly forming a bloodied path. The ordinary zombies on both sides swarmed the vehicle like locusts attempting to smash it. The two screamer zombies were not idle either. Now possessing a bit of intelligence, they rushed in from the sides. However, two silver grappling hooks whistled through the air towards them, but were narrowly avoided. As expected, it's hard to hit. Seeing this, Su Yuan adjusted the position of the Wuling armored vehicle and charged towards one screamer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, three silver grappling hooks cut through the air, sealing off its escape route. Seeing this, the screamer suddenly stomped heavily on the ground, launching itself towards the Wuling armored vehicle like a cannonball. Youngster, you've fallen for it. You can't dodge in the air. Su Yuan smiled faintly at this. The dark silver main cannon locked onto the airborne screamer. Boom. A shell tore through the void, directly striking the screamer. Immediately, its entire body exploded, limbs flying everywhere, with countless green liquids splattering down. At the same time, a dull thud resonated from the top of the vehicle. Another mutated zombie jumped on top of the vehicle. Tong Shu observed clearly through the drone. Ignore it, let's first deal with this group of ordinary zombies. Su Yuan shrugged. The sides of the vehicle were still crawling with zombies. He then accelerated the Wuling armored vehicle across the dry lake bed, quickly swerving left and right to fling off the ordinary zombies. No mercy in the crushing. Su Yuan performed all of this while accompanied by a tight rhythm of drum beats. The last screamer zombie originally attempted to dismantle the silver grappling hooks and main cannon above, but found them immovable. It had no choice but to stomp repeatedly on the top of the vehicle, even using its black bone spikes to stab at it. In the end, it only left shallow scratches on the surface. 5 minutes later, Little Tong, keep an eye on this mutated zombie, Su Yuan said to Tong Shu after stopping the Wuling armored vehicle. This screamer had a strong grip and did not get flung off. Okay. Tong Shu gave an okay sign. Su Yuan then opened the light screen temporary storehouse, taking out one item after another. Junling and Yushu helped with the organization. A total of 132 items. Timu Intelligent Machinery Blueprint 1, Zombie Immunity Serum 3, 8 District D Map Fragments 10, Power Units, and Mechanical Parts 20. The remaining items were basic survival supplies, such as food and water. Tianmu Intelligent Machinery Blueprint. Required materials: Intelligent Machinery Chip 1.0 Source Power Crystal 1. Description: a super technology product with multiple functions, such as auto-targeting, panoramic monitoring, and projection scanning. This blueprint is amazing. Looking at the introduction on the light screen, Yushu exclaimed. Su Yuan, with this we don't have to worry about missing our shots. Junling's beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. The materials for this are hard to obtain. We'll try our best to collect them. Su Yuan naturally understood the value of this blueprint, but the materials were equally hard to come by, leaving it to luck. He then placed the District D map fragments into the incomplete map module. The District D map expanded once again. Besides Linjiang Community, there was now another location on the incomplete map, Xuanji High-Tech Park. Located dozens of kilometers away from Linjiang Community. Very good, the next destination is it. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Fortunately, 10 map fragments had pieced together. At this moment, Su Gu, this mutated zombie, is about to run. Tong Shu suddenly called out. Teacher Jun, this guy has some intelligence. It'll create an opportunity for you to kill it. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan pondered for a moment before looking at Junling. He'll give it a try. Junling felt the pressure and said in a deep voice. Relaxed, it's okay if you can't kill it. Seeing this, Su Yuan reassured her. At this moment on the vehicle's roof, screamer no. One's green pupils showed a hint of impatience. It had been attacking for so long, without breaking through this thing, making it consider retreat. However, it was also wary of being hit by the long object. If it left, it had seen its companion being taken down by this thing. And the area around was open with no cover to hide. After waiting a while longer, it couldn't hold back anymore. Whoosh! Its powerful silhouette bent its legs and leaped into the air, using the Wuling armored vehicle. At the same time, Su Gu left side. Tong Shu shouted immediately. Su Yuan turned the Wuling armored vehicle, aiming the silver cannon at the screamer that had just landed. Then he accelerated with full force, and 3 silver grappling hooks whistled out. The screamer felt a prickling sensation all over its body as it instinctively rolled to the left. Boom! A loud explosion created a large crater in the dry ground. Before the screamer could breathe a sigh of relief, another shell whistled and forcing it to dodge again. Not giving it a moment to breathe, 3 grappling hooks flew in, seemingly about to pierce through its body. It bent its legs and jumped up sharply. At that moment, a bullet sliced through the air, leaving a faint white trace accurately hitting the screamer's chest. Bang! A large hole exploded in the screamer's chest, and its massive body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Mission accomplished. In the distance, Junling, who had unknowingly gotten off the vehicle, slowly stood up with a Barrett sniper rifle in hand, a radiant smile on her face. Teacher Jun, splendid work. Su Yuan's lips curled upward as he drove the Wuling armored vehicle over the shriekers, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoing one after another. Su Yuan, it's a level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprint and a vial of zombie immune serum. Yushu, who had automatically collected the loot dropped by the shrieker, let out a sudden exclamation. Oh wow. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan gave Yushu a kiss, a joyful smile spreading across his face. This was an unexpected delight. Only the Yuan core crystal was missing. Brother Su, the nearby area is secure. Tong Shu reported after piloting the hummingbird drone to survey the artificial lake. Excellent. Next up is this mutant plant. After picking up Junling in the Wuling armored vehicle, Su Yuan stopped 100 meters away from the black plant, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He hoped this was what Hong Shan had called the spirit forbidden fruit. This plant is rather eerie, Yushu remarked, frowning as she looked through the car window. Junling patted the Barrett sniper rifle in her hands. Should I give it a try? A stationary target like this was perfect. All right, aim for its roots first. Hearing this, Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Junling excitedly got out of the car, raised the Barrett sniper rifle aimed at the black plant's roots, and pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air and struck the root, blasting open a hole that oozed black liquid. The next moment, the black konjac writhed violently as countless roots burst from the ground, lunging at the Wuling armored vehicle. Sister Junling, get in the car. Tong Shu shouted back. Aware of the danger, Junling vaulted into the vehicle, and the door slammed shut instantly. Don't panic, its attack range is limited. Su Yuan intended to reverse the car, but noticed the countless black roots had stopped thrashing in the air 50 meters ahead. No wonder the 3 mutated zombies had kept their distance, hesitant to act. Forget it'll blow it up with one shot. Abandoning further testing, Su Yuan slowly aimed the mithril main cannon at the black konjac's trunk. Then a thunderous roar erupted. Sensing the danger, the black konjac lowered its 3 massive leaves to shield its trunk. Yet it was utterly futile. Boom! A shell struck in an instant, blasting the 3 black leaves and the trunk behind them apart. The 3 maternal black konjac collapsed with a crash. Countless black liquids soaked the parched earth, and the myriad black roots fell limply. Is it dead? Yushu murmured at the sight. Tong Shu's eyes widened as she replied, it should be dead, right? After waiting a moment, and seeing no movement from the black konjac, Su Yuan started the Wuling armored vehicle and drove over. When he reached a distance of 50 meters, he stopped and activated the early warning detection. Scanning. Scan complete. The plant is dead. The area is safe. The fruit is safe. No danger. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, impressed by the shell's power. Shortly after, the Wuling armored vehicle stopped before the black konjac, and he eagerly opened the door to get out. Yushu and the other 2 exchanged glances before also stepping out. Su Yuan picked up the black fruit and gazed at the fallen black konjac, a flicker of astonishment on his face. Not only were there mutated zombies, but also mutant plants. He wondered what other bizarre and dangerous species lay ahead. Black konjac. Mutant plant, abbreviated as mutant flora. Level 1. Description: a mutation of the Aracema plant. The sap within its trunk is highly toxic. Brother Su, there's item drops. Tong Shu pointed at the black konjac's trunk. 2 hazy orbs of light floated there. They'll get them. Yushu excitedly ran over. A moment later, she returned and handed the 2 orbs to Su Yuan. Get in the car, Su Yuan said to the 3, then took the orbs and the black fruit to scan on the vehicle's onboard screen. This was quite inconvenient. He wondered if higher vehicle levels would improve it. Source Crystal X1. Strength Potion X1. Spirit Forbidden Fruit X1. Wow, all excellent items. Tong Shu covered her small mouth with both hands, her face beaming with joy at the scan results on the screen. Lady Luck favors me. Su Yuan silently gave thanks and examined the details of the strength potion. Strength potion. Rare. Description: enhances one's physical strength upon use. Excellent. A smile bloomed on Su Yuan's face, and with anticipation, he checked the details of the Spirit Forbidden Fruit. Spirit Forbidden Fruit. Transcendent. Description: upon consumption, there is a probability of awakening a spirit forbidden power, failing that it still enhances physical constitution. Whoosh. Su Yuan took a deep breath, picked up the Spirit Forbidden Fruit, and consumed it. Let him see what this spirit forbidden power was. The moment the Spirit Forbidden Fruit entered his stomach, a surge of immense power erupted, coursing through his limbs and meridians. Su Yuan closed his eyes, his entire body tensing up, veins bulging across his skin as low growls escaped his lips. His whole body flushed red, sweat beading on his forehead, and wisps of steam rose from the top of his head. Brother Su, what's wrong? Tong Shu, alarmed, reached out and touched him, then recoiled as if shocked. Sizzle, he's scorching hot. Sister Junling, Sister Yushu, could Su Yuan be in danger? Her small face was etched with worry. He should be fine. Junling frowned hesitantly. She had no idea what was happening, only that Su Yuan had transformed like this after eating the spirit forbidden. Yushu bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes also filled with concern. Seeing Su Yuan flushed and steaming, she quickly said, "Let's carry Su Yuan to the bathroom and cool him with cold water." As she spoke, she stepped forward to lift him. Just then a large hand grasped Yushu's small one, the scorching temperature, causing her to gasp in surprise. "No need." Su Yuan uttered a single sentence before releasing her hand and sinking back into low growls. Yushu stood frozen, momentarily unsure what to do. "Yushu, we can only wait for Su Yuan to come through on his own." Junling went over, took her hand, and stepped back a few paces. "Brother Su, you must hold on." Tong Shu clasped her hands to her chest, murmuring a prayer. The three watched Su Yuan in silence. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Su Yuan's eyes snapped open, a flash of black light streaking across them. "Brother Su, are you alright?" Tong Shu's face lit up with joy, but she still asked with concern. "I'm fine." Su Yuan slowly rose, shaking his head, then a sly grin curled at the corner of his mouth. "But you three are in trouble." "What trouble?" Yushu asked, puzzled. Junling and Tong Shu exchanged looks of confusion and curiosity. Su Yuan said nothing more, suddenly sweeping Yushu up in his arms and heading toward the villa. Yushu startled, then understood, a blush spreading across her radiant face. She lightly pounded his back, whispering shyly, "You rascal, you big rascal." Junling and little Tong are watching. Junling and Tong Shu's eyes widened at the scene. Now they understood what kind of trouble that was. "Is Su Yuan always this brazen?" Junling asked in shock, turning her head. Tong Shu blinked. "Sister Junling, there are no outsiders here." Junling fell into deep thought at those words. After an unknown amount of time, Yushu hurried out barefoot, urgently pulling Junling and Tong Shu into the villa without a word. A deadly sandstorm loomed ominously in the distance, but it was still quite far away. Buzzing, the Wuling armored vehicle slowly started up, departing from the Linjiang residential area. In the driver's seat, Su Yuan wore a joyful expression, his body brimming with power. He had awakened the Forbidden Spirit Power. Forbidden Spirit Power, Demon Body. Level A class. Ability 1, Skin Maturation, significantly enhancing strength, speed, and agility. Ability 2, Body Hardening, with certain healing capabilities. Side effect, a trace of demonic thought will arise after use. Evolution, Dark Element, Forbidden Spirit Fruit. Description: do you want to possess the body of an ancient demon? Strive for evolution. Not only had he awakened the Forbidden Spirit Demon Body, but his overall strength had also increased by 2 points. Overall strength 12. Su Yuan swung his fist, and the air whistled, as if a single punch could fell a bull. However, this was merely his feeling. "Let's go." Su Yuan tossed a piece of gum into his mouth, chewed it, and hummed a cheerful tune while driving the Wuling armored vehicle at full speed towards the Xuanji High-Tech Park. As for Yushu and the others, they were still in deep slumber. The side effects of using the demon body had already been eliminated at this moment, just as Su Yuan departed. A convoy arrived at the Linjiang residential area. It was a formation of 15 different vehicles, led by 5 first-class cars. The convoy explored and finally reached the artificial lake. Someone got here first. A bald man stepped down from the first-class modified jeep, looking grimly at the dead black magic yam ahead. It seems there was a fierce battle here. A man in a black robe approached a pit, his brow furrowed. "And these tire tracks? This guy's vehicle is huge. If we consume it, we can definitely grow rapidly. What if it turns against us? Isn't living on the edge what we are meant to do? This guy must have obtained a forbidden spirit fruit. I hope he hasn't consumed it yet." "Why do you say that?" "Because he could eat it." Agreed. No objections. The owners of the 5 first-class cars reached a consensus. Soon this convoy, known as the Sand Wolf, began searching for traces of the Wuling armored vehicle. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, even if he knew, he would not be worried in the slightest. The first-class vehicles were merely a tickle against his Wuling armored vehicle. As dusk fell in the bedroom, Yushu, Junling, and Tong Shu awoke from their slumber. They exchanged silent glances, quietly dressed, and stepped outside. "You all are awake." Su Yuan turned around upon hearing the noise. The 3 wore pajamas of different colors, their cheeks flushed as they involuntarily recalled that wild incident. Tong Shu gently nodded. "Is it dark already? I will go make dinner." Junling caught a glimpse of the night outside and was momentarily surprised before turning to enter the villa. "I'll help Junjun." Yushu kissed Su Yuan and followed suit. Su Yuan touched his face and couldn't help but smile helplessly at the reactions of the 3. "Su Gu, have you awakened your forbidden spirit?" Tong Shu curiously asked as she sat in the passenger seat. "Yes, it's quite a powerful one." Su Yuan smiled slightly and explained briefly. "Oh, no wonder you're so." Tong Shu's face turned slightly red as she suddenly understood. "Little Tong, you don't blame me, do you?" Su Yuan reached out to stroke Tong Shu's face gently. "Not at all." Tong Shu paused then shook her head after realizing. Still little Tong is so understanding. Su Yuan chuckled. Su Ge, where are we going now? Tong Shu wore a dreamy smile on her face. To the Xuanji High-Tech Park. Su Yuan's lips curled upward as he pointed at the name on the faint map of District D. In the villa's kitchen. Yushu, you got me killed. Jun Ling exclaimed upon seeing Yushu following her, quickly pinching her waist. Ouch, that hurts. Yushu gasped then smiled wryly. Jun, I had no choice. As a good friend you can't just watch me die. Oomph. Jun Ling huffed and let go. He wasn't this powerful before. Yushu went to the fridge to take out vegetables, muttering softly. Jun, I think you're enjoying this quite a bit. Cook. Jun Ling shot her an annoyed glare. She lightly bit her red lip, washing the rice, and decided not to dwell on it the more she thought about it. It's something we all have to experience sooner or later. As Yushu washed the vegetables, she couldn't help but murmur. What about you? Jun Ling lightly reprimanded, then her tone seemed to carry a hint of grievance. I'm not ready yet. What's there to prepare? Just close your eyes, and it'll be fine. Yushu countered. Hearing this, Jun Ling placed her hands on her hips. You're infuriating, Yushu. I want a duel. All right, it's my fault. Let's not be angry. Yushu quickly comforted. Moments later, the two began whispering in the kitchen. As expected of good friends. Outside, we have arrived. Su Yuan looked ahead at the undulating, partially collapsed high wall, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Is this the Xuanji High-Tech Park? Su Ge, should I use the hummingbird drone to scout? Tong Shu blinked and, yes, let's take a high-altitude view first. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Okay. Tong Shu opened the car door and launched the hummingbird drone, which vanished from sight in an instant. As the hummingbird drone hovered over the Xuanji Technology Park, the screen on the controller reflected the outlines of the buildings, clearly showing the images even in the night. Fallen high-rise buildings lay scattered, their naked steel frameworks jutting out menacingly into the surroundings. It was desolate, dilapidated, and eerily silent. Su Ge, look. Tong Shu suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a scene in the corner. Su Yuan looked over, his pupils slightly constricting. He saw several vehicles parked outside the crumbling high wall, at least more than 30 of them. Only the vehicles were visible, but no people. Little Tong have the hummingbird drone circle the high wall. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of realization crossing his mind as he issued the command. Tong Shu nodded and immediately controlled the hummingbird drone to fly around the high wall. Indeed, there were 2 more convoys beneath another high wall, which meant there were 4 groups here at the Xuanji High-Tech Park. Su Ge, with so many people here, there must be something valuable. Tong Shu exclaimed as a thought struck her. Let's hope so. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What should we do now? Tong Shu scratched her head, inquiring. Let's use the drone to check the internal situation. Su Yuan contemplated for a moment before stating. All right, good. Tong Shu understood and cautiously maneuvered the hummingbird drone to infiltrate the technology park. Minutes later. Su Ge, there are many places in this area that we couldn't scout, and we didn't find anything particularly special. Tong Shu frowned, reporting while continuing to scout. Just as Su Yuan was about to speak, a voice of surprise sounded. Huh. Su Ge, I found people. Tong Shu showed a hint of surprise and handed the controller over. Su Yuan raised his eyes. He saw in the drone footage 3 men in black clothes emerging from an abandoned building, hurriedly glancing around as they stealthily moved. Where are they going? Tong Shu asked with a puzzled expression. Don't alert them, quietly follow them, Su Yuan said with a flash of insight. Tong Shu controlled the hummingbird drone to trail behind the 3 men, only to see them return to the vehicles outside the high wall. Brother Su, this. She blinked. It seems they have finished scouting the tech park and are heading back to report, Su Yuan said, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the leading vehicle. It was a blue sports car covered in regular bulletproof armor with a blue crossbow mounted on the roof. A circle of blue crash bars was added around the car. This is a secondary vehicle. In addition to this secondary vehicle, the convoy included 7 or 8 primary vehicles. The current configuration of the convoy should be considered luxurious. Brother Su, they are moving, Tong Shu exclaimed. In the footage, the luxury convoy led by the secondary sports car passed through the high wall passage and entered the tech park. Let's check the other 2 convoys, Su Yuan said quickly. Tong Shu nodded, controlling the hummingbird drone to rise high and fly towards the locations of the previously discovered 2 convoys. Brother Su, these 2 convoys are moving too, Tong Shu said in surprise. Have we discovered something good? Su Yuan stroked his chin, feeling a sense of speculation. Should we go in? Tong Shu looked at Su Yuan and asked. Let's watch and see for now. Su Yuan thought for a moment and then shook his head. At that moment, dinner is ready. Yushu called out from the villa entrance to Su Yuan and Tong Shu. Sister Yushu, there's something going on here, we should eat outside. Tong Shu heard the voice, got up, and walked over. A little while later, the 3 of them brought out the dishes and table. Tonight's dinner was quite lavish. 5 dishes, and 1 soup, 3 meat, and 2 vegetable dishes. Why are there so many dishes tonight? Su Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Yushu rolled her eyes at him. Isn't it because of you? We need to replenish our energy. Su Yuan felt both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. Try the taste, Junling said, picking up a piece of stir-fried beef and placing it in Su Yuan's bowl with a smile. It tastes great. Su Yuan started eating, praising it endlessly, then looked at the two and asked in surprise, how did you two get yourselves so disheveled? At that moment, Yushu and Junling had their hair in disarray and their clothes askew. One might think they hadn't just been cooking in the kitchen, but rather fighting. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance and fell silent, their faces slightly flushed. Brother Su, something's going on. Tong Shu, concerned about the situation in the tech park, kept her eyes glued to the screen while eating. After noticing the situation, she handed the drone controller to Su Yuan. Su Yuan took the controller and looked. In the display, the three convoys were meeting in the ruins, forming a triangular standoff. This surprised him. Could it be that these three factions knew each other? Yushu leaned in to look and suddenly said, can we project the footage onto the car's display? He'll give it a try. Su Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this as he took the controller to operate in front of the display. After a moment, the real-time footage from the hummingbird drone appeared on the car's display. Sister Yu, you're so clever. Su Yuan returned, pulling her in for a kiss. Of course. Yushu slightly raised her head, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Then the four of them ate, while focusing their attention on the car's display. This scene resembled that of a police operation before an arrest in a Hong Kong movie, where they were glued to the surveillance footage in the command vehicle. Where have we come to? Junling asked curiously as she looked at the ruined buildings on the screen. Xuanji High-Tech Park. Tong Shu replied. Are these three factions going to trade? Why aren't they turning on the lights? Yushu tilted her head, puzzled. Junling hesitated. Perhaps there are unknown dangers in this tech park. Someone's getting out of the car, Tong Shu said, widening her eyes. In the display, the leading three secondary vehicles slowly let people out, followed by a rush of people exiting from the rear vehicles. In an instant, shadows flickered. The three factions stood off against each other with weapons in hand. It resembled a scene from a drama where gangs conduct secret trades. Su Yuan controlled the hummingbird drone to quietly approach, hovering behind a nearby concrete block. Then he zoomed in on the footage. At that moment, a voice filled with shock rang out. Aunt Qing. Junling suddenly stood up, quickly approaching the display, her beautiful eyes fixed on someone. Her action stunned Su Yuan and the others. Jun, do you know her? Yushu asked in confusion. Huh. Junling took a deep breath and pointed to the woman standing in front of the blue sports car, replying, I do. Sister Ling, is she your real aunt? Su Yuan looked at the alluringly beautiful woman in the footage, somewhat surprised. No, Wen Yuqing, the director of a certain bureau in Nantian City. I've known Aunt Qing since I was a child. Junling shook her head, explained a little, and sighed. I didn't expect to see her here. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's eyes flickered. In that case, isn't everyone in District D from Nantian City? I know her, she's quite famous, a strong woman known for her decisiveness. I've heard her husband passed away long ago. Yushu recalled, her eyes displaying a strong sense of gossip. Tong Shu slapped her forehead and said helplessly, Sister Yu, this isn't the time for gossip. I'm just asking, Yushu said, ruffling Tong Shu's hair and shrugging. At this moment in the tech park, Wen Yuqing, dressed in a blue long robe, faced two middle-aged men ahead. Director, when I didn't expect to meet you here, one of the middle-aged men with a buzz cut said, eyeing Wen Yuqing's voluptuous figure, a glint of wickedness flashing in his eyes. He wouldn't have dared to hope for such things in the past, but now. Li Mingde, there's no need for pleasantries. How do you propose we handle the materials here? Wen Yuqing's expression remained calm as she crossed her arms. Naturally, whoever obtains it owns it, the other middle-aged man with glasses chuckled. He was also interested in Wen Yuqing. All right, let's keep our distance and rely on our own abilities. Wen Yuqing nodded and was about to turn and enter the sports car. Director, which district are you from? Li Mingde raised his eyebrows, showing no opposition to this suggestion. Li Mingde, what district I'm from matters not, Wen Yuqing said with a frown. Li Mingde smiled slightly after glancing at the person behind Wen Yuqing, subtly nodding. I was just curious. I hope you will uphold your promises, Wen Yuqing said, leaving this sentence as she opened the car door to get in. Just as she was about to start and leave. Roar. Countless roars echoed from all directions. Not good, we are surrounded by zombies. Quick, get back in the car. What's the panic? They are just ordinary zombies. In an instant, chaos erupted in the ruins, but quickly regained its composure. With the three secondary vehicles leading, the three convoys broke through the encirclement of zombies and instead launched a counterattack against them. Su Yuan, aren't we going in? Junling turned to ask upon seeing this scene. She still hoped Su Yuan would support Aunt Qing, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, Wen Yuqing is not Su Yuan's aunt. Let's go, why not? Su Yuan smiled slightly and started the Wuling armored vehicle, slowly driving into the Xuanji High-Tech Park. Junling smiled upon hearing this. In the ruins, ordinary zombies were being crushed and thrown around by vehicles. Some bold survivors even got out of their cars wielding weapons to slash at zombies and collect dropped supplies. With level 1 and 2 vehicles present, the zombie horde posed no threat to the 3 convoys. Initially, the 3 convoys worked in harmony to clear the zombies in their respective areas, but as the number of zombies dwindled, some vehicles began to cross boundaries to deal with zombies and collect supplies, leading to conflicts. Boom! The roar of engines echoed. 2 level 1 vehicles collided like 2 bulls. Li Mingde, what are your men doing? Wen Yuqing shouted angrily upon seeing this. Director, when it was your men who made the first move, Li Mingde replied leisurely. Nonsense. Wen Yuqing's face showed a hint of anger as she drove her modified supercar forward. Director, when you're making it difficult for me. Li Mingde, driving a level 2 off-road vehicle, blocked the road, speaking calmly. Do you want to start a war? Wen Yuqing glared the blue crossbow on the roof of her car, aimed at the off-road vehicle. Aye. Li Mingde had just uttered a word when he suddenly felt the ruins tremble, followed by a panicked voice. Not good, there's a monster. What is that thing? Not a zombie. A man in a basic vehicle saw a massive figure leap out from a building through the car window. Then there was no more afterward. The vehicle was immediately crushed. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal grinding echoed as mechanical beasts covered in metal devices jumped out from the surrounding buildings. The primitive vehicles couldn't withstand the mechanical beasts' attacks. The ruins were thrown into chaos as nearly 100 vehicles fled in panic, unable to organize an effective counterattack. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Li Mingde saw his men's basic vehicles being lifted and smashed, cursing angrily as he drove his level 2 off-road vehicle towards a mechanical beast. Mechanical arms extended from both sides of the vehicle, grabbing hold of a mechanical beast. Die for me. The mechanical arm pulled violently, tearing the mechanical beast apart. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man also made his move, driving a level 2 bus, crashing the massive vehicle into a mechanical beast against a reinforced concrete wall. Wen Yuqing drifted her blue supercar through the ruins after smashing into one mechanical beast. A ghostly blue crossbow bolt pierced the head of another mechanical beast, causing an explosion of fire as it fell straight onto the ruins. The 3 level 2 vehicles simultaneously exerted their force, giving the other vehicles a chance to breathe. Basic vehicles retreat from here. Level 1 vehicles, follow me. Wen Yuqing shouted loudly, leading her level 1 vehicles towards the mechanical beasts. Outside, the Wuling armored vehicle moved slowly through the tech park. Indeed, where there are people, there is a world of conflict. Su Yuan sighed as he watched the 2 level 1 vehicles in conflict. In the face of absolute interest, there could be no peace. Wherever there are interests, bloodshed is always hidden. Brother Su, something's not right. Tong Shu suddenly said. Yu Shu's pupils widened. What are these things? All covered in steel. Not good. Aunt Qing is in danger. Jun Ling instinctively shouted, then covered her mouth as she realized. Su Yuan ignored her words, his gaze fixed on the mechanical beasts in the light curtain, his brow furrowed. He knew there would definitely be stronger species than ordinary zombies here, but he never expected them to be monsters covered in metal resembling the mechanical beasts from a sci-fi movie. In the vast ruins, several mechanical beasts were mercilessly destroying the basic vehicles, and even a level 1 vehicle was breached with its owner tragically killed inside. Wen Yuqing saw this scene and immediately took her level 1 vehicle to rescue her people. The ruins were in chaos. After Li Mingde tore apart a mechanical beast with mechanical arms, he looked towards the direction where Wen Yuqing had disappeared, narrowing his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he shouted to the bespectacled man, Hey, shall we cooperate? Cooperate on what? The bespectacled man Wang Hui turned to ask. You take 7 out of the supplies here and I take 3, but Wen Yuqing is mine. Li Mingde's lips curled into a charming smirk as he spoke in a deep voice. All right. Wang Hui thought for a moment and directly agreed. He also had his own plans, whether it involved sharing supplies with Li Mingde remained to be seen. The two reached an agreement, each leading their convoy to deal with the mechanical beasts. These level 1 mechanical beasts seemed powerful, but couldn't breach the defenses of level 2 vehicles for the time being. With both of them working together after losing several level 1 vehicles and a dozen basic vehicles, the dozen mechanical beasts in this area were finally all dealt with. The dropped supplies made the 2 of them smile widely, looking quite pleased. Taking a moment to rest, they led the remaining vehicles in a certain direction. In the level 2 off-road vehicle, Li Mingde picked up a walkie-talkie and said a few words into it. He looked out at the night sky, a charming smirk at the corner of his mouth. Director, when such beautiful scenery, how can it be enjoyed without you by my side? In the Wuling armored vehicle. It's over, all the supplies are taken by them. Tong Shu saw that these people had resolved all the mechanical beasts and looked anxious. We won't even get a drop of soup. Little Tong, you still have the essence of a money-loving person. Hearing this, Yu Shu was somewhat surprised. Jun Ling, biting her red lip, looked at Su Yuan, wanting to say something, but hesitating. She was very worried after hearing that the 2 planned to cooperate against Aunt Qing. Little Tong, don't worry, not only will there be soup, but there will also be meat. Su Yuan chuckled in the driver's seat, turning the car around to follow. Where's there still meat to eat? Tong Shu was taken aback and asked in confusion. Yu Shu raised her hand and tapped her forehead. Silly girl, what Su Yuan means is that these people are the meat. Oh, Tong Shu suddenly realized. Jun Ling's worried expression gradually brightened as she came to Su Yuan's back and gave him a tender kiss. Thank you. She knew that Su Yuan was helping because of her. Sister Ling, we are family, no need for formalities. Su Yuan turned back, giving a slight smile. He naturally knew that Jun Ling was worried about Wen Yuqing, and when he heard that the two were conspiring, he made a decision. Besides, since Wen Yuqing was Jun Ling's aunt, she was also his aunt. It was certainly not because of Wen Yuqing's alluring and charming qualities. Jun Ling blinked, her heart suddenly filled with infinite emotion. She loved him even more. Little Tong, check where Aunt Qing is located. Su Yuan looked at Tong Shu and instructed. Received. Tong Shu smiled, controlling the hummingbird drone to search. Two skyscrapers intersected in midair, forming an shaped emblem. Below, in the ruins, a blue sports car violently smashed into a mechanical beast, shattering it to pieces with steel fragments flying everywhere. Wen Yuqing stopped the blue sports car, opened the door, and stepped out. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the torn remnants of the initial vehicle, her expression grim. Sister, when this place is too dangerous, why don't we leave? A strikingly beautiful woman approached Wen Yuqing, her eyes flickering with a mysterious light as she whispered. Wen Yuqing remained silent, turning to look at the vehicles behind her. Originally over 30 cars, now only 15 remained, a devastating loss. She was unwilling to leave just like this. Although it was dangerous here, it also meant opportunities. Especially that forbidden spirit fruit. Rumors had spread that in every named location on the map, a forbidden spirit fruit would be born. She yearned to possess this forbidden spirit fruit. In this ruthless survival world, strength was the only guarantee of safety. Just as she was lost in thought, dozens of cars suddenly surged out from two directions, crashing into Wen Yuqing's convoy. Bang, bang, bang. The outermost initial vehicles were instantly knocked away as the leading secondary off-road vehicle charged towards the blue sports car. Wen Yuqing's expression changed dramatically as she was about to open the car door, when suddenly a hand pressed down on her shoulder, followed by a sharp dagger brandished at her throat, and then a voice rang out. Sister Wen, raise your hands and don't move, or I can't guarantee my hand won't slip. Meilin, what are you doing? Wen Yuqing's body trembled, her beautiful eyes revealing anger as she coldly admonished. Lu Meilin bit her red lips, sighed softly. Sister Wen, don't blame me. Ooh, I had no choice. No choice. Why are you doing this? Wen Yuqing slowly calmed her anger and asked coolly. Lu Meilin led Wen Yuqing away from the blue sports car and was about to speak. Sister Wen, don't make it hard for Liner. It was I who ordered her to do this. The secondary off-road vehicle approached them, and Li Mingda rolled down the window, speaking with a languid expression. Do you know each other? Wen Yuqing narrowed her eyes, beginning to understand. Sister, when I'm Mingda's lover, Lu Meilin whispered into her ear. Wen Yuqing was taken aback, a bitter expression appearing on her beautiful face. This world was truly absurd. Lu Meilin had been her close friend, and had even experienced life and death in this survival world. Wen Yuqing was taken aback, a bitter expression appearing on her beautiful face. This world was truly absurd. Lu Meilin had been her close friend, and had even experienced life and death in this survival. Wang Hui, what are you doing? Li Mingda exclaimed, momentarily stunned before becoming furious. Just in case, Wang Hui rolled down the window, poked his head out, and replied with a chuckle. At this moment, Wen Yuqing's convoy had been shattered, with two primary vehicles breaking through the encirclement and fleeing towards the Xuanji Technology Park. All the rest were destroyed. Li Mingda's lips twitched, looking at the blue sports car with a pained expression, as he had hoped Lu Meilin would inherit that secondary vehicle. Fortunately, the secondary vehicle was resilient. Only the bumper was dented, and it was not totaled. Li Mingda, we don't have enough supplies. Wang Hui glanced at the subdued Wen Yuqing, then knocked on the car door. Upon hearing this, Li Mingda gritted his teeth and waved his hand. His subordinates reluctantly handed over the supplies they had obtained to the other party. Wang Hui, you may leave now. Li Mingda's face was dark as he spoke in a deep tone. Pleasure doing business. Wang Hui looked at Li Mingda, who remained in the car, with a smirk before starting the secondary bus to retreat. However, at that moment, a shell soared through the air, crashing into the secondary bus. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed through the surroundings as the secondary bus was blown apart, a fiery orange ball erupting from within and instantly engulfing the entire vehicle. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, mingling with the acrid smell of gunpowder and burnt substances. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. They instinctively looked towards a certain direction, seeing a figure resembling a steel beast emerging from the shadows. Hiss! Everyone gasped in awe, staring blankly at the Wuling armored vehicle. At the same time, a huge question arose in their minds. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, the Wuling armored vehicle revealed itself as Su Yuan smiling as he drove the vehicle rapidly into the crowd. The mithril alloy plow transforming into a deadly grinding wheel that shattered the vehicles in its path. Then it crushed them into heaps of vehicular wreckage. Simultaneously, 3 mithril alloy hooks on the roof whistled out, piercing through the fronts of several vehicles. In front of the evolved Wuling armored vehicle, these initial and primary vehicles were completely outmatched. Even some survivors, undeterred, drove a primary cargo truck ferociously towards the Wuling armored vehicle. As a result, they turned themselves into a pile of scrap metal, blood staining the wreckage. In an instant, the roar of vehicles echoed as those unscathed scattered in all directions, wishing they could sprout wings and fly away. Seeing this scene, Li Mingda's face turned pale without hesitation as he sped away in the secondary off-road vehicle. "Mingda, I haven't gotten in yet." Lu Meilin, seeing this, hurriedly shouted. However, the off-road vehicle showed no signs of stopping, and just as it was about to leave, a shell whizzed by, crashing into the rear of the secondary off-road vehicle. Boom! The rear seat of the off-road vehicle exploded, and the tremendous impact flipped it over, causing its front wheels to spin rapidly in the air, while thick black smoke billowed from the back. Witnessing this, Lu Meilin's body trembled violently, her mouth agape. Wen Yuqing, however, narrowed her eyes, suddenly grabbing Lu Meilin's hand that held the dagger and twisting it forcefully. "Oh!" Lu Meilin screamed in despair as the dagger slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Immediately, Wen Yuqing seized Lu Meilin's hand, spinning around and delivering a fierce kick to her abdomen. "Ugh! Oh!" Lu Meilin was struck and fell heavily onto the ruins, clutching her abdomen and crying out in pain. Wen Yuqing picked up the dagger from the ground and walked step by step towards her. "Sister Wen, I'm sorry, spare my life." Lu Meilin, seeing this, turned pale and begged while enduring the pain. "You know my character," Wen Yuqing said expressionlessly, the dagger gliding across Lu Meilin's neck. It was because of this traitor Lu Meilin that her convoy had been lost. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Meilin clutched her neck, blood gushing from her mouth as her eyes glared with resentment. After completing this, Wen Yuqing turned around, and her beautiful eyes instantly reflected a massive object. The Wuling armored vehicle, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast, stopped before her. Then the door opened, and a pair of camouflaged boots touched the ground. Wen Yuqing followed the boots upward, seeing a young and handsome face. She was momentarily taken aback, her heart inexplicably stirred, as if a stone had plummeted into a long dormant lake. "Aunt Qing." At that moment, a joyful voice rang out as Junling stepped down from the vehicle, carrying a semi-automatic sniper rifle on her back. Wen Yuqing raised her gaze, her expression filled with astonishment and admiration. "It's me." Junling, clad in camouflage combat gear, approached Wen Yuqing and glanced at Lu Meilin, who lay in a pool of blood, her eyes flashing with surprise. "Linger, how did you end up here?" Wen Yuqing regained her composure and noticed the gun on Junling's back, her pupils narrowing slightly. "I want to know why Aunt Qing is here." Junling did not answer, but instead asked, "Sister Ling, you two catch up, I'll go collect the spoils." Su Yuan lightly coughed, returning to the driver's seat and starting the Wuling armored vehicle. In this area of ruins, wrecked vehicles lay scattered about, with 2 second-tier vehicles emitting black smoke. Some vehicles had successfully escaped. A second-tier SUV. Bang! Li Mingda, covered in wounds, forcefully kicked open the car door and struggled to crawl out, only to see a massive shadow looming over him. "Hi." Su Yuan looked down at Li Mingda from above, offering a slight smile in greeting. "Big guy, I don't know where I offended you, please spare my life." Li Mingda, enduring the pain, squirmed on the ground, shouting while slapping the ground. "You haven't offended me." Su Yuan's lips curled upwards. Upon hearing this, Li Mingda was taken aback, momentarily unsure of how to respond. "I ask, you answer." Su Yuan pulled out a handgun and said coldly. You ask." Li Mingda stammered. A few minutes later, bang. A gunshot rang out, and Li Mingda collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating in disbelief, never expecting Su Yuan to pull the trigger right after asking. He hadn't reacted at all. The Wuling armored vehicle rolled over the second-tier SUV, instantly crushing it into a metal pancake. Automatically picked up chat channel module, D-zone map fragment. Load. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the guy hadn't lied to him. Moments later, the loading completed, and a chat channel named D98 appeared. He glanced at the messages inside and drove the Wuling armored vehicle up to the second-tier bus. The owner, Wang Hui, had been burned to death, an incredibly miserable death. He didn't even know who the enemy was. He even had a perfect plan ready to implement, believing that not only all the supplies here belonged to him, but that the beauty was also his. However, he encountered Su Yuan, who was ahead of his time. One could only say it was a case of being born at the wrong time. Picked up 2 chat channel modules, D-zone map fragment. Load. Is this another zone? Wait, 2. Su Yuan looked at the information on the screen with a shocked expression, then confirmed to load. One zone was named D88 and the other D95. Now he had control over 5 chat channels. Brother Su, this person must have also obtained the chat channel from another zone. Tong Shuling's eyes lit up as she quickly said. Su Yuan, hearing this, glanced at the outside where Wen Yuqing was and surmised it was her zone. This meant that these 3 parties came from different zones. This situation made him realize that in this vast and boundless yellow earth wilderness, all survivors from the D zones were likely gathered here. Adjacent zones had a high probability of encountering each other. Su Yuan exhaled and opened the map module on the screen. Merging 2 fragments of D-zone maps, his territory in the D-zone expanded considerably. However, there were still many overlaps, such as the area of the Xuanji High-Tech Park. At this moment, the map added a new location, Wasteland Town. Located dozens of kilometers away from the Xuanji High-Tech Park, Su Yuan took a look around, driving the Wuling armored vehicle in circles over the ruins, collecting the supplies dropped by the first-tier vehicles. Finally, he came to a stop in front of Junling and Wen Yuqing. The two seemed to be having a good chat, wearing smiles. Just as Su Yuan was about to get out of the vehicle, a sudden tremor shook the ruins. "Get in the car." After poking his head out and shouting, he gestured to Tong Shuling to open the door beside him to let the two in. Junling and Wen Yuqing felt the tremor and knew the urgency of the situation, quickly getting into the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull sounds echoed from the shaped building, followed by a massive shadow appearing. "Brother Su, is that a dinosaur?" Tong Shuling stared dumbfounded at the shadow. Yu Shu exclaimed in shock. "That should be called a mechanical dragon. No, it should be referred to as a mechanical tyrannosaurus." Su Yuan corrected her and watched as the gigantic creature charged towards the Wuling armored vehicle, remaining unperturbed. "This is a second-tier mechanical beast. Let's move." Wen Yuqing, seeing Su Yuan unfazed, couldn't help but urge, "Aunt Qing, don't underestimate us." Junling took Wen Yuqing's hand, smiling slightly. On the ruins, the metallic exterior of the mechanical tyrannosaurus gleamed with a cold light under the moonlight, ruthlessly crushing the reinforced concrete on the road as it charged toward the Wuling armored vehicle. "Let this big guy experience the fireworks of explosion." Su Yuan adjusted the mithril main cannon and slowly locked onto the mechanical tyrannosaurus. The shell was fully loaded. This time it was not an ordinary shell, but an armor-piercing shell. As the mechanical tyrannosaurus was about to collide with the Wuling armored vehicle, Wen Yuqing instinctively raised her hands to shield her eyes. Boom. At the same time, Su Yuan pressed the launch button, and a shining silver-white shell whistled out, striking the body of the mechanical tyrannosaurus. In an instant, a brilliant explosion erupted into the sky, the mechanical tyrannosaurus disintegrating in an instant, with countless mechanical debris scattering in all directions. The Wuling armored vehicle was met with a series of bang-bang sounds, the sound of mechanical debris falling. "It's taken care of." Su Yuan's lips curled into a smile, his expression calm and unbothered. How formidable could a second-tier mechanical tyrannosaurus be? Just one shell was all it took. Even a third-tier mechanical beast did not intimidate him. This was the confidence of being ahead of the game. "Brother Su is mighty." Tong Shuling excitedly raised her hand. Wen Yuqing, upon hearing the noise, removed her hands and looked through the car window at the ground covered in mechanical debris, her expression one of shock. Did it really get resolved this easily? If her second-tier blue supercar had been hit by that mechanical tyrannosaurus, it would have likely been completely totaled. "Aunt Qing, how about that?" Junling asked with a beaming smile, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Impressive." Wen Yuqing took a deep breath, genuinely praising him. "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Su Yuan." Su Yuan stood up, approached Wen Yuqing, and extended his hand. Wen Yuqing. Wen Yuqing was taken aback for a moment, then reached out her right hand for a gentle handshake. "Welcome aboard." As he felt the soft touch in his hand, Su Yuan released it with a slight smile. The Wen Yuqing before him resembled a blooming red rose, exuding an air of mature charm, with every move her voluptuous figure revealing an enticing allure. Especially her pair of phoenix eyes, sparkling with the luster of autumn waters, yet holding a hint of cold majesty. Just then a melodious and captivating voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! Destiny binds the heroine Wen Yuqing. Height 171 meters. Weight 56 kilograms. Talent none. Destiny bond mechanical ascendance." Su Yuan's mind flooded with information, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Originally, if Wen Yuqing had no destiny bond, he would have taken in this lady regardless. He had to admit that being close to Wen Yuqing deeply attracted him. Her unique, mature sensuality exuded the aura of a superior, captivating him irresistibly. "I don't think I've agreed yet, have I?" Hearing this, Wen Yuqing glanced at Junling beside her, her brows slightly furrowing. "Qing, Junling began, but was interrupted by Su Yuan. "Oh, then I now invite Qing to join. Will you accept?" Su Yuan smiled gently. Wen Yuqing pondered for a moment, a slight smile gracing her face as her voice rang out, elegant and melodious. Not to mention that Su Yuan saved her even for Junling's sake she should stay. Moreover, the sense of security brought by this top-tier vehicle gave her no reason to refuse. All these years her seemingly strong facade was merely a disguise she had to put on. Deep down, she still needed a warm harbor to rely on. Now it seemed she had found that, no longer needing to stand in front to withstand the storms. Qingyi, this is your wisest choice. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise appearing, yet it was also within expectation. He looked at the beaming Junling and said, "Take Qing, eat a bathe." Wen Yuqing's beautiful face was covered in dust, and her blue robe was stained with some blood. Junling nodded, taking Wen Yuqing's hand and saying, "Qing, follow me." "Where to?" Wen Yuqing was taken aback. "Bathe? Where would they bathe?" Although the car was spacious, she hadn't seen any compartments. "To a place that will absolutely astonish you." Junling smiled mysteriously, leading her to the front of the villa and then opening the door to walk inside. At the moment the door opened, Wen Yuqing's pupils suddenly constricted. Wasn't this a painting? Following that, her astonished voice echoed from within. "Su Yuan, having such a beautiful lady, doesn't it make you feel delighted?" Yushu nudged Su Yuan's waist with her elbow, whispering, "I'm already envious of you enjoying such good fortune." "Sister, do you mean you're not enjoying yourself?" Su Yuan chuckled, pinching her cheek and speaking teasingly. Yushu was taken aback, her charming face turning red as she playfully punched him. "You bad guy, ha." Su Yuan laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. "Sugo, let's see what resources the mechanical Tyrannosaurus dropped." Tong Shu asked curiously. "Sure." Su Yuan returned to the driver's seat and opened the holographic temporary warehouse. A pile of resources was stored inside. Not only were there materials dropped by the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, but also resources seized from 3 teams, a veritable treasure trove. "There are too many resources, come help me sort them out." Su Yuan glanced and was momentarily stunned, waving his hand towards Yushu and Tong Shu. "Coming." The two excitedly jogged over, taking out and counting the resources one by one. After a few minutes, the 3 finally finished counting. The most numerous were mechanical parts and power devices, totaling 100. Some were from Li Mingda and his group stock, while others should have been dropped by level 1 mechanical beasts. The third category was various blueprints considered quite ordinary to Su Yuan, such as low-level alloy bulletproof glass blueprints, low-level alloy bulletproof tires, and metal mechanical arm blueprints. Lastly, there were the materials dropped by level 2 mechanical Tyrannosaurus, which made Su Yuan incredibly excited. Core Crystal 1, an intelligent machine chip, 1, a mechanical beast blueprint 1. Su Yuan excitedly kissed Yushu and Tong Shu on the cheek, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "Core Crystal, now I can upgrade the vehicle." "Will it upgrade to a tank?" Tong Shu asked, equally joyful, blinking her eyes. "Tank? It's possible," Su Yuan replied with a smile. "And there's an intelligent machine chip, the Sky Curtain Intelligence System, can be crafted now." Yushu bit her lip lightly. It was simply a bountiful harvest. "Let's install this Sky Curtain first." Su Yuan gently nodded, placing the Sky Curtain Intelligent Blueprint Energy Crystal and Intelligent Machine Chip into the holographic interface. Materials for crafting Sky Curtain Intelligent System met. Loading. Loading complete. A new module appeared on the holographic interface labeled Sky Curtain Intelligent. It listed various functions: automatic enemy lock function, panoramic monitoring function, projection, scanning function, warning function, and camouflage function. "With automatic enemy lock, we won't have to worry about missing our shots," Yushu said excitedly. Tong Shu nodded, "and this panoramic monitoring allows us to see the surroundings of the armored vehicle." The holographic interface clearly displayed a 5-meter range around the Wuling armored vehicle. Su Yuan familiarized himself with it, took a deep breath, and began to upgrade the vehicle. Vehicle upgrade. Upgrade materials met. Upgrading. Triggering special module perfect evolution. Vehicle upgrade changes. Please wait patiently. A crystal holographic screen enveloped the entire Wuling armored vehicle, rippling in circles. From the outside, it looked like a magnificent palace. "Little Tong, go get some snacks." Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he patted Tong Shu's cheek. Tong Shu dashed over to open the small store door. After a while, she returned with a box of snacks. The 3 of them munched on snacks while waiting for the vehicle's upgrade. A few minutes later, Junling and Wen Yuqing walked out of the villa's main door, resembling 2 beautiful flowers. Wen Yuqing wore a white fitted leisure outfit, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Her long dark hair was casually tied up with a jade hairpin with remnants of glistening water droplets at the ends of her hair. Wen Yuqing's phoenix eyes still carried astonishment, her heart yet to calm from the turmoil. "What are you all doing?" Junling was momentarily taken aback, seeing the 3 eating snacks. "Sister Junling, the Wuling armored vehicle is upgrading. We're just killing time by snacking," Tong Shu explained as she turned to look. "You got the core crystal?" Junling's face showed surprise and joy upon hearing this. Wen Yuqing trembled slightly, an incredulous look flashing in her eyes. "Isn't the core crystal a material for upgrading to a level 3 vehicle? Could it be that this vehicle is level 2? How could that be? Waves of shock surged within her, having astonished her several times in such a short span. Yes, we were lucky that mechanical Tyrannosaurus dropped the materials. Tong Shu nodded, lightly grinning. Deep within this tech park lies a horde of zombies, and there seems to be a first-tier mutated zombie as well. When Yuqing raised her head, slightly pondered for a moment, then sighed. I didn't expect mechanical beasts to be here. Something I was unaware of. Mutated zombie. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. To be honest, he had lost interest in ordinary zombies by now, but mutated zombies still piqued his curiosity. The loot they dropped was still quite decent. Once the Wuling armored vehicle was upgraded, he could rampage through the tech park without restraint. Just then a cry of surprise rang out. Brother Su, look at the vehicle body. Tong Shu's eyes widened as she pointed around. Su Yuan followed her. The originally silver-gray interior of the vehicle was blurring and shifting, replaced by a pattern of dark blue veins that shimmered with an eerie blue light, exuding a sense of mystery. The exterior was similarly coated in a layer of dark blue meteorite armor, resembling lifelike scales of a colossal beast. All the mithril alloy armor materials had been replaced with the higher-grade meteorite alloy. The entire vehicle expanded and rose as the 6 mithril tires retracted into the undercarriage and 2 meteorite alloy rolling tracks emerged. The mithril alloy push blade at the front transformed into a meteorite alloy serrated grinding disc, while the 3 mithril alloy grappling hooks on the roof became 5 meteorite alloy ones with enhanced attack range and flexibility. Most striking of all, a dark blue Gatling gun stood atop the rear of the vehicle, its circular barrel exuding a chilling gleam. And there was more. The original main cannon had been replaced by 2 meteorite main cannons, their long barrels tilted upward, as if ready to blast the very heavens apart. Vehicle perfect evolution and upgrade complete. At the same moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing it, Su Yuan's body jolted, and he quickly opened the vehicle's information panel. Wuling armored tank meteorite grade. Owner Su Yuan. Level 3. Upgrade Fate Bond materials have level 4 upgrade blueprint 1, light energy chip 1, Yuan core crystal 2, 1 mechanical parts 150 power unit 150. Special modules materials have early warning detection perfect evolution mechanical ascension. Function 1, automatic pickup within a 5-meter radius for dropped loot. Function 2, autonomous driving voice chat video. Weight 60 tons. Defense extremely high. Vehicle modules, celestial shield AI system, district D, fragment map chat channel. Newly unlocked module decomposition function. Vehicle weapons, auto-retractable meteorite alloy grappling hooks, 360-degree rotation, 50-meter range meteorite alloy serrated grinding disc, 1 meteorite alloy Gatling gun with 5 0 rounds, 2 meteorite alloy main cannons with 36 standard shells, 9 armor-piercing shells, and 2 enchanted shells. Hiss! Gasps erupted one after another. Upon seeing the vehicle's stats, Yushu and the other 3 couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths. Their pupils dilated and astonishment painted their faces. Especially when Yuqing, who had just joined. Her mouth hung wide open, her beautiful eyes staring as if she had seen an extraterrestrial being. Was this what a level 3 vehicle was supposed to have? Not bad. Su Yuan nodded with considerable satisfaction. The meteorite alloy's defense was such that even armor-piercing shells couldn't breach it. He then checked the newly unlocked function. The decomposition function was self-explanatory. It could break down any material, like extracting rebar from the concrete outside. It perfectly complemented mechanical ascension. Not bad. Upon hearing this, when Yuqing's mouth twitched violently, and a sense of helplessness welled up within her. Just not bad. This was practically an invincible vehicle. She had never even heard of meteorite alloy. The only top-tier alloy she knew was bronze alloy. If this vehicle encountered any level 3 vehicles, it would be a total mismatch. She estimated that even level 3 vehicles couldn't break through its defenses. These top-tier installations simply shouldn't be on a level 3 vehicle. Brother Su, the second-level space is much larger, and there's an exit at the top and another in the back. At the stairway, Tong Shu gazed at the spacious second level and called out, "There's an exit on the top level." Junling raised an eyebrow and walked over excitedly. As a sniper, constantly climbing onto the vehicle was inconvenient. Now that there was an exit, she could go directly from inside to the roof. It was extremely convenient and gave her a tactical advantage. Virum. The Wuling armored tank slowly started up and pulled up in front of the level 2 blue supercar in the corner. Su Yuan, what are you? Anqing, do you still want this car? Su Yuan turned to ask. No. When Yuqing sighed softly. She had grown somewhat attached to this blue supercar. Seeing it destroyed would make her feel a pang of regret and pity. Su Yuan, there's plenty of space inside the vehicle. We could just drive this supercar up. Yushu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said eagerly, "Is that possible?" When Yuqing's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Yuan expectantly. Su Yuan considered it, sizing up the interior space. Indeed, it could accommodate the blue supercar. After a moment's thought, he nodded. It's fine. Thank you. Wen Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled, and in her excitement, she kissed Su Yuan. Su Yuan was taken aback, then a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Sorry. Wen Yuqing's cheeks flushed as she had gotten carried away and acted on impulse. It's okay. Su Yuan smiled faintly and opened the rear door. It seemed his charm was undeniable. Seeing this, Wen Yuqing hurriedly got off the vehicle with a hint of shyness and ran toward the blue supercar. Soon the blue supercar slowly drove onto the Wuling armored tank. Wen Yuqing stepped out, her face radiant with a smile. We're just about ready. Time to see what treasures this tech park holds. Su Yuan sat in the driver's seat, gazing at the dimly lit structures ahead, and spoke slowly. The next second, the Wuling armored tank crushed the concrete rubble in its path, advancing unimpeded. Boom, crunch, screech. In the silent night, a series of low grinding sounds echoed. It was the tracks crushing broken rebar, producing the piercing shriek of twisted metal and the rumble of falling debris. Boom. A wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the steel beast-like Wuling armored tank emerged. Before it, all roads led to Rome. Watching Su Yuan charge recklessly, showing no regard for the potential dangers lurking within, Wen Yuqing let out a soft sigh, a glint of admiration flickering in her eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Just then the massive commotion finally drew the zombie horde. Countless ordinary zombies surged from all directions. Just small fry. Su Yuan looked up, frowned, and after a moment's thought said to Yushu, Sister, you will leave this zombie horde to you. No problem. Yushu was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Junling and Tong Shu hurried down from the second level, and upon hearing this, their faces lit up with excitement. Aunt Qing, gear up and join us in killing zombies. Junling, brimming with excitement, grabbed the dazed Wen Yuqing and dragged her into the armory. A short while later, Wen Yuqing, wearing tactical goggles and a camouflage combat suit, held 2 submachine guns as she followed Junling and the other 2 to clear out the zombies. Boom. In an instant, the grenade detonated. Junling, Yushu, and Tong Shu formed a protective perimeter around Wen Yuqing, who was still disoriented, and swiftly cleared the nearby zombies. Then they encircled the Wuling armored tank, establishing overlapping fields of suppressive fire. Su Yuan's gaze fixed upon the panoramic surveillance feed displayed on the vehicle's holographic interface. His expression relaxed at once. Ordinary zombie hordes posed no threat to them. Excellent. Truly excellent. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin. A fledgling all-female combat squad had taken its first definitive shape. Next came the moment he had been eagerly awaiting. The summoning of the arbitrary gate. What kind of gate would manifest this time? Summon. After a brief silent prayer, he drew a deep breath and issued the command, inwardly voiced low and resonant. Red Gate Epic. Behind it lies a war mechanical factory. A war factory. Su Yuan shot upright, fists clenched in exhilaration, his eyes blazing with radiant intensity. Fortune herself had smiled upon him. He had summoned an epic tier gate. Without hesitation, he installed the Crimson Gate beside the armory entrance. A vivid red portal coalesced seamlessly onto the vehicle's hull. Eyes burning with anticipation, Su Yuan slowly pushed open the gate and stepped across the threshold. Before him stretched a vast vaulted expanse, its horizon lost in shadow. Above, massive steel girders, thick as prehistoric ribs, crisscrossed high overhead, bracing 100-meter turtle rock ceiling. Countless white crystal floodlights blazed like artificial suns, bathing the floor in stark, unrelenting daylight. The air hung thick with a potent aroma. The searing heat of molten metal mingled with the heavy, cloying scent of industrial lubricant, forging a uniquely metallic atmosphere. Below sprawled a labyrinthine steel jungle, assembly lines composed of treads, hydraulic cranes, and autonomous robotic arms snaked endlessly across the floor. HSSSS. Su Yuan sucked in a sharp breath, utterly awestruck. This was the war factory. He hurried through its corridors, eyes alight with fervor, until that fervor gradually settled into quiet wonder. Fully automated machinery. Impressive, yet lamentably dormant. No raw materials fed the production lines, and no components emerged from the stations. He stood before a mountain of treasure he could not yet wield. Wait! A sudden insight flashed across his mind. His gaze snapped toward the factory's deepest recesses, where a towering alloy door stood sentinel. Even a halted war factory must store reserves. Huh. Exhaling sharply, he sprinted to the alloy door and pressed the activation panel beside it. Cree. A cloud of ancient dust billowed as the massive door groaned open. Su Yuan stepped inside. In the blink of an eye, unrestrained laughter thundered through the chamber. Ha 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 ha. Inside the alloy chamber rose colossal tiered storage racks, precisely aligned, geometrically flawless, like a hive forged from steel and gears. Each level bristled with standardized metal crates uniformly coated in gray-green camouflage and marked with crisp white serial numbers. Gazing upon that endless array of supplies, Su Yuan's vision swam, his lips curling upward in irrepressible triumph. He moved swiftly, scanning aisle after aisle, until at last he located the ammunition racks. His own compact armory now seemed laughably insignificant beside this vault of ordnance. Bullets beyond counting, artillery shells in staggering variety, armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive armor-piercing shells. Every detail affirmed the facility's name, War Mechanical Factory. After several minutes, Su Yuan reluctantly withdrew. He could not linger. His 4 warriors were still holding the line outside. Yet the moment he re-entered the vehicle, the 4 women climbed aboard, shoulders linked in easy camaraderie. "Brother Su, we're done," Tong Shu declared, eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "Outstanding." Su Yuan appraised them, then raised a thumb in clear approval. "Brother Su, Tong Shu hesitated, then ventured carefully. "We went through quite a bit of ammo." Their battle rush had grown intoxicating, restraint forgotten. Under their relentless barrage, the zombie horde never breached their perimeter, collapsing instead into grotesque mounds of carnage. "Is that all?" Su Yuan arched a brow, a confident, commanding smile playing on his lips. "Trivial. From now on, fire freely. We are not short on ammunition. But our armory only holds a few thousand rounds." Tong Shu blinked, perplexed. Junling and Yushu exchanged similarly puzzled glances. Thousands of rounds may sound abundant, but in combat they vanish in moments. "Follow me." Su Yuan offered a faint knowing smile and gestured toward the newly opened war factory gate. "Huh, when did this appear?" Tong Shu exclaimed, startled. "Let's see what lies beyond this gate." Yushu's eyes lit up with eager anticipation as she stepped forward. Wen Yuqing stood speechless, numb with disbelief, her capacity for astonishment long since exhausted. Yet even she, jaded as she was, recoiled anew upon crossing the threshold, stunned into silence once more. "Thighs, thighs." Tong Shu clapped both hands over her mouth, eyes wide with incredulity. Junling and Yushu exchanged a glance, then, as if guided by instinct, turned in unison towards Su Yuan. This man was simply breathtaking. "A pity it's inactive," Su Yuan murmured, gazing at the cold, motionless assembly lines. "Is this fully automated?" Junling asked, regaining her composure. "Yes, fully automated. But I can't operate it," Su Yuan replied with a wry shrug, palms upturned in helpless resignation. "What a shame," Yushu sighed softly. "Come, load artillery shells and Gatling rounds into the vehicle." Su Yuan signaled the 4 women to follow him, guiding them to an automated transport cart within the factory. They loaded crate after crate, standard shells, armor-piercing artillery, Gatling ammunition, no longer rationing, no longer hesitating. Now, with the Gatling's 1,000-round permanent fury at their command, they could unleash fire without restraint. "Warning! Warning! Hostile contact imminent." Just as Su Yuan carried a crate of shells back into the vehicle, crimson alarm lights flared, and urgent sirens shrieked. He looked up and saw a colossal mutated zombie gripping the meteorite main cannon, attempting to wrench it apart. "Sleepy, and a pillow arrives." Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, a dazzling smile spreading across his face. He strode to the driver's seat and glanced back at the 4 women emerging behind him. "Load the shells. Full capacity." "Understood." All 4 nodded crisply and moved with practiced efficiency. Su Yuan watched the metal-plated mutant through the viewport, activating projection scanning, revealing its profile. Mechanical Butcher. Variant Zombie. Rank Tier 1. Description: a brute force variant fused with mechanical alloys, possessing immense strength and formidable defense. Beware decapitation attempts. Formidable defense. A sly grin flickered across Su Yuan's lips as he powered up the Wuling armored tank. "Tum." The Mechanical Butcher recoiled in shock, then slammed a fist against the hull, unleashing a deep, resonant boom. "Brother Su, it's not just one." Tong Shu checked the panoramic feed and paled 3 more Mechanical Butchers flanked the vehicle on both sides. "Excellent. Let's have some fun with them." Su Yuan, far from alarmed, grinned with delight as he deployed his Wuling armored tank to scare off 4 Mechanical Butchers. Roar, roar, roar. Each of the 4 Mechanical Butchers coalesced a cleaver-like weapon in its hands and charged toward the Wuling armored tank with guttural roars. "Open fire." Su Yuan's gaze blazed with intensity. The Skyveil system activated, automatically locking onto targets with its twin meteor-fall main cannons. Then 2 standard shells screamed forth. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions erupted. 2 Mechanical Butchers instantly detonated, scattering viscous gray-green fluid in all directions. Even their metallic carapaces could not withstand the impact of ordinary artillery. The remaining 2, witnessing the carnage, clumsily pivoted and lumbered toward the skeletal ruins of nearby buildings. "So slow." Tong Shu burst into a soft chuckle. "Xiao Tong, you take over." Su Yuan declared suddenly, then granted her full combat authorization. Tong Shu blinked in surprise, then lit up with exhilaration. She aimed steadily at the fleeing mechanical butchers and pressed the firing button. Shush! Shush! Two shells struck with surgical precision, igniting twin fireballs upon impact. This is nothing short of one-sided annihilation, Wen Yuqing murmured, biting her lower lip. Previously, she would have needed prolonged, grueling combat to subdue even a single mechanical butcher. Yet for Su Yuan, one shell sufficed. The gulf between cultivators was truly unfathomable. Let's make this place a little more lively. Su Yuan steered the Wuling armored tank across the debris-strewn terrain, collecting scattered supplies before pressing deeper inward. Tong Shu and Yu Shu opened the holographic temporary warehouse, methodically sorting each recovered item. With Su Yuan's permission, Wen Yuqing departed for the Warmech factory, accompanied by Junling. She found such machinery deeply intriguing and eager to study them firsthand. Boom, boom, boom. Under the cloak of night, thunderous detonations echoed as blossoms of fire bloomed across the skyline. Abandoned skyscrapers, towering monoliths of decay, shuddered under repeated artillery strikes, crumbling into torrents of shattered concrete and twisted rebar. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a post-apocalyptic survival world, one might easily mistake these ruins as Su Yuan's own handiwork. No mutated zombies or mechanical beasts left. The Wuling armored tank rolled steadily across the wasteland. Through the viewport, Su Yuan scanned the desolation, no sign of any mutated life form. He went where he fought, and struck precisely where he pointed. Such colossal commotion had drawn no response from other aberrant entities. Clear proof that the level 2 mechanical tyrannosaur was indeed the apex predator of this zone. Brother Su, shall I deploy the hummingbird drones for another sweep? Tong Shu suggested from beside him. Good idea, Su Yuan mused, and nodded. Meanwhile, beyond the towering perimeter wall, a convoy approached. The Sandwolf convoy relentlessly tracking Su Yuan's trail. That guy can really run. We almost lost him. Lucky we didn't give up. Otherwise, we'd have missed this entire architectural complex. Given its scale, there must be treasures aplenty. Tread carefully. This place may be perilous. Where in this world isn't dangerous? The 5 leaders of the Sandwolf convoy exchanged terse banter as they advanced. Silence. The bald commander snapped, ears pricked forward. Do you hear that rumbling? Could he have encountered mutated zombies? Let's move. Don't let him get eaten first. In an instant, the Sandwolf convoy roared to life, veering onto a smoother path, and surged inward following the distant thunder of artillery. Inside the Wuling armored tank, Brother Su detected a convoy entering the science park and heading straight for us, Tong Shu announced, startled as vehicle icons flickered across her control display. Her hummingbird drone surveillance had just pinpointed the Sandwolf convoy's approach. Oh, what's their vehicle composition? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Tong Shu zoomed in on the drone feed and replied, 5 level 1 vehicles and 10 starter class models. That's embarrassingly weak. Su Yuan froze, expecting a level 3 flagship only to find level 1 units leading the charge. Shall we eliminate them? Yu Shu asked, eyes gleaming with impatience. We don't yet know their intent. Though we're no saints, neither are we lawless marauders. We won't destroy every convoy we see without cause, Su Yuan said, shaking his head with mild astonishment. He suddenly realized Yu Shu had a pronounced penchant for violence. Then shall we bait them? Offer honey before the hammer? Yu Shu sighed, disappointment fading as a sly glint sparked in her eyes. Tong Shu frowned. Bait them? What does that mean? Give them a taste of sweetness. Then strike with crushing force. Yu Shu winked, voice languid and knowing. Brother Su, is that what it means? Tong Shu asked, skeptical. Roughly, Su Yuan confirmed. He slapped his forehead, exasperated. Yu Shu's schemes were deviously subtle, yet brilliantly effective for gauging hostile intent. Are they closing in on us now? He asked Tong Shu. She glanced at her console and nodded. Yes, they'll arrive in 5 minutes. Then let's lay the bait. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, paused in quiet calculation, then flicked Yu Shu's forehead lightly. Senior sister, you're wicked. I'm certain they mean ill. Yu Shu smiled faintly, then ascended to the second deck. She intended to manually operate the Gatling cannon. A deep hunger for heavy ordnance had long simmered within her. VVVVRRR. A ripple of shimmering energy pulsed across the Wuling armored tank's hull. In the blink of an eye, its form shifted, transforming into a sleek cobalt blue level 2 sports car. Only its outward appearance changed. Beneath the illusion, it remained the Wuling armored tank. It was a masterful illusion, exactly the Skyveil system's camouflage protocol in action. 5 minutes later, a chorus of roaring engines tore through the gloom as 15 vehicles emerged from the shadows, encircling the blue sports car in perfect formation. How is it just a level 2 sports car? Does it matter? A level 2 ride is still valuable. Don't let it slip away. Stay sharp. They're level 2 after all. Just a sports car. How threatening could it be? With 15 vehicles, what do we have to fear? Move fast. Trap it from all sides. The The 5 Sandwolf leaders leaned out of their windows, shouting coordination, then reached consensus. Roar. All 15 vehicles surged forward in unison. 5 level 1 units, deploying mounted weapons. Steel spikes, chainsaws, battering rams, spiked maces, and rotating hammers. All 5 level 1 vehicles flanked by starter-class units slammed into the blue sports car from 5 converging angles. A cascade of blinding light flared. Then the illusion shattered. A series of dull, resonant thuds followed. Thud, thud, thud. Inside the Wuling armored tank. Senior Sister Yu, it's time. Su Yuan watched the assault unfold through the viewport and shook his head unsurprised. Indeed, they came with malice. These men were ruthless, acting with chilling decisiveness, uttering not a single word before striking. What in the... Holy hell, that's no sports car. What kind of abomination is this? Run! The bald commander and his comrades recoiled, pupils contracting violently at the sight of the monstrous armored titan before them. The front-mounted weapons of the 5 level 1 vehicles crumpled like tin foil, mere inches from total destruction. Run! A graceful figure stepped forth, strode to the Gatling cannon, and gripped its handles with both hands. The next instant, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, a searing tongue of bullets erupted into the night, lashing across the hull of one level 1 vehicle. In just 3 seconds, that level 1 vehicle was reduced to a beehive with no survivors left inside. But it wasn't over yet. The Wuling armored tank circled around, its bullets spiraling to form a deadly ring of fire. Countless bullets rained down upon several vehicles. In a moment, the Sandwolf convoy was decimated, leaving only 2 level 1 vehicles and 3 initial vehicles that had narrowly escaped. But they hadn't run far, for shells accurately found their targets. Boom, boom, for brilliant flashes erupted towards the sky, thick black smoke engulfing the area. So exhilarating, so brutal. On the Wuling armored tank, Yu Shu trembled as she gazed at the wreckage of the vehicles around her, a beautiful smile curving her lips. But I like it. There's no chat channel module. Su Yuan drove the Wuling armored tank around, collecting the dropped supplies, only to find a map module, but no chat channel module. Brother Su, we must already have the chat channels of these people. Tong Shu said, her eyes flashing with insight. Su Yuan realized, giving a thumbs up. As for this convoy, they were just here for fun, their supplies were dispensable, and even the zone map was overlapping. Moments later, the Wuling armored tank started up and left the area. After a while, it returned, stopping in front of the wreckage of a level 1 vehicle. Su Yuan had forgotten one thing. Decompose. Decomposition complete, gained advanced metal materials 10 kilograms. Triggered special module mechanical ascension. Do you want to smelt and upgrade? Smelt. Su Yuan saw the information pop up on the vehicle's screen, raised an eyebrow, and clicked confirm. Smelting upgrade successful, gained low-level alloy materials 1 kilograms. It shrunk so much. Su Yuan widened his eyes slightly, and decomposing a level 1 vehicle only gained him 10 kilograms of advanced metal materials, which was too little. It seemed to be the quantity dictated by the rules of this world. However, he forgot one point: whether it was wreckage or a complete vehicle, the amount remained fixed. Subsequently, Su Yuan began to decompose other vehicles, acquiring 40 kilograms of advanced metal materials and 100 kilograms of ordinary metal materials. Among them, the 100 kilograms of ordinary metal materials, after smelting and upgrading, yielded 10 kilograms of advanced metal materials, equating to 1 kilogram of low-level alloy materials. Brother Su, this area is a bit unusual. At this moment, Tong Shu uploaded the footage from the Hummingbird drone to the vehicle's screen, pointing at a specific location. In the footage, a series of tremors appeared on a piece of ruined land. Very well, let's go see what is hidden here. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly drove the Wuling armored tank forward at full speed, guided by the Hummingbird drone. A few minutes later, a horde of zombies suddenly surged out from the surrounding buildings. Looks like we found the right place. Su Yuan was not surprised, but pleased, indicating that the area was peculiar. Su Yuan, let me handle this. Yu Shu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly moved to the second floor space to control the Gatling gun. Sister Yu Shu seems to have a bit of a violent tendency. Tong Shu remarked quietly upon seeing this. Not just a bit, she definitely has a violent tendency. Su Yuan nodded affirmatively. The next moment, the Wuling armored tank crashed into the zombie horde while Yu Shu operated the Gatling gun, unleashing a sweeping arc of fire. Da-da-da. Countless bullet casings rained down on the meteor alloy armor as ordinary zombies were turned into sieves. It was a merciless slaughter. After annihilating the horde of zombies, they continued towards the peculiar area and encountered a group of level 1 mechanical beasts. In an instant, flames surged and artillery roared. 10 minutes later, the Wuling armored tank arrived in front of a massive building that was partially collapsed. This had previously been a dome-structured giant building. Now the central arch had collapsed and the surrounding structures were leaking. Brother Su, that strange area is inside here. Tong Shu guided the Hummingbird drone inside. Boom. Su Yuan tapped his chin lightly, pushing the Wuling armored tank into the building. This place feels like a research facility. Yushu returned, glancing at the building outside, raising an eyebrow. It does have a resemblance. Su Yuan nodded slightly, continuing forward until they reached the strange ruins. Brother Su, there's a warehouse deeper inside. Tong Shu suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Oh, let's go check what this warehouse has. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, activating the Wuling armored tank to delve deeper, arriving before a large alloy door. It's actually a high-level alloy door. The projection scanned it, surprising him and revealing a hint of anticipation. It indicated that there must be good things inside. He couldn't use armor-piercing shells to blow it open, fearing he might damage the good stuff inside. The meteor alloy serrated saw began to spin, and the Wuling armored tank crashed directly into it. Zing! The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed, and a dazzling array of sparks flew. The high-level alloy door gradually shattered, collapsing into large fragments in a matter of moments. Then Su Yuan manually decomposed the debris. Roar! Damn! Two voices sounded simultaneously as Su Yuan stared blankly at the situation behind the alloy door. A group of level 1 mechanical beasts were leaping inside, while on the bare alloy floor lay a giant mechanical beast radiating light. Its massive, cold mechanical gaze lingered on the Wuling armored vehicle. At that moment, it slowly rose, its towering frame of over 5 meters creating a tremendous visual pressure. Mechanical giant rhinoceros. Level 3. Description: a special life form born from unknown and eerie powers, endowed with the ferocity of a beast and mechanical life. A level 3 mechanical beast. Yushu exclaimed in shock, then frowned. This warehouse is the lair of mechanical beasts. Tong Shu, however, was excited, saying, Level 3 mechanical beasts must have good stuff. Roar! The mechanical giant rhinoceros let out a metallic roar, its powerful shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The next second, the densely packed level 1 mechanical beast surged out of the warehouse, charging straight towards the Wuling armored tank. Enjoy the fireworks. Watching the mechanical beasts rush, and Su Yuan smiled slightly and pressed the fire button. 2 meteor main cannons unleashed a barrage of ordinary shells. In an instant, explosions erupted one after another, fireballs blooming and countless mechanical wreckage scattered. Some mechanical beasts broke through the bombardment, crashing hard into the Wuling armored vehicle only to turn themselves into a pile of parts. The mechanical beasts that broke through behind were cleverer. They climbed onto the Wuling armored tank, their metallic claws scratching violently, leaving only faint marks. Sister Yu, they're all yours. Su Yuan glanced at the panoramic monitor, quickly said, then adjusted the 2 meteor main cannons to aim at the mechanical giant rhinoceros. Received. Yushu smiled, immediately entering combat mode. The meteor alloy hooks on top of the vehicle began to move, 5 hooks whistling out. At this moment, the 5 hooked locks no longer attacked in a straight line. They could now bend left and right, up and down, resembling flexible tentacles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 hooked locks targeted a mechanical beast, piercing through its metal shell and then forcefully lifting it to smash down onto the Wuling armored tank. The mechanical beast shattered, with heaps of metal fragments falling to the ground. All of this transpired in the warehouse. The mechanical giant rhinoceros stirred its hooves, thundering as it charged forward, its massive horn gleaming with a metallic luster, and its armor exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. If it were anyone else, they would likely be terrified. However, facing me, such a massive figure is nothing more than a live target. Su Yuan wore an expression of calm determination as he decisively opened fire. 2 armor-piercing shells thundered against the horn, one after the other. The first shell failed to destroy it, merely leaving spiderweb-like cracks. The second shell shattered the alloy horn, the explosion's shockwave forcing the mechanical giant rhinoceros back. Yet before it could express its anger, 2 more armor-piercing shells flew in. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions erupted suddenly, and the mechanical giant rhinoceros let out a mournful roar before collapsing straight into the warehouse. The 2 armor-piercing shells had directly obliterated its life. Even though it had a low-grade alloy shell, it could not withstand the armor-piercing shells. This is the power of heavy artillery. Killing a level 3 mechanical beast is as easy as killing a chicken. Su Yuan's several mechanical beasts are trying to escape. Yushu was wreaking havoc, controlling the meteor hook locks to annihilate one mechanical beast after another when she caught sight of a few mechanical beasts fleeing rapidly and shouted. They won't get away, Su Yuan said, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips as he adjusted the main cannon of the meteor, instantly locking onto the 4 escaping mechanical beasts. 4 standard shells whistled out, accurately striking them and exploding into chunks of metal debris. In just a matter of minutes, the suspected lair of the mechanical beasts was wiped out. We've struck gold, so many resources. Tong Shu's eyes sparkled as she collected and organized the items. Yushu sat beside her, assisting. Sugu, the resources dropped by the level 3 mechanical beast include a core crystal, a radar core chip, and a rocket launcher blueprint. After 5 minutes, Tong Shu reported the resource list to Su Yuan, her tone tinged with disappointment. She hadn't expected the loot from the level 3 mechanical beast to be so poor. The resources dropped by the level 1 mechanical beasts were even more mundane, mostly consisting of food and water resources along with some mechanical parts and power devices plus low-grade blueprints. Little Tong, your standards are too high. Su Yuan chuckled, realizing the situation. For other survivors, these 3 items would undoubtedly be valuable, especially the rocket launcher blueprint. This is a powerful weapon. However, Tong Shu had seen too much heavy artillery, so she considered this item to be mediocre. It was akin to a wealthy young lady finding herself in a farmer's household, clearly dissatisfied with the rural environment. Little Tong, we can trade what we don't need. Yu Shu maintained a positive attitude, patting Tong Shu on the head. We do need it. This radar core chip is just right for building a radar system, and the core crystal is essential for upgrading vehicles. Tong Shu gently bit her red lip, smiling slightly. Sugu, let's install it and see. Su Yuan nodded, retrieving the radar blueprint and radar core chip to place into the vehicle's display. The radar installation was complete, now integrated into the Tianmu intelligence system. He raised an eyebrow, opened the Tianmu, and checked the radar's functionality. The radar covered a range of 5 kilometers, and combined with the Tianmu's automatic enemy locking feature, it could achieve precise long-range strikes. A smile crept onto Su Yuan's lips. It was very impressive. I didn't expect this alloy warehouse to be the lair of the mechanical beasts. Oh, we stumbled upon it by accident, Yu Shu remarked, glancing at the ruins with a soft sigh. Fortunately, we opened it, otherwise others would likely have been torn apart by the mechanical beasts. Su Yuan shrugged and laughed. Sugu, the ruins trembled again. At this moment, Tong Shu's gaze sharpened as she regained control of the hummingbird drone for a sweep, discovering that the ruins were showing unusual activity. Moments later, the Wuling armored tank returned to the front of the ruins. The ground of the ruins trembled slightly, as if something beneath was about to break through. Warning detection. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan pondered for a moment and activated the warning detection. Detecting. Detection complete. The area is extremely dangerous. At the moment the information popped up, the display flashed a blinding red light, illuminating the faces of Su Yuan and the other 2. What? Yu Shu exclaimed in surprise. Tong Shu's face changed, hesitating as she said, could it be that higher-level mechanical beasts or mutated zombies are hiding below? Su Yuan, it's better to be cautious. A hint of anxiety rose in Yu Shu's heart as she gently advised. Su Yuan stared at the trembling ruins, lost in thought. 1 minute later, the Wuling armored tank departed from there. In the end, Su Yuan did not take the risk. Firstly, the warning detection had issued a warning, and secondly, he did not have the facilities to break through the surface for investigation. After taking a tour around the Xuanji Technology Park in the Wuling armored tank, he set off toward the next location, the wasteland town. Su Yuan felt quite regretful that he had not encountered any mutated plants and could not obtain the forbidden spirit fruits. Xuanji High-Tech Park. Shortly after Su Yuan and the others left, the strange ruins gradually calmed down, returning to a state of silence. Beneath the layers of ruins lies a vast underground space scattered with countless unknown objects and giant pit impressions. A mechanical metal giant beast measuring 100 meters in length and tens of meters in height slowly lay down, ceasing its collision with the rocks above. No, it was not rock, but a metallic rock wall made of unknown materials, now indented deeply in one. Roar. The mechanical giant beast let out an unwilling roar, its massive nostrils exhaling metallic hot air as its dark golden metal pupils slowly closed, seemingly falling into a deep slumber. The level 3 mechanical giant rhinoceros that Su Yuan killed was merely a small fry compared to it. At this moment, it was firmly bound by 5 thick black golden chains around its limbs and neck. This is the prison of the mechanical giant beasts. On the way to the wasteland town Junling, and when Yuqing emerged from the war machinery factory, having learned of the intense battle that occurred not long ago, both of them wore expressions of apology. Jun, you didn't need to, I could have handled it myself. Yu Shu raised an eyebrow, quite pleased with herself. Hearing this, Junling was so furious that her teeth ached, suddenly lunging at her to engage in a scuffle. Having missed out on a heated battle, she couldn't resist Yu Shu's provocation and directly resorted to force. Sister Yu Shu, Sister Junling, you too. Tong Shu was dumbfounded watching the two brawl, without any decorum, wanting to step in to break it up. Little Tong, it's fine, I enjoy watching. Su Yuan raised his hand to stop Tong Shu, saying leisurely. Tong Shu was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. When Yuqing beside him tapped her forehead, then looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I have a suggestion regarding the war machinery factory. Oh, what suggestion? Su Yuan asked curiously upon hearing this. When Yuqing paused for a moment, and said slowly, we could hire machinists. Machinists? That's unnecessary, and where would we find machinists here? Su Yuan was taken aback and shook his head. Wen Yuqing furrowed her brow and explained, "We can recruit through the chat channel. It's such a waste to keep this war factory idle. From my observations, as long as there is one skilled machinist, production can be fully automated." Just one skilled machinist? Su Yuan's expression turned to surprise. Wen Yuqing nodded lightly, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Yes, this war factory is entirely mechanized and doesn't require manual labor at all, though as long as there's one person who can start the machines, it's sufficient. Is that so? Su Yuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before looking at Wen Yuqing. Aunt Qing, you can handle the recruitment, but the candidate must be a beauty. Upon hearing this requirement, Wen Yuqing was momentarily stunned. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Junling and another person still in a scuffle, and then she glanced at Tong Shu, suddenly realizing, and smiled wryly. "I'll do my best." "Not just doing your best, but it must be." Su Yuan corrected her regarding the talent of Fate's bond. He had a rough understanding of the four people, Tong Shu included. "All right." Wen Yuqing lightly bit her red lips, nodded, and suddenly thought of something. "By the way, is there any mutated plants in this tech park?" "Not found," Tong Shu responded nearby. Wen Yuqing sighed lightly. "That's truly a pity. Fortune is about fate. If it's not there, it's not there." Su Yuan smiled slightly, looking at the two who had stopped fighting. "Why aren't you two still fighting?" "I'm tired of fighting," Junling said, sitting on the sofa panting. Jun, wait for it." Yushu, sitting beside her, huffed softly. Junling glared at her and stood up, walking towards the villa's entrance. All sweaty, she needed to take a shower. "Wait for me." Yushu hurriedly followed her. "What about those two?" Seeing this scene, Wen Yuqing was filled with confusion and doubt. Tong Shu laughed. "Aunt Qing, no matter how fierce they fight, they are still good friends once they stop. That truly is a rare friendship." Wen Yuqing sincerely praised. "Su Gu, I'm going to look for the battery of the hummingbird drone." Tong Shu smiled and retrieved the hummingbird drone, patrolling the sky, noticing its power was nearly depleted. "Go ahead." Su Yuan waved his hand. Tong Shu opened the war factory door with the hummingbird drone and walked inside. The car was instantly left with just Wen Yuqing and Su Yuan, an inexplicable atmosphere emerging. Su Yuan's gaze was fixed on Wen Yuqing. "I'm going to recruit machinists," Wen Yuqing said, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of unusualness. Not daring to meet Su Yuan's gaze, quickly moving to the passenger seat and opening the chat channel. Su Yuan's lips curled up as he activated auto drive and glanced sideways. At this moment, Wen Yuqing, who had changed into a white-fitted casual outfit, exuded a mature charm, with every move the outfit accentuating her voluptuous figure perfectly. Her long black hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, revealing her snow-white neck. A few strands of hair fell on her side face and playfully brushed against her red lips. Wen Yuqing raised her left hand to brush aside the stray hair, subconsciously licking her red lips. Just then a sudden exhale sounded in her ear, followed by a large hand resting on her shoulder. Then she found herself half reclining in a broad and safe embrace. "Aunt Qing, you are truly beautiful." Su Yuan wrapped his arm around Wen Yuqing's shoulders, admiring her stunning beauty with a compliment. That mature and elegant aura captivated him involuntarily. "Su Yuan, Wen Yuqing trembled, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of panic, her cheeks flushing red. At the same time, a surging emotion arose within her heart, a feeling that hadn't surfaced in a long time. "Aunt Qing, there's no need to say more. I understand it all." Su Yuan raised his other hand to her lips, softly saying. Wen Yuqing was momentarily stunned, lightly biting her red lips, feeling the intense hormones, and slowly closed her eyes. It seemed as if she had resigned herself to fate. Seeing this, Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight arc as he leaned his head closer. It appeared that the two were about to kiss. "Su Guai, I will go back and look some more." Tong Shu walked out happily. Suddenly her pupils constricted, and after realizing, she quickly retreated. She hastily closed the door. "Su Yuan, I'm not ready yet." The enchanting atmosphere was shattered, and Wen Yuqing quickly regained her composure, pushing Su Yuan away. "Aunt Qing will wait for you." Su Yuan did not insist, scratching his nose, feeling a wave of annoyance towards Tong Shu in his heart. Why did she have to show up at the most critical moment? It must have been intentional. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuqing's heart warmed, and she suddenly leaned in to kiss Su Yuan on the lips. After completing this action like lightning, she fixed her gaze on the chat channel, preparing to post the recruitment information. On the surface, she appeared calm, but inside her heart raced like a deer. Su Yuan was taken aback by the sudden kiss. Coming back to his senses, he touched his face and looked at Wen Yuqing's profile, his lips unconsciously curling up. Damn this charm of his. Just then, attention all survivors in Zone D, a notification is being broadcast. The owner of D86, Su Yuan, has completed a hidden mechanism, being the first to collect 5 chat channel modules, and has been rewarded with a forbidden spirit weapon. At the same time, Zones D86, D88, D91, D95, and D98 will begin to merge. A cold mechanical voice echoed in the sky, devoid of any emotion. Hearing the voice, both Su Yuan and Wen Yuqing were stunned, exchanging glances, both revealing looks of surprise. Su Yuan, this might not be a good thing. Wen Yuqing reacted, her expression turning serious. Su Yuan took a deep breath, but a smile appeared on his face. He was unsure if this was a temporary mechanism set up specifically by the officials targeting him, or if it had always existed. With this notification, Su Yuan would likely become the target of many, whether for that forbidden spirit weapon or otherwise, though other survivors had already set their sights on him. But he was unafraid. Anyone who dared to come find him would have to face a barrage of firepower. Aunt Qing, have you forgotten our strength? Su Yuan smiled slightly. Wen Yuqing, upon hearing this, blinked her eyes and hesitated. After all, we're facing all survivors in Zone D. We should still be cautious. Su Yuan chuckled without replying. Rewards have been issued. Please name the new zone. A prominent message suddenly popped up on the screen. Su Yuan was taken aback, then opened the temporary warehouse and saw a mysterious long box. He took it out, revealing an expression of anticipation as he opened it. A dazzling light flashed by. A sword radiating strands of black light lay quietly in a box. A sword, Upon seeing the weapon, Wen Yuqing displayed a look of awe, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the sword. The sword was 3 feet long with intricate black patterns carved along its blade. The hilt was dark, adorned with the image of a 5-clawed black dragon. Su Yuan, look at its power, she said impatiently. Su Yuan lightly nodded, reaching for the hilt, when suddenly a voice echoed within it. Blood recognition. He hesitated for a moment, lightly slashing the blade. A drop of blood flowed out and was instantly absorbed. In an instant, black light erupted, and the patterns on the sword seemed to come to life, streams of light flowing within. Wen Yuqing's pupils dilated, and in a daze, she seemed to see a 1,000-meter black dragon soaring through the sky. Standing atop the black dragon was a figure, though his face was obscured. However, Su Yuan did not witness the scene she envisioned. He only saw the sword shining with black light. As he lifted the special black long sword, information about it surfaced in his mind. Forbidden spirit weapon, demon sword. Level extraordinary. Bloodthirsty, those wounded by the demon's sword will have their life force continuously drained. Cursed, those wounded by the demon's sword will bear a black pattern on the wound. When the pattern coalesces into a demonic flower, the wounded will fall into death. Side effects: using it will generate negative emotions. Mild cases may lead to momentary darkness. Severe cases may lead to demonic deviation. Introduction: legend has it that this sword belonged to an ancient demon god, but just take it as a story, never take it seriously. Hiss. Seeing the information, Su Yuan couldn't help but gasp in shock, his expression filled with horror. The power of this forbidden spirit demon sword was rather tyrannical. Su Yuan, did you see anything special? Wen Yuqing came back to her senses and murmured. Su Yuan was taken aback, confused, and asked Aunt Qing what special scene. Oh, nothing, I might have seen it wrong. Wen Yuqing responded, her brows furrowing, then shook her head. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, but did not press further, swinging the demon's sword before him. A strand of black light rippled past. How is this sword? Wen Yuqing took a deep breath, calming her inner turmoil, her face filled with curiosity. Very strong, possessing 2 kinds of power. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and summarized. After hearing the introduction, Wen Yuqing's pupils trembled. Its strength was somewhat outrageous, and she clicked her tongue, saying, but the side effects are significant as well. This should be the balance of a forbidden spirit weapon, Su Yuan replied proudly. As the saying goes, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. He placed the demon's sword back into the box and looked up at the light screen. What should we name the new area? Su Yuan turned to Wen Yuqing. Wen Yuqing pondered for a moment and suggested several names: Hope, Dawn, Guardian, Revival, or Su Yuan. Hearing his name, Su Yuan smiled helplessly, feeling that these names were somewhat cliché. Noticing the box in his hand, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he asked, how about calling it the Demon Zone? Demon Zone. Wen Yuqing murmured, lightly nodding. Then let's call it the Demon Zone. Su Yuan smiled, inputting the name into the light screen. In an instant, the newly merged area of 5 zones was given a new name: Demon Zone. Demon Zone 9527. Wow, everyone look. The area name is out. Demon Zone. With this name, Su Yuan can't be a demon lord, right? He has long been a demon lord. Don't you know how this area came to be? Hiss, I feel my heart trembling. Su Yuan, you have been honored with the title of Great Demon Lord. Wen Yuqing smiled faintly upon seeing the messages in the chat channel. Su Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, even a bit pleased, saying, it would be even better if we changed Demon Lord to Demon Emperor. Hearing this, Wen Yuqing chuckled silently, her beautiful eyes gazing at Su Yuan, a flicker of enigmatic colors flashing within. Meanwhile, after the mechanical voice announced the news, many people on this desolate yellow earth were keenly interested in Su Yuan. Not only the survivors from the Demon Zone, but those from other zones were also curious, and some survivors even crazily pursued others in different zones, trying to trigger hidden mechanisms. Across the desolate yellow earth, some survivors had quietly formed various factions, and the leaders of these factions were very interested in Su Yuan. In the Ghost Godline Sky Canyon, a massive convoy consisting of nearly 100 vehicles was driving through the narrow depths of the canyon. The convoy was led by a modified off-road vehicle of level 3. Once we pass through this canyon, we will reach the resting area. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam inside the level 3 off-road vehicle let out a sigh of relief and slowly said, "I didn't expect that Su Yuan was so formidable, merging 5 zones together. This kid is extraordinary, a talent from our school." Lin Jiahui said from the driver's seat, one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the thigh of the beautiful woman. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently spoke. If we could recruit him, it would definitely be a great asset. I've already mentioned it to Su Yuan. We'll meet in the resting area. Lin Jiahui's eyes sparkled, a smile appearing on his face. In the principal, he should give me some face. Principal, not good. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed from a walkie-talkie. What's the panic? Lin Jiahui shouted as he picked up the walkie-talkie. Principal, the rear of the convoy is under attack by mutated life forms. Level 2 drivers, come with me to the rear. Lin Jiahui's expression changed hurriedly, turning the car around to provide support. In a desolate, hilly area, yellow sand engulfed the sky. Countless wind-eroded rock pillars stood tall, and twisted withered wood protruded from the ground. A dark red modified heavy-duty truck led a convoy into this area. Su Yuan, Demon Zone. A bearded man in outdoor adventure gear looked at the name on the chat channel. He was a survivor from Zone D98, a notable figure in that zone. Tian Gu, this guy obtained a forbidden spirit weapon. Should we go rob him? The man in the passenger seat wearing glasses asked. Use your brain. How do we find Su Yuan in this vast wasteland? Hu Tian slapped the glasses-wearing man's head, exasperated. Besides, do you even know Su Yuan? Then let's find him in the resting area. The glasses-wearing man rubbed his head, his eyes lighting up. Let's secure this place first. Hu Tian lightly nodded, gazing into the distance. In an abandoned construction area, dozens of modified vehicles surrounded a black Honda. Baga, a man with a black spot in a sea of people, cursed angrily, looking at the wrecked Honda, gritting his teeth. Why aren't they from Zone D86? Team leader, perhaps we can go to the leisure area to find that Su Yuan, a trembling subordinate suggested. This faction of the convoy was known as the Yamaguchi Group. On the other side, in a desolate expanse, hundreds of vehicles raced by, with a level 3 modified Hummer leading the charge. The driver was a dark-skinned bald man, his expression unreadable. Find out the location of that Su Yuan. Yes, Tower Master. A man in a black robe smiled bitterly, accepting the order. This faction of the convoy was called the Golden Lion Tower. If Su Yuan saw these people, he would surely be astonished. Because the survivors of the entire D-Zone were not as he imagined, they were not just from Wuxia's Nanjing City, but from survivor groups across cities worldwide. It's been so long, Su Gu should be fine now. In the war machinery factory, Tong Shu squatted on the floor, idly fiddling with a hummingbird drone, murmuring to herself. The previous events were truly coincidental, not intentional at all. After a moment of thought, she stood up and walked towards the main door. As she walked, a flash of azure light suddenly flickered before her eyes, causing Tong Shu to freeze for a moment and stop in her tracks. Did I just see things? After waiting for a while, without noticing anything unusual, she continued to walk forward. Suddenly her eyes sparkled with a brilliant azure light, followed by a wave of azure radiance emanating from her body. At the same time, a series of information appeared in Tong Shu's mind. Wuling armored tank. Su Yuan was still unaware of this, merely puzzled about why Tong Shu hadn't come out. At this moment, Junling and Yushu walked out together, both wearing a blue and a red spaghetti strap dress. The scent of their post-bath fragrance mixed with body scent permeated the car. Su Yuan looked at the two beautiful faces, and their graceful figures, sniffed the air, and felt his heart flutter. Linger, you two really are inseparable good friends. Aunt Qing, you're mistaken. I'm not inseparable from this girl, Yushu. Junling rolled her eyes at the smiling Yushu, elegantly sat on the sofa, and picked up a bottle of coconut juice to drink. Brat. Yushu huffed playfully and sat down next to her. Seeing this, Wen Yuqing couldn't help but laugh, suddenly remembering she hadn't done her own task, so she opened the chat channel and sent out recruitment information. At this moment, Su Yuan's reputation was soaring. Perhaps unexpected surprises would emerge. Why is this name in the demon zone? Yushu with sharp eyes noticed a problem and exclaimed in surprise. Haha, you two missed out on something big. Su Yuan activated the auto drive, stood up, and approached the two. What big thing? Junling and Yushu tacitly made way for the middle seat, both looking at Su Yuan with keen interest. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then sat between them, placing his hands on their exposed, fragrant shoulders. Savoring the alluring fragrance, he smiled lightly and recounted the previous events one by one. Merged zone. Forbidden spiritual weapons. Yushu exclaimed in surprise. Junling's gaze fell upon a black box in the driver's seat, curiously asking, "Is that forbidden spiritual weapon inside this box?" "Yes, this forbidden spiritual weapon is called the Demon Sword." Su Yuan smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Yushu excitedly ran over, took the sword box, opened it, and exclaimed in awe, "So beautiful. Can I touch it?" "Of course," Su Yuan replied, raising his head and gently stroking the hair of both girls. The demon sword remained unactivated, merely a sharp blade, without any special effects. Yushu joyfully took out the demon sword, her beautiful eyes examining it. Junling leaned over to take a look, as well, both girls unable to resist caressing it. Due to the angle, Su Yuan leaned back on the sofa and caught a glimpse of Junling's alluring and deep neckline. His supreme bone within involuntarily stirred. Su Yuan replied, "Naughty." Junling suddenly blushed, whispering. Yushu didn't hear clearly. Puzzled, she asked, "What did you say, Jun?" Su Yuan replied, "Naughty." Junling suddenly blushed, whispering. Yushu didn't hear clearly. Puzzled, she asked, "What did you say, Jun?" "Nothing." Junling shook her head, and as she turned, she playfully flicked her ear. Su Yuan took a deep breath, shot a glare at Junling, and was about to speak. At that moment, the red door swung open, and Tong Shu ran out, excitedly shouting, Su Gu Su Gu. "Xiao Tong, what happened?" Su Yuan looked up with a puzzled expression. "Hee, I've awakened the forbidden spirit." Tong Shu took a deep breath, her face beaming with joy. "What?" As soon as this was said, Su Yuan and the four, including Wen Yuqing, stood up in shock. "Xiao Tong, you're not joking, are you?" Yushu's tone carried a hint of disbelief. "Sister Yushu, I'm not joking." Tong Shu shook her head with a smile. Junling calmed her inner turmoil and curiously asked, "How did you awaken?" Tong Shu touched her head, her eyes revealing a trace of confusion. "I don't know, I just walked and awakened." Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan coughed a few times. Is this human language? Awakening a forbidden spirit is so casual. Su Gu, I'm serious. Tong Shu thought Su Yuan didn't believe her, raising her hand to swear. "I believe you, Xiao Tong. What kind of forbidden spirit power have you awakened?" Su Yuan lightly nodded, asking in surprise. "Spirit endowment." Tong Shu extended her hands, and azure light started to glow from her palms. "What abilities does it have?" Wen Yuqing's pupils dilated, quickly asking, "How to put it?" "I can do it." Tong Shu squinted her eyes, thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up as she took out the hummingbird drone, placing one hand on it and murmuring a mysterious incantation. A layer of azure light enveloped the hummingbird drone. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before Su Yuan and the others. The hummingbird drone seemed to come alive, its petite body glowing with azure light as its 6 rotors began to tremble. Slowly rising, it hovered in the air. Without anyone controlling it, it flew on its own. "What the?" Yushu stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. Seeing this, Su Yuan pondered, "Spirit endowment, endowing life." "Exactly, it can be endowed with spirituality." Tong Shu nodded vigorously. Junling's gaze sharpened, and she asked sternly, "Can anything be endowed with spirit?" "Theoretically, everything can be endowed, but currently, it's not that powerful." Tong Shu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "That's still very strong." "Xiao Tong, how many drones can you endow?" A hint of envy flashed in Wen Yuqing's eyes as she quickly inquired. Tong Shu was taken aback. "Aunt Qing, I haven't tried yet." "Xiao Tong, try to endow the Wuling armored tank." Su Yuan had a flash of inspiration and pointed at the vehicle beneath them. Let me give it a try." Tong Shu was startled by the suggestion, gradually squatting down and reaching out her palms to touch the vehicle's body. Her red lips parted as she muttered a mysterious incantation, and circles of azure light rippled from her palms. Suddenly, Tong Shu shuddered, her eyes darkened, and she was about to fall. Su Yuan moved swiftly, catching. At that moment, Tong Shu's face turned pale, her body weak and powerless, as if she had exhausted her energy. Her eyes gradually regained clarity as she looked at Su Yuan with a bitter smile. "Su Gu, I can't." "Xiao Tong, don't you know to act according to your strength?" Su Yuan gently tapped her forehead. Tong Shu bit her red lip and began, "Su Gu, I rest for a while. Yu Jia will take you to the bedroom to rest." Su Yuan interrupted her words. Yu Shu understood and moved forward to support Tong Shu as they headed towards the villa's entrance. Su Yuan, Xiao Tong's growth and forbidden spirit will definitely be terrifying. When Yuqing gazed at Tong Shu's retreating figure, her tone filled with absolute certainty. "Yes, but we currently have a limited understanding of forbidden spirits. We must take it step by step." Su Yuan raised his head, a smile appearing on his face. Tong Shu's sudden awakening of the forbidden spirit indicated one thing: that awakening a forbidden spirit is not solely dependent on consuming forbidden spirit fruits. The power of forbidden spirit. Wen Yuqing murmured softly, this was the ability she had long desired. "I hope one day I can awaken the forbidden spirit too," Wen Yuqing said with a wistful tone. Su Yuan, hearing this, gently replied, "You will." Wen Yuqing gazed at Su Yuan, a warm current rising within her heart. "Let's go find the forbidden spirit fruit now." Su Yuan returned to the driver's seat, switched to manual driving, and sped towards the desolate town. After a long while, a wailing wind swept across the land, revealing a dilapidated little town. The earthen-colored houses stood scattered, with the tallest building being a 3-story church. Su Yuan drove the Wuling armored tank straight into the town, heading straight for the church. Apart from the wailing wind, there were no other sounds. This place seems a bit eerie. Why are the main doors wide open? Junling squinted, looking out at the houses. Wen Yuqing inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety and worriedly said, Su Yuan, our physical defenses are invincible, but it seems we lack magical defenses. Are you worried about strange things, Aunt Qing? Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. This was indeed a concern. Yes, if there are strange entities that disregard the vehicle's body, we would be helpless against them. Wen Yuqing lightly tapped her chin. This matter deserves attention. Su Yuan noted it in his mind as the Wuling armored tank arrived at the church entrance. Someone has been here. Junling suddenly exclaimed, her expression turning serious. The area in front of the church was in disarray, the main doors shattered, and there were even streaks of blood leading to the entrance. Boom. Su Yuan frowned as the Wuling armored tank crashed through the wall and drove inside. Mutated plants. Wen Yuqing's pupils suddenly constricted as she looked at the scene inside the church. Inside the church, the ground was uneven, and a gigantic blood-red flower lay on the floor, dozens of vines sprawling haphazardly. Scattered on the ground were over a dozen skeletal remains, their colorful garments indicating they were not from a distant era. A step too late. Su Yuan sighed lightly. This anomalous plant had already died, and its fruit was gone. As time passed, it was not only he who rapidly developed, other survivors were also swiftly rising. The Wuling armored tank exited the church and then circled around the town, finding no anomalies. The little town had been thoroughly searched. Just as they were about to leave the town, that cold mechanical voice suddenly resonated once more. All survivors in Zone D, please be advised a death sandstorm will rapidly move in 1 hour, expected to cover the entire lush wasteland in 1 day. Survivors, please pay attention to the time and hurry to the rest area. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing the voice. He suddenly turned back to look at the massive wall of sandstorm looming in the distance. Inside, dust and sand swirled as if threatening to swallow the world. At this moment, they were very close. Since the desolate town was to the northwest, they needed to head back. Su Yuan, should we head to the rest area first? Junling gazed at the oppressive and destructive sandstorm, a shiver running down her spine. Don't panic, we still have a day. Su Yuan reassured her. The Wuling armored tank did not stop, quickly departing from the desolate town. It's a pity the map isn't complete. He sighed softly. Without map coordinates, seeking a resource area in this boundless lush wasteland was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. They could only take it step by step, leaving it to fate. The Wuling armored tank raced onward, and along the way they saw a few level 1 vehicles on the road. Those level 1 vehicles, upon seeing Su Yuan's Wuling armored tank, all changed their expressions, quickly steering away. Although Su Yuan had stowed away all the vehicle-mounted weapons, the massive azure body still held a strong visual impact. As he headed towards the rest area, a black convoy of over 100 vehicles arrived at the Ghost God Canyon. Leading the convoy was a level 4 modified vehicle, the Death Excavator. The majority of the vehicle was covered in a layer of black high-grade alloy metal, with the tracks made from low-grade alloy metal. 2 robust low-grade alloy mechanical arms were installed on both sides of the vehicle, and a giant high-grade alloy shovel stood erect at the front, with an alloy claw mounted at the rear. It radiated an aura of domineering destruction. Inside the vehicle, the leader Chiu spoke. Captain Chiu, once we pass through this canyon, we will reach the rest area. On the passenger seat, a woman in a black fitted outfit spoke. It's a pity we didn't find that Su Yuan. Chiu Tianya, a man in the midst of the group, slammed his fist on the dashboard, his face filled with frustration. He was a survivor from Zone D75, leading the Yamamoto group to sweep through the surroundings, directly hunting down survivor vehicles and rapidly expanding his own power while plundering resources. The convoy had grown from just a few vehicles in the beginning to over 100 now, and he was lucky to have obtained a level 4 vehicle blueprint, gathering the necessary materials to upgrade to level 4. Chiu and I referred to it as the Death God. Additionally, he had plundered 10 chat channel modules, merging them into a zone called Death God. Yet he received no rewards or announcements, which left him quite enraged. Why did Su Yuan have it while he did not? Thus, Chiu and I had been searching for Su Yuan's whereabouts, wanting to hunt him down, but unfortunately had not encountered any survivors from the magic zone. If it weren't for the impending death sandstorm, he would continue to plunder recklessly in the lush wasteland. Captain Chiu, we can block this canyon and wait for Su Yuan to arrive. The woman in fitted clothes suddenly brightened, smiling. This canyon was the only path to the rest area nearby, and Su Yuan would surely pass through here. Yuya, how do you know Su Yuan is still in the lush wasteland? Chiu and I raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then said helplessly. After obtaining that forbidden spirit weapon reward, Su Yuan wouldn't be in a rush to enter the rest area. Qing Tianyuya was very certain, a glint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Moreover, by blocking the canyon, even if we don't find Su Yuan, we can still collect considerable tolls. She had previously been the leader of a convoy, but unfortunately encountered the domineering and cruel Qiu Tian'ai, and had no choice but to join his faction. Oh, Qiu Tianyu's eyes lit up at her words, grabbing the walkie-talkie and commanding seal off this passage. Any vehicles passing through must be inspected. The powerful Yamamoto group convoy surged into the canyon, quickly setting up levels of checkpoints. Since we're waiting bored, let's play a game. Qiu Tianyu's gaze fixated on Qing Tianyu's voluptuous and alluring figure, licking his lips, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. His interest in her was not solely based on her intelligence, but also her physical allure. Why are you in such a hurry? Qing Tianyuya trembled slightly, then half pushing and half yielding. Her seductive voice was mesmerizing. An enchanting atmosphere lingered. Meanwhile, a convoy was racing towards the one-line sky canyon, led by a level 3 modified truck. The bespectacled man in the passenger seat said excitedly, "Tiangu, we only need one more core crystal to upgrade to level 4. Their sacrifices were worth it, providing support for Tiangu's grand ambitions." The bespectacled man declared, raising his hand. Hutian did not respond. Glancing at the rearview mirror, the convoy had dwindled from over 100 vehicles to just a few dozen. "Which district are you from?" At that moment, a survivor from the Mountain Pass group arrogantly approached, standing in front of the truck with a commanding tone. "Which district are you from?" The bespectacled man lowered the window and snorted coldly. "This is the Mountain Pass group of the Death God district. Get down quickly for inspection." The survivor from the Mountain Pass group wore a disdainful expression and spoke blandly. "Mountain Pass group. This is not the Little Sun district." The bespectacled man paused, then turned to Hutian. "Tiangu, this guy looks a bit like someone from the Little Sun district." "It's definitely from the Little Sun district." Hutian's eyes sparkled with a sharp glint as he suddenly accelerated the truck, crushing the Mountain Pass survivor into a bloody pulp. The sudden change immediately drew the attention of other survivors from the Mountain Pass group, causing a moment. "Qiu group leader, not good. A convoy has killed our people." A panicked voice came from the walkie-talkie. Hearing this, Qiu Tian'ai froze for a moment, then erupted in anger, putting on his clothes and shouting into the Baga, "Wipe them out." After saying this, he activated the Death God excavator and charged towards the camp. "What the hell is that, an excavator?" The bespectacled man's expression changed as he saw the massive machine coming. "Not good, everyone retreat." Hutian quickly turned the truck around and sped away upon seeing the Death God. "This is a level 4 vehicle." The convoy of the Great Transport Kingdom was initially ready to charge, but upon hearing this, they followed suit without hesitation. "Qiu group leader, don't pursue." Qing Tianyu was tidying her clothes, and seeing Qiu Tian'ai wanting to chase, hurriedly shouted, "These people killed my men, why shouldn't we pursue?" Qiu Tianyu's face was filled with rage. "If we chase now, what if Su Yuan happens to arrive? Wouldn't that be for nothing?" Qing Tianyu explained slowly, her hair elegantly pinned back, revealing her stunning figure. "Besides, this convoy is quite powerful. Engaging them head-on would result in casualties." "Then let this bastard go for now." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tian'ai slowly calmed down, mentally marking the great transport truck. He then stopped the Death God excavator at the canyon entrance, personally guarding the area. "Tiangu, the Little Sun district hasn't pursued." The bespectacled man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking back with a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect that District D has not only us Huaxia people, but also foreign survivors." Hutian lightly tapped his chin, a contemplative look in his eyes. "Tiangu, what do those guys intend to block the canyon for?" The bespectacled man asked with a puzzled expression. "Two possibilities. One is to find someone, the other is to collect tolls." Hutian squinted, recalling the words of the guy he had turned into blood mud. "It seems we have offended the Mountain Pass group. What should we do now?" The bespectacled man furrowed his brow. "The Ghost God One-Line Sky Canyon is the only entrance to the nearby rest area. Call for help." Hutian snorted coldly. "A convoy thinks it can block the canyon. What a dream." He opened the chat channel in the Demon District and sent a message. Towering wind-eroded rock pillars stood in the yellow earth wasteland as the Wuling armored tank traversed through the pillar area. Su Yuan drove while munching on snacks. Of course, the snacks were hand-fed to him piece by Junling. In the passenger seat, when Yuqing browsed the chat channel, ever since she posted the recruitment message for mechanical engineers, some people had indeed reached out privately. However, they were all males, which did not meet Su Yuan's requirements, leaving her feeling helpless. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, she saw a pinned message pop up, her expression changing instantly as she hurriedly said, "Su Yuan, a convoy is blocking the canyon entrance." "What? They want to charge tolls?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Highly likely." Wen Yuqing lightly tapped her chin, taking a deep breath before speaking in a serious tone. But there's another important piece of news. This convoy is a foreign convoy. What? A foreign convoy? Su Yuan suddenly stopped the Wuling armored tank, his expression one of... Yes, according to that survivor, this foreign convoy is from the Little Sun district. On the ground. Qiu Tianya, are you looking for death? Hurry up and make way. A scarred man in combat gear leaned out of the window of a modified yellow truck, glaring at the excavator and shouting angrily. Others fear the Yamaguchi-gumi, but the Tianyin gang does not. Logger, what are you screaming for? Inside the Grim Reaper excavator, Qiu Tianyi showed no mercy, coldly shouting. Qiu Tianya, what do you want to do? A black-skinned bald man in a vehicle with a golden lion flag spoke darkly from atop a modified truck. If you pay the toll, I will let you leave, Qiu Tianyi declared with an air of dominance. He showed no fear in the face of the three major factions. How are you not afraid that we will join forces to take you down? Hu Tian sneered. Logger and Lue Adibio can leave, but you Hu Tian definitely cannot. Qiu Tianyi fixed his gaze on Hu Tian, his eyes betraying no hint of mercy. Do you two believe that this guy will let you pass? Hu Tian's expression changed as he looked at Logger and the other two, softly saying, Humph, Qiu Tianya, take your crew and leave the canyon in trance. Logger clearly did not trust Qiu Tianyi. If they passed halfway and Qiu Tianyi suddenly attacked, it would truly be impossible. He'll clear a path for you. You can go straight through. Qiu Tianyi rejected this request. Amidst their bickering inside the Wuling armored tank, Brother Su, the outer perimeter has been surveyed. They are all solo survivalists hiding in various places, observing the situation. The four vehicle teams have not detected heavy firepower. The team blocking the canyon is suspected to be from Fusang. The white flag team is likely from the Americas. The gold flag team is suspected to be from Africa, and the last team is thought to be from Huaxia. Tong Shu reported the findings. At this moment, she was not holding the drone controller, yet images were reflected in her eyes. She had activated spirit binding on the hummingbird drone and gained the perspective of the drone. It was as if she had entered a state of unity between man and machine. Very well, it's our turn to make an appearance. Su Yuan did not act recklessly, but first understood the general situation before entering. All vehicle-mounted weapons were retracted, and even the tracks turned into wheels as the Wuling armored tank descended the small slope and slowly approached the open space. Su Yuan's arrival immediately drew the attention of the four vehicle factions present, especially upon seeing the massive vehicle radiating a ghostly blue light, their faces filled with surprise. A lone wolf. Hu Tian, seeing only one vehicle, raised an eyebrow in surprise. An interesting fellow. Who gave him the courage? Logger and Lue Adibio looked on with interest as the Wuling armored tank drove straight toward the Yamaguchi-gumi vehicle team. Stop! A modified Level 2 Toyota blocked the front of the Wuling armored tank, and a squad leader from the Yamaguchi-gumi leaned out of the window shouting, Slow down and prepare for inspection. The canyon has been sealed off by my Yamaguchi-gumi, and you must pay the toll to pass. What if I don't? Inside the Wuling armored tank, Su Yuan looked at the bearded man through the window, then opened it with a calm smile. If you don't pay, don't even think about passing. The bearded squad leader's expression darkened as he looked up at the massive vehicle without any fear. Even if it was a Level 4 vehicle, it would still be ruthlessly destroyed before the leader's Grim Reaper excavator. Then I will insist on passing. Su Yuan smiled slightly, leisurely responding. Fine. The bearded squad leader's eyes revealed a fierce light, but he had no chance to finish his sentence. The Wuling armored tank surged forward, crushing everything in its path, making a sound akin to bones cracking. The modified Level 2 Toyota was turned into a pile of scrap metal, staining the ground with blood. This scene left the survivalists of the three vehicle teams in shock. This brother is so bold. Hu Tian's eyes widened slightly. Logger sneered, the young man is too impulsive. Qiu Tianyi will not let him off easily. At the entrance of the canyon, Baga. Qiu Tianyi was furious. Without hesitation, he drove the Grim Reaper excavator straight ahead. Behind him followed several Level 3 modified vehicles and over a dozen Level 2 vehicles to block the escape route surrounding the Wuling armored tank. The Grim Reaper excavator advanced aggressively, its two low-grade alloy mechanical arms rotating, emanating a chilling glow. However, the Wuling armored tank remained motionless, allowing the Yamaguchi-gumi to form a blockade. What do you mean by acting tough when you have no capability? You've just been scared stiff now. Seeing this scene, Lue Adibio, the leader of the Golden Lion Tower, showed a hint of disdain, shaking his head in disbelief. The outcome of a young man's impulsiveness. Logger raised an eyebrow as he seemed to see the vehicle explode under an excavator's scoop. What is this fierce person thinking? Inside the Level 3 modified truck, the bespectacled man stared in bewilderment. What a pity. Hu Tian thought a fierce champion had arrived and almost wanted to go support him. At this moment, the Grim Reaper excavator stopped in front of the Wuling armored tank. Kid, you have some guts, state your name. I Qiu Tianye do not kill nameless individuals. Seeing Su Yuan's vehicle remain unmoved, Qiu Tianyi furrowed his brow and coldly snorted. I heard you were looking for me. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's calm voice rang out. He knew through the Magic District chat channel on his way that Qiu Tianyi was blocking the canyon for his sake. Looking for you. You are Su Yuan. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan, I've finally waited for you. Qiu Tianyi was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, his face filled with ecstasy. This was truly a case of searching high and low and finally finding the person who had appeared so vividly. Su Yuan. Hearing this name, the bodies of the 3 other vehicle factions slightly trembled, and they immediately sprang into action. Qiu Tianyi, Su Yuan is mine. Lu Adbo brought the vehicles of the Golden Lion Tower forward. Lager said softly, "Hey, I only want that forbidden spirit weapon, the rest is up to you." Tiangu at Su Yuan, should we go and grab a piece of the pie? The bespectacled man's eyes lit up as he turned to ask. Let's wait and see. Hu Tian narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before saying, I didn't expect this fierce person to be Su Yuan. As the first survivor to be reported and rewarded, he must have some skills. Get lost. Qiu Tianyi glared at the two, raising the mechanical arms high. Qiu Tianyi, being a level 4 vehicle, I am not afraid of you. Seeing this, Lager remained unperturbed. At this moment, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle as the 3 vehicle factions subtly hinted at a potential conflict. Inside the Wuling armored tank, Brother Su, we have become quite the hot commodity. Tong Shu blinked as she observed the situation outside. Yu Shu's expression turned cold. Do you really think we are soft persimmons? Su Yuan, give the orders, my gun is already itching for action. Jun Ling, holding a Barrett sniper rifle, had her gaze locked on the people outside the window. Hearing this, Su Yuan raised his hand to signal them to calm down, then opened the car window and shouted to Qiu Tianyi and his companions, Hey, you don't need to fight among yourselves. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 who were still arguing and confronting turned to look at Su Yuan, their faces filled with confusion. How I'm about to send you fools to meet Yin Wang. Su Yuan flashed a wide grin, revealing his white teeth, and smiled slightly. As soon as his words fell, the Wuling armored tank suddenly roared to life. Baka. Akita Yaesa's expression turned furious upon hearing this, as 2 low-level alloy mechanical arms instantly lunged towards the Wuling armored tank. Dong dong. 2 muffled sounds rang out as if the mechanical arms were gripping onto meteorite metal. Akita Yaesa's face changed, disbelief flashing in his eyes, followed by lifting the advanced alloy shovel. With a heavy smash. Clang. A tremendous metallic clamor erupted as the advanced alloy shovel buckled and warped, yet the Wuling armored tank remained unscathed. What? Akita Yaesu exclaimed in shock. The co-pilot Kyoto Yuya narrowed his pupils, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed in astonishment, could it be bronze alloy? Impossible. How could someone obtain this metal material? Akita Yaesu's eyes widened, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He suddenly leaned out of the window, shouting, Why are you all dawdling? This vehicle has strong defenses, let's take down Su Yuan together. Lager and Luota Biao naturally saw that Akita Yaesu's 4th-level excavator was unable to inflict any damage on Su Yuan's vehicle. Both men gasped in shock. Hearing Akita Yaesu's words, they wasted no time and swiftly activated their vehicles to charge forward. 3 modified level 4 vehicles accompanied by their respective teams aggressively approached Su Yuan. Are you ready? It's our turn to perform. Su Yuan looked calmly at the densely packed vehicles rushing from all directions, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth before turning back to speak. Ready. The 4 of them responded in unison. First, take down the Fusang people. After saying this, Yu Shu and Jun Ling ascended to the 2nd-level space. Wen Yuqing sat in the co-driver's seat controlling the hook weapon. Tong Shu was responsible for operating the hummingbird drone to observe the surroundings. Each of the 4 performed their duties. In the next moment, the front of the Wuling armored tank revealed a meteorite alloy serrated grinding disc as a meteorite hook device slowly rose from the roof. Instead of immediately using the meteorite main cannon, they aimed for an ultimate display of violent aesthetics. Su Yuan stepped on the pedal and collided head-on with the Grim Reaper excavator. Dong! On the Grim Reaper excavator, Akita Yaesu felt a strong push against his back. Raising his gaze, he saw the suddenly emerging serrated grinding disc shattering the front of his vehicle. This was a vehicle head made of advanced alloy material. Kyoto Yuya beside him trembled, his face turned. Before Akita Yaesu and the others could regain their senses, 2 crackling sounds echoed in their ears, followed by a series of booming noises. 5 hooks glowing with a ghostly blue light pierced into the Grim Reaper excavator, 2 hooks directly penetrating the joints of its mechanical arms. The remaining 3 hooks broke through the shovel, destroyed the mechanical claw, and the last one stabbed into the track. A dazzling explosion of sparks erupted. In the blink of an eye, the Grim Reaper excavator was rendered completely immobile. Warning! 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 Severe damage to the front. All onboard weapons have been destroyed. Chassis tracks have been destroyed. Vehicle mobility lost. The dazzling red glow of the Grim Reaper excavator's onboard screen flashed with mechanical prompt sounds echoing in the cockpit. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Akita Yasu cursed, angrily staring at the Wuling armored tank that resembled a monstrous beast, his eyes filled with hopeless fear. Meanwhile, Lager and Loada Biao led two teams, including the Yamaguchi group, to simultaneously fire their onboard weapons at the Wuling armored tank. Chain-style giant axes, crescent sides, alloy crossbow, arrows. A myriad of weapons bombarded Su Yuan's vehicle. Yet they were ineffective, leaving not even a superficial mark. This was the vast disparity in weapon material. At this moment, everyone present except for the five with Su Yuan was shocked, their faces displaying disbelief. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Hiss. Brother Tian, this can't be a level 5 vehicle, right? The bespectacled man gulped audibly, his voice trembling as he asked. Huh. Thank goodness we didn't go up. Hu Tian felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back, letting out a long breath. Meanwhile, doubts arose in his mind about what material this vehicle was made of. Bronze alloy, or an even higher grade alloy. At this moment, inside the Wuling armored tank, Wen Yuqing was exhilarated knowing that the Grim Reaper excavator had been paralyzed for a few seconds due to her efforts. This feels amazing. A flush of excitement appeared on her stunning face, filled with an unusual allure. Aunt Qing, it's just one vehicle. Su Yuan remarked, pointing at the densely packed vehicles around. All of these are yours. Understood. Wen Yuqing lightly bit her red lips, retracting the 5 meteorite alloy hooks locking onto the 2 level 4 vehicles. Seeing this, Lager and Luada Biao's expressions changed drastically, hurriedly retreating. But it was too late, and how could Su Yuan let them off? The Wuling armored tank turned its head and charged into the vehicle crowd. Ziga, the serrated grinding disc, emitted a series of metallic friction sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 meteorite hooks whistled out, targeting the modified level 4 heavy truck and the modified level 4 Hummer. Seeing they couldn't escape, Lager and the others immediately fired their onboard weapons, launching a giant alloy hammer and 2 alloy chains attempting to block the meteorite hooks. However, it was futile. The meteorite hooks ruthlessly pierced through, then fiercely stabbed into the wheels of the 2 vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds of metal tires resonated, causing the 2 level 4 vehicles to become stuck in place. After disabling them, Wen Yuqing controlled the 5 meteorite alloy hooks, swinging them to pierce through one vehicle after another, lifting them high before slamming them back down. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed. Su Yuan drove the Wuling armored tank, coordinating with her, rampaging through nearly 300 vehicles. If viewed from the sky, it resembled a colossal steel beast wreaking havoc on the earth, with 5 mechanical arms sweeping across the vehicles. The loud crashes shattering glass, the piercing cries of twisted metal, and the short screams of the survivors. All sounds were swallowed by the thunderous roar of the steel beast's relentless advance. Run! This vehicle is not human. Demon vehicle. The survivors from the 3 outer teams shouted in terror, hastily fleeing in their vehicles. They could not break the defenses of the Wuling armored tank, and it seemed that only death awaited them if they stayed. Get out of the way, don't block the road. Baka. Fuck you. However, due to panic and fear, rear-end collisions frequently occurred, resulting in chaos and blockage. Su Yuan, they're trying to run. Yu Shu's anxious voice came from the 2nd level space. She hadn't even made a move yet. Sisterling, you can take action now. Hearing the voice, Su Yuan chuckled softly, then activated all onboard weapons. 2 meteorite alloy main cannons slowly extended, and the meteorite Gatling gun rose from the rear. Little Tong, you come too. After completing everything, he waved at Tong Shu. MHM. Tong Shu, filled with joy, sat between Su Yuan and Wen Yuqing, controlling the 2 meteorite main cannons, instantly entering combat mode. Yu Shu exited the 2nd level space, extending her hands to grip the Gatling gun. On top of the Wuling armored tank, Junling opened the hatch, half her body leaning out as she placed the Barrett sniper rifle on top. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh. Swoosh. 3 distinct sounds erupted simultaneously as the Wuling armored tank transformed into a war machine, unleashing a torrent of firepower. On the ground up close, a fleet of modified vehicles was riddled like a honeycomb by the Gatling gun. The ordinary bulletproof materials on the vehicles were mercilessly torn apart by the armor-piercing rounds. At medium to long range, ordinary shells struck with precision under the automatic targeting system of the celestial screen. At extreme distances, survivors who had not yet celebrated their fortune were pierced through their vehicles by sniper armor-piercing bullets hitting their bodies. Blossoms of flame erupted, turning the area 1,000 meters around into a death graveyard. At this moment, a battle of dimensional disparity unfolded. On the other side, the Dayun Royal Court convoy, untouched and far from the battlefield. Fuck. Fuck. The glasses-wearing man tore off his spectacles and rubbed his eyes vigorously, stammering, Tian. Kinga, did you see that? Am I fucking dreaming? You're not dreaming. Hu Tian's voice trembled slightly. He was at a loss to describe the scene before his eyes. Was this truly a fellow survivor? Fucking insane, like cheating. Heavy weapons. He didn't even have a pistol, yet Su Yuan already possessed cannons and Gatling guns. And there was a sniper in the car. How did this setup appear in the novice village? At this moment, he wanted to report. On the battlefield, 3 level 4 vehicles lay crippled. Inside the excavator. This Su Yuan is a demon. Kyoto Yua trembled violently, her seductive figure shaking as she gazed at the wreckage strewn across the ground. Akita Nozomi's lips turned pale, unable to speak, enveloped by immense terror. This vehicle was equipped with thermal weapons, powerful ones at that. Was this a survivor vehicle in the novice zone? It felt like a cruel joke. He dared not move, because earlier when he considered abandoning the vehicle and escaping the cannon, emitting an eerie blue light instantly locked onto him, making his hair stand on end. Akita Nozomi knew he was being watched. As to why he wasn't killed outright, perhaps it was to extract some information. Aboard the modified heavy truck, Lager forced himself to suppress his inner panic when he saw a figure leap out of the level 4 Hummer. It was Liu Adibio. However, just as Lager attempted to escape, an armor-piercing shell landed on the level 4 Hummer. Boom. In an instant, a dazzling pillar of fire shot into the sky, billowing with thick black smoke. Liu Adibio hadn't run far when he was struck by flying metal fragments from the vehicle thrown several. Then another shell flew and landing on him. Witnessing this, Lager quickly retracted his legs, his body, trembling, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the distant Wuling armored tank. Was this a warning not to move? Inside the level 4 excavator, Akita Nozomi saw Liu Adibio perish under the shell, leaving no trace, and his face turned ashen. Just as he suspected, Su Yuan had deliberately spared the leaders of this convoy. 10 minutes later, the ground around was a mess with mud mixed with blood forming dark red soil. Countless wreckage lay scattered, metal frames burning. Thick black smoke rose, and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. It was as if a modern war had occurred here. Some vehicles managed to escape, as it was difficult to annihilate all nearly 300 vehicles. Unless they were frozen in place or foolish enough to flee in the same direction, some would inevitably slip through. However, the Yamaguchigumi's vehicles were nearly destroyed, as Su Yuan had specifically targeted them. The Wuling armored tank slowly drove back, stopping in front of the death excavator. That was awesome. Yushu ran down, excitedly hugging Su Yuan from behind and kissing him fiercely on the cheek. Yujia. Su Yuan, caught off guard, patted her arm helplessly. There were still matters to attend to. Yushu released her arms and stood beside Tong Shu, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Tong Shu operated the Hummingbird drone to keep watch from high altitude, while Jun Ling remained atop the car's sniper rifle at the ready. Wen Yuqing sat in the passenger seat, ready to deploy the meteorite hook at any moment. Get out of the car and line up. Su Yuan rolled down the window, looking at the excavator and the modified heavy truck, and shouted, "Sodaleo, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare my life." From the modified heavy truck, Lager jumped down, stumbling to an open space, begging incessantly. "What nationality are you?" Su Yuan stepped out of the car, looking at his foreign appearance, curious. This guy seemed well-versed in Chinese culture. "Dalao, I'm American." Lager answered tremblingly. "Oh." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, then turned his gaze to the 2 people descending from the excavator, especially the seductive woman. A Sakura girl. Akita Nozomi and Kyoto Yua, pale-faced and terrified, approached. "Su Yuan." "I." Akita Nozomi opened his mouth, but before he could finish, "Kneel." Su Yuan cut him off with a cold snort. Akita Nozomi froze momentarily, forgetting his fear, and was about to speak. Bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly. A bloody hole appeared on Akita Nozomi's forehead, and he fell backward stiffly. He never expected Su Yuan would not even give him a chance to speak a second sentence. Thud. Seeing this, Lager immediately fell to his knees, kowtowing frantically. "Dalao, I'm an idiot, just let me go like a fart." Beside him, Kyoto Yua hadn't yet reacted, her delicate face splattered with a few drops of blood, her gaze vacant as she stared at Akita Nozomi on the ground. Did Su Yuan act without a word? She came to her senses, her eyes falling on the dark muzzle of the gun, her body trembling. "Su Yuan, spare me." Kyoto Yua knelt, as well, biting her red lips, looking pitiful. "I was forced. Akita Nozomi captured me." "Shu." Su Yuan curled his lips into a smirk, making a gesture for silence. The 2 immediately shut their mouths, looking up at him. "I ask you, answer." Su Yuan smiled faintly. They nodded frantically without uttering a sound. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before starting to ask questions. Lager and Kyoto Yua answered without reservation. The corpse of Akita Nozomi between them served as a constant warning. Bang! Having asked enough, Su Yuan raised his hand and shot Lager. Lager too never expected Su Yuan to be so ruthless, firing immediately after questioning. He hadn't the slightest chance to react. In his dying moments, he bitterly regretted begging for mercy, wishing he had fought Su Yuan instead. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Kyoto Yua was utterly terrified, her face a mask of horror. Suddenly remembering a lifeline, she hurriedly said, Su Yuan, I can serve you, do whatever you want. I know oral skills and dance, just don't kill me, I can satisfy you. Having said that, she gritted her teeth and tore off her black tight outfit, revealing a black lace inner layer beneath. Her stunning figure was laid bare. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he looked her up and down. He had to admit Kyoto Yua had a great figure, though there were traces of cosmetic enhancements. Inside the Wuling armored tank. Not good, this woman is seducing Su Ge. Tong Shu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening as she saw this scene. Don't worry, Xiao Tong. Yu Shu said, placing her hands on Tong Shu's shoulders and leaning closer to her ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. With you around, how could Su Yuan be attracted to this faded flower? From now on, spend more time with Su Yuan, and he won't be tempted by women. Oh, Yu Shu Jia, what are you saying? Tong Shu felt a tickling in her ear, her cheeks instantly flushed. Ha ha ha. Yu Shu laughed joyfully, her body shaking with mirth. She was not at all worried that Su Yuan would let this woman off. When Yuqing remained silent, her beautiful eyes quietly watching Su Yuan, curious about how he would handle the situation. In the open area, Su Yuan seemed to sense the thoughts of the four beauties glancing back. At that moment, Qing Tianyu's eyes glinted with malice as she drew the dagger hidden behind her back and charged towards Su Yuan. Die for me. The deaths of Qiu Tianyi and Telpu gave her an intuition that Su Yuan would not spare her, prompting her decisive attack. Sensing the murderous intent, Su Yuan swiftly sidestepped and kicked Qing Tianyuya in the abdomen. Ugh! Qing Tianyuya cried out in pain, crashing heavily to the ground in a pitiful state. Bang! Su Yuan did not give Qing Tianyuya a chance to speak, raising his Desert Eagle and pulling the trigger, directly hitting her in the chest. Mastering the Forbidden Spirit, body stealth attacks were completely ineffective against him. Moreover, these two had not awakened their forbidden spirits. He gathered some useful information from them. The entire D-Zone was a chaotic area populated by people from all over the world. Furthermore, not all architectural areas on the Lust Wilderness were inhabited by mutated plants, so very few people awakened forbidden spirits through forbidden spirit fruits. This is also why he did not deal with the leaders of the three car teams immediately. They still had some use. As for executing Qiu Tianyi initially, it was because there were only two of them. Gurgle. Qing Tianyu's throat rolled, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes before she fell to the ground. She was unwilling. Such a figure and face, what a waste. In the upgraded D-Class vehicle, the bespectacled man swallowed hard, a look of regret appearing on his face. To take down such a sexy beauty just like that. Slap. Hu Tian smacked him on the head, snorting coldly. Always thinking about women like that. Tian Gu, everyone has a desire for beauty. The bespectacled man rubbed his head in pain and said quietly. Hu Tian shot him a glare, his gaze passing through the car window to the top of the Wuling armored tank. There a dark gun barrel was aimed at them. A chill crept into his heart. His modified vehicle could not withstand that sniper rifle. At this moment, after dealing with Qing Tianyu, Su Yuan turned and climbed into the vehicle. He didn't even know the woman's name. Although she was beautiful, she wasn't his type. Su Ge, Tong Shu called out happily. Wen Yuqing smiled and nodded at him. Yu Shu approached, arms wide open for a big hug. What are you all doing? Su Yuan was a bit surprised as the soft and fragrant Yu Shu entered his embrace. Yu Shu chuckled lightly. We were discussing whether you could be tempted by a woman. With you all around, how could that woman tempt me? And besides, she isn't as beautiful as you all, Su Yuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the three beauties exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of sweet smiles. Rumble. The Wuling armored tank slowly started rolling over the bodies of the three on the ground and crashing into an excavator. The meteor sawtooth grinding will spun, crushing it bit by bit. Automatically picking up the chat module D-Zone map, fragment module. Beginning decomposition, acquiring high-grade alloy. Information flashed across the vehicle's display, dazzling the eyes. Su Ge, there's a light energy chip. Tong Shu with sharp eyes spotted a valuable item among the collected resources. Yu Shu sighed, just need a level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. It's a pity we can't decompose level 4 vehicles without the blueprints. Su Yuan smiled slightly, driving the Wuling armored tank to crush 3 level 4 vehicles, collecting their dropped resources for decomposition and then proceeding with mechanical ascension. He then took a stroll around the battlefield. Su Yuan, how should we handle that car team? Yu Shu caught a glimpse of the large transport vehicle team, observing from afar, raising her brow. No need to bother with them. Su Yuan glanced over without approaching, steering the Wuling armored tank directly into the narrow canyon. This car team did not conflict with him. He was not a bloodthirsty madman who killed everyone he saw. He came here to deal with the malicious Fusang car team and to head to a resting area. The large transport vehicle team. Phew. Hu Tian exhaled heavily, watching the Wuling armored tank slowly disappear into the canyon. At first, he did not lead the team away. 1. He was afraid that leaving suddenly would make them think he was an accomplice. 2. He wanted to observe the final situation. 3. He wanted to befriend Su Yuan, but Su Yuan did not give him the opportunity. Let's go 2. Hu Tian started the modified D-class vehicle leading the team into the canyon. Not long after they left, one by one lone vehicles arrived at the open area, gasping in shock at the battlefield. Moments later, they hurriedly drove into the canyon towards the leisure area. As time passed, and with the advancing death sandstorm, countless vehicles rushed to the narrow canyon. Both lone wanderers and team forces were shocked by what had happened here. In the narrow canyon, the Wuling armored tank wound its way along a winding and twisted road. Su Yuan drank coconut juice, his gaze fixed on the D-zone map displayed on the vehicle. At this moment, names appeared on the map, each representing an architectural area. With the integration of the fragments dropped by 3 level 4 vehicles, his current D-zone map could be said to have synthesized more than half. Unfortunately, he could not access these architectural areas. The chat channel on the display was even merged with the 3 major synthesized zones: the Death God Zone, the Golden Tower Zone, and the Black Hawk Zone. Yet the final name still remained the Demon Zone. Demon Zone chat channel 52013. What the hell? Which big shot is this Demon Zone? What's going on? I remember I was in the Death God Zone. I'm from the Golden Tower Zone. I'm from the Black Hawk Zone. Ding ding. Are there any female drivers who want to travel together? Handsome selfie. Why are you a foreigner? Dude, you're the foreigner. I'm a pure Huaxiao person. Huaxiao person. I'm from the beautiful. I get it, the D zone is a mixed zone. Are there any Fusong people? What's it to you? I'm a Fusong person. He added you as a friend. Hurry and accept. 60-second voice message. Haha. Your zones have been swallowed by my Demon Zone. Big shot. Su Yuan, you've become a big shot. Yushu laughed, standing behind Su Yuan, her hands helping him massage his shoulder. Su Yuan shrugged, not caring at all. Tong Shu sat in the passenger seat, organizing the collected resources. The mechanical parts and power devices from the 3 car teams were the most basic vehicle upgrade components. Junling had already returned to the vehicle, sitting on the sofa and cleaning the Barrett sniper rifle. Wen Yuqing, however, was nowhere to be seen. An hour later, the Wuling armored tank emerged from the narrow canyon and drove into the vast grass. Suga, look ahead. Tong Shu suddenly exclaimed. I see it, Su Yuan replied, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Before them stood decayed skeletons, irregularly towering on the grassland, resembling the wreckage of vehicles. But why are there vehicle wrecks here? This level of corrosion must have taken hundreds of years, Yushu observed, carefully furrowing her brow. Could these wrecks belong to the previous batch of survivors? Looking at the scene outside, Junling pondered, suddenly struck by a flash of insight. Jun, you might be onto something. Yushu's eyes lit up as she nodded. These vehicles might not have entered the safe zone in time and were caught by the deadly sandstorm, leaving them forever stranded on this grassland. Recalling some information, Junling's heart stirred as she glanced back at the looming deadly sandstorm in the sky, hesitating with her speculation. Jun, you're really clever. I think it's just as you said, Yushu said as she moved closer to Junling, putting an arm around her shoulder in admiration. It's very likely. Su Yuan also found this speculation quite plausible. Su Gu, there's something odd. This wreck doesn't seem to be vehicle wreckage. Tong Shu launched a hummingbird drone, imbuing it with spirit, merging her consciousness with it. She seemed to transform into the hummingbird drone, soaring across the boundless grassland, and after a moment, discovered a unique wreck. Hearing this, Su Yuan drove the Wuling armored tank over. After a few minutes, they arrived at a massive metal wreck, which resembled a torn steel beast embedded in the earth in a twisted posture. This looks like a helicopter. Junling's pupils constricted as she said uncertainly. Yushu exclaimed, what? A helicopter? It is a helicopter. Su Yuan circled around it, affirmatively stating, were the previous survivors that powerful? Did they start with a helicopter? Yushu took a deep breath, her face filled with astonishment. Beside them, Tong Shu whispered, Sister Yushu, maybe there are survivors in our batch who also have one. Little Tong, can you check how many helicopter wrecks are nearby? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and instructed. At the same time, the Wuling armored tank advanced deeper. But that doesn't make sense. How could a helicopter outrun a deadly sandstorm? Junling thought of something else, her brow furrowed. Yushu widened her eyes slightly, expressing her opinion. Is it possible that the previous survivors didn't face a deadly sandstorm, but something else? Junling nodded gently at this, her face betraying a contemplative expression. No need to overthink it. Since we're here, we'll handle it. Even if it's an armed helicopter, it can't break through our defenses. Su Yuan smiled slightly, completely unfazed. This was the confidence brought by the meteor alloy armor. No armor-piercing bullet shells or even small missiles could breach it. Indeed. Yushu smiled, gently massaging her hands. Su Gu, we've discovered 4 helicopter wrecks within a few kilometers. Tong Shu reported immediately after scanning the area. So many. Junling showed a hint of surprise. Tong Shu nodded. Yes, the deeper we go, the denser the vehicle wrecks become. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and drove the Wuling armored tank rapidly forward. As they went deeper, it turned out to be just as Tong Shu said. Corroded metal wrecks appeared every few meters, sometimes blocking the way with wrecks side by side. But for Su Yuan, there was nothing to stop him. If there was no road, then he would create one. It seems that a convoy was completely annihilated here. Yushu gazed at the hundreds of metal wrecks standing in a sharp formation, feeling a wave of emotion. Junling's tone was deep. This is the cruelty of survival. Fortunately, we met Su Yuan. Yushu's face softened as she recalled the first time they met Su Yuan. At that moment, her fate was also decided. Tong Shu and Junling shared a deep understanding and both advanced affectionately towards Su Yuan. A wave of fragrance wafted over, and Su Yuan almost couldn't resist activating the autopilot, but he ultimately restrained himself. The Wuling armored tank raced across the grassland like a ghostly flash of lightning. The four of them observed the historical relics on the grassland. After a few hours, night fell. The distant horizon was no longer green grass, but a continuous white platform. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. The safe zone. Yushu exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. Tong Shu widened her eyes slightly. So magnificent. Junling raised her hands to tie her loose hair into a high ponytail, a hint of anticipation on her face. Su Yuan was equally hopeful. Perhaps he could find his fateful connection with the heroine in the safe zone. After a few minutes, the speed of the Wuling armored tank gradually decreased. Su Yuan looked up at a towering white stone tablet ahead, the top of which was a rectangular stone slab. It resembled a grand signpost. The rectangular stone slab shimmered with virtual light, revealing 5 large characters. Zone D, safe zone. Who? After staring for a minute, Su Yuan exhaled and slowly drove the Wuling armored tank into the safe zone. Welcome, vehicle owner Su Yuan, to the safe zone. Please proceed to the vehicle area to park your vehicle. The rules of the safe zone are as follows. Any form of direct attack or malicious destruction is prohibited. Violators will be instantly eliminated. Various functions of vehicles cannot be used in the safe zone. Only the driving function remains. Just then, a synthesized mechanical voice echoed out of nowhere. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and activated the light screen feature, revealing a gray area indicating that functions were temporarily unavailable. These rules. He stroked his chin and followed the instructions to the vehicle area. This voice gives me a feeling of surviving a catastrophe, Yushu commented. Junling chuckled. Doesn't arriving at the safe zone mean we've temporarily survived? So many people. Tong Shu peered through the window and saw a dense crowd gathering in the distance. This is where all the survivors from Zone D are. It's normal for there to be so many people. Yushu patted her shoulder. I thought it would be like the previous plaza, vast and empty with nothing at all, but this place is different. Junling scanned the area and noticed some modern buildings. The buildings were not tall. The highest only had 5 stories, standing in fixed zones. Survivors came and went in and out of the buildings. The arrival of the Wuling armored tank attracted the attention of many survivors, mainly because of its massive body and ghostly blue color that was simply too eye-catching. After a while, the Wuling armored tank arrived at the vehicle parking area, where everything appeared dark and crowded. Various types of vehicles were parked neatly in designated spots, resembling a steel forest. Wow, so many cars. Tong Shu's eyes widened at the scene. Junling observed and said most of them are first and second level vehicles. The Wuling armored tank drove and weaving between the vehicles, and Su Yuan found an empty spot to park. Sugo, what do we do next? Tong Shu asked. Of course we'll explore this safe zone. Su Yuan turned off the engine, his gaze drifting towards the scene outside the vehicle area, a smile curling at his lips. Should we call Aunt Qing? Junling pondered something and looked towards the entrance of the war machinery factory. Yes, call Aunt Qing. Su Yuan nodded. Junling opened the door and walked in quickly. After a while, she and Wen Yuqing came out with smiles on their faces. Let's go. Su Yuan smiled, waved his hand to open the car door, and got out first. The 5 of them left the vehicle parking area chatting and laughing. The resting area was brightly lit at night, with shadows flickering, resembling the night scene of a city. Come and take a look. 1 vehicle coin for 9 bottles of mineral water. 1 vehicle coin for 8 pieces of bread. This price won't last until tomorrow. There was even a group of people who set up a small area selling and calling out for business. Su Yuan and the others watched for a while. Su Yuan, should we go check out that construction area? Yushu lost interest and curiously looked towards the nearest construction area. Let's go. Su Yuan was surprised that these people were exchanging goods for vehicle coins, but it was just a surprise. Moments later, he brought Yushu and the 4 beauties to the construction area. The survivors here saw the arrival of Su Yuan and the 4 beauties, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. Expressions of envy appeared on their faces. While they eat too well, right? Each person's temperament is different, and they are all so beautiful. This resting area really lives up to its name, with various basic resource facilities. When Yuqing looked at the construction situation with a hint of surprise, Yushu's eyes shone brightly, reciting the names of various buildings: music, restaurant, 5-star, hotel, medical house, public toilet. Huh, there's even a vehicle for transportation. Tong Shu saw a sign hanging on a building and couldn't help but exclaim. The survival officials actually have some humanity. Junling squinted her eyes and couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. Su Yuan's gaze was directed at a striking building ahead. This building resembled an ancient flying eaves architecture with a plaque hanging above that read 5 large characters: Vehicle Coin Exchange House. Let's go in and take a look. Su Yuan called out and curiously stepped into the Vehicle Coin Exchange House. The room was spacious, with some survivors busily trading, and a sign stood in the hall displaying lines of text. Vehicle Coin Exchange Rules. The exchange ratio for basic resources is 1:1, such as mineral, water, bread, etc. The exchange ratio for advanced resources is 5:1, such as mechanical parts, power devices, etc. The exchange ratio for rare resources is 3:1, such as zombie immunity, serum modification, blueprints, etc. Warm reminder: the only designated currency for transactions in the resting area is vehicle coins. Without vehicle coins here, you can only long for food. This exchange ratio is a bit high. Junling's eyes flickered, slightly surprised. When Yuqing frowned and said, "We still don't know the consumption situation here. If 1 vehicle coin is worth it, then it can be accepted. There's a restaurant next door, should we go check it out?" Yushu blinked and looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan surveyed the area and nodded. Then the 5 of them walked out of the house and entered a building named Dynamic Restaurant. The restaurant was spacious and huge, yet empty, with mechanical chairs and tables neatly arranged. A large round counter stood in the middle, and the glass around the counter was decorated with pictures of delicious food. A plate of tomato scrambled eggs costs 5 vehicle coins. Yushu looked up and was instantly shocked. In terms of goods, it would require 50 pieces of bread to buy a plate of tomato scrambled eggs. No wonder there are no survivors dining here who can afford it. Even if they can, who would be willing to be the fool? Junling had a bitter smile, as none of the delicacies above cost less than 5 vehicle coins. She retracted her previous words. The survival officials had no humanity at all. "Xiao Tong, how many vehicle coins do we have?" Su Yuan asked. Tong Shu was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, "We should have around 100, right?" "Su Yuan, are you looking to eat?" Wen Yuqing couldn't help but ask. "No." Su Yuan shook his head. He wasn't a fool, and besides, he wasn't lacking food. The things in this resting area were optional for Su Yuan. After that, the 5 of them wandered around the restaurant and then left to explore various buildings. In the end, they concluded it's ridiculously expensive, causing a tingling sensation on the scalp. For example, staying at a hotel costs by the hour. A standard single room is 1 vehicle coin per hour. Comparable to scenic area prices, no scenic area prices are still affordable. This feels like being in a heavenly place. Moreover, anything from the resting area other than vehicle coins cannot be taken out of the building. For instance, you can only finish your meal in the restaurant. If you take it out, sorry, the food disappears into thin air. Too harsh. Let's go back to the villa and enjoy ourselves. Yushu sighed. Yes, let's go back. Su Yuan had learned enough. The things in the resting area held no appeal for him. The 5 returned to the Wuling armored tank with little enthusiasm. Junling and Yushu went to the villa to cook, while Wen Yuqing went to tinker in the war machinery factory. Su Yuan sat on the sofa with Tong Shu helping him massage his shoulders and feeding him snacks. After a moment, he said, "Xiao Tong, tell Aunt Qing and the others that I'm going out for a while." Su Yuan felt a bit bored and thought of something. He instructed Tong Shu and then left with 50 vehicle coins and a desert eagle. "Oh, okay." Tong Shu nodded, slightly curious, but did not ask. The evening breeze blew and the hunt began. As Su Yuan walked out of the vehicle parking area, he hadn't gone far when a convoy slowly approached. A dark red modified transport truck stopped in front of him. Su Yuan halted, looked up at this massive vehicle, but showed no signs of panic. No wonder he's a big shot, such aura and courage. Inside the modified transport, Hu Tian saw this scene, revealing a hint of admiration, and then opened the door to get out. "Suda Lao, I didn't have the chance to thank you for dealing with the Yamaguchi group earlier," Hu Tian said with a broad smile, his tone filled with respect. "My name is Hu Tian, and I'm from Huaxia. No need to be polite, just a trivial matter." Su Yuan glanced around and waved his hand. After saying this, he walked straight away. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, I can talk about my resolution of those 3 convoy forces, but let's keep the matter of the heavy weapons on the vehicle confidential for now." After Su Yuan finished speaking, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it over. He didn't smoke, but cigarettes were a scarce resource here. "Understood." Hu Tian paused for a moment, then quickly nodded while receiving the cigarettes. Su Yuan smiled and walked towards the construction area. Hu Tian watched Su Yuan's back, his expression revealing a contemplative look. Su Yuan is trying to catch a big fish. Tian, good, give me one. The bespectacled man hurriedly got out of the car, greedily looking at the cigarettes into Tian's hand. In the construction area, Su Yuan rode a small mechanical yellow bike heading towards other construction zones. The mechanical yellow bike costs 1 vehicle coin for 3 hours. Super expensive, but the resting area is too large, and walking through it would be exhausting. With the arrival of the Great Fortune Royal Court's convoy, a piece of news quickly spread through the rest area. Su Yuan has arrived. Moreover, he has annihilated 3 level 4 convoy factions, causing a huge stir in the rest area. A spacious indoor basketball court. It has been completely occupied by the Ashes faction. A bald man, bare-chested, was playing basketball, his muscular physique showcasing sharp angles, towering at 2 meters tall, embodying the image of a giant. Boss news has come in that Su Yuan has arrived at the rest area. A robust man rushed into the court, calling it. The bald man halted mid-jump, landing heavily, and took the towel handed to him by a blonde woman to wipe his body. Lok Anson grinned, saying, "Send someone to invite him." "Yes, boss." The robust man accepted the order and left. Su Yuan, a Chinese. Lok Anson's lips curled into a slight arc, curiosity flickering in his eyes. In a swimming pool, a man with a triangular beard sat by the poolside, 2 beautiful cherry blossom girls giving him a massage. President Su Yuan has arrived. A man with a katana at his waist leaned forward and said, "It is rumored that Su Yuan has destroyed 3 level 4 convoy factions, one of which is our compatriots." "Useless fool." Black Mountain Hulong chuckled coldly upon hearing this. "But this guy seems extraordinary. Send someone to keep an eye on him." The man with the sword nodded, his gaze unconsciously glancing at the naked cherry blossom. In an elegant cafe, soft and graceful music echoed throughout. A cold woman sat by the window, resting her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes gazing outside, lost in her chestnut long hair spilled over her shoulders, draped in a dark red trench coat, wearing a white shirt on top and black high-waisted trousers below, cinched at the waist with a belt perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Most notably, she had a holster hanging at her waist. Captain News is circulating in the rest area about Su Yuan, saying he has come, and before that he accomplished a major feat, destroying 3 level 4 convoy factions. A delicate girl rushed in, reporting one by one. Su Yuan. Gong Shui raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name, and when she heard the latter part, her pupils suddenly constricted as she looked at the delicate girl. "Where is he now?" "I don't know." The delicate girl shook her head. "Go find out if we can invite him over to meet." Gong Shui lightly tapped her fingers on the table. "Yes, Captain." The delicate girl left. Gong Shui's gaze fell outside the window, rubbing her temples. Ever since learning that District D is a mixed area, an unease had been looming over her. This unease stemmed from other foreign convoy factions, especially that of the Fusang People's Demon Blade Society. Her Snow Feather Guard had conflicts with the Demon Blade Society in the Yellow Earth Wilderness. After arriving at the rest area, she also attempted to ally with several local convoy factions, but upon hearing that she had conflicts with the Demon Blade Society, they all rejected her. That night, Su Yuan's arrival caught the attention of various convoy factions in District D, with some watching, some making contact, and others dismissing him. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was riding a small yellow bike through the rest area, searching for his fated female lead. However, it was a fruitless endeavor. In the vast rest area, he did not encounter a single woman whose beautiful voice he could hear. Although he did not find her, he gathered plenty of information. For instance, the various convoy factions in the rest area, and that those who engaged in violence in the rest area truly vanished in an instant. The most notorious case involved 2 faction leaders with a grudge who came to the rest area, one attempting to ambush the other only to disappear along with his vehicle. This incident made all survivors in the rest area aware to never provoke the survival officials. Sigh. Su Yuan looked up at the night sky, sighed, lamenting his failed hunt for romance, and decided to head back for dinner. Just then a voice called out Su Yuan. A robust rest area, and that those who engaged in violence in the rest area truly vanished in an instant. "I'm from the Ashes organization, my boss wants to invite you over." The robust man briefly introduced himself and stated his purpose directly. Hearing this, Su Yuan expressed some anticipation. "Is your boss male or female?" "Male." The robust man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Not going." Upon hearing it was a male, Su Yuan immediately lost interest, waving his hand and riding away. If it had been a blonde with big waves, he would definitely have been interested. The robust man did not expect Su Yuan to be so dismissive. After a moment of shock, he glared at his retreating figure, his expression darkening. "Su Yuan, if it weren't for the rest area prohibiting violence, the rest area saved you." The robust man returned with a grim expression to report. In the vehicle parking area on top of the Wuling armored tank. "I'm back." Su Yuan got into the vehicle and found it empty, so he called out, "Brother Su, it's time to eat." Tong Shu ran out of the villa, her face beaming with joy. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin and walked into the villa with Tong Shu. "Why did you take so long? The food is cold." Yu Shu pouted slightly, making a small complaint. Su Yuan chuckled, replying, "No need to wait for me to eat. That won't do, you are the head of the family." Yushu shook her head. "Let's eat." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Soon the five of them sat at the dining table enjoying a warm and harmonious dinner together. Dinner consisted of 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup. The ingredients stored in the villa were nearly exhausted, and without acquiring more they would have to settle for self-heating rice and instant noodles. An hour later, Su Yuan sat on the sofa, comfortably resting his legs, picking his teeth with a toothpick while watching television. The television was playing Melina. Tong Shu and Wen Yuqing were responsible for the post-meal cleaning, while Jun Ling and Yu Shu ran off to the war factory for target practice. At that moment, when Yuqing walked out of the kitchen, wiped her hands, and glanced at the movie Su Yuan was watching, revealing a hint of peculiarity in her eyes. After pondering for a moment, she looked back at Tong Shu, who was still in the kitchen, and headed upstairs. In her bedroom, she opened the wardrobe, gazing at the myriad of clothes inside, biting her red lip slightly. After careful selection, a while later, when Yuqing quietly walked into the bathroom, holding some clothes. "Brother Su, where's Aunt Qing?" After finishing up, Tong Shu exited the kitchen, glancing around with confusion. "She probably went to the war factory," Su Yuan casually replied. "Oh, Brother Su, then I'll go check on her." Tong Shu lightly responded and walked towards the front door. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin, his gaze still fixed on the movie. At that moment, the movie was at an exciting stage, and he was watching the uncut version. He did not know how much time had passed when a gentle and melodious voice rang out. "Su Yuan, come upstairs for a moment." Hearing the voice, Su Yuan turned around, and upon seeing her, his pupils instantly widened as he stood up abruptly. In the upstairs corridor stood Wen Yuqing, dressed in a purple lace nightgown, barefoot, her smooth and straight calves adorned with black stockings. She rested her hands on the railing, her beautiful eyes shimmering with strands of light. "Aunt Qing." Su Yuan swallowed hard, instinctively recalling the leading lady from the movie. At this moment, although Aunt Qing did not possess the captivating allure of the film's heroine, her gentle and dignified charm exuded a unique aura. The purple gauze nightgown outlined her graceful and exquisite curves, and as her hands rested on the railing, a touch of deep snowy white blossomed. Her skin, glistening after a bath, radiated a subtle rosy hue, with droplets of crystal-clear water occasionally trickling down her glossy black hair. One droplet slid down her cheek, landing on her smooth white chin before falling into the fullness of her neckline. At this moment, she resembled a blooming peony. "Su Yuan, I am ready." Wen Yuqing bit her red lip, her tone tinged with a slight tremor. Boom. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's mind buzzed as if it had exploded. In the next second, he moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow that swept across the hall and ascended to the 2nd floor. Seeing Su Yuan appear before her in the blink of an eye, Wen Yuqing was slightly startled. "Aunt Qing, you are truly beautiful." Su Yuan gazed at her stunningly gentle face, his breath quickening. A waft of faint fragrance enveloped him, a blend of the evening primrose's sweetness mixed with her body scent. A blush appeared on Wen Yuqing's charming face, followed by a radiant smile as she tilted her snowy chin and slowly closed her eyes. However, the slight quiver of her eyelashes revealed her inner turmoil. This demeanor seemed to hint at something. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuan felt a surge of emotion rush to his head. He could no longer restrain himself. He wrapped his arms around Wen Yuqing's voluptuous waist and leaned in. Wen Yuqing shivered, her body instantly softening. A beam of sunlight shone down, illuminating the resting area. Yet the survivors showed no signs of joy. Instead, their faces were marked by solemn unease. At this moment, the resting area was shrouded in gloom, reminiscent of a dreary day with no rain for years. On the western platform, countless survivors stood still, their astonished gazes fixed on the outside. Outside the platform rolled a suffocating, undulating brown-green sandstorm that blotted out the sky, accompanied by a chilling, howling sound. However, it could not breach the resting area, crashing down instead against an invisible barrier that firmly held it back. As dawn broke, the deadly sandstorm arrived as expected, sweeping across the vast grassland towards the resting area. Many vehicles, unable to enter the resting area in time, remained forever stranded on the grassland. Some vehicles were mere seconds away from reaching the resting area, but were instantly engulfed by the deadly sandstorm, coming to an abrupt halt. One survivor witnessed a vehicle that had already touched the platform of the resting area, yet it still halted. The occupants inside the vehicle, shrouded by the deadly sandstorm, seemed to behold something terrifying and despairing. In the next moment, the entire person seemed to disintegrate like quicksand. A Wuling armored tank. A villa. The bedroom was infused with a faint blend of honeysuckle and chestnut flower fragrance. Unaware of the impending deadly sandstorm, Su Yuan slowly awakened from his sweet dream, glancing around and smiling faintly. He then got up, dressed, and headed out. "Brother Su, you're awake." Tong Shu, busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, called out upon catching sight of Su Yuan coming downstairs. "Why are you up so early?" Su Yuan smiled slightly. Tong Shu's charming face flushed as she stuck out her tongue, saying, Aunt Qing and the others are too tired and need to rest, so I got up to make breakfast. Aren't you tired? Su Yuan asked curiously. I'm fine, not too tired. Tong Shu placed a portion of breakfast in front of Su Yuan, biting her red lip. Hearing this, Su Yuan ate his breakfast, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. It seemed that awakening the forbidden spirit had greatly enhanced Tong Shu's physique. As he continued eating, he suddenly recalled something. The deadly sandstorm. Su Yuan quickly finished his breakfast and hurried out of the villa, getting into the car. He immediately spotted the deadly sandstorm raging between heaven and earth, rolling in as if intent on flooding the resting area. Hiss! Su Yuan gasped. The visceral experience from such close proximity was overwhelmingly intense. Suffocation, unease, oppression, fear, various emotions surged forth. At that moment, congratulations to all survivors for passing the first stage of survival. You may rest in the resting area for 3 days. A cold mechanical voice resonated through the skies, echoing throughout the entire resting area. As the words fell, the white platform trembled slightly, as if an earthquake had struck. Look to the right. A survivor shouted, noticing something unusual. Countless survivors turned around. Su Yuan was no exception, focusing his gaze. Before him, a massive white stone tablet slowly rose from the ground outside the resting area. The rectangular tablet at the top shimmered with virtual light, and then a line of numbers revealed itself. 715904. A 3-day countdown. Seeing the numbers, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Additionally, given the absolute safety of the resting area, the first day will open the arena for life and death battles. The rules of the arena are as follows. Individual 1v1 life and death duels. Hot weapons cannot be used, only cold weapons are permitted. Violators will be annihilated. Victors will receive an additional 10 vehicle coins. Champions who achieve consecutive victories will receive mysterious rewards with consecutive win milestones set at 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 victories. Alright, no more talk. Repay enmity with enmity, repay kindness with kindness. The cold mechanical voice echoed once more. Meanwhile, a massive circular structure appeared in the center of the resting area, resembling the layout of ancient Roman colosseums. Magnificent and grand. What the hell? Are we to slaughter each other? 10,000 victories. Hiss. That means we need to kill 10,000 people. Who can achieve that? Impossible. Others aren't fools. They won't just go up to die. Do I think even 10 victories would be difficult? Not necessarily. Countless exclamations erupted. The survivors were dumbstruck and began to discuss among themselves. The arena? Su Yuan's face displayed shock, followed by a sense of helplessness regarding the second rule. Otherwise, he would go up wearing a bulletproof tactical suit, carrying a rocket launcher, and wielding 2 submachine guns. Surely no one would dare step onto the stage. He sighed lightly and decided to head to the arena for a look. At that moment, a respectful voice came from behind. Big Brother Su, good morning. Hu Tian cheerfully greeted him, though his gaze was fixed on the Wuling armored tank. The deep blue vehicle seemed capable of devouring people, evoking memories of the battlefield from yesterday. A slight shiver ran down his spine. Morning. Su Yuan turned around and smiled. Big Brother Su, is this vehicle a level 5? Hu Tian hesitated for a moment before, unable to resist, asking. Level 3. Su Yuan shook his head, not hiding the truth. Level 3. How is that possible? Before Hu Tian could respond, the bespectacled man gasped in disbelief. In his heart, he thought Su Yuan was joking with them. Big Brother Su must be kidding. Hu Tian forced a smile, also thinking Su Yuan was just messing around. What would I gain by deceiving you? Su Yuan shrugged upon seeing their expressions and suddenly remembered. By the way, if anyone has a level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint, I'm open to a trade. The resources are negotiable. He then strode forward, heading towards the arena. Brother Tian, is this car really level 3? The bespectacled man Lu Xiaoyou gasped in disbelief. It is level 3. Hu Tian snapped back to reality, gazing at Su Yuan's receding figure. There's no need for Su De Lao to lie to us. With Su Yuan saying, so it must be true. Besides, there was no need to hide the vehicle's level. Brother Tian, we happen to have a level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Lu Xiaolu looked up, suddenly hesitating. Hu Tian squinted, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Just as Su Yuan's figure was about to disappear, he suddenly shouted, Su De Lao, I need to discuss something with you. Hearing the call, Su Yuan stopped, turning around with a look of confusion. Su De Lao, coincidentally, I have a level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Hu Tian hurried over, taking a deep breath before speaking in a deep voice. Oh, are you planning to sell it? Su Yuan's eyes brightened, raising an eyebrow. He hadn't expected a casual remark to lead to an unexpected surprise. Hu Tian nodded seriously. Yes, but I'm not sure what resources Su De Lao can offer. What resources do you want? Su Yuan countered without answering. A wry smile appeared on Hu Tian's face. To be honest, I don't know the exact value of the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. You can decide the worth. How about I trade it for a piece of bread? Su Yuan responded somewhat surprised. Hu Tian was taken aback and gritted his teeth. That works. Lu Xiaoliu, who was nearby, nearly bit his tongue, wanting to speak out in protest. Let's not rush this. Let's go check out the arena first. Su Yuan gave him a knowing look and waved his hand. Hu Tian was quite clever. All right. Hu Tian smiled, realizing he had made the right bet. He bet that Su Yuan was a person of honor and loyalty. Trading a level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint for Su Yuan's friendship was definitely worthwhile. Moreover, given Su Yuan's character, he wouldn't trade it for just a piece of bread. This meant that he could not only acquire resources of equal value, but also gain Su Yuan's goodwill. Trading a level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint for a piece of bread seemed like a loss, but it was actually a tremendous gain. It was truly a double blessing. A moment later, Su Yuan and Hu Tian rode out of the construction area on a small yellow bike. Hu Tian generously paid for both bikes. Meanwhile, the other survivors of the Daiyun Wangding under Lu Xiaoliu's lead were walking towards the arena. It was quite far from the arena, the life and death arena. At that moment, nearby survivors poured in through the four-way passage. Shadows flickered and the noise was The interior of the arena was an incredibly vast oval structure with a flat sandy ground in the center where a massive circular platform loomed. Next to the platform were crystal pavilions level with the platform seemingly the best viewing area for spectators. Surrounding the sandy area were layers of marble seats that rose in tiers capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. The top of the arena was covered by a layer of dark red light. A gigantic square stone tablet floated in midair, shimmering with virtual light, yet nothing emerged. Within the arena stood virtual signposts guiding survivors to sit orderly or ascend the platform for life and death duels. Su Yuan and Hu Tian drove their mechanical yellow bike into the arena through the mechanical passage, parked it, and entered the arena. Magnificent! Hu Tian exclaimed. Su Yuan looked up and nodded in agreement. Su Lao, shall we head to the VIP seats? Hu Tian frowned as he looked at the virtual guide ahead. The stone-tiered seats were free, while the crystal pavilion seats cost 10 vehicle coins. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan teased, "What do you think? Let's go." Hu Tian gritted his teeth, intending to pay the 10 vehicle coins. Su Yuan smiled. Moments later, the two arrived under a crystal pavilion. Su Lao, let me handle this. Hu Tian rushed forward, eager to pay before Su Yuan could unlock the light door. 10 vehicle coins made him wince, but it was all worth it. Su Yuan did not refuse. Soon the two took the crystal light elevator to the top, where the view was expansive facing the platform. The crystal pavilion had a table, 2 chairs, and a virtual screen for viewing the duels on the platform. Sit. Su Yuan surveyed the area and sat down on a chair. Hu Tian nodded and sat beside him with the tables separating them. Su Lao, I estimate not many will participate in this life and death duel. Hu Tian scanned the surroundings and said, "It doesn't matter, I'm just here to watch." Su Yuan replied, lifting his chin. Hu Tian pondered for a moment, then took out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Su Yuan. Su Lao, this is the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Su Yuan glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, but did not take it. Instead, he lightly tapped the table with his hand. Hu Tian placed the blueprint on the table, waiting quietly. A box of wine, a pack of cigarettes, a box of cola, a box of bread, a box of snacks. A bottle of zombie immunity serum, 10 kilograms of high-grade alloy, a blueprint for a mechanical claw, plus a pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition. After a long silence, Su Yuan slowly spoke. Upon hearing the initial resources, Hu Tian showed a hint of surprise, and when he heard the latter, his astonishment turned into shock. Su Yuan calmly asked, "How about these resources?" "That's enough, completely enough." Hu Tian nodded vigorously. These resources seemed to exceed the value of the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Especially the pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition, these were scarce resources, truly valuable items. "I'll deliver the resources back to you." Su Yuan smiled, and after saying that, he tucked the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint into his pocket. To him, these items were insignificant. They were essentially gathering dust now. Just as both were satisfied with the trade, 2 beautiful women entered the neighboring crystal pavilion. One of the graceful women scanned the surroundings and felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Su Yuan's face in the adjacent pavilion. Suddenly recalling something, she took out a photo from her pocket and held it up for comparison, exclaiming joyfully, "Captain, it's Su Yuan." Hearing this, Gong Shui turned her head to look. "Captain, should I go invite him now?" The graceful woman, Lu Xiaofeng, asked. Last night she had tried to find him, but couldn't, yet she had obtained Su Yuan's photo. Su Yuan's photo was quite expensive, worth a vehicle coin. Gong Shui waved her hand, indicating it was unnecessary, then took a deep breath and approached the edge of the pavilion, calling out clearly, "Su Yuan." In the neighboring pavilion, "Su Lao, someone is calling you." Hu Tian turned his head to look upon hearing the voice. Su Yuan naturally heard it too and looked up. He then saw 2 beautiful women smiling at him, stirring something in his heart. "Ladies, do you need something from me?" Su Yuan stood up and walked over, his gaze resting on Gong Shui, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Beautiful, cold, and aloof beauty. Yes, I would like to talk to you. Gong Shui gently nodded, her tone revealing a hint of softness. Sure, come over. Su Yuan readily agreed without hesitation. Gong Shui was taken aback, not expecting Su Yuan to agree so straightforwardly, leaving her prepared words stuck in her throat. Xiaofeng, wait for me here, I will go and talk. Regaining her composure, a smile appeared on her face as she said goodbye to Lu Xiaofeng before leaving the pavilion. Yes, Captain. Lu Xiaofeng nodded. In another pavilion, Hu Tian suddenly remembered something and immediately stood up to take his leave, seeing a beauty wanting to discuss matters with Su Yuan. Take care. Su Yuan looked at him in surprise upon hearing this. This guy Hu Tian really had good insight. As for whether he truly had something to attend to, only he knew. A moment later, a crystal light ladder slowly ascended and a beautiful figure stepped out. Gong Shui, captain of the Shuyu Guard. Wearing a dark red trench coat, Gong Shui smiled and introduced herself while extending her right hand. Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and shook her hand. He was somewhat surprised as he knew that the Shuyu Guard was a well-known team force in the resting area. At this moment, the long, silent, melodious voice rang out once again. Ding. Fate-bonded heroine Gong Shui. Cold and elegant policewoman. Age 27. Height 178 centimeters. Weight 60 kilograms. Measurements. Overall strength 10. Forbidden spirit eyesight. Fate bond ghostly shuttling. Ghostly shuttling active. The vehicle briefly becomes intangible for 1 second, ignoring all physical attacks. Passive for each level the vehicle rises, the ghostly intangibility time doubles. The melodious voice echoed in Su Yuan's mind, causing him to momentarily freeze, then a grin spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The fate-bonded heroine has finally appeared. Moreover, Gong Shui has awakened her forbidden spirit and possesses a rather unique fate bond talent. He must invite her to join. Su Yuan. Gong Shui noticed Su Yuan seemed lost in thought, her brow slightly furrowed. Ahem. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something and got distracted. Su Yuan came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and pointed to the chair. Please sit. Gong Shui blinked, trusting him, and gracefully took a seat. What matters does Captain Gong want to discuss with me? Su Yuan asked calmly, trying to suppress his excitement. I wish to form an alliance with you, Su. Young master. Gong Shui pondered for a moment before directly stating her purpose. An alliance? Why would you want to form one? Su Yuan was taken aback, puzzled. He knew Gong Shui must have heard of his achievements, but he was curious why the powerful Shuyu Guard sought him for an alliance. Our Shuyu Guard has conflicts with the Yao Dao Society, and once the 3 days are over, the Yao Dao Society will definitely take action against us. I know I am no match for the Yao Dao Society, and it's not just them who are eyeing us. Several foreign team forces also have designs on the Shuyu Guard. Gong Shui lightly bit her red lip, explaining the reasons. Is your Shuyu Guard that desirable? Su Yuan instinctively remarked. Gong Shui seemed not to hear clearly, asking again what? Ahem. I meant to ask if your Shuyu Guard possesses any extraordinary treasures. Why are so many forces keeping an eye on you? Su Yuan coughed lightly, covering his mouth. Gong Shui shook her head, smiling bitterly. We have no treasures, it's just because our Shuyu Guard is the weakest, and they want to swallow us. Only she and the Shuyu Guard had a level 4 modified vehicle, while the Yao Dao Society and other team forces had at least 2 level 4 vehicles. I see. Su Yuan stroked his chin as he listened. There must be more to it than that. Gong Shui's presence likely attracted their attention. Gong Shui was not the typical fair-skinned beauty, rather her skin was wheat-colored, exuding a healthy beauty. Her eyes were bright, and her brown hair was tied in a high ponytail. She was sharp and capable. At this moment, her outfit, paired with a feather hat and a gun hanging from her jade belt, perfectly encapsulated the image of a Western cowgirl. A proud and aloof beauty. Su Yuan's thoughts wandered for a moment before he was about to speak. At that moment, a playful voice came from beside them. Miss Gong Shui, who are you seeking to ally with this time? Why bother? Surrender to me, and I will not disappoint. Heishan Hulong, if you want to swallow the Shuyu Guard, the Yao Dao Society will surely suffer heavy casualties. I believe other forces will not miss this opportunity. Gong Shui looked up coldly. Across the pavilion, Heishan Hulong leaned against the crystal railing, a sly smile playing on his lips, preparing to speak. Shut up. Su Yuan suddenly turned around and shouted. Baka, don't think that because you wiped out 3 team forces you can disrespect the leader. Before Heishan Hulong could speak, a swordsman beside him instantly flared up with anger. Upon hearing Su Yuan's name, Heishan Hulong was quite surprised, raising his hand to signal the man to retreat. He looked at Su Yuan with interest. Oh, so you are Su Yuan. Indeed, I am Su Yuan. Su Yuan crossed his arms and looked Heishan Hulong up and down. Heishan Hulong chuckled, glancing between the two. Hee, young man, you really have a temper. Do you wish to help the Shuyu Guard? And if so? Su Yuan shrugged. Heishan Hulong narrowed his eyes, smiling coldly. Then be prepared for death. I'm quite covetous of that forbidden spirit weapon of yours." After finishing, he turned around and sat back down gazing at the arena. At that moment, a life-and-death duel was taking place in the arena. Other crystal pavilions were also gradually being filled, almost all with the leaders of team forces. "Captain Gong, I agree to the alliance." Hearing this threat, Su Yuan smiled slightly and turned to Gong Shui. Upon hearing this, Gong Shui's beautiful eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, young Master Su. However, I have a condition," Su Yuan said slowly. Gong Shui understood and nodded. "What is the condition?" "Give up your position as captain of the Shuyu Guard and ride with me." Su Yuan smiled. Gong Shui's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Frowning young Master Su, that might be." Captain Gong, after hearing my words, will you consider how to proceed?" Su Yuan knew what she wanted to say and interrupted her, saying leisurely, "I will help the Shuyu Guard annihilate the Yao Dao Society and any team forces that have designs on the Shuyu Guard." After hearing this, Gong Shui's eyes widened in shock. "If I cannot achieve this, I will join the Shuyu Guard and protect it forever, but if I succeed?" Su Yuan's gaze fixed on Gong Shui's, tone calm and composed. Gong Shui's heart trembled, biting her red lip, lost in thought. "No need to rush for an answer, just give me a response within 3 days." Su Yuan shifted his gaze away, looking at the arena, not pressing her, giving her time to think. At this moment, the life-and-death duel of 2 survivors in the arena came to a close. A survivor wearing a hat killed a bearded survivor, and the scene was extremely bloody. The hat-wearing survivor hurriedly left the arena after receiving 10 vehicle coins. He certainly did not wish to be the champion. At that moment, Gong Shui slowly raised her head, looking at Su Yuan, her tone resolute. "I accept your condition." If Su Yuan could truly achieve it, what was it to her to give up the position of captain of the Shuyu Guard? This agreement was beneficial for her. Once they left the resting area, the Shuyu Guard would surely be attacked by the Yao Dao Society, and their lives would be uncertain. Her experience in the Barren Lands made her deeply aware of the brutality of survival. "Captain Gong Shui, you will not regret the decision you made today." Su Yuan's lips curled into a smile, his mood quite pleasant. Surprised by Gong Shui's decisiveness, he had thought she would take much longer to reach a conclusion. Gong Shui raised her hand to brush aside the hair blown by the wind, her gaze intense. "I hope what you said, young Master Su, is not false." "Captain Gong Shui, 3 days from now you will not be disappointed." Su Yuan chuckled lightly, his tone filled with confidence. Hearing Su Yuan's confident words, Gong Shui blinked, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and excitement. Perhaps Su Yuan really can achieve it. At this moment in the nearby pavilion, President, it seems Su Yuan and Gong Shui have reached an agreement. The man with the sword, Gao Xiong Tengu, had been watching from the side, and upon seeing their conversation and laughter, he quickly whispered, "In the face of overwhelming strength, alliances are nothing but a joke." Hearing this, He Shan Hu Lang turned his head and glanced, a trace of disdain visible on his face. He dared to claim he was the second strongest in the entire D district, and no one would dare claim the first. "Have you investigated Su Yuan's background?" he asked. Gao Xiong Tengu pondered for a moment before slowly saying the news about Su Yuan was inadvertently revealed by a force known as the Great Fortune Royal Court, but someone saw that Su Yuan arrived at the rest area alone in his car. "From my analysis, the Great Fortune Royal Court must be Su Yuan's influence, hiding his strength." He Shan Hu Lang raised an eyebrow, curious. "What level is his vehicle?" Gao Xiong Tengu showed a hint of embarrassment. "I don't know the specifics, but Su Yuan's car seems to have been specially modified entirely in a deep blue color and quite large." "Interesting." Hearing this, He Shan Hu Lang stroked his chin and stopped asking questions. "I wonder where Captain Gong Shui is from." With their agreement reached, Su Yuan observed the arena while engaging in casual conversation. Gong Shui softly said, "I am from Shanghai City, Nanyuan Province, Huaxia." "Oh, a fellow townsman. We are from the same province. I am from Nantian City." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Gong Shui smiled upon hearing this. For some reason, she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with Su Yuan, probably because of the term fellow townsman. Just then a distant shout echoed. "Su Yuan, I am Principal Lin Jiahui." A middle-aged man with a beer belly waved his hands vigorously from a crystal pavilion. The two were separated by several crystal pavilions. "Principal." Gong Shui was surprised upon hearing the voice, realizing something. "Young Master Su, are you still a student?" "What, do I look very old?" "Not like a student." Su Yuan was taken aback by this remark, asking helplessly. Gong Shui smiled slightly, shaking her head. "No, you are very young. I was just surprised." Su Yuan shrugged and walked to the edge of the pavilion, looking out. "Su Yuan, I want to talk to you." Sure." Hearing this, Su Yuan replied, then waved his hand, signaling the principal to come over for a chat. He also had a slight interest in Principal Lin Jiahui. "Young Master Su, since we have a guest, I will take my leave first." Gong Shui stood up, smiling gracefully. She knew Lin Jiahui was the leader of a force known as the Nanshanmen. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be Su Yuan's principal. "All right, take care, no need to see me off." Su Yuan did not try to keep her, lightly waving his hand. As Gong Shui approached the light elevator, she suddenly turned back and asked, "Is young Master Su in high school or college?" "College student." Su Yuan paused for a moment, then smiled. "Oh, college students are great." Gong Shui raised her eyebrows, smiling as she stepped into the light elevator. Whether in high school or college, it indicated that Su Yuan was quite young. What does that mean? Hearing this, Su Yuan looked astonished, initially wanting to chase after her to ask, but then thought better of it. Glancing at He Shan, who lay nearby, he sat down on the chair to wait for Principal Lin Jiahui. Shortly after, Lin Jiahui hurried over, smiling broadly as he extended his hands as expected of our school's outstanding talent. "Principal, you flatter me." Su Yuan politely shook hands. Lin Jiahui, very excited, said, "You are too modest. Do I have heard of your impressive achievements? Truly remarkable." "Principal, may I ask what you need me for?" Su Yuan, uninterested in further pleasantries, directly asked. "Ahem." Lin Jiahui, upon hearing this, straightened his posture, cleared his throat a few times. "Well, I have formed a team composed of people from our Nantian University with the intention of helping one another through difficult times." And then, Su Yuan lightly tapped the table, maintaining a smile. Trusting him in this survival world was nonsense. The principal was definitely an old fox. Lin Jiahui adjusted his clothes, looking righteous. "I hope you, Su Yuan, will join our organization Nanchaman to get through this together." "I refuse." Su Yuan waved his hand without a second thought. What a joke. He longed for a life of, Lin Jiahui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Yuan to refuse so straightforwardly. A bitter smile appeared on his face, his tone helpless. "Su Yuan. Wait." Hearing this, Su Yuan quickly interrupted him and changed the subject. "Principal, you just said that Nanchaman consists of school members." "Yes." Lin Jiahui assumed Su Yuan was interested and nodded eagerly. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, asking expectantly, "Are Su Fei, Lu Jia, and Tian Xiaowei part of Nanchaman?" "Not here." Lin Jiahui was stunned, shaking his head. Su Fei and the other three were the other three school beauties of Nantian University, so he certainly knew. "Alas, that's too bad." Su Yuan sighed, shrugging. "Principal, I'm sorry." Lin Jiahui understood and immediately widened his eyes. If the three school beauties were present, would Su Yuan agree? What a pure lecher. "Su Yuan, will you really not reconsider?" Seeing Su Yuan's determination, Lin Jiahui gritted his teeth. "Although Su Fei is not here, but Teacher Lin and the others are." "Not interested." Su Yuan spread his hands. The two most beautiful flowers of Nantian University were already in his car, and he had no interest in the other teachers. "Su Yuan, if you join the Nanchaman, will be under your command." Lin Jiahui was still unwilling to give up, speaking in a deep voice. Su Yuan shook his head again, remaining silent. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Lin Jiahui's brows furrowed, his gaze fixed on Su Yuan, finally, standing up with a heavy sigh. He initially thought this matter would be straightforward and easy to manage. With his skills in persuasion and emotional appeals, he believed Su Yuan would surely be excited to join. In the end, he underestimated Su Yuan, who gave him no chance to persuade him. "Principal, take care, no need to see me off." Su Yuan waved cheerfully. Lin Jiahui wanted to say something more, but seeing Su Yuan's calm smile, he could only leave. After a moment, Su Yuan sat in the chair, his gaze sweeping across the crystal pavilion. Many pavilions were already occupied. It seemed that leaders from various force teams in D District had arrived. Time slowly passed by. The arena's life and death battles occasionally took place, but there were no thrilling champion battles. They were all grudges turned into 1v1 death matches, and once finished they wrapped up. Ah, so tedious and dull. Su Yuan sighed, softly shaking his head as he prepared to return for lunch. Clearly, this arena event had much ado about nothing, as if the survival authorities didn't care and had thrown it together haphazardly. It was left unattended. However, today's gains were quite fruitful. A level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint and the acquaintance of a faded young beauty. "Hey, little neighbor." Su Yuan rose, stretched his waist, and called out toward the adjacent pavilion. "Baka." Takafuji Eagle glared fiercely and bellowed. Kuroyama Taro's face flashed with a murderous aura as he turned to gaze silently at Su Yuan. "Don't miss me too much. See you in 3 days." Su Yuan curled his lips, waved like an old friend, and then left the crystal pavilion. "Boss, should we find someone to take Su Yuan down with us?" Takafuji Eagle gritted his teeth and said, "Are you an idiot?" Kuroyama Taro shot him a helpless look. If a life-for-life trade were possible, had have already eliminated all the major convoy leaders in the rest area. The Demon Blade Society lacked no expendable pawns. Takafuji Eagle came to his senses and immediately shut his mouth. Su Yuan had enraged him so much that he forgot killing was impossible in the rest area, not even mutual destruction. Previously, a survivor had ambushed and stabbed his enemy to death only for the enemy to revive right before his eyes. Yet the attacker himself turned to ash and vanished. "Prepare the expendables." Kuroyama Taro stopped discussing Su Yuan, his gaze shifting to the arena as he murmured. He wanted to see what the Tenwin reward was. Outside the arena, as soon as Su Yuan rode out on his little yellow bike, he saw Hu Tian waiting. "Big Boss Su." Spotting Su Yuan, Hu Tian took a deep drag of his cigarette, then crushed it out, brushed off his clothes and beamed. Let's go. Su Yuan raised his chin, signaling him to follow. Hu Tian quickly mounted his little yellow bike and trailed behind. Vehicle parking area. The two took some time to return there. They'll give you the supplies now, Su Yuan said to Hu Tian before opening the Wuling armored tank and climbing in. Hu Tian nodded, his face brimming with excitement. Villa. Brother Su, you're back. Tong Shu's pretty face lit up with joy at the sight of Su Yuan. Why are you alone? Su Yuan swept his gaze around, not seeing Aunt Qing and the other two. Tong Shu bit her red lip and spoke. Aunt Qing and the others are still sleeping. Sleeping so soundly. Su Yuan slapped his forehead upon hearing this, then handed a supply list to Tong Shu. Xiao Tong, take the supplies on this list out of the vehicle. Okay. Tong Shu took the note, left the villa, and headed to the small shop. She picked up a case of liquor and a case of water, carried them out, opened the car door, and saw Hu Tian's figure. Greetings, sister-in-law. Hu Tian froze, then quickly called out. Sister-in-law. Tong Shu's beautiful eyes widened, a hint of surprise on her face. Being called sister-in-law by a middle-aged man felt a bit odd, but the next second her heart swelled with sweetness. This title was quite nice. Hello, are these supplies for you? Tong Shu replied politely. Yes, they're from Big Boss Su. Hu Tian spotted the drinks and quickly nodded. Tong Shu set down the two cases and continued hauling supplies from the vehicle. A few minutes later. Here. Su Yuan handed over the final item, a pistol, to Hu Tian. Hu Tian took it carefully, gently stroking it. The cold metallic texture ignited a fervor in his heart, and he couldn't bear to put it down. A gun, a man's eternal love. Many thanks, Big Boss Su. Hu Tian said, joyfully expressing his gratitude. Su Yuan smiled. No need to be polite. You deserve it. Big Boss Su, shall we head back then? Hu Tian tucked the gun into his chest and looked at Su Yuan. He had called a few men to haul the supplies. Su Yuan gave a slight nod. Hu Tian and his men left with the supplies. Wait. Su Yuan watched their retreating figures, and a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to call out. Big Boss Su, anything else? Hu Tian stopped, a puzzled look on his face. After you go back, send 7 or 8 sharp young men over. I need to borrow them. Su Yuan smiled faintly. No problem. Hu Tian agreed readily, not asking why. Moments later. Greetings, Big Boss Su. 10 spirited young men stood in a neat row, respectfully calling out. They had been thrilled upon learning they were to meet Su Yuan. Back in the canyon battlefield, Su Yuan had already become their idol. Hu Tian had originally wanted to come himself. It was a chance to curry favor. But on second thought, he worried that overstaying his welcome might annoy Su Yuan. Take these supplies and follow me. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand grandly. The 10 young men each picked up boxes from the ground and trailed behind Su Yuan, their curious gazes fixed on the black loudspeaker in his hand. After some time, Su Yuan led them to the center of the rest area, not far from the arena. Hey, what's your name? Su Yuan directed them to set down the supplies and pointed at a random young man. Big Boss Su, Lin Bin, the young man said excitedly. Lin Bin, take this loudspeaker, ride the little yellow bike, and circle the rest area playing it. Su Yuan tossed the black loudspeaker to him along with a vehicle coin. Big Boss Su, mission guaranteed. Lin Bin raised his hand in a salute and dashed toward the nearby building area. In no time, Lin Bin sped along on the little yellow bike, holding up the black loudspeaker and pressing play. Instantly, a powerful sound surged forth. Recruiting beauties. If you're not pretty, don't bother. Recruiting beauties. If you're a beauty, come for an interview and get a loaf of bread. Recruiting beauties. Su Yuan location by the arena. Upon hearing this, Lin Bin jolted and nearly fell off his bike, quickly steadying the mechanical little yellow bike. He took a deep breath and shouted inwardly. Big Boss Su rocks. Not bad. Su Yuan heard the booming sound and nodded with great satisfaction. The sound carried far. The 9 young men nearby were startled, then all showed expressions of admiration and envy. Truly, Big Boss Su brazenly acting in the rest area as if it were uninhabited. This was like selecting a consort. At that moment, not many survivors were wandering outside in the rest area. Most were either in the building zones or the arena. Some survivors, drawn by the loudspeaker, came over out of curiosity. Su Yuan is what the loudspeaker said true. A chubby girl with glasses and a round face ran over and shouted. It's true, but you don't qualify. Su Yuan glanced up and waved his hand. The chubby girl snapped. This is blatant discrimination against us girls. Su Yuan pulled out a sign. See what it says. If you're not pretty, don't bother. I don't care. I'm here, so give me a loaf of bread. The chubby girl crossed her arms and insisted. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Was she treating this like the real world? He wondered how Shed survived to reach the rest area. Take a look at yourself. Do you even have the nerve to ask for anything? Su Yuan sneered. The chubby girl glared. Are you giving it or not? Not giving. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered with her anymore. The chubby girl, seeing Su Yuan ignore her, rolled her eyes and suddenly charged forward. Upon witnessing this scene, the 9 young people beside her exchanged glances, eager to intervene. "Let her take it." Su Yuan raised his hand to stop them, watching with keen interest. The chubby girl snorted coldly, approaching a box and forcefully tearing it open. Inside was filled with bread. Her eyes sparkled as she grabbed a bag of bread and began to eat it directly. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. "Detected malicious behavior, initiating extermination." As the words fell, the chubby girl's pupils dilated. She tried to scream, but found herself unable to make a sound, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. In the next second, her entire being disintegrated into a pile of ash. The sudden disappearance of a living person caused the onlooking survivors to change their expressions. Su Yuan observed all of this without a hint of emotion. He finally witnessed the ruling power that circulated in the resting area, indeed a tyrannical regulation. The incident with the chubby girl left some of the arriving girls hesitant, fearing the same fate would befall them. "Can I go?" After a long while, a beautiful girl in a yellow dress mustered her courage and stepped forward to ask. Su Yuan examined her from head to toe, waiting for a delightful sound to emerge, yet it remained absent. "Give her a piece of bread," he instructed a young man after a moment. The young man quickly produced a piece of bread and handed it to the girl in the yellow dress. The girl in the yellow dress accepted the bread with a smile, but did not leave her gaze fixed intently on Su Yuan. "Why aren't you leaving?" Su Yuan questioned in confusion. The girl in the yellow dress blinked, biting her red lips. Su Big Shot, aren't you recruiting Xiao Mei?" "Ahem. Her appearance is acceptable, but other qualifications are lacking." Su Yuan understood and shrugged. The girl in the yellow dress immediately displayed a look of disappointment and turned to leave. She hadn't come for the bread, but for Su Yuan. If she could hitch a ride with him, she would no longer have to worry about her. But she had failed. Some self-proclaimed beautiful girls, seeing the yellow dress girl successfully obtain a piece of bread, rushed forward excitedly to inquire. Su Yuan became the interviewer, assessing each girl one by one. Some were disqualified at first glance, while others were beautiful, yet lacked a charming voice. Clearly, his destined female lead required more than just beauty. "Honey, I'm going to give it a try." A couple arrived at the scene with the crowd, and the curvaceous woman suddenly said. The middle-aged man beside her changed, his expression darkening as he said, "What are you trying for?" "Don't worry, I'm just going to get some bread. If I succeed in the interview, I will refuse it." The curvaceous woman. Hearing this, the middle-aged man returned to normalcy, nodding slightly. "You're still smart, dear. I'm going now." The curvaceous woman swayed her alluring figure and entered the crowd. As time passed, Lin Bin pedaled furiously around the resting area, and more survivors gathered to watch the excitement. The surging crowd circled around, yet the survivors maintained a safe distance from each other, fearing being judged as malicious behavior and directly exterminated by the ruling power. At this moment, Su Yuan had interviewed over 100 beautiful women, but none were his destined female-led. This left him quite helpless. At that moment, a curvaceous woman approached, her mature and sexy aura permeating the air. "Su Yuan, can I?" The curvaceous woman's son Jinlian smiled brightly, her enchanting eyes captivating. Several girls, seeing her beauty, inwardly cursed her as a vixen. A group of men instinctively swallowed, mesmerized by her alluring charm. Upon seeing the woman, Su Yuan's eyes lit up, gazing at her with intensity. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A minute passed, and that delightful voice seemed to have gone mute. "Su Yuan." Sun Jinlian noticed Su Yuan, entranced by her beauty. She smiled and lightly licked her luscious lips, gently calling out, "Give her a piece of bread." Su Yuan sighed inwardly and waved his hand. A young man presented the bread, his gaze locking onto a particular spot, feeling parched. Upon hearing this, Sun Jinlian froze, realizing this meant her interview had failed. Reluctantly, she asked, "Why? Am I not beautiful or sexy?" "There's no reason," Su Yuan said, uninterested in explaining, waving his hand to signal her to leave. Sun Jinlian's eyes flickered, biting her red lip, about to speak. A middle-aged man rushed over, looking at Sun Jinlian, shouting, "Jinlian, what do you want to do?" "Honey, it's nothing." Sun Jinlian showed a hint of panic on her face as she quickly grabbed the bread and headed out. The middle-aged man glanced at the surrounding crowd and hurriedly pursued her. Su Yuan widened his eyes, slightly taken aback. Goodness, she has a husband and still came for the interview. This is truly just a minor incident for spectators. Su Yuan displayed a helpless expression, continuing to interview the beautiful women. In the arena, news of Su Yuan recruiting Xiao Mei spread across the life and death arena, with leaders of various factions learning of it. Moreover, it was hard for them to remain unaware. At this moment, Lin Bin strolled around the arena with a black megaphone, the powerful voice echoing like a spell. "Recruiting Xiao Mei. If you're not beautiful, don't come." In a crystal pavilion, Captain this Su Yuan. Lu Xiaofeng had a face full of laughter and tears. Gong Shui widened her eyes and slightly pouted, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, President, what does Su Yuan mean by this? Gao Xiong Tengang frowned, his face full of confusion. Heishan Hulong smirked slightly. What else could it mean? He's gone crazy for women. President, we can send a woman over to infiltrate. Gao Xiong Tenggang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Heishan Hulong squinted his eyes and then shook his head. In another pavilion, let Bella dress up nicely and go for the interview. Locke Anson, hearing the recruitment call, lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Understood. A sturdy man beside him instantly got the message and withdrew to make arrangements. Sigh. Su Yuan looked at the dense crowd, letting out a light sigh. What once was filled with interest and enthusiasm gradually faded. Finding the destined female lead is indeed challenging. Just then 4 women supported one person through the crowd approaching closely. Su Yuan raised his gaze, his eyes landing on the woman in the middle. She wore a black hat and mask, making her features hard to discern, but with her graceful and alluring figure, she was likely a beauty. Su Yuan's heart stirred, revealing an expression of anticipation. Are you Su Yuan? The woman slowly raised her head, her voice melodious and sweet. I am. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The woman had a pair of hazel eyes, and within her deep gaze seemed to flow the light of stars. I'm here for the interview. She stepped forward and slowly removed her hat and mask, revealing her true appearance. Beautiful, Su Yuan exclaimed instinctively upon seeing the woman's face. She had a head of light golden hair, and a gentle smile graced her exquisitely oval face, revealing 2 small dimples. Incredibly beautiful. Meanwhile, the long-anticipated enchanting voice finally echoed. Ding! The fated protagonist, Ife Luna. Ife Luna. Art star. Age 31. Height 175 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Measurements. Overall strength 8. Banshee none. Fate bond weapon enchantment. Weapon enchantment. Any vehicle-mounted weapon can be imbued with rune attributes. Currently, it possesses 3 rune attributes: gravitational field, magic, mist, parasite, and dual split. Amazing. Su Yuan's pupils constricted, and a radiant smile appeared on his face. Hard work pays off. Moreover, he knew Ife Luna. Of course not in real life, but from a short film. Hiss. Isn't that her? The Western Rosie. It really is her. Damn, I must say I envy Su Yuan so much. Ife is actually in District D. Wait, why is she here for an interview? Wait, is Ife Luna seeking protection from the Huaxiao people? Oh, I won't agree. As Ife Luna revealed her true appearance, the surrounding survivors recognized her instantly, erupting in an uproar. Especially the Western survivors, who were shocked and confused with even a hint of anger. She's a world-renowned beauty known as the Western Red Rose. Now that she is here for an interview, it feels absurd and surreal. Miss Ife, my Desert Wolf team is willing to protect you and ensure your safety. A man with a Western appearance stepped forward and said politely, Miss Ife, our Crimson Robe organization is willing to honor you as a saint and vow to protect you with our lives. An elderly man with a white beard and a Western appearance slightly bowed, showing great respect. Not just 2 people, several Western teams soon stood up, each offering to protect Ife. Su Yuan observed this, seeing his gaze calm as he scanned each of them. The individuals noticed Su Yuan's gaze, their hearts trembling, but they gritted their teeth and persisted. Ife Luna, however, did not look at them at all. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Yuan as she softly asked, Did I pass the interview? Of course. Su Yuan smiled slightly and nodded without hesitation. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Ife Luna exhaled softly, a charming curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Su Yuan, my 4 companions also want to come with me. She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, looking at the 4 women. The 4 were neither particularly beautiful nor ugly, just average. Is that not possible? Seeing this, Ife Luna's eyes flickered with hesitation. How about this? I will help them find a powerful organization. A flash of inspiration struck Su Yuan, and he said slowly, This organization is very strong, called Snow Feather Guard. Don't worry, I am allied with the Snow Feather Guard. After speaking, he instructed a young man go to the arena and asked the captain of the Snow Feather Guard to come. Yes. The young man nodded vigorously and quickly left. Ife Luna blinked upon hearing this. She knew about the Snow Feather Guard, but wanted to say something. The 4 women beside her spoke up. Miss, we are willing to join the Snow Feather Guard. Upon hearing this, Ife Luna understood that the 4 were doing this for her good and fell silent. She came for the interview to seek protection from Su Yuan. In this survival world, her status was no different from that of an ordinary person. As for the words of those people earlier, she did not believe them at all. The reason she trusted Su Yuan was that his strength was formidable. She had previously seen and heard that he was accompanied by 4 beautiful women. There were also other reasons that led her to choose Su Yuan instead of the Western teams. Su Yuan's gaze remained on Ife Luna. She perfectly blended the beauty of both the West and the East. Flawless. Ife could not bear to meet Su Yuan's gaze and slightly lowered her head. Her heart swirling with thoughts. After a while, a young man named Ahu hurriedly brought Gong Shui and Lu Xiaofeng. Let me introduce, this is Gong Shui, the captain of the Snow Feather Guard. Su Yuan smiled as he introduced the two. This is Yifei Luna, my passenger. Yifei Luna. Gong Shui was momentarily shocked as she did not expect Su Yuan to recruit such a stunning beauty. She slowly extended her hand saying, "Hello, I am Gong Shui." "Hello, Yifei Luna." Yifei Luna replied politely. Gong Shui nodded slightly, her gaze turning to Su Yuan, revealing a questioning look. What does she need her for? "Captain Gong Shui, please take these 4 into the Snow Feather Guard." Su Yuan pointed. "Oh, no problem." Gong Shui looked over. She had thought of proposing a reward, but gave up. She called out to Lu Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng understood and stepped forward to communicate with the 4. "Captain Gong Shui will take good care of them." Su Yuan noticed that Yifei Luna still seemed a bit worried and smiled slightly. Gong Shui, seeing the look from Su Yuan, agreed. "Yes, I will take care of them." Upon hearing this, Yifei Luna immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Gong Shui." "You're welcome." Gong Shui smiled, and thinking of something winked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan understood and followed her to the side. Su Yuan, the Black Mountain family, is using the lives of their death soldiers to obtain consecutive victory rewards. Gong Shui said gravely. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, curious. How many consecutive victories? 10 consecutive victories. Currently 10 wins are the easiest to achieve. The 100 wins, even the Demon Blade Society does not have that many death soldiers. Gong Shui said in a low voice. Don't worry, the more rewards he gets, the better. Su Yuan said, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Gong Shui furrowed her brows, momentarily confused by his words. When the time comes to kill him, the things will naturally be mine. Su Yuan smiled indifferently and said leisurely. Gong Shui's gaze sharpened, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yuan's confident demeanor. Although she did not know where Su Yuan's confidence came from, her heart felt inexplicably more at ease. I am looking forward to 3 days from now. Gong Shui took a deep breath, her face breaking into a smile. Everything is under my control. I will go for the interview now. Su Yuan chuckled, and noticing a beautiful woman approaching for an interview, quickly said something and walked over. Seeing Su Yuan's eager demeanor, Gong Shui couldn't help but murmur in her heart. This guy wouldn't happen to have been single for 100 years in his last life, would he? She did not leave, but stood by and watched as Lu Xiaofeng brought the 4 women to her side. As time passed, night quietly fell. Work's done, time to head home. Su Yuan glanced at the night sky with a hint of disappointment and waved his hand. After more than half a day, there was only one fated female protagonist. During this time, he encountered 2 very beautiful blonde women, but alas, the enchanting voice did not appear. Captain Gong Shui, would you like to sit in my vehicle for a bit? He gave the remaining supplies to Ahu and then looked at Gong Shui. No thanks. Gong Shui smiled gracefully and declined. See you tomorrow. Su Yuan shrugged, leading Yifei Luna and Ahu along with the 9 others toward the vehicle parking area. By the way, let Lin Bin come back. As they walked, he suddenly remembered something and said to Ahu. In the vehicle parking area, a Wuling armored tank stood. Tell Hu Tian that I am very satisfied with you all, Su Yuan remarked with evident satisfaction while observing the 8 young people. He then unloaded a box of wine, a pack of cigarettes, and a box of snacks from the vehicle. Thank you, Su Lao. The 8 individuals expressed their gratitude, taken aback, before leaving with the supplies. Miss Yifei, please get in the car, Su Yuan gently invited, imitating a gentleman from a movie. Upon hearing this, Yifei Luna blinked in curiosity and stepped into the vehicle. The next moment, she was dumbfounded by the sight inside the car. Not only was the space enormous, but there was also a blue sports car inside. Moreover, the color of the car walls shimmered with the profound glow of a starry sky, as if one could become entranced within it. Not only that, but were the 4 grand doors depicted in paintings. They seemed so lifelike, as if they were real doors. But how could there be doors inside a vehicle? 1,000 questions seemed to float in her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. Miss Yifei, this choice you've made is the wisest of your life. Su Yuan leaned close behind her, whispering softly in her ear. Yifei Luna felt a rush of warmth wash over her, her delicate body shuddering slightly as her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Then she was stunned. Su Guyu. Sorry for interrupting. Tong Shu emerged from the villa, her words trailing off as she quickly shut her mouth, ready to retreat. Stop right there. Su Yuan halted her. Su Gu, I truly didn't mean to. Tong Shu pouted, raising her hand in a vow. What are you talking about? I didn't mean to blame you. Su Yuan chuckled, pointing at Yifei Luna. Let me introduce you. This is our new family member, Yifei Luna. Yifei, isn't this? Tong Shu scrutinized her face, revealing shock. Hello, I am Yifei Luna regained her composure and greeted politely. Hello, my name is Tong Shu. She approached with a smile, still astonished. So Su Gu has been out for so long because he was looking for a star, and a foreign superstar at that. Aunt Qing, have they woken up? Su Yuan inquired. Tong Shu nodded. Yes, they are up and making dinner now. Then the timing is just right. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow glancing at the seemingly shy Ife Luna and said to Tong Shu, "Xiao Tong, please help Ife get familiar with the place." "Sure, leave it to me." Tong Shu patted her chest, then took Ife Luna's hand and led her into the convenience store. "Sister Ife, you are truly beautiful. And your figure is so good. I am your fan." The chirping voice of Tong Shu reached Su Yuan's ears, causing him to shake his head helplessly as he walked into the villa. He then saw 3 graceful figures busy in the open kitchen, a delightful aroma wafting through the air. "Why is dinner being made so early tonight?" Su Yuan quietly approached, leaning against a wall as he suddenly spoke. "Aunt." Yushu jumped in surprise, turning around to see it was Su Yuan, and complained, "Scaring people to death, can't you walk quietly? No sound at all. Am I to blame then?" Su Yuan shrugged. "Definitely your fault for being so harsh." Yushu huffed. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, defending, "You can't blame me for this. If blame is to be assigned, let's blame Aunt Qing." "Hey, why is it my fault?" When Yuqing paused, her cooking puzzled. "He who told you Aunt Qing about what happened last night?" Su Yuan chuckled softly. "All right, blame it on me." When Yuqing's face flushed slightly upon hearing this, as if she understood what Su Yuan was about to say, and hurriedly interrupted. Junling leaned closer, curious. "Aunt Qing, what did you do last night?" "Nothing. Children shouldn't pry into adult matters." When Yuqing shot her a glance, continuing to stir-fry. Yushu and Junling exchanged knowing glances, clearly aware that there was a secret. "By the way, we have a new member in the house." Su Yuan chatted with the 3 beauties, informing them. "Oh, so while we were sleeping you went to charm another girl?" Pouting, Yushu teased. "Aren't you afraid of making us lonely?" Su Yuan smiled cheerfully. The 3 women rolled their eyes at him in unison, making it clear they were not lonely. "Where's that girl?" Junling glanced around the hall, noticing no one was present. "I asked Xiao Tong to take her around to get familiar with the environment." Su Yuan replied. "Oh." Junling raised her head and curiously asked, "Is she pretty? How does she compare to Yushu?" "Of course I am the prettiest." Yushu raised her snow-white chin. "She is extremely beautiful. You all should know her." Su Yuan said with a mysterious smile. "We know her." Junling was taken aback, squinting her eyes. Yushu widened her eyes, thinking for a long time, but unable to recall, she asked eagerly, "Who is it?" "Guess." Su Yuan did not clarify. When Yuqing turned back, saying, "Is she a celebrity?" "Aunt Qing, you're so smart." Su Yuan praised her upon hearing this. Junling blinked, her beautiful eyes hesitating. "Could it be Lu?" "Impossible, it should be Li." Yushu shook her head, voicing her guess. "Ha ha ha. Not a Chinese person." Su Yuan chuckled lightly, his tone mysterious. "What?" The 3 exclaimed in perfect harmony. Yushu's mouth formed an O as she gave a thumbs up. "Su Yuan, you are amazing." "Am I that charming?" Junling murmured. "Of course." Su Yuan replied, confidently reaching up to touch his forehead. Yushu trotted over and leaned beside Su Yuan, asking, "Which country is she from?" "From the West." Su Yuan smiled. Upon hearing this, Junling blurted out, "Moni." When Yuqing, upon hearing this name, felt her cheeks involuntarily flush. "Is it really her?" Yushu exclaimed. "No." Su Yuan shook his head. "Xiao Su, it's time to eat. Let that girl come over." When Yuqing took a deep breath, finished the last dish, and removed her apron, a substantive change occurred between the 2, and their relationship grew closer. "She's here." Su Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to go out and call for her, he saw 2 figures walking in. "Su Gu, we're here." Tong Shu exclaimed happily, while Ife Luna appeared to be in a daze. The sights she had seen along the way had shattered her understanding. The convenience store in the car, the villa, the arsenal, and the war factory that left her utterly astonished. In that moment, she finally understood why Su Yuan had said that to her. "Ife Luna." 2 exclamations rang out simultaneously as Junling and Yushu rushed to Ife Luna's side. "Hello there." Ife Luna regained her composure and softly spoke. "I am Junling." "I am Yushu." The 2 smiled warmly, introducing themselves kindly, then took her hand and led her to the dining table. "No need to be polite. You are now our family." Their warm welcome helped Ife Luna gradually adapt to the environment and atmosphere. "Dinner is ready." Su Yuan watched with a smile that never left his face. "Come, Ife, have a piece of meat." When Yuqing placed a piece of braised pork in her bowl, Ife Luna did not hold back, taking a bite, then another mouthful of steaming rice. Tears welled up in her eyes. It was too delicious. So good it made her want to cry. The 5 of them chatted and laughed as they ate, and dinner quietly passed amidst the warmth and happiness of their laughter. After dinner, when Yuqing took on the cleaning duties alone in the kitchen, Tong Shu took Ife Luna to bathe, while Junling and Yushu continued to the war factory to practice shooting. Su Yuan sat leisurely on the sofa watching television. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wen Yuqing's busy and graceful figure, stirring something in his heart. He quietly got up and approached the kitchen. At this moment, Wen Yuqing was wearing a white spaghetti strap casual dress, washing the dishes. "Little Su, what are you doing?" Suddenly feeling a tightness around her waist, she shivered, and turned back with a playful pout. Aunt Qing, let me help you wash them, Su Yuan said, inhaling her delicate fragrance as he snatched the bowl from her hands. No need, it'll be done in a jiffy. Wen Yuqing shook her head, trying to take it back. Aunt Qing, if you keep this up, I might have to punish you tonight, Su Yuan said with a smirk. Are you made of iron? Wen Yuqing shot him a glare with her beautiful eyes, her face flushed as she muttered softly. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Wash your own bowl. Wen Yuqing bit her red lip and gently poked his forehead, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. Got it, my Aunt Qing. Su Yuan stole a kiss, feeling quite joyful. Wen Yuqing shot him a glance, then gathered her hair into a ponytail. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, Little Su, has there been any change in the lounge? There have been changes. Su Yuan's gaze drifted, and he began recounting everything that happened in the lounge during the day. At the temporary base of the Ashes organization in the basketball court. You failed. Locke Anson frowned, looking at the alluring woman before him, a look of confusion on his face. I failed? I suspect he is not a man. Bella, with her golden hair and blue eyes, bit her lip, feeling wronged. With her devilish figure and enchanting appearance, Su Yuan actually eliminated her. It was truly incomprehensible. Perhaps he is Chinese and his aesthetic is different. Locke Anson squinted his eyes, seeming to ponder. Beside him, the muscular man, Kidru, hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, Bossy Fei Luna went for an interview. Su Yuan did not eliminate her. What? Locke Anson was taken aback by this news, his tone hesitant as he asked, Is it really Fei Luna? It is. Bella nodded, a trace of envy and jealousy flickering in her eyes. She knew she could not compare to Fei Luna's beauty. While the recruitment conditions are so harsh, Locke Anson sighed deeply. Even he had to admit that Su Yuan really knew how to enjoy himself. A globally renowned superstar indeed. FK. He felt envious and jealous. Why did this kid have all the luck? The failure of the undercover plan made him feel quite gloomy. Boss, once we get out of the lounge, we'll take out Su Yuan and Fei Luna will be yours. Kidru's eyes flickered as he spoke ominously. I heard he is also accompanied by 4 Eastern beauties. Good, send someone to keep an eye on him. Upon hearing this, Locke Anson stroked his chin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, news of Su Yuan recruiting a superstar was spreading like wildfire in the lounge, with countless survivors feeling envious and jealous. They hated themselves for not being Su Yuan. As night fell, most survivors did not return to their vehicles to rest, but instead found an open space in the building area to sleep. Some even slept directly on the marble floor outside, with the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Time flew by, and the next morning arrived. Time passes so slowly. The early rising Su Yuan sat in the driver's seat, watching the grayness on the vehicle's screen, letting out a sigh. He had all the materials to upgrade his vehicle to level 4, but unfortunately, he could not upgrade it now. After a moment, he opened the car door and got out. Boss Su, good morning. At this moment, Hu Tian walked over with a cheerful smile, greeting him. Good morning. Su Yuan turned back and seriously suspected that this guy had been lurking beside him since early morning. Boss, are you going to the arena today? Hu Tian asked with a smile. I'm just going to take a look, Su Yuan replied, lightly tapping his chin. Yesterday, he had been busy recruiting the beautiful girl and missed the champion battle of Heishan Hulong. This guy was truly ruthless. He even killed his own people when he got serious, although those people were all dead soldiers and could be killed at will. Dead soldiers were quite terrifying. They must be nipped in the bud. Su Yuan walked ahead, while Hu Tian took a small step back, and the two left the vehicle parking area, not having walked far. The familiar cold mechanical voice echoed slowly in the sky, reaching everyone's ears. Good morning, survivors. Today the beast fighting arena will be opened, and the rules are as follows. Survivors vs mutated life forms. There are no restrictions on weapons, and the number of beasts is unlimited. You can challenge one mutated life form, or you can challenge several dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. Every time you kill a mutated life form, you will drop rare resources and earn 100 vehicle coins. For every consecutive kill of 5, 10, 15, 20, you will also receive additional mysterious rewards. Additionally, challengers need to pay 1 vehicle coin. Without further ado, the beast fighting grand stage awaits those who wish to become strong. As the voice faded, the distant arena shone with brilliant light, followed by faint roars echoing. This? Hu Tian was momentarily stunned. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. Su Yuan's eyes lit up and a smile unconsciously spread across his face as he turned and ran toward the Wuling armored tank. This beast fighting grand stage truly belonged to him. Hearing this, Hu Tian looked back at Su Yuan's figure, feeling something was amiss. Wuling armored tank. As soon as Su Yuan entered the villa, a voice immediately sounded. Brother Su, what has you so happy? Tong Shu walked out of the kitchen and saw Su Yuan with a beaming smile. Did you not hear the sound just now, Su Yuan was taken aback and asked in confusion. Tong Shu blinked, looking puzzled. What sound? Huh? Su Yuan explained after hearing this. After listening to the explanation, Tong Shu was shocked and shook her head. I didn't hear anything. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. After thinking for a moment, he still couldn't figure it out. He simply decided not to think about it. Little Tong, put on your combat suit and come with me. Su Yuan and okay. Tong Shu's eyes brightened with excitement as she prepared to change clothes, suddenly remembering something. Brother Su, should we call Aunt Qing and the others? Su Yuan nodded after pondering for a moment. Tong Shu excitedly ran upstairs and opened the bedroom door. Little Tong, what are you doing? Instantly a series of complaints came from the second floor, voiced by Yushu. These little lazy cats. Listening to the sounds, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he went to prepare. A few minutes later, Su Yuan and 6 others emerged from the Wuling armored tank, each wearing camouflage combat suits and carrying a large box. Hello, sisters. The other survivors from the Dayun Wangting also shouted in unison upon hearing their big brother. They were called over by Hu Tian to hello, sisters. The other survivors from the Dayun Wangting also shouted in unison upon hearing their big brother. They were called over by Hu Tian to head to the arena together. When Yuqing and the 5 beauties couldn't help but be taken aback, exchanging glances before smiling. Let's go. Su Yuan chuckled helplessly and waved his hand. He carried a box containing a magic sword with several grenades hanging at his waist. A group of people marched towards the arena, drawing the attention of some survivors, especially the 6 from Su Yuan. Their attire was striking, resembling a special operations team. In contrast, Hu Tian and his group appeared as scattered mercenaries. After arriving at the arena, even more gazes were directed their way. The leaders of various factions who had already arrived displayed expressions of shock. Some looked grave, others anxious, some bewildered, and some contemptuous. Boss, there are some changes inside compared to yesterday. Hu Tian raised his eyes to survey the interior of the arena. The surroundings had not changed, but the most significant alteration was in the sandy arena itself. The life and death platform had disappeared and was relocated to a corner of the arena, standing there alone. Those wishing to engage in life and death duels could still use the platform. The crystal pavilions had also been moved around the sandy area, standing in a circle. At this moment, a survivor had already stepped onto the stage to challenge. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin, his gaze meeting those of the faction leaders, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Brother Su, where should we sit? Tong Shu glanced around. Many survivors had already taken their seats. Crystal Pavilion. Su Yuan retracted his gaze, pointed to the empty crystal pavilion, and strode over. Hu Tian, feeling the pinch of car coins, led the survivors from the Great Fortune Royal Court to the free viewing area. After a while, upon paying 10 car coins to unlock the crystal pavilion, the 6 of them arrived at the top of the pavilion. There were only 2 chairs and a table. Su Yuan sat on one chair, while Wen Yuqing occupied the other. Yushu, Junling, Tong Shu, and Yifei Luna stood behind them. The 6 of them then turned their gazes towards the sandy arena. In the center stood a man in a black leather jacket holding a bloodied large knife. Savage Lion, how many mutated life forms do you want to challenge? At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded. What? The man in the leather jacket replied in a deep voice. Savage Lion was merely the alias he submitted for the competition. Of course, he could also use his real name. His confidence to step onto the stage stemmed from his strength. His composite power had reached 10 points, and he had consumed the zombie immunity serum. As soon as the man's voice fell, a vortex appeared out of thin air in the sandy arena, followed by the slow emergence of a dark shadow. Roar! An ugly mutated zombie tilted its head, its greenish eyes staring at the man in the leather jacket, letting out a strange roar. It stood 2 meters tall, its body rotting and oozing pus which it absorbed back. Meanwhile, the square stone tablet suspended above the sandy arena emitted a stream of virtual light, and then a pattern coalesced on the 4 sides of the stone tablet. The pattern depicted the mutated zombie that had just appeared, accompanied by its introduction. Sprayer. Mutated zombie. Level 1. Introduction. Nutrients. Important things are to be said 3 times. After a moment, the sprayer pattern vanished, replaced by the scene on the sandy ground. This square stone tablet resembled a broadcaster. At that moment, Howl. The sprayer let out a roar and charged towards the savage lion with claws bared. Huff. The savage lion took a deep breath, sinking his feet into the ground, gripping the bloodied large knife tightly, his mind sharply focused. Just as the sprayer was about to leap onto him, he suddenly sidestepped, raising the bloodied large knife to strike down. The knife accurately struck the sprayer's neck. Crack! The sprayer's head severed and fell to the sandy ground, splattering a torrent of thick fluid. The savage lion quickly retreated to avoid being splashed. Moments later, the sprayer's corpse sank into the sand, revealing a crystal light orb and a bag on the ground. Savage Lion wins. Do you wish to challenge again? The cold mechanical voice rang out. No challenge. The savage lion decisively abandoned the idea, picking up the fallen light orb and bag before hastily leaving the sandy arena. Despite killing the sprayer with one strike, he had exerted all his power. In the crystal pavilion, why didn't this person continue to challenge? Tong Shu expressed her surprise. Junling's eyes flickered as she analyzed. This person is very clever. He hasn't let victory cloud his judgment. I believe he feels uncertain about winning the next challenge. If he can't win, then death is the only outcome. Yushu lightly tapped her chin, agreeing. Once on stage, one must either win the challenge or die there. Yet some survivors evidently thought the challenge was too easy. After the savage lion exited, another survivor stepped forward. Berserker, how many do you wish to challenge? 1. The berserker smiled, his muscular frame wielding a fire axe. Roar. A familiar mutated zombie appeared. Shrieker. Mutated zombie. Level 1. Introduction: transformed from ordinary zombies fast with strong jumping ability. Their shrieks can attract ordinary zombies. Come on, Grandpa isn't afraid of you. The berserker sneered. However, the next second his expression changed as he hurriedly leaped aside. Whoosh! A shadow passed through where he had been, and the shrieker missed its attack, quickly turning to pounce on the berserker's pupils contracted as he swung the fire axe to strike. Seeing this, the shrieker's decayed mouth seemed to reveal a hint of human-like disdain. Whoosh! The shrieker swung its body, its long black bone spike striking the fire axe with immense force, sending it flying. Immediately afterward, the black bone spike pierced through the berserker's chest, lifting him high into the air. Roar! The shrieker, holding the berserker aloft, threw its head back and roared, then directly tore him apart, bathing in the dripping blood. This scene was extremely bloody. Some survivors gagged violently, their faces turning pale. Is this shrieker that powerful? Tong Shu exclaimed. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, as the saying goes, even within the same realm there are differences. This shrieker is likely an elite among the level 1 mutated zombies. Oh, so that means the sprayer must be a regular zombie. Tong Shu realized. Su Yuan raised his head, his gaze falling on the shrieker. Huh, it seems to be emanating a glow. Tong Shu's eyes focused, noticing something unusual. Wen Yuqing frowned and remarked, it hasn't left the sandy arena. Could it be that it's going to continue guarding the platform? Junling pondered. It should be, or perhaps it gained something unknown to us by killing survivors. Su Yuan gently tapped the table, nodding. Indeed, the shrieker stood firm in the sandy arena, awaiting the next challenger. However, the bloody death of the berserker made the watching survivors hesitant to act rashly. They had thought they could easily kill the mutated zombie, but who knew it was so fierce? One could only say that the savage lion was exceptionally strong. With no one stepping onto the stage for a long time, the situation seemed to be at a standstill. At that moment, a figure entered the arena clad in a black robe with a long knife hanging at his waist. This person was none other than Heishan Hulong. It's just a level 1 mutated zombie, and you all are too scared to step up. Oh, what a bunch of useless fools. Heishan Hulong glanced around disdainfully, and then raised his eyes to look at the shrieker. Roar! The shriek let out a strange cry, its body moving, transforming into a blur. Compete in speed. Kuroyama Tora curled the corner of his mouth, and the next second, he vanished from where he stood. Whoosh! A biting wind howled past. The shriek's figure paused, its pupils darting around in confusion. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist exploded from nowhere, spreading rapidly and engulfing even it. Screech! Sensing danger, the shriek let out a strange cry and prepared to leap high, escaping the eerie black mist. Yet it was already too late. A flash of cold light gleamed. A long blade descended from the heavens, cleaving through its head, splitting it in two. Its corpse fell to either side. Kuroyama Tora landed on the ground, sheathing his blade and standing tall. As the black mist dissipated, holy crap, this guy's that strong. Long live Boss Kuroyama. The number 1 in District D. How did he manage it with the mist obscuring everything? This guy must have awakened some kind of forbidden spirit. The scene instantly stirred a commotion among countless survivors. Their eyes widened as they stared at Kuroyama Tora, and the shriek split in two. On a crystal pavilion. Boss, this Kuroyama Tora is a formidable foe. Kidru said, his expression grave. How what use is individual strength? This is a world where vehicles reign supreme. Rock Anson's heart jolted, but a cold sneer surfaced on his face. The boss is right. The Demon Blade Society is no match for our Ashen organization. One clash, and they'll be annihilated. Hearing this, Kidru immediately began to flatter. Rock Anson remained silent, his gaze fixed on the arena. On another pavilion. Captain, this guy is indeed very strong. Deep wariness flickered in Lu Xiaofang's eyes. She couldn't help but voice her concern. I can only hope Su Yuan wasn't boasting. Gong Shui nodded, slightly sighed inwardly, and then turned her gaze to the crystal pavilion where Su Yuan was. Just then, Su Yuan also looked over, a smile on his face. His lips moved slightly as if he had said something. Gong Shui understood and returned a polite smile. Su Yuan had said 4 words. I've got it all. Su Yuan, is that beauty your next target? Yushu's voice drifted over, tinged with a hint of melancholy. She had noticed Su Yuan's movement and looked over, spotting a woman of breathtaking beauty. At these words, Wen Yuqing and the other three beauties all looked over. After a moment, their gazes shifted back to Su Yuan. Gong Shui is a good person. Su Yuan rubbed his nose and said quietly. Uff. Junling couldn't help but laugh. No one had asked about the woman's character, yet Su Yuan answered that way. The implication was clear. Tong Shu giggled. Brother Su Xiao Tong will always support you. Go for it. Xiao Su, our home is big. A few more people would make it livelier. Wen Yuqing said with a gentle smile. After last night's events, Yai Fluna had begun to integrate, but was still a bit shy, not daring to speak much. Jun Yual. Yushu was dumbfounded. She felt as if she had been set up. Then she put on a smiling face, placed her hands on Su Yuan's shoulders, gently massaging them, and leaned down to whisper in his ear, Master, I was just curious, that's all. Ahem. Let's watch the challenge. Hearing this, Su Yuan was startled and coughed a few times. He was also surprised by what Aunt Qing and the others had said. At that moment on the sand, Kuroyama Tora leisurely collected the spoils of victory. Then, Demon Blade, do you wish to continue the challenge? A cold mechanical voice intoned. Challenge. Kuroyama Tora said in a deep voice. In an instant, a massive figure emerged from the sand vortex. Mechanical Wolf Beast. Mutant Life Form. Level 1. Description: a special life form born from erosion by an unknown eerie force, endowed with bestial instincts and mechanical life. Seeing the mechanical wolf beast, Kuroyama Tora's expression turned grim. He wasn't afraid of mutant zombies, but mechanical beasts were quite unfriendly to survivors. A body of metal lumps was truly a headache. Fortunately, his katana was no ordinary object and could cut through this metal. Roar. The mechanical wolf beast planted its 4 feet on the ground. Blades extended from its mechanical legs as it charged at Kuroyama Tora. Kuroyama Tora stood still, katana in hand, adapting to the changing situation. Minutes later, he had killed the mechanical wolf beast, but not without sustaining wounds. Challenge or leave. Challenge. Unwilling to give up so easily, Kuroyama Tora gritted his teeth and shouted. Half an hour later, Kuroyama Tora barely achieved a 5-kill streak, earning a mysterious reward for the pentakill. The 3 subsequent mutant life forms were a mutant zombie stone statue, a mutant plant demon flower, and a mutant beast black-striped leopard. Challenge or leave. Huff, leave. Kuroyama Tora exhaled heavily. He bore several wounds, and continuing the challenge might mean his end here. He calmed himself, looked up, and scanned the surrounding crystal pavilions. A cold smirk curled his lips as he slowly raised his hand, gave a thumbs up, and then turned it upside down. This spectacle sent the watching survivors into an uproar. So arrogant. What does he mean? Is he mocking us? He does have the strength. What's there to be cocky about? He only killed 5 mutant life forms. Look at the steel. A survivor. On the Steelian image of Kuroyama Tora coalesced, accompanied by lines of text. Demon Blade. District D Beast Arena. Record pentakill. Holy crap, he's on the screen. Damn, I want to be up there too. That's a symbol of honor. Do you have the strength for it? Just as Kuroyama Tora was about to leave, he heard the shouts around him. He looked up in confusion, surprise flickering in his eyes. After a moment, a smile spread across his face as he strode off the field with the air of a victor. Kuroyama Tora's appearance on the screen stirred some survivors' hearts, filling them with battle fervor. One after another, they took the stage to challenge. But the mutant life forms taught them a harsh lesson. For a time, the arena fell silent once more, with no one daring to step up. I'm going. Su Yuan watched for a while. Seeing that no one else was stepping forward, he stood up and said, I'm going. Su Yuan, be careful. Yushu's massaging hands paused, and she bit her red lip. Wen Yuqing didn't try to dissuade him. She said softly, if you feel you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Su Yuan, don't be reckless. You still have us. Junling's tone was calm, but her slender hands were clenched, betraying her inner turmoil. Brother Su. Tong Shu hesitated. What are you all doing? Su Yuan smiled helplessly at these words. Don't worry, I can't bear to lose you. With that, he shouldered his sword case and picked up 2 gun cases. Sigh, if only I had a storage treasure. Su Yuan looked at his overloaded gear, sighed softly, and prepared to leave. Brother Su, wait. Tong Shu suddenly remembered something and called out urgently. What's wrong? Su Yuan stopped and turned back, puzzled. Brother Su, enchantment. Tong Shu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said excitedly. Right. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about Tong Shu's forbidden spirit. Strangely enough, Tong Shu's forbidden power had no side effects, it only consumed energy. A few minutes later, Su Yuan arrived at the registration desk, wrote down his name, and handed over a vehicle coin. He did not use a nickname, but instead his real name, Su Yuan. After completing the competition agreement, Su Yuan strode onto the sandy ground with his equipment. His attire immediately attracted the attention of the survivors. What is Su Dalao carrying? Is he here to challenge, or just to bear weight? This box looks somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Flashy. Just for show. Su Yuan looks quite cool in this outfit, but it's a pity he ignored me yesterday. Woo woo woo. I bet he can only kill 2 at most. TCH, do you even understand the bonds of life, little brat? You're from the Demon Blade Society, aren't you? The appearance of Su Yuan, who had wiped out 3 car team factions, also attracted the attention of the leaders of major car teams. Some showed confusion, while others widened their eyes. At this moment, Su Yuan placed 2 gun boxes on the sandy ground, still standing with the sword case on his back. Su Yuan, how many mutated life forms do you want to challenge? A cold mechanical voice sounded right on cue. 1. Su Yuan replied calmly with a faint smile, not boasting, but taking a steady approach. Roar. A spitting zombie crawled out of the whirlpool in the sand, spraying thick liquid as it roared. Upon seeing it, Su Yuan thought for a moment, crouched down, and opened one of the gun boxes to take out a sniper rifle. An M200 sniper rifle. Without any unnecessary words or movements, Su Yuan half-crouched and aimed the M200 at the spitter, its rotten and ugly face reflected in the crosshairs. Bang! Su Yuan pulled the trigger, and a penetrating bullet whistled out, instantly hitting the spitter's head. The spitter's head shattered like a watermelon, yellow and white liquid splattering everywhere, and the headless body fell straight down. A one-shot kill. What the hell? What was that? A gun? Is that a sniper rifle? I need to report this. Where did this— Damn, that's why that box looked so familiar. It's a gun box. It's definitely opened. What do you mean opened? Was it the person or the gun that opened? Of course it's both. Isn't there someone from the official side cheating? Su Yuan, how terrifying. Damn. Is this the worth of a big shot in the demon zone? The scene on the sandy ground left countless survivors stunned, rising in shock. Whether Chinese survivors or those from other countries, they all showed expressions of horror. Is such a sniper rifle something one could have in the early stages of survival? Isn't this a blatant dimensional crush? Captain, that's a sniper rifle. After the initial shock, Lu Xiaofang's face was full of excitement. She knew Gong Shui had a pistol, which was already quite impressive, but now compared to Su Yuan it seemed insignificant. Gong Shui lightly tapped her chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling and her lips curved into an enchanting arc. In that moment, she suddenly felt full of confidence in Su Yuan and hope for the future. On the other side, President Gao Xiong's pupils trembled, revealing a hint of fear as he opened his mouth. So it turns out he has no fear with that M200 sniper rifle. It's a pity it can't break through my vehicle's defenses. Hey Shan, Hu Lang's gaze sharpened, his heart shaken momentarily, then he admonished, what's there to panic about? This is the world of vehicles. Gao Xiong paused, slowly regaining his composure. The president was right. This sniper rifle could only deal a fatal blow to low-level vehicles. In another pavilion, boss is Su Yuan so lucky to get his hands on a sniper rifle blueprint. Kid Lu stared wide-eyed, then said with a hint of envy and jealousy, no need to worry. Locke Anson spoke calmly, slowly saying, remember, individual strength is just an aid in this survival world. Vehicles are the main characters. That sniper rifle probably can't even pierce my vehicle's armor. What the boss says is true. Kid Lu nodded in agreement, feeling much more at ease. Locke Anson looked at Su Yuan with piercing eyes, feeling a hint of wariness. At this moment, compared to the countless astonished survivors, there was a group of people who seemed out of place. What's so surprising? Looking at the shocked faces around him, Lu Xiaolu crossed his arms and sneered. Hu Tian nodded in agreement. Having witnessed the cannons and Gatling guns of the Wuling armored tank, now seeing such low-caliber weapons, it was really hard to get excited. Survivors from the Dazhong royal court felt the same. While others were shocked and discussing, they calmly observed. On the sandy ground, the protagonist, Su Yuan, was collecting the dropped supplies. A light orb and a bag containing vehicle coins. The supplies in the light orb were a blueprint for an alloy armored car window, which was of no use to him. Challenge or leave. Challenge. Su Yuan did not hesitate and replied directly. As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical tiger beast roared and leaped out, charging straight at Su Yuan. Come at me. Su Yuan remained unfazed, raising the M200 and firing a shot. The penetrating bullet left a phantom white streak in the air, aimed at the mechanical tiger beast's head. The mechanical tiger beast seemed to sense the crisis of death and smoothly dodged its mechanical body. However, before it could take the next action, the bullet that had been evaded oddly curved in midair. Boom. The next moment, the mechanical tiger beast exploded into a pile of metal wreckage, the mechanical life meeting its demise. Hiss. Am I seeing things? A bullet curving. My god, is physics non-existent now? I told you it was open, didn't I? This is solid evidence. This scene instantly caused a strong shock around, leaving the survivors dumbfounded. Su Yuan heard the tidal wave of cheers coming from all around, shrugged, and skillfully collected supplies. He continued to challenge. The third mutated life form was a ghostly red lotus, entirely fiery red, seemingly possessing a life talent. But unfortunately, Su Yuan did not give it a chance to unleash its talent, taking it down with a single shot. The fourth was a mutated beast, the iron-armored pig beast, with its tusks protruding menacingly, as if a four-wheeler was charging at him. However, with a loud thud, it comfortably lay on the sandy ground. The fifth was a mutated zombie screamer, a tough opponent fast, and with strong jumping ability. Yet under the influence of Tong Shu's spirit-bonded M200, it could not escape the fate of being sniped. Gun spirit effect bullets automatically track and lock on the enemy. The power of Tong Shu's spirit binding was evident, needing to be developed well. In the future, it would definitely be a significant asset. Su Yuan deeply understood this at this moment and vowed to strengthen Tong Shu's training. He approached to collect the fixed dropped items along with a special reward for achieving a pentakill. A crystal light orb filled with chaotic colors. Su Yuan opened it directly, and the light orb shattered and dissipated. A black ring appeared in the palm of his hand. Storage ring. Level rare. Space, 3 cubic meters. Description: I am not a ring, please call me Tun and Mouse. Oh snap. Seeing the information that appeared before him, Su Yuan's eyes widened instantly, and his lips involuntarily curled upward. Invincible. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's image appeared on the square monument, accompanied by text. Record 5 kills. After a moment, the image shrank and floated in the upper right corner of the square monument positioned alongside Heishan Halong's image. Su Yuan glanced up with a slight smile, then donned the black ring, while stowing away all his equipment. This action caused another huge commotion. However, Su Yuan was accustomed to it, continuing to challenge with the M200 in hand. Loud thuds echoed as mutated life forms fell under his gun. The ninth one. Only one more mutated life form left to achieve a 10-kill accomplishment. Seemingly aware of Su Yuan's prowess, the 10th mutated life form did not appear immediately. 1 minute later, a massive whirlpool of sand emerged, and a mutated beast covered in black scales crawled. Black scale beast. Mutated life form. Level 2. Description: evolved from the swamp black crocodile, possessing extraordinary defensive strength. Roar. The three-turtle black scale beast locked onto Su Yuan with its blood-red eyes the moment it appeared. Bang. Seeing this, Su Yuan quickly fired a bullet, a piercing round whistling out. In the blink of an eye, it reached the black scale beast, but its head swiftly tilted to dodge the bullet. Whoosh. The piercing bullet curved back and struck the black scale beast on the back of its head. With a crisp sound, the bullet left a shallow mark on its head. Ineffective. Finally, a powerful mutated life form has arrived. He almost let Su Yuan solo the rewards. Now the sniper rifle is useless. Let's see what you'll do, Su Yuan. This ends here. The authorities have finally acted against this cheating guy, Su Yuan. The onlooking survivors were momentarily shocked, then smiles spread across their faces. The vast majority of survivors hoped to see Su Yuan perish in the beast arena, including some Huaxia survivors. Such is human nature. On the battlefield, Su Yuan frowned. This creature had strong defenses. Piercing bullets could penetrate low-level alloy armor, but were ineffective against high-level alloy armor. This indicated that the black scale beast's defenses were equivalent to high-level alloy armor. At this moment, waves of disparagement came from all directions as Su Yuan shrugged, unfazed by the noise. He fired several more shots, attempting to find the black scale beast's weakness. The black scale beast, possessing intelligence, did not allow Su Yuan to shoot freely. Its scaled body twisted, charging toward him. Although it was eventually hit, it had no effect. Seeing the black scale beast rushing at him, Su Yuan retreated, while stowing the M200 sniper rifle, realizing it was useless now. Another gunbox contained a submachine gun and a rifle, which were also ineffective. Now he could only use the forbidden spirit power. Demonic body. Su Yuan halted his retreat and shouted. In an instant, a surge of power erupted within him, and mysterious black patterns spread across his skin. A black longsword, the forbidden spirit weapon, materialized in his hand. At that moment, Su Yuan resembled a demon, exuding waves of demonic energy. Overall power 26 points. His original power was 12 points, which increased to 13 points after using a power potion. Upon activating the forbidden spirit demonic body, his overall power doubled, and not only strength, but speed and agility received an epic boost. The next second he moved, taking the initiative. A shadow flitted by, arriving in front of the black scale beast. In an instant, a sword slash following. This sudden change startled the black scale beast, causing it to instinctively halt and stagger backwards. Buzz! An invisible black wave exploded in the void. Su Yuan's expression remained calm as he advanced with the magic sword. He aimed to quickly end the battle as the duration of the spirit infusion was limited. Magic sword infusion effect: sharpness, armor-piercing, dual attributes. Roar. The black scale beast seemed to sense Su Yuan's strength. Its legs bent, sharply leaping backward to create distance. Seeing this, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. The beast was quite clever, but it would still face its demise. His figure shifted again, becoming a series of overlapping shadows charging towards the black scale beast. Roar. The black scale beast roared, its blood-red pupils glowing with an eerie red light as several scales suddenly shed from its body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, those black scales sliced through the air, shooting towards the approaching Su Yuan. This was its talent, scale meteor. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. In an instant, demonic light surged in his eyes, and his body ghosted through the scales, unharmed. Upon seeing this scene, the black scale beast's blood-red pupils showed a tinge of human-like shock. However, before it could react, a flash of black light erupted. Su Yuan's figure appeared before it in the blink of an eye, and he swung his sword. Rip! A sound of flesh tearing echoed as the scales that could withstand sniper-piercing bullets split open under the magic sword. The flesh on the black scale beast's chest flew, leaving an incredibly deep wound with a wisp of illusory black patterns spreading over it. Roar! It let out a miserable cry, its massive body swaying backward as if it were about to fall at any moment. The life force within it faded like quicksand. Having severely injured the black scale beast with one sword strike, Su Yuan would not let this golden opportunity slip away. Without hesitation, he stomped down hard and leaped up. The black scale beast sensed the looming death crisis, but it couldn't react in time. Pucci! Su Yuan raised the magic sword and thrust it, instantly piercing through the black scale beast's scales and into its head. Then he gracefully landed, as elegant as the wind. Bang! The black scale beast fell straight back, crashing onto the sand, its life already extinguished. 10 kills, achievement accomplished. Hiss! So strong. As expected of the overlord of the demon zone, his personal strength is equally formidable. Impressive. Su Yuan is invincible. Ha ha ha. As expected of my idol, he decisively slapped those self-important guys in the face. The scene on the sand left the surrounding survivors momentarily silent before erupting into cheers. Those who had disparaged Su Yuan were shocked into silence, while his admirers cheered with excitement. Especially the survivors from the Great Fortune Royal Court, each one blushing and shouting out loud. At this moment, Su Yuan ignored the sounds around him and quickly collected the dropped resources, including a chaotic light sphere, and opened it directly. Forbidden Spirit Fruit. Extraordinary. Description: using it has a chance to awaken a type of forbidden spirit power. Even if awakening fails, it can still enhance physical attributes. Upon seeing the special reward was a forbidden spirit fruit, Su Yuan's pupils contracted, then a radiant smile spread across his face. Was it his luck, or were all 10-kill achievement rewards forbidden spirit fruits? But none of that mattered. What was important was that he still wanted to continue challenging. Challenge. Su Yuan held the magic sword, his body brimming with battle intent, and spoke in a deep voice. As his words fell, a massive level 2 mutated zombie appeared. Its hollow eyes lacked flesh, revealing only a vast skeletal frame emitting a pale white glow. Each of its bony hands gripped a white, curved blade. The Bone Blade Corpse. It was a body yearning to be a chivalrous hero. The Bone Blade Corpse initiated the attack, first running out with its dual blades crossed in front. The skeletal frame emitted a creaking sound. Lightning whirlwind slash. The Bone Blade Corpse suddenly spun, its dual blades transforming into a whirlwind of death. Dust filled the air, spreading in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Su Yuan raised his M200 and fired 3 shots, piercing through the swirling dust and striking the Bone Blade Corpse. Yet it produced 3 clinking sounds. Can it defend against armor-piercing bullets? Su Yuan frowned. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Something's not right. The bones could defend, but the joints between them must be vulnerable. As the dust settled, the Bone Blade Corpse approached, raising its dual blades. Bang! Su Yuan remained calm under pressure, swiftly raised his gun, and fired an armor-piercing bullet. At the same time, he rolled to the side, evading the descending dual blades. As the Bone Blade Corpse missed with its dual blades, its massive frame stumbled, nearly falling. It worked. Su Yuan's eyes lit up from a distance. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bullets whistled out. The Bone Blade Corpse twisted its body, its dual blades becoming afterimages as it attempted to shatter the bullets. However, the bullets, infused with spiritual energy, acted like cunning mosquitoes, finding gaps and accurately striking the joints of the Bone Blade Corpse's knees. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly emerged. The knees of the Bone Blade Corpse shattered, and it fell heavily onto the sandy ground. At that moment, a figure flashed in the magic sword, reflecting a bloodthirsty cold light, slashing down at the Bone Blade Corpse's head. In an instant, it was split in two. Yet Su Yuan did not cease his attack, wielding the magic sword as if sculpting a bone statue. In a brief moment, a pile of bone fragments accumulated on the sandy ground. The Bone Blade Corpse died, with great frustration, having not showcased its sword techniques. Challenge. Su Yuan calmed the turmoil within, speaking slowly. A level 2 mutated plant appeared, the maternal blood vine. 2 faces resembling humans floated to the sides, with dozens of blood-red vines waving in the air. Take this grenade. Su Yuan did not fire, but instead pulled a grenade from his ring and swiftly threw it. Against mutated plants, area damage weapons were the most suitable. The black grenade sliced through the air, and upon seeing this, the maternal blood vine immediately sent forth its vines to intercept the grenade. One is definitely not enough for you. At the same time, Su Yuan moved stealthily, tossing the grenade around the maternal blood vine. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted. A thick cloud of smoke and dust was stirred up. As the dust settled, the maternal blood vine lay in disarray on the sandy ground, utterly obliterated. Observers in the survival zone had grown numb to Su Yuan's relentless bombardment. Having a sniper rifle was one thing, and possessing grenades was not surprising either. Even if he pulled out a rocket launcher now, the watching survivors would only be mildly startled. Su Yuan continued to challenge. The 13th mutated life form was a two-headed poisonous dog that could release toxic mist. However, its defense was not high and was sniped by Su Yuan from a distance. The 14th was a copper-skinned cyclops beast which Su Yuan defeated in close combat. The 15th was not a mutated life form akin to a boss, but still a level 2 mutated being. The nightmare beast. It was the most troublesome opponent so far, and Su Yuan exerted tremendous effort to finally kill it. Fortunately, in his magic body state, Su Yuan had resistance to nightmare illusions, and with the curse effect of the magic sword, he ultimately condensed a magic flower to end its life. This battle had the 5 beauties on the crystal pavilion feeling their hearts leap to their throats. They rushed to the edge, watching Su Yuan intently, biting their red lips, clenching their fists, silently praying. On the sandy battlefield, Su Yuan exhaled heavily, a wave of fatigue washing over him. He gritted his teeth and picked up the fallen supplies and the rewards for his 15 kills, stowing them in his spatial ring. The energy expenditure was immense, and the side effects of using the magic body and magic sword seemed to be approaching. At this moment, continue the challenge or leave. A cold mechanical voice echoed softly. Leave. Su Yuan did not hesitate at all, knowing that in his current state he was no longer capable of continuing the challenge. On the crystal pavilion, the 5 beauties of Wen Yuqing sighed in relief upon hearing Su Yuan's decision to give up, a faint smile appearing on their faces. They feared Su Yuan might plunge into madness and recklessly challenge. Fortunately, he maintained his composure. Let's go. The 5 exchanged glances and quickly left the crystal pavilion to welcome Su Yuan. As Su Yuan slowly walked out of the sandy battlefield, he saw the figures of the 5 beauties, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. However, just as he took a step, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision and his body fell forward. Not good. Wen Yuqing's expression changed upon seeing this. Just as Su Yuan was about to fall, it was Tong Shu who swiftly caught Su Yuan. Who? Tong Shu let out a sigh of relief, her face a bit pale. This was due to the previous excessive use of spiritual energy, and she had not fully recovered. It should be the after effects of using the magic sword. Fortunately, it's just a feint. Yu Shu stepped forward to check and said with relief, "Let's go home." Wen Yuqing scanned the surroundings and immediately said. Tong Shu then prepared to carry Su Yuan, but Yu Shu called out to her, taking Su Yuan into her arms. "Little Tong, let me do it, you rest." Sister Yu Shu, Su Gu is very heavy. Tong Shu hesitated, taken aback. How could I not know how heavy Su Yuan is? Yu Shu gave her a sideways glance and said softly, "And don't underestimate your sister Yu Shu's strength." Tong Shu fell silent at this. The group was about to leave the arena. Is Su Lao okay? What happened to Su Yuan? Hu Tian hurriedly arrived with a group of people, while Gong Shui and Lu Xiaofeng also rushed over to inquire about the situation. "Thank you for your concern. Our Su Yuan is fine, just overly exhausted. We'll be heading back now," Wen Yuqing explained to the two and then said apologetically, "All right." Upon hearing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief, watching them leave the arena. "Captain Gong Shui, my name is Hu Tian." Hu Tian introduced himself politely. Hello." Gong Shui nodded slightly, responding courteously. "Goodbye." Seeing this, Hu Tian led his group away, casting a few glances at Lu Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, it seems that Hu Tian is interested in you." Gong Shui raised an eyebrow, saying with interest, "Captain, what are you talking about?" Lu Xiaofeng's face flushed. "Ha ha ha." Gong Shui chuckled lightly, her gaze turning to the entrance of the arena, then softly said, "Xiaofeng, perhaps the Snow Feather Guard will be entrusted to you in the future." "Ah, Captain, are you leaving the Snow Feather Guard?" Lu Xiaofeng's expression changed, anxious. "I have a promise with Su Yuan." Gong Shui murmured, her eyes sparkling with increasing intensity. Having witnessed Su Yuan's power, she was already 99% convinced of him. An agreement? What agreement? Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback and asked curiously. "About the agreement between the Shu Yu Guard and me." Gong Shui initially did not want to speak, but still briefly recounted it. "Oh, Captain, are you going to ride with Su Yuan?" Lu Xiaofeng was shocked again, biting her lip in confusion and muttering, "But Su Yuan already has so many beautiful women." Her implication was clear. Did Gong Shui not mind or care? "Xiaofeng, am I not pretty?" Gong Shui understood her, meaning, her gaze flickering, and then she said something inexplicable. Captain, you are as beautiful as a fish and a wild goose. Lu Xiaofeng sincerely praised her. Since Su Yuan likes them, he must also like me. Gong Shui said with a smile, her red lips slightly parted. If it were before, she would never have had such thoughts, firmly believing in loving only one person for a lifetime. But now the environment had completely changed her. For some reason, Su Yuan stirred feelings in her heart that had not been awakened for over 20 years. After being single for so many years, she also wanted to taste the sweetness of love. Lu Xiaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this, and she slapped her forehead. It was truly incomprehensible. Could this be the difference between beautiful women and ordinary girls? Captain, look at the big screen. She glanced around helplessly, suddenly narrowing her pupils and pointing. Gong Shui turned her head to look at the square steel hovering over the arena. There, Su Yuan's vividly lifelike image was displayed, accompanied by rows of text introducing him. Su Yuan, D District Beast Fighting Arena. Record 15 kills. Historical ranking 10th place. The introduction had an extra line compared to before, which astonished her. Historical ranking. What does this mean? Lu Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with confusion, quite puzzled. Perhaps there are other survivors besides our batch. Gong Shui blinked her beautiful eyes, recalling some things, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Captain, are you implying that there were other survivors before us? Lu Xiaofeng realized, shocked. Yes. Gong Shui nodded slightly. At this moment, the information revealed by the square steel changed the expressions of the leaders of various factions, many of whom were intelligent. They too had thought of some matters. Suddenly, the arena was filled with murmurs and discussions. The noisy voices echoed all around. On the other side, outside the arena, Wen Yuqing and her group hurriedly walked towards the vehicle parking area. Meanwhile, the main character causing the discussion was in a state of unconsciousness, Su Yuan being carried on Yushu's back. Suddenly, his hands moved unconsciously. Yushu sensed something unusual. Her delicate body shivered, and she quickly turned to take a look. Yet she found Su Yuan's eyes tightly shut, showing no sign of waking. This left her puzzled. In the next second, her face turned crimson, and she cursed inwardly. Even in a coma, he was not behaving. Yushu, are you okay? Tongsu, who was nearby, noticed her flushed face and quickly said, let me take over. Su Gu is too heavy. It seems Yushu is struggling. Her face is all red. I'm fine, no need. Yushu shook her head, feeling embarrassed to explain, enduring it alone. Tongsu was taken aback, feeling a surge of emotions. The determined Yushu. Thus the group returned to the Wuling armored tank and walked into the villa. At that moment, Yushu could no longer hold back and let out a soft moan. This alluring sound immediately drew the attention of Wen Yuqing and the four beauties, who then stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Yushu's clothes were disheveled. This guy Su Yuan can't even behave while unconscious. Yushu's face flushed crimson as she bit her red lips and quickly laid Su Yuan gently on the sofa. Su Yuan leaned against the sofa, his forehead veins bulging, and his hands were wildly grasping at the air. What's going on? Tongsu looked on with concern. Yaifaluna said softly, is he having a nightmare? It's not a nightmare, this situation seems. Junling frowned, wanting to say something, but hesitating. At that moment, crack, Su Yuan grabbed his own shirt and suddenly tore it apart, revealing his well-defined ass. This is a side effect of using the demonic body. Yushu recalled this scene instantly. Initially thinking it was a side effect of the demon sword, she did not consider the forbidden spirit demonic body. Upon hearing this, Junling and Tongsu were both taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Su Yuan opened his eyes, a glint of blood-red light flashing in them as he suddenly lunged at Yushu and the five beauties. Time passed quickly, and night quietly fell. The crowd in the beast fighting arena had left with only a few survivors daring to challenge. They did not seek to appear on television, only hoping to kill a mutated life form to obtain rare resources. On the square, steely Su Yuan's record stood prominently above the Heishan, Hulang shining brilliantly. Inside the Wuling armored tank in the villa, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes and was met with a sea of resentful gazes. Su Gu, you're awake. Tongsu exclaimed joyfully. Su Yuan nodded slightly, seeing the strange expressions of Wen Yuqing and the others. He wondered, why are you all looking at me? Little Su, don't you remember what happened earlier? Wen Yuqing was taken aback and asked, what happened? Su Yuan rubbed his head, his forehead forming a frown as he tried to recall. Oh right, I remember coming out onto the battlefield and then falling unconscious. I can't remember what happened after that. As soon as he said this, Wen Yuqing and the others exchanged glances, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. Su Yuan truly did not remember. The effects of the forbidden spirit demonic body combined with the dual side effects of the demon sword were somewhat terrifying. How long was I unconscious? Su Yuan felt the power within him, having recovered a significant portion. A whole day? Tongsu replied. So long. Su Yuan was shocked and hurriedly asked, did anything major happen outside? We don't know. Yushu bit her red lips and said softly. They had only just woken up not long ago, so naturally they were unaware of the events outside. Hearing this, Su Yuan suddenly thought of something and felt his body state again. Wait. The demonic thoughts born from using the demonic body were gone, which meant. At this moment, he finally understood why the 5 beauties were looking at him with such resentful eyes. A hint of guilt appeared in Su Yuan's eyes just as he was about to gently comfort them. Su Yuan, I want a challenge. At that moment, a hesitant expression appeared on Junling's face, and after a moment, she said in a deep voice. Challenge. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, I want to train myself. Junling nodded firmly. This immediately plunged Su Yuan into deep thought. He did not want Junling to take risks. Su Yuan, I have my own path to walk. I can't always stand behind you for a lifetime. I want to become stronger and help you. Junling gritted her teeth and began to explain. Yushu was instantly inspired and echoed, Su Yuan, I also want a challenge. Me too. Tongsu raised her hand. On the side, Yifaluna silently nodded. Little Su Linger is right, we must face dangers. Wen Yuqing took a deep breath and said slowly. All right. Hearing these words, Su Yuan pondered for a moment and made a decision. However, before going to challenge, we must first strengthen ourselves. Su Yuan touched the black ring on his finger inside, which lay a forbidden spirit fruit. There were also unopened rewards from the 15 kill achievement. He took out the forbidden spirit fruit and looked at the 5 beauties, asking which of you will consume it. Brother Su, I already possess forbidden spirit, Tong Shu replied with a slight smile. She no longer needed to consume the forbidden spirit fruit. Give it to Aunt Qing, Junling said with a hint of eagerness in her eyes. Yushu blinked and nodded, saying, let Aunt Qing have it. You don't have to do this, let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. Wen Yuqing knew of their good intentions, but she wouldn't allow such a situation to occur. It must be fair and just. Aunt Qing. Junling wanted to say something more, but Wen Yuqing directly interrupted her. No need to say more, it's decided. Wen Yuqing displayed an elder's authority, stating unequivocally. Su Yuan did not intervene, and seeing this scene, a smile crept onto his lips. What mattered most to him was the harmonious coexistence in the backyard, living in peace. Then let's play rock, paper, scissors, Su Yuan said with a smile. Seeing the decision made, Junling and the others had no choice but to participate reluctantly. The 4 of them began playing rock, paper, scissors, going through several rounds. In the end, Wen Yuqing emerged victorious. Aunt Qing, look. Junling exclaimed with a playful huff. Wen Yuqing patted her forehead, not expecting her luck to be so good. Aunt Qing here, Su Yuan said with a smile as he handed her the forbidden spirit fruit. Wen Yuqing took it, her heart racing with excitement. She had always wanted to possess forbidden spirit, and now her wish was coming true. Without hesitation, she swallowed the forbidden spirit fruit and closed her eyes. In an instant, a powerful force erupted within her body, surging through her limbs and meridians. Immediately, Wen Yuqing's face turned crimson and veins began to surface on her translucent skin. She gritted her teeth as beads of sweat appeared on her body, soaking her clothes. Consuming the forbidden spirit fruit is so painful, Tong Shu said, her face filled with concern. Junling is right. To become strong, this pain must be endured. What Junjun said is correct. We are not weak women. Yushu nodded in agreement. Su Yuan watched Wen Yuqing silently praying for her. This awakening of forbidden spirit could not be aided, it had to rely on Aunt Qing herself. He observed for a while, then took out the chaotic light sphere from the black ring. The moment the sphere appeared, it captured the attention of Yushu and the others. Brother Su, is this the reward for the consecutive kills? Tong Shu asked curiously as she examined it. Yes, the forbidden spirit fruit is the reward for 10 kills, and this black spatial ring is the reward for 5 kills. Su Yuan explained, pointing to the ring in his hand, then looked at the chaotic light sphere with anticipation, saying, I wonder what will come out of this. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Yushu's eyes glimmered as she murmured, I hope it's a forbidden spirit fruit. Junling's gaze flickered as she remained silent, staring intently at the chaotic light sphere. Ifiluna blinked, her beautiful eyes equally filled with anticipation. Huff! Su Yuan took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. With a firm bite, he directly opened it. The chaotic crystal sphere shattered slowly, revealing its contents. A mirror appeared before everyone. The mirror had an ancient appearance, made of bronze with a golden sheen, its edges intricately carved with patterns. It looked like an ancient magical artifact. A mirror. Tong Shu was taken aback, her face showing surprise. Yushu's eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, could it be a forbidden spirit weapon? It should be. Junling's gaze was sharp as she nodded slightly. Su Yuan picked up the bronze mirror, and his reflection immediately appeared on its surface. Not to mention, he looked quite handsome. He smiled as a subtle piece of information appeared in his mind. It is a forbidden spirit weapon. Su Yuan said, looking at Yushu and the others, which of you will use this weapon? Our brother Su, you should use it. Tong Shu replied with widened eyes. Su Yuan shook his head, laughing, I already have a magic sword. Moreover, this forbidden spirit weapon requires a blood oath for recognition. What if it conflicts with the magic sword? This. Tong Shu scratched her head at the words. Junling, Yushu, and Ifiluna exchanged glances, falling into silence. Listen, since no one is stepping up, let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. Su Yuan, seeing the four still hesitating, spoke in a deep voice. The four of them, feeling the pressure of Su Yuan's authority as the head of the family, obediently began to play. In the end, Yushu won. Su Yuan handed the bronze, ancient mirror to her. Yushu bit her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the mirror, and the surface rippled as the drop of blood vanished instantly. Immediately, the bronze, ancient mirror shimmered with streaks of blue and gold, as if it had come to life, slowly hovering before Yushu. Information about the ancient mirror flooded her mind. Mirror, flower, water, moon. Level extraordinary. Illusion, create an illusion covering a range of 10 meters. The strength and size of the illusion depend on the host's power. Replication, replicate a living being for 5 minutes, requires a drop of blood from the living being. Duration extends with the host's power. Side effects, used with caution. The host will be gradually assimilated, with the worst outcome being transformed into a mirror demon. Description, when you gaze into the mirror, your reflection is already there. Huff. After reading the information, Yushu exhaled heavily, her expression somewhat serious. Sister Yushu, is this weapon powerful? It is powerful, but the side effects are quite frightening. Yushu's face showed a hint of helplessness as she proceeded to explain the details of mirror, flower, water, moon to Su Yuan and the others. Unless absolutely necessary, never use it. Su Yuan warned, his pupils constricting immediately. He certainly did not want Yushu to end up as a mirror demon. He was also filled with confusion. Could it be that every forbidden spirit weapon has side effects? If that's the case, then there truly is gain and loss. At that moment, when Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of golden light passing through. Aunt Qing is awake. Tong Shu joyfully called out upon seeing this. Su Yuan and the others all looked over. Aunt Qing, have you successfully awakened? Junling asked with some apprehension. Yes. When Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with life, a radiant smile on her face, but then she felt a bit unwell. Looking down, she saw a thin layer of black filth covering her skin, along with the smell of sweat. So dirty, I need to take a shower. Wen Yuqing couldn't stand it for a moment longer and stood up, heading toward the second floor. Wait a moment. Su Yuan called out to her. Little Su, what's the matter? Wen Yuqing turned back to ask. Hee, Aunt Qing, you've worked hard. Let me help you wash up. Su Yuan said with a grin, and before Wen Yuqing could respond, he stepped forward and lifted her up. Wen Yuqing trembled slightly, her cheeks reddening, but she did not refuse. What an energetic fellow. Yushu murmured softly as she watched the two leave. Sister Yushu, brother Su, is just concerned about Aunt Qing. Tong Shu blinked innocently. As soon as this was said, ha ha. Yushu and the others exchanged glances, finally breaking into light laughter. On a dark and windy night, the resting area was brightly lit, yet only a few survivors wandered about. A group of people walked cheerfully towards the arena. It was Su Yuan and his 5 companions. They were lightly equipped, having stored their weapons in Su Yuan's spatial ring. Wen Yuqing wore a radiant smile, full of spirit. She had successfully awakened her forbidden spirit, and it was the power of the forbidden spirit she had always desired. Mechanical Codex, level A class. Mechanical insight, mastery of various mechanical core principles. Metal maniac, possessing various abilities such as metal modification, restructuring, and evolution. Civilization Codex, unlocked. Side effects, the mind remains in a state of high excitement, unable to sleep, falling into an exhausting state of tireless work. Be careful not to wear yourself out. Introduction, the crystallization of wisdom from interstellar survivors, rumored to be the catalyst of the 5th Industrial Revolution. Although the side effects were truly terrifying, as a mechanical specialist, she felt compelled to dive in. She loved it. She had always been recruiting mechanical engineers, and now she had awakened a mechanical-type forbidden spirit. Could this be fate and destiny? When Yuqing's thoughts raced, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Aunt Qing, are you still savoring the embrace of love? Junling teased her as she noticed her smile, nudging her arm. What are you talking about, you little brat? Wen Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and upon realizing, she angrily retorted, you want to fight? Junling giggled and ran away. A few minutes later, at the beast fighting arena, it was silent, with no survivors challenging. The 6 of them arrived at the registration desk. They'll go first. Junling stepped forward, wrote down her name, and paid the entry fee. Don't be reckless, a life is the most important thing. Su Yuan reminded her, handing her the spatial ring. Junling took the ring, put it on, nodded seriously, and then stepped onto the battlefield. The other 5 of Su Yuan went to a crystal pavilion to watch. Gun Queen, how many mutated life forms do you plan to challenge? A cold mechanical voice echoed. What? Junling replied calmly, taking out her Barrett sniper rifle, which Tong Shu had already infused with spirit. Roar. A level 1 mechanical wolf appeared, charging towards Junling. In the crystal pavilion, Su Yuan clenched his hands on the table, feeling quite nervous. Even more so than when he challenged himself. Su Gu, believe in Sister Junling. Tong Shu sitting beside him reached out and held his hand softly encouraging him. Sigh after Sisterling finishes, why don't you all just skip the challenges? Su Yuan sighed his tone, suggesting negotiation. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful for agreeing to the 5 beauties. Little Su, don't worry about us. This is a challenge we must face. Wen Yuqing came up behind Su Yuan, placing her hands gently on his shoulders. Su Gu, we also want to become stronger and not be a burden to you. Tong Shu bit her red lips, her face filled with determination. Yu Shu spoke in a deep voice, since we're here we have to challenge. You all. Su Yuan forced a bitter smile, eventually relenting, but then thought of something. Yifei and Xiao Tong, you two cannot challenge. Why not? Tong Shu asked in surprise, pouting. Yifei Luna frowned, blinking her eyes, feeling somewhat confused. Look at your pale face, can you still challenge? Su Yuan raised his hand and tapped Tong Shu's forehead. At the registration desk, Tong Shu had already infused Jun Ling's Barrett sniper rifle. As for Yifei, Su Yuan turned to look and suddenly grabbed Yifei Luna's hand, pulling her into his embrace, looking at her rosy, egg-shaped face, pinching it. You can't even use firearms. How can you say you can challenge? Su Yuan, I'll listen to you. Yifei Luna shivered, lowering her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. Su Yuan smiled, noticing Tong Shu still wanting to say something. He shot her a glare. That's settled, then behave. All right. Tong Shu pouted, behaving herself. Just as they were speaking, the battle on the battlefield ended. Jun Ling had defeated the mechanical wolf and turned back, smiling and waving at the crystal pavilion. Sister Jun Ling is amazing. Tong Shu stood up and cheered. Jun Ling held her head high and smiled slightly. The first battle hadn't consumed much energy, and she continued to challenge. After a long while, she said, I give up the challenge. Jun Ling was drenched in sweat, panting, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had succeeded and achieved a 5-kill accomplishment. Without Tong Shu's infusion, she might have only been able to deal with the first mutated life form. Jun Ling picked up the dropped materials and the 5-kill achievement rewards, walking towards the exit. I'm off. Yu Shu saw this and hurriedly left the crystal pavilion, filled with excitement. The two met and exchanged words in the waiting area. Yu Shu stepped onto the battlefield. Her challenge name was Jade Beauty. Facing the first mutated life form, she took out her infused dual guns and fired at the spitter. She ultimately killed it. Yu Shu suddenly approached the spitter, holding back her disgust, and took out a drop of its blood, placing it into an ancient mirror. This scene made Su Yuan's heart tremble, startling Yifei Luna in his arms. Sister Yu, what is she doing? Su Yuan frowned. Su Yuan, Yu Shu must want to try to replicate the life form. Jun Ling squinted her eyes, thinking of something, and explained. Su Yuan naturally knew his tone, carrying a hint of seriousness. Has she forgotten the side effects of using the mirror flower water moon? Little Su, it's just you girl using it for the first time. It's not that serious. Wen Yuqing gently rubbed his shoulder, trying to comfort him. When we get home later, she will definitely be punished. Sigh. Su Yuan sighed lightly, unable to do anything, but let her try. At this moment on the battlefield, Yu Shu continued to challenge the second one, but no life form was replicated. The second mutated life form was a dual-born shadow flower. Yu Shu did not underestimate it, directly using the mirror flower water moon to trap it in an illusion, then killed it with her firearms. Then she took a drop of its blood. Thus she fought her way to the fifth mutated life form. A mutated ferocious beast roared out, resembling both a wolf and a tiger, possessing a pair of unusual eyes. Replicate. Yu Shu held a gun in one hand and the ancient mirror in the other, gazing at it before shouting. This time she used replication. A flash of light passed, and the mirror projected a mysterious beam of light. A spitter zombie appeared, vividly standing there, its pus continuously dripping and being absorbed back into its body. An exact replica, a perfect copy. Kill it. Seeing the successful replication, Yu Shu's face showed excitement as she directly commanded. The spitter zombie instantly charged out, heading straight for the mutated tiger wolf. Moments later, Yu Shu, holding dual guns and teaming up with the spitter zombie, killed the mutated tiger wolf, achieving the 5-kill accomplishment. I give up the challenge. Yu Shu decisively gave up the challenge, happily taking her rewards and leaving the battlefield. She knew she had exhausted too much energy and was no longer able to challenge. It's my turn now. Wen Yuqing took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the crystal pavilion. On the sandy ground, Wen Yuqing stood tall in a deep green camouflage combat suit, wielding a submachine gun with an air of pride and determination. A mechanical beast crawled out of the sandy vortex, roaring as it charged towards Wen Yuqing. I'll use you for practice. Without a hint of panic, Wen Yuqing sprinted forward, lifting her submachine gun to unleash a barrage of bullets. Bullets poured forth, tracking the mechanical beast in a state of awakened spirit, with not a single shot missing its mark. Bang, bang, bang. A series of metallic sounds echoed as the mechanical beast was turned into a sieve. After struggling a few times, it collapsed on the sandy ground. Challenge. A smirk formed at the corner of Wen Yuqing's mouth as she quietly awaited the second mutated life form. A strange plant descended. When Yuqing's gaze sharpened as she raised her gun and opened fire only to find that this strange plant could block bullets. She smiled slightly, set down her submachine gun, and pulled a rocket launcher from her spatial ring, resting it on her shoulder. Just as she was about to fire, a thought struck her, and a mysterious glow suddenly emanated from the palm, holding the rocket launcher. A stream of light then spread across the rocket launcher before it returned to normal. Failed. When Yuqing was momentarily stunned, shook her head with a wry smile, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, boom. A shell shot out, crashing into the strange plant and exploding instantly. A powerful shockwave of flames engulfed the strange plant, with countless liquids splattering and severed limbs falling in disarray. This is firepower. Although the modification had failed the light, and when Yuqing's eyes grew brighter, she could hardly wait to return. Next, she unleashed her full firepower. What the submachine gun couldn't kill, the grenades would bombard, and what the grenades couldn't take down, the rocket launcher would handle. One mutated life form after another fell beneath the overwhelming firepower. She quickly achieved a pentakill. Not wanting to continue the challenge, she collected the pentakill achievement reward into her spatial ring and left directly. She knew she wasn't a match for the mutated life forms guarding the 10-kill achievement. For a moment, the beast fighting arena fell silent. 3 names appeared on the stone tablet: gun, Saint Jade, Beauty, and Mechanic. Thus the challenge ended. No danger. Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief, patting Yifei Luna's back to signal her to rise. He then led the 4 of them to welcome Wen Yuqing. Little Su, let's head back. As Wen Yuqing stepped out of the sand field, she saw Su Yuan and the others approaching, quickly returning the spatial ring to him. Su Yuan nodded slightly. It was already late, time to sleep. Brother Su, look at your introduction on the... Suddenly Tong Shu exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the stone tablet above. Historical ranking. 10th place. Su Yuan looked up, his brow raised in mild astonishment. Jade Shu's eyes brightened. This means that Jun's guess was correct. There really are survivors from previous years. Brother Su, is there a reward for this ranking? Tong Shu blinked her eyes, curiously asking. No, let's go home. Su Yuan squinted, shrugged, and smiled. They then left the arena and returned to the Wuling armored tank. Upon returning, Wen Yuqing, filled with excitement, rushed towards the war machinery factory, only to suddenly turn back and grab Tong Shu's hand. Little Tong, Aunt Qing needs you. With that, she led the bewildered Tong Shu into the factory. Is Aunt Qing going to study her own forbidden spirit? Junling was taken aback, then realized and worriedly said, but Aunt Qing's forbidden spirit has side effects. Ling Jie, you keep an eye on her, and if anything unusual happens, let me know immediately. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and instructed Junling. The side effects of forbidden spirits and forbidden spirit weapons had truly troubled him. He couldn't just avoid using them forever. Junling understood and hurriedly followed. In the blink of an eye, only Su Yuan, Jade Shu, and Yifei Luna remained in the vehicle. Tonight you two will accompany me to sleep. Su Yuan looked at Jade Shu and Yifei Luna, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yifei Luna shyly lowered her head, remaining silent, seemingly consenting. Let's see what our pentakill reward is. Jade Shu rolled her eyes at Su Yuan and said. Hearing this, Su Yuan took out 3 chaotic light spheres from his spatial ring. Almost forgot about the special rewards. Each of us will take one to see who has the best luck. Those who don't have good luck tonight will be punished. He handed 2 of the light spheres to the others, teasingly saying, Humph, as if having good luck means you won't be punished. Jade Shu rolled her eyes and playfully retorted. Su Yuan smiled without replying, then opened the chaotic light sphere in his hand. It was a small compass. Compass. Grade rare. Description: with me you will never get lost no matter where you... Not a spatial ring. Su Yuan was slightly surprised, thinking that the pentakill rewards would all be storage treasures. Yifei Luna beside him also opened hers, revealing a white jade bracelet. Spatial bracelet. Grade rare. Space 5 cubic meters. Description: exquisite and beautiful. I am not something that a dull spatial ring can compare to. Oh, mine is a storage bracelet. Yifei Luna held the bracelet, her face showing a hint of surprise. The goddess of luck favors me. Let's see what I can get from the forbidden spirit. Seeing what Su Yuan and the others had opened, Jade Shu prayed and suddenly opened the chaotic crystal light sphere. A transparent blue pendant emerged, stunningly beautiful under the light. Guardian pendant. Grade rare. Function: resist magical attacks ×3. Description: with me you will never fear being pressed down by ghosts again. Oh, it's not a forbidden spirit fruit. Jade Shu looked and revealed a hint of disappointment. This is still pretty good. Su Yuan smiled, offering some comfort, then said leisurely, the rewards have been open, time to sleep. With that, he wrapped one arm around Jade Shu's shoulders and the other around Yifei Luna's waist. There's a smell. Let's go wash up first and have a romantic bath. You naughty boy. I remember there seems to be a maid outfit in the wardrobe. Bad guy. As Su Yuan fell into a blissful sleep, a series of mechanical voices echoed in the resting area. Good evening, survivors. We have some good news to announce. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m. the auction venue will open. We are now entering the preheating stage. The auction items include various firearms such as pistols and rifles, various vehicle modification blueprints such as armored vehicles and phantom tanks, various potions such as zombie immunity serum and strength potions, auction currency vehicle coins. Check if you have enough vehicle coins in your pocket and hurry up. You wouldn't want to arrive at the auction empty-handed, would you? As soon as the announcement finished, the entire resting area shook in an instant, waking everyone, whether asleep or playing cards. A throng of survivors surged into the open area, the noise rising and falling. Hiss. Did I hear that right? What the hell? Firearms. Tanks. These are top-tier resources. Whoa. The survival officials have finally discovered their conscience. Don't celebrate too soon. These resources will surely require a lot of vehicle coins. Think about whether you have enough strength. Sigh, I have no vehicle coins. Beast Fighting Arena. Killing a mutated life form can earn you 100 vehicle coins. In an instant, everyone went completely wild. The Beast Fighting Arena and the vehicle coin exchange became the hottest spots. It seemed that no one would be able to. Apart from Su Yuan and the 6 others, the announcement seemed to have not reached their ears, and the Wuling armored tank was eerily quiet. An automated mechanized assembly line had started crafting unknown mechanical skeletons. 3 striking figures were busily working alongside the conveyor. In another villa, a scene inappropriate for children unfolded in the bedroom. However, even if Su Yuan knew, he would probably be only slightly surprised. He possessed nearly all the resources that others could only dream of. The Beast Fighting Arena, shrouded in night, was bustling with excitement, filled with the sounds of people. At this moment, the Beast Fighting Arena seemed to have divided into thousands of battlefields so that everyone could participate in the challenges. The roars of mutated life forms and the screams of survivors merged into an eerie melody echoing in the arena. Ordinary survivors were no match for the mutated life forms, and those who impulsively entered the arena faced death. The number of survivors in the resting area rapidly declined. Those who had been blinded by auction items gradually regained their composure, bitter resentment evident on their faces. Knowing there were top-tier resources, yet feeling powerless, they hated their own weakness and envied others' strength. At that moment, a survivor awakened their forbidden spirit during battle, encountered a mutated life form. In an instant, this triggered another uproar as the calm survivors erupted with a surge of fighting spirit. Why could others awaken, but not me? Many survivors shared this thought, yet most ended up adding to the battle achievements of the mutated life forms. As time passed, the frenzy gradually came to a close. Some survivors began to think creatively, seeking alternative paths to acquire vehicle currency from others. On the 3rd morning, Su Yuan awoke, leisurely glanced at the sleeping beauty beside him, and a smile crept onto his lips. He got up, dressed, and left the bedroom. It felt a bit unusual without Tong Shu making breakfast in the morning. Su Yuan casually dealt with the matter and hurried to the war machinery factory. Aunt Qing, you all should go rest, he called out loudly to Wen Yuqing and the others as he watched their retreating figures. Xiao Su, wait a moment, the experiment is about to succeed. Wen Yuqing turned back excitedly upon hearing his voice. No way. Su Yuan shook his head, seeing the bloodshot eyes of Wen Yuqing. Since it was the first research he had indulged Wen Yuqing the previous night. Su Gu, we have made some progress in our research and modifications, Tong Shu said excitedly, showing no signs of fatigue. Ling Jie, take Qing Yi and Xiao Tong back to rest. Unmoved, Su Yuan issued the command and continued. As for the results, tell me after you've rested. Jun Ling remained relatively calm, though she was also surprised by the research achievements of Wen Yuqing and Tong Shu. Qing Yi, Xiao Tong, let's go. She supported the arms of the two and forcibly led them away from the war factory. Before leaving, Tong Shu handed a handgun to Su Yuan. Su Yuan watched the 3 leave, looking down at the Desert Eagle handgun in his hand, which was entirely black and gold with a black eagle pattern engraved on the barrel. The gun's shape had completely changed, appearing much more ornate. Is this the result of the research? He murmured, then found a target to test its effectiveness. With a loud bang, the target shattered and splintered like a sniper's shell. Wow, such power! Su Yuan was taken aback. If this hit a person, it would be utterly devastating. Moreover, there was no recoil, making it very suitable for beginners. He smiled as he put away the Black Eagle handgun and approached where the assembly line had already ceased operations. A silver mechanical arm lay there, intricately carved with complex patterns. After examining it, he left the war machinery factory. Once out of the Wuling armored tank, Su Yuan felt an indescribable atmosphere permeating the resting area. A gloomy joy. Big Brother Su. A young man rushed over quickly. Lin Bin. Su Yuan turned to look, recognized. Big Brother Su, I was instructed by boss who to wait for you here. Lin Bin was excited, surprised that Su Yuan still remembered him. Su Yuan was taken aback and asked, what does Hu Tian want? Boss who wants to discuss something with you regarding the beast fighting arena. Lin Bin replied. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and frowned. The arena. Big brother Su, don't you know what? Lin Bin asked in surprise upon seeing Su Yuan's reaction. Su Yuan, even more puzzled, asked, what happened? Big brother, last night an announcement was made. Lin Bin confirmed that Su Yuan was unaware of what had occurred the previous night and began to explain in detail. Auction house. Firearms. Blueprints. Upon hearing the explanation, Su Yuan's expression changed, and he began to contemplate. This meant that survival had entered a cruel and fierce stage. The first stage, which could also be called the novice zone apart from him, as an anomaly, involved only vehicles engaging in physical combat and cold weapon clashes. The emergence of this auction house seemed to signal the onset of heated weapon battles, an era of explosive warfare. However, another thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the survival officials could not tolerate his possession of powerful firepower and temporarily modified the mechanism? It shouldn't be. He was just one person, not enough to warrant such targeting. It must be a mechanism that had existed from the start. Su Yuan dismissed this idea and looked at Lin Bin. Where is Hu Tian? Boss Hu is at the arena. Lin Bin quickly replied. Wait for me here. Su Yuan initially intended to head to the arena, but suddenly thought of something and returned to the car. Moments later, he got out of the car and hurried with Lin Bin to the beast fighting arena. Big brother Su. Hu Tian greeted him respectfully. I heard you were looking for me. Su Yuan raised his head, his gaze fixed on the battlefield where some survivors were still challenging. Hu Tian appeared hesitant, but finally gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, I want to buy some firearms. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Hu Tian wanted to challenge the mutated life forms. After all, each mutated life form was worth 100 vehicle coins. Ordinary survivors faced a dead end when encountering mutated life forms, but having firearms made a difference. With good luck and skill, one could completely kill a mutated life form. Big brother, if it's not possible, just pretend I didn't say anything. Hu Tian cautiously said, noticing the change in Su Yuan's expression. All right, of course it's possible. Su Yuan chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with intelligence. This was a huge opportunity to earn vehicle currency. Thank you, big brother Su. Hu Tian's face lit up with excitement. Having firearms would greatly increase his chances and challenges. It wasn't just him challenging, but rather all the survivors of the Daiyun Wang Ting convoy would participate. Even if everyone could only kill one mutated life form, that would still amount to over 10,000 vehicle coins. Over 10,000 vehicle coins, a huge sum. Although the auction prices were uncertain, at least he could auction. Don't be too quick to thank me. Su Yuan smiled calmly, waving his hand. I can't sell you the firearms. Oh. Hu Tian was taken aback. But I can rent them to you. A hint of amusement appeared at the corners of Su Yuan's mouth as he looked at Hu Tian and slowly said, the rental fee is 50 car coins, and this is a friendly price. For others, I would charge 80 car coins. Big guy, that's too expensive. Ew, I can't afford the rental. Hu Tian spread his hands, smiling wryly. Don't worry, you can pay after using it. Hearing this, Su Yuan patted his shoulder and grinned. Hu Tian's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, aren't you afraid of losing both the firearms and the car coins? If a survivor rents a firearm to challenge and ends up killed by a mutated life form, then both the firearms and the car coins would be lost. In business, risks must be borne. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, not just anyone could rent them. He had to observe first before deciding. All right, I'll rent 2 submachine guns. Hu Tian took a deep breath. For you, I suggest renting this gun, which is even more powerful than a submachine gun. Su Yuan smiled slightly as he took out a Black Hawk pistol and handed it to Hu Tian. Good, this pistol along with a submachine gun. Hu Tian's eyes lit up as he took it and examined it, feeling it was very different from an ordinary pistol, and he nodded. Then he signed the rental agreement and entered the arena with the guns. The rental agreement had strong binding rules in the resting area. If the terms were not fulfilled, it would be directly nullified. This is why Su Yuan dared to rent out firearms. As for why not sell directly, selling would mean losing the firearms, while renting allows him to gain both the firearms and the car coins. Although there are risks involved, the potential rewards are clearly greater than the risks. Moreover, with his pricing, survivors probably couldn't afford to buy them, and lowering the price was even less likely. What he wanted was for others to seek fortune in danger, allowing him to reap short-term profits. A mutated life form is worth 100 car coins. Spending 80 car coins to rent firearms to kill it would leave him with 20 car coins in his pocket. Additionally, there would be rare materials dropped, ensuring no loss. If he happened to strike it rich and killed another one, that would be a windfall. As for life, as the saying goes, life and death are fated and wealth is in the hands of heaven. Su Yuan, with a beaming smile, took out a chair and sat in the waiting area beside, which stood a sign that read, rent firearms, 80 car coins, pay after use. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If not now, when will you grow strong? Soon he attracted the attention of several survivors who gathered around curiously. Su Yuan, isn't this too expensive? Exactly 80 car coins for a gun. Why not just steal it? Only someone crazy would rent it. The guns are just for rent. This is simply price gouging. A group of survivors stared wide-eyed at the sign, unable to believe what they were seeing. Think about it. Apart from the beast fighting arena, where else can you earn car coins? If you have plenty of materials to exchange for car coins, just pretend I didn't say anything. Hearing the voices around him, Su Yuan was unperturbed. He chuckled and patiently reasoned. Consider this: a mutated life form is worth 100 car coins. By spending 80 car coins to rent firearms, you not only earn 20 car coins, but also gain rare materials, which is a win-win. I want to rent. A survivor stirred by desire stepped forward resolutely. I want lend to. Su Yuan glanced at him, rejecting him outright. The survivor was astonished. Why not? With your build, even if I give you a gun, it won't help. Don't just go and send yourself to your death. Su Yuan shrugged, directly assessing the risk. The survivor stared wide-eyed. Him strong. This is slander. Su Yuan shook his head with a smile, too lazy to engage, and scanned the crowd. Some were tempted, some hesitated, some scoffed, and some laughed coldly. It seemed there were still many cautious survivors. He wasn't in a hurry. As the saying goes, one is willing to fight, while the other is willing to suffer. Even if there were no business, in the end there would be no loss. Bored, Su Yuan decided to organize the car coins he currently possessed. He had earned 1,500 car coins from 15 kills, and when Yuqing and the others had also earned 1,500 car coins from 5 kills plus the remaining 50 coins from before. In total, that amounted to 3,050 car coins. Quite a small fortune indeed. Interestingly, the original rule of the beast fighting arena was that each person could only challenge once, after that they couldn't challenge again. This was likely to prevent currency and material farming. Now the arena had launched a brand new mode, allowing unlimited challenges against mutated life forms. Of course, mutated life forms no longer dropped materials, but would drop car coins, though only 1 coin. This mode had countless survivors complaining, calling it a devil's rule. Few dared to challenge. The only uncontrollable factor now is the price of auctioned items. Su Yuan stroked his chin, gazing into the arena. The surrounding crystal pavilions were empty, clearly indicating that no one dared to enjoy the auction. Big guy, I've got it sorted. At that moment, Hu Tian rushed over, his face animated, returning the 2 firearms and 100 car coins. With those 2 guns, especially the Black Hawk pistol, he had taken down 3 mutated life forms. Not only did he earn 200 car coins, but he also obtained rare materials. Not bad, not bad. Su Yuan gave a thumbs up, then accepted the items. Hu Tian thanked him repeatedly before quickly leaving. After a while, he returned with a group of survivors from the Grand Fortune Court. Su Degu, they also want to rent firearms. Hu Tian pointed to the crowd behind him. Sure, but I need a screen. Su Yuan looked up and lightly nodded. Hu Tian called out, line up for the big guy to screen. Su Yuan stood up and approached the crowd, asking if they knew how to use firearms and letting each of them handle one. In the end, he selected 30 people, renting out 30 guns, each equipped with 2 magazines. If all 30 of them died on the battlefield, those 30 guns would be wasted. This is the risk. The surrounding survivors saw this scene and thought that Hu Tian's group was a scam, not falling for it. As time passed, 25 of the 30 returned, returning the firearms and paying the rental fees. The survival rate was quite decent. Su Yuan charged them all a friendly price of 50 car coins, earning a total of 1,000 car coins. At this moment, the surrounding survivors erupted in commotion. Some secretly followed the 30 people and saw them truly using firearms to kill mutated life forms. In an instant, the crowd surged forward. Everyone line up. Su Yuan saw this, his gaze sweeping over, and he shouted while a tremor-inducing aura erupted from his body. Then he used Hu Tian's people to form a circle around him. Moments later, survivors lined up, orderly, starting to rent firearms. Word of what happened here quickly spread, and more survivors rushed over. The arena was vast, and there were many waiting areas. Some forces from the car teams caught wind and came over, and Gong Shui also brought the Snow Feather Guard. Is this the joy of being a landlord, eh? Su Yuan crossed his arms, comfortably seated in a chair, a smile never leaving his lips. As the survivor tenants returned, a flood of rental vehicle coins poured into his pockets. He had now become a hands-off manager, entrusting the gun rental business to Hu Tian. When Hu Tian heard that Su Yuan had assigned this task to him, he was deeply moved and brimming with enthusiasm. This was a sign of trust from the big shot, and he was determined to do an impeccable job. Su Yuan, you're coining it in. Gong Shui stood beside him, a hint of envy in her voice. She had already taken on her challenge and was now idle. The survivors from the Snow Feather Guard also rented guns handled by Lu Xiaofeng. The rest zone has blessed me with a chance to get rich. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, then, as if struck by a thought, looked up at Gong Shui. They'll give you a chance to get rich too. What chance? Gong Shui's eyes lit up instantly. A smirk curled at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth as he said leisurely, massage my shoulders for 100 vehicle coins. Dream on. Gong Shui snorted coldly. A moment later, however, she bit her red lip and came behind Su Yuan, placing her fair hands on his shoulders and gently kneading them. A wave of comfort washed over him. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, thoroughly enjoying it. This was the epitome of saying one thing and doing another. He was also somewhat surprised that Gong Shui had actually done it. He had only been idly chatting. Did this mean something? That Gong Shui had perhaps fallen for his charm. A myriad of thoughts raced through Su Yuan's mind, a faint, enigmatic smile on his lips. Happy moments were always fleeting. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Few survivors came to rent guns now, and not everyone possessed courage, even with a firearm. Moreover, renting a gun required knowing how to use it, otherwise it was impossible. Most of the survivors in the rest zone who had the courage and fighting spirit were car owners. Many passengers were content with just surviving. Big Shot Su, the rental vehicle coin count is tallied. Hu Tian took a deep breath, his face full of shock as he approached Su Yuan and handed him a piece of paper. Gong Shui glanced at it from the corner of her eye, her beautiful eyes widening instantly, her rosy lips parting in surprise. She saw several zeros. Only 100,000 vehicle coins. Su Yuan took the paper, looked at it, and sighed softly. It wasn't the huge profit he had imagined. Mainly too few survivors had rented guns, and nearly half had died on the battlefield. Plus, many survivors had challenged the night before missing their chance. Some of his guns were destroyed or lost, so the harvest wasn't as massive as expected. But 100,000 vehicle coins was still a lot. Su Yuan could now be considered the richest man in Sector DS rest zone. When Gong Shui heard his sigh, her stunning face twitched violently. Only 100,000 vehicle coins. What kind of talk is that? She couldn't help but increase the pressure of her hands, wanting to strangle Su Yuan. Suddenly a chill descended upon her heart, turning her face pale. Hu Tian, take these guns. Unaware of Gong Shui's distress, Su Yuan glanced at the remaining guns on the ground and spoke to Hu Tian. Huh. Hu Tian was stunned. Consider these guns as your hard-earned reward. Su Yuan smiled faintly. Thank you, Big Shot Su. Hu Tian's face lit up with excitement. He didn't refuse and expressed his sincere gratitude. This was the generosity of a big shot. In his heart, he wanted to declare that he would go through fire and water for him. Now all that's left is to wait for the auction to begin. Su Yuan stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed into the distance. Su Yuan, what about my massage fee? Gong Shui, feeling as if she had been forgotten, couldn't help but ask softly. At 7 in the evening, the arena was brightly lit with countless magnificent beams of light crisscrossing the sky. The center was no longer a sandy field, but a massive white jade platform. The life and death arena and the beast fighting arena were closed. The surrounding stands were packed with survivors, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. A vast sea of people, a cacophony of voices. Su Yuan and his 5 companions were seated in a crystal pavilion. The pavilion was no longer sparsely furnished, but resembled an elegant classical chamber. Soft sofas, fragrant antique wooden tables, and chairs, green gauze that blocked the outside world, fruits, snacks, and tea. The crystal pavilion cost 100 vehicle coins. Aside from this one, all other pavilions were empty. Such was the luxury of the richest man. Su Yuan sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, an arm around Yu Shu and Junling each, while Wen Yuqing and Yi Failuna stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. Tong Shu held a plate, crouching in front of him, feeding him fruit. The scene was nothing short of imperial treatment. Fortunately, the green gauze shielded them from view. If other survivors saw this, they'd be weeping with envy. They were here to survive, while Su Yuan seemed to be here to enjoy life. Why was the gap between people so vast? Just then, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing on the white jade platform, and slowly coalesced into a figure. It was a woman. She wore a suit of white jade mecha uniform, her lithe and exquisite figure fully revealed. Her long azure hair fell to her waist. She was fully encased in the mecha uniform, with only a pair of sky blue eyes exposed deep within which swirled nebula-like vortices. Welcome everyone to the auction. I am your auctioneer for today, Xinglan. The woman in the white jade mecha, Xinglan, spread her arms gracefully on the stage, her voice melodious and pleasant. The appearance of the auctioneer Xinglan plunged the surrounding survivors into a momentary dead silence, which then erupted into a storm of murmurs and shock, a thunderous roar of voices rising. Countless survivors fixed their gazes upon her, their expressions varied. Some were shocked, some bewildered, some curious, and some swallowed hard. Brother Su, is that woman real? In the crystal pavilion, Tong Shu gazed at Xinglan with curiosity. I don't know, but I'm quite interested in her. Su Yuan shrugged, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time someone from the survival authority had appeared. If he had the chance, he would like to get to know this auctioneer named Xinglan. Yu Shu patted his wandering hand and shot him a glare. You're interested in any beauty. Sister Yu Shu, you really can read my mind. Su Yuan pinched her cheek and chuckled. Then I'll devour your heart. Yu Shu made a mischievous The ever-silent Wen Yuqing's delicate frame trembled slightly as she stared at Xinglan with fascination. No, to be precise, she was staring at her mecha uniform. The perfect, streamlined white jade metal armor was a work of art in her eyes. Xiao Su, I want the clothes she's wearing. Wen Yuqing murmured, a trace of excitement and fervor in her voice. If she could obtain that metal armor, perhaps she could. Aunt Qing, I can't do this. Su Yuan was taken aback by these words, and then he shook his head with a wry smile. Tong Shu blinked her eyes in surprise and said, Aunt Qing, so you like this kind of clothing? You fool. Yu Shu raised her hand and rubbed her head, explaining, Aunt Qing wants to study that seemingly Oh. Tong Shu understood and stuck out her tongue with a flushed face. She had misunderstood and thought Aunt Qing was quite fashionable. While several people were talking, no more words, let's start the auction now. Star Blue glanced at the crystal pavilion and announced that the auction was officially beginning. The first item for auction, the blueprint for a rocket launcher, starting price, 100 vehicle coins. Her gaze swept around and her soft voice echoed in the ears of every survivor. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding survivors were momentarily stunned, their eyes shining with fervor. 100 vehicle coins. A survivor stood up and shouted excitedly. What are you thinking? You want to win it for just 100? I bid 110. Another survivor sneered at him and raised the bid. 120, 130, 150, 200 coins. After reaching 200 vehicle coins, the lone survivor bidders gave up, and the participants in the bidding were all leaders of vehicle factions. In the end, it was sold for 250 vehicle coins, taken by Heishan Hulang. The second item for auction, the blueprint for a landmine, starting price, 100 vehicle coins. Once again, a group of people went crazy bidding. Ultimately, it was obtained by a dark-skinned man for 250 vehicle coins. The third item. Star Blue announced the item names in a robotic tone without any emotion. In half an hour, more than a dozen items were auctioned off. The 20th item for auction, 100 kilograms of bronze alloy, starting price, 200 coins. What? They're auctioning bronze alloy. This is a top-grade alloy that can withstand cannon fire. With it, any sniper rifle or rocket launcher is useless. I will get it even if I have to spend all my money. This is mine, don't fight me for it. As soon as the bronze alloy appeared, the spectators instantly went wild, countless survivors filled with excitement. Especially the leaders of major vehicle factions. Whoever owns the bronze alloy will have their vehicles far ahead, currently in an invincible position. The weaponry on level 4 vehicles cannot break through the defenses of bronze alloy. In an instant, the bidding price soared. Could it really be just these supplies? Su Yuan yawned, feeling bored as he looked at the supplies in front of him. The bronze alloy was nothing more than scrap metal to him. Brother Su, do you think we won't spend the last vehicle coin? Tong Shu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. On the side, Junling chuckled softly. Little Tong, that's not going to happen. Little Su, why not ask if the auctioneer's clothes are for sale? Wen Yuqing, feeling a spark of inspiration, couldn't help but ask. Aunt Qing, that might be too rude. Su Yuan sighed, fearing that the auctioneer might get angry, which would lead to trouble. It's fine, I'm just asking. Wen Yuqing exhaled softly, speaking gently. She regained her composure, fully aware of the potential consequences of an unexpected turn of events. At that moment, in the spectator seats, Hu Tian looked towards the crystal pavilion. Seeing that Su Yuan seemed unwilling to bid, he gleefully stood up and shouted, 500 vehicle coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the auction hall gradually quieted down. 500 vehicle coins was no small amount. Even the leaders of some small vehicle factions might not be able to gather that much. 510 coins. Heishan Hulang gritted his teeth and raised the bid. Hu Tian smirked. 550 coins. 560. Heishan Hulang shot Hu Tian a furious glare. 600 coins. Hu Tian glared back, completely unafraid of him. Ridiculous. He was now hugging a big thigh, and since Heishan Hulang had friction with Su De, he had nothing to worry about. This guy was already a dead man, just waiting for the rest period to be over. Heishan Hulang didn't expect Hu Tian to be so tough. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gave up. The bronze alloy had appeared. Surely there were more good items to come. In the end, the bronze alloy was taken by Hu Tian. The 20th item for auction, strength potions, 10, starting price, 200 vehicle coins. Star Blue sky blue eyes showed no fluctuation, still as calm as water. 400 vehicle coins. A faint voice rang out from the crystal pavilion. Su Yuan finally participated in the bidding. He directly doubled the bid, leaving the other survivors who wanted to bid stunned, and they simply gave up. The news about Su Yuan renting firearms had long spread in the rest area. Competing with him for vehicle coins was like comparing a poor man to a top-tier rich man. This guy was definitely an arms dealer. Although no one knew exactly how many vehicle coins Su Yuan had, it was probably no less than 5,000. At this moment, they finally remembered Su Yuan. He had been absent from the bidding, and his presence was so low. 500 coins. Just as no one was participating, Heishan Hulang expressionlessly raised the bid. Seeing it was Heishan Hulang, Su Yuan's lips curled up. 600 coins. 650 coins. Heishan Hulang continued to raise the bid. 700. 750. 800. 850 coins. At that moment in the crystal pavilion, Su Yuan, I suspect this guy is deliberately raising the price. Junling stopped Su Yuan from bidding and said hesitantly. Previously, Heishan Hulong had been raising the bids by 10 coins at a time, but now he was raising it by 50 without hesitation. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow indicating he understood. He spoke, 900 coins. 950 coins. You got it. Su Yuan stood up, opened the green curtain, stepped out, and fixed his gaze on Heishan Hulong, smiling as he waved his hand. Heishan Hulong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard Su Yuan stop raising the bid. His expression turned ugly for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a calm expression as he smiled, and said thank you. His heart was twitching. He had originally intended to deliberately annoy and exhaust Su Yuan, but instead he ended up shooting himself in the foot. Purchasing the strength potion for 950 vehicle coins, how would he compete for the vehicle blueprints afterward? You're welcome, Su Yuan grinned. Although Heishan Hulong was well hidden, Su Yuan still noticed that this guy was indeed raising the price on purpose. Besides, the strength potion was a rare resource, but it wasn't worth that much. The next item for auction, strength potions 10. The auctioneer Star Blue's voice rang out. Hearing this, Heishan Hulong's eyes widened at that moment. He completely lost his composure, his face turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. A surge of anger rolled in his chest, feeling the frustration of being unable to express his anger. Ha ha ha. 400 vehicle coins. Seeing this, Su Yuan laughed a few times. 500 coins. Heishan Hulong gritted his teeth, raising the bid in anger. Auctioneer, I suspect Heishan Hulong is maliciously inflating the price. Seeing that Heishan Hulong was about to raise the bid again, Su Yuan reported to Star Blue. There is no malicious price increase. Star Blue fell silent, seemingly investigating. After a moment she spoke. Let it be known, those who maliciously inflate the price will be eliminated. 600 vehicle coins. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and then increased the bid by 100 coins. However, for some reason Heishan Hulong stopped raising the price. 10 bottles of strength potions belonged to Su Yuan. The next item for auction, strength potion 10, starting price 200 vehicle coins. All 9 sets of strength potion 10 were acquired by Su Yuan, costing 3,800 vehicle coins, making the survivors envious of the legendary wealthy individual. The next item for auction, armored vehicle blueprint, starting price 300. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding survivors became restless, and the leaders of various vehicle factions turned their gazes towards Su Yuan, seemingly waiting for his choice. With Su Yuan's wealth, if he participated in the bidding, there would be no share for them. I will not participate, Su Yuan said, feeling the numerous gazes upon him, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he spread his hands and laughed heartily. As soon as he said that, the auction hall erupted with a group of survivors bidding in a frenzy resembling a bustling market, while also wondering why Su Yuan chose not to participate. Some individuals who had not participated in the bidding seemed to be waiting for the vehicle blueprints, such as Locke from the Ashes organization and Lin Jiahui from the South Sky Gate. In the end, the armored vehicle blueprint was sold for 550 vehicle coins to a low-profile survivor. Explosive battle vehicle blueprint, starting price 300, Star Blue stated expressionlessly. However, after she finished speaking, no survivors participated in the bidding, but instead looked towards Su Yuan in the Crystal Pavilion. After waiting for a while, and finding that Su Yuan did not speak, they began to raise their bids. One vehicle blueprint after another was sold. Interestingly, before each auction, the bidding survivors would glance at Su Yuan's choice. Especially for the tank blueprints, later on the leaders of various factions prepared not to participate, as it was undoubtedly Su Yuan's target. Yet Su Yuan remained silent, which both puzzled them and brought them joy. Some low-profile survivors stood up to participate in the bidding, and the scene became exceptionally intense. In the end, Locke from the Ashes organization acquired it for 2,500 vehicle coins. This bidding seemed to have drained his resources. Next item for auction, level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint, starting price 300 vehicle coins. 300. 310. 350. In an instant, the voices of bidding rose and fell. Although it couldn't compare to the precious vehicle blueprints, it was still an extremely rare item. There are vehicle upgrade blueprints too. In the Crystal Pavilion, Tong Shu expressed surprise. Yushu blinked her eyes, revealing a hint of anticipation. Could there be level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprints? I hope so. Hearing this, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of excitement. As time passed, a total of 10 level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprints were auctioned off. One of them was won by Su Yuan for 1,000 vehicle coins. He recalled that there was a supercar among the Wuling armored tanks, and he planned to find materials later to upgrade it as well. Next item for auction, level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint, starting price 1,000 vehicle coins. As soon as Star Blue finished speaking, several level 4 vehicle owners suddenly stood up, their eyes shining. 1,000. 1,200. In an instant, the auction entered a heated phase with fierce competition among bidders. Su Gu, hurry and get it. Tong Shu exclaimed in surprise, then eagerly shouted. Yu Shu was taken aback and immediately smiled brightly. It's really here. It won't escape. Watching their anxious expressions, Su Yuan smiled lightly and shrugged, then coughed lightly. 3,000 vehicle coins. At the moment his voice rang out, the auction hall fell silent, and the leaders participating in the bidding showed bitter expressions. 3,100 vehicle coins. Some leaders, unwilling, gritted their teeth and raised their bids. 3,500. Su Yuan stepped out from behind the curtain, smiling lightly. 4,000. Suddenly a shout rang out, but before everyone could look, the one who shouted vanished into a pile of ash. This scene caused the nearby survivors to change their expressions drastically and flee. Malicious bidding to be erased. At this moment, Star Blue's indifferent voice echoed, sending chills down the spines of the surrounding survivors. Subsequently, the Level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint was acquired by Su Yuan. The next item for auction was still a Level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint, and Su Yuan thought for a moment before bidding 3,500 vehicle coins to take it. The next item was also a Level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint, which he also won. This is the luxury that comes with wealth. All 3 Level 5 blueprints were acquired by Su Yuan, leaving countless survivors gritting their teeth in frustration, yet they were helpless. How many vehicle coins does Su Yuan actually possess? Some survivors calculated that he had spent nearly 20,000 vehicle coins. Winning 3 Level 5 blueprints was simply extravagant beyond reason. He must have an endless supply of vehicle coins, right? Su Yuan's display of wealth attracted some malice, as he had been quietly targeted, especially by Black Mountain, who gazed at the crystal pavilion with dangerous glints in his eyes. Following the Level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint were vehicle-mounted weapons such as bronze, alloy mechanical arms, flying claws, crossbows, and so on. In this round of auctions, Su Yuan did not participate as these items were of no use to him. This situation not only pleased the survivors who were targeting Su Yuan, but also indicated that his vehicle coins were running low. In this round of auctions, Su Yuan did not participate as these items were of no use to him. This situation not only pleased the survivors who were targeting Su Yuan, but also indicated that his vehicle, if they could take down Su Yuan, their development would soar. Several leaders from the vehicle factions had already envisioned that wonderful scene, feeling hot and excited. Final item for auction. On the white jade pedestal, the auctioneer Star Blue turned to face the crystal pavilion, her sky blue eyes looking at Su Yuan as her voice rang out softly. Su Yuan met that gaze and returned a bright smile. Epic level forbidden spirit weapon, starting price, 10,000 vehicle coins. Star Blue's eyes seemed to flicker with a wave, slowly speaking. As soon as the words fell, the auction hall erupted with a cacophony like a tsunami, with countless survivors instinctively rising and turning their gazes towards Su Yuan. It seemed that only Su Yuan could win this. His epic level. Damn, why is my pocket empty, feeling like a useless husband? Su Yuan has spent so much before he should have no vehicle coins left, right? 10,000 vehicle coins, who can afford that? Surely it won't go unsold, will it? Brothers, let's crowdfund, or just give me 1 vehicle coin each, and I will surely repay you in the future. Get lost. Foster fathers, my child is sick and urgently needs 10,000 vehicle coins for treatment. Let me The final item sparked a seismic reaction, especially with the leaders of the major vehicle factions, first displaying greedy expressions, then their faces darkened. This is just too expensive, and none of them could afford to bid. Some even exchanged all their supplies for vehicle coins, and still only had a few thousand. Having over 10,000 vehicle coins in the rest area already makes one a tycoon. 10,000 vehicle coins. At this moment, Su Yuan stood at the edge of the pavilion with his hands behind his back, leisurely making his bid. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of astonishment surged forth. Once more, Su Yuan really had vehicle coins. Just how wealthy was he? The expressions of the various vehicle teams that had their sights set on Su Yuan changed, and their determination to eliminate him grew even stronger. As for Su Yuan's renown, it had long since been overshadowed by the temptation of these top-tier resources. In the observation area, Heishan Hu Lang's lips curled into a wicked smile as his gaze swept over to one individual. Lok Anson met his gaze and nodded slightly. It seemed that the 2 top factions in the D-Zone's resting area had reached some sort of agreement at that moment. At this moment, Su Yuan was unaware that he had already become the target of a pack of wolves. Even if he had known, he would have remained unfazed, instead feeling a rush of excitement. 3 days of rest had left him eagerly impatient. With no one participating in the bidding, he had successfully acquired the epic level forbidden spirit weapon. A chaotic light orb appeared out of thin air before Su Yuan, and he excitedly extended his hands to receive it. This time he spent less than 40,000 vehicle coins and still had over 60,000 left, a result that exceeded his expectations. He had thought the auction items would be extremely high-priced, yet they turned out to be so cheap. If the survivors knew his thoughts, they would probably erupt in outrage. It was outrageously expensive, not cheap at all. It was like someone born with a golden key who could never understand the hardships of the common people. An epic-level forbidden spirit weapon. Tong Shu exclaimed excitedly, shaking Su Yuan's arm vigorously. Jun Ling revealed a hint of a smile, saying, I didn't expect there would still be top-tier auction items. It wasn't a wasted trip. By the way, this is the last auction item, and we haven't spent all our vehicle coins. It seems like we missed out. Tong Shu suddenly realized, speaking in a low voice. Hearing this, Su Yuan raised his hand and rubbed her head, saying, How could that be a loss? Vehicle coins are still useful. That's right, perhaps the next resting area will be of great use. Yushu smiled gently in agreement. The atmosphere in the crystal pavilion was filled with joy, and even the usually silent Ifaluna had a happy smile at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, the announcement echoed. This auction has concluded. Those who were unable to participate in the bidding, do not be disheartened. You still have the chance to make purchases. The auction shop is now open for a limited time. The auctioneer Xinglan's figure slowly rose into the air, and his melodious voice echoed throughout the arena. The figure wrapped in the metallic jade armor gradually became blurred before finally disappearing from sight. Before vanishing, her pair of sky-blue eyes seemed to glance meaningfully at Su Yuan. Meanwhile, a luminous screen appeared before each survivor, displaying 4 large characters. Auction shop. Below, a line of numbers annotated countdown 005959. What the hell, there are firearms in the shop. Brothers, a handgun is only 10 vehicle coins. Hurry up and buy. So many items, I'm dazzled. I don't know what to buy. This is amazing. Official benefits are being generously distributed. From now on, anyone who speaks ill of the officials will have to deal with me first. Cheers erupted in the arena. Countless survivors were ecstatic, some even crying with joy, while others clasped their hands in prayer. Amen, God Jesus. At the Crystal Pavilion, Wen Yuqing's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Xinglan's disappearing figure, and she let out a soft sigh. Currently, she was extremely interested in various mechanical devices. If it weren't for Su Yuan bringing her to see, she wouldn't have wanted to step out of the mechanical factory. So good, there are really firearms in the shop. Tong Shu exclaimed in surprise as she opened the luminous shop. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan also opened the shop and took a glance, but then lost interest. The supplies in the shop were of little use to him, consisting entirely of basic materials. The light of dawn. Seeing the sunlight appear, Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He realized that the auction had continued throughout the night. This also meant that the 3 days of rest were coming to an end, and the path of survival was about the light of dawn. Seeing the sunlight appear, Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He realized that the auction had continued throughout the night. This also meant that the 3 days of rest were coming to an end, and the path of survival was about to begin. At this moment, he understood why there was a countdown behind the shop. Only 1 hour left. In a short while, large beams of sunlight descended from the clouds, casting light over the arena. The survivors, who had been joyful, changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene. They remembered. In an instant, a commotion broke out in the arena as a large number of survivors hurriedly departed. Let's go. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before waving his hand. As soon as they left the arena, he saw the large stone tablet on the right side of the resting area, also displaying a countdown. 005502. The once calm death sandstorm on the left side began to churn violently, as if it were about to break free from its restraints and cover everything. An array of emotions, unease, panic, fear, gathered into an invisible dark cloud that loomed over the resting area. In the vehicle parking area, Su Yuan and his group returned, and Wen Yuqing eagerly dragged Tong Shu into the war machinery factory. Jing. Su Yuan observed the scene, raised his hand, and then lowered it lightly, patting his forehead with a helpless expression. Su Yuan let Aunt Qing do her research, Jun Ling said softly, leaning closer. Yushu nodded slightly. Yes, it feels worse to not let Aunt Qing research than to kill her. I didn't say not to let Aunt Qing research. I'm just afraid she might get too absorbed. Never mind. Su Yuan intended to say something, but ultimately shook his head and sighed softly. At this moment, the announcement echoed. Happy times are always short. The 3 days of rest are about to end. A brand new survival journey is about to begin. Are all survivors ready? Without further ado, proceed to the starting point as instructed. The cold, emotionless, mechanical voice echoed in the resting area like a death knell. Set off. Su Yuan sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle, feeling quite excited at that moment. Yushu sat in the passenger seat, while Jun Ling and Ifaluna settled onto the sofa. In the vehicle parking area, vehicle after vehicle departed in an orderly fashion, arriving at a designated spot on the right edge of the resting area. As time passed, the vehicles lined up in perfect formation. Su Yuan drove the Wuling armored tank and parked it in an empty spot according to the instructions. I wonder if it will be the same as the first time, with each vehicle having its own road. In the passenger seat, Yushu couldn't help but reminisce, turning to Su Yuan and saying, "This will probably lead to a chaotic battle as soon as we leave the resting area." Jun Ling narrowed her eyes, envisioning some scenes. Although fighting was prohibited in the resting area, tensions had already built up. Yushu radiated a fierce aura, grinning. "I'm already itching for a fight. Oh, let's see which oblivious fools come knocking." "Sister, you don't let your killing intent be so strong." Su Yuan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek, teasing. "Su Yuan, don't you like me like this?" Yushu blinked and licked her red lips. Su Yuan was taken aback, the corners of his mouth curling up. "I do." Just as they were flirting, the countdown on the white stone tablet outside the resting area reached 0. All vehicle owners advance. At the same time, the cold mechanical voice suddenly resonated. "Move forward." Yushu was taken aback, her face etched with confusion. Beyond the rest area, a gray haze obscured everything, offering no clarity. Neither the anticipated events nor any rules materialized. Truly, without hesitation, Su Yuan patted his thigh, activated the Wuling armored tank, and surged out of the rest area. In an instant, his vision blurred, then brightened. A desert. Before Su Yuan could inspect, Yushu's startled cry reached his ears. He focused his gaze. Before him stretched a vast expanse of rust-orange sand, dotted with a few towering cacti that clung stubbornly to life. Was the rest area surrounded by desert? Or had they been teleported here? Either way, it mattered little now. Just as Su Yuan prepared to advance, the sand beneath them churned violently, as if intent on swallowing the Wuling armored tank whole. Sensing the disturbance, Su Yuan glanced at the panoramic monitor, and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The Wuling armored tank roared to life, effortlessly breaking free from the sand's grip. Whoosh! A series of piercing whistles followed as over a dozen black vines shot out from the sandy vortex, hurtling straight for the tank. "Isn't that the first-tier mutant black blood vine?" Yushu exclaimed in surprise at the sight. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she deployed 5 meteor alloy hook chains to intercept the vines. The scene was devastating. The 5 chains shattered the dozen vines effortlessly and plunged into the sandy vortex without losing momentum. Screech! Moments later, an eerie shriek echoed from the sand, and the black blood vine was yanked out by the meteor hook chains hoisted high into the air. The remaining vines wilted and trembled feebly. "It really is black blood vine." Ifaluna gasped, her mouth agape, in awe at the chain's power. In that moment, she finally witnessed the sheer ferocity and might of the Wuling armored tank. "Rip!" Yushu commanded the meteor hook chains to tear through the black blood vine's trunk, spraying black blood into the void. The dropped loot was instantly auto-collected. She opened the temporary storage and retrieved the item, exclaiming in surprise, "It's a map fragment." Su Yuan took the fragment and placed it into the vehicle's holographic display, which promptly revealed its name. Red Desert Sand Sea Map Fragment. Red Desert Sand Sea. Su Yuan murmured, stroking his chin as he studied the small portion of the map on the screen, then floored the accelerator. The Wuling armored tank thundered forward, gliding across the soft sand as if on solid ground. "I-Fi, take control of the Hummingbird drone for reconnaissance." Ling tried to contact Gongshui using the wireless radio. He drove while delegating tasks. "Okay." Ifaluna froze for a second, then quickly rose to launch the Hummingbird drone. Junling nodded lightly and began broadcasting over the radio. A moment later, "Su Yuan, I can't reach her. Either we're out of range or the signal's jammed here." Junling patted the radio, a helpless expression on her face. Su Yuan frowned upon hearing this. The situation was becoming precarious. Failing to establish contact immediately introduced too many variables. But for now, there was no choice but to take things step by step. "Su Yuan, don't worry. Look around. We haven't seen any other vehicles nearby, so it's likely a random teleportation." Yushu tried to reassure him. Su Yuan nodded, drove a bit further, then suddenly stopped. He activated the early warning system to confirm there were no threats nearby. "Su Yuan, why are you stopping?" Yushu asked, puzzled. Su Yuan smiled faintly. "Time to upgrade the vehicle." Hearing this, Yushu's eyes lit up. Ooh, she had forgotten about it during the long rest. Upgrade. Su Yuan promptly placed the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint and all necessary materials into the holographic interface. Vehicle upgrade materials fulfilled. Upgrading in progress. Special module perfect evolution triggered. Vehicle undergoing transformation. Please wait patiently. Messages flashed across the screen, followed by familiar crystalline ripples spreading through the cabin. "Here, take these strength potions." While the vehicle upgraded, Su Yuan distributed 30 bottles among the Su Yuan, we don't need them. You should take them all. Yushu shook her head hastily. Strength potions can boost overall strength, but the effect isn't limitless. Su Yuan explained. Oh, Yushu finally accepted. Junling and Ifaluna exchanged glances before taking their share and consuming them. Su Yuan also took 10 bottles, but after downing the 10th, he sensed that his overall strength had stopped increasing. Overall strength, 22 points. Just as he suspected. He had only guessed before, but it turned out to be true. The maximum boost from strength potions was 10 points. A surge of power roiled within him. Now he could truly fell an ox with a single punch. Huh. Yushu let out a low cry as she threw a punch the air humming with the force. Ha ha ha. I'm so strong. Her beautiful face beamed with a radiant smile as she executed a series of aggressive combat moves. Overall strength 18 points. Su Yuan, I could take you on now. The explosive increase in strength filled Yushu with immense confidence, her whole being aglow. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at her boast. Yuji, are you sure? Absolutely. Yushu replied, her eyes brimming with conviction. All right, let's find a place and spar, Su Yuan said with a sly grin. But remember, no calling for backup. Deal. Yushu puffed out her chest confidently. Junling listened to their exchange, a slight frown creasing her brow. A thought crossed her mind, was this a proper duel? Beside them, Ifaluna reveled in the surging power within her, a secret joy blooming. After taking the strength potions, all three women had an overall strength of 18 points. Watching Yushu's confident demeanor, Su Yuan smiled softly before retrieving the chaotic orb from his spatial ring. The sight instantly drew the attention of Yushu and the others. An epic-grade spiritual suppression weapon. Su Yuan took a deep breath and without hesitation opened it. The chaotic crystal orb shattered gradually, revealing the weapon within. At that moment, 5 modified vehicles sped toward them from a distance. Spotting the azure-blue Wuling armored tank, they accelerated instead of slowing down. It's Su Yuan. Brothers were rich. Take him down, and the Nyoshan 5 tigers will rise to dominate this world. He's the one who destroyed 3 Tier 4 convoy forces. Are we a match for him? No worries. Before would have steered clear, but everything's changed now. The 5 owners exchanged words, some ecstatic, others anxious, a few dismissive. Brothers, arm up. The 5 Tier 2 modified vehicles kicked up clouds of sand as they fanned out to encircle the Wuling armored tank. Vehicle-mounted weapons were primed. In an instant, over a dozen survivors leaped from the vehicles, training various firearms on the tank. Su Yuan, you're surrounded. Surrender now. A middle-aged man leaned out of a Tier 2 off-road vehicle, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Armed with guns, they feared Su Yuan no longer. Such was the courage bestowed by technological firepower. Inside the Wuling armored tank. Moi. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sound, not yet having examined the epic-level weapon in his hand. Who gave these guys the guts? Yushu looked out through the car window, stunned. If it weren't for the vehicle being in upgrade mode and temporarily unusable, she would have shown these guys what death truly is. Leave it to me, Junling said after standing up and picking up the Barrett sniper rifle, ready to leave. Wait, don't mind them, let them jump around for a while. Su Yuan called out to Junling, signaling her to sit down, and then lowered his head to look at the forbidden spirit weapon in his hand. A palm-sized black-purple armor piece was floating. Thunder Prison Armor. Level Epic. Thunder armor covers the whole body with exceptional defense, able to withstand firearms below missiles. Thunder Flash transforms into a bolt of lightning, instantly moving to 100 meters away. Thunder Spear condenses a long energy spear possessing terrifying area damage capability. Introduction: the crystallization of a top civilization's wisdom. With 1 armor, one can take the head of an enemy general amidst thousands. With 100 armors, one can annihilate an army. Hiss. Su Yuan glanced at the information, instantly gasping in shock. This is ridiculously strong. Most importantly, he discovered that this epic Thunder Prison armor had no side effects. This is the ultimate power. Meanwhile, outside, a middle-aged man noticed that no one was responding for a long time, revealing a glint of coldness in his eyes. Make a move, he ordered sharply, simultaneously pressing the launch button for the vehicle-mounted weapon. A low-level alloy mechanical claw shot out. A group of survivors armed with firearms received the order, firing pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and even machine guns simultaneously. In an instant, a rain of bullets whistled out, leaving countless white traces in the void, striking the Wuling armored tank. Bang, bang, bang. Metallic collision sounds echoed as bullets shattered. The incoming 5 vehicle-mounted low-level alloy weapons also broke apart. Yet the Wuling armored tank showed no signs of damage at all. It was like an egg hitting a rock. No, an egg could at least leave egg liquid on the rock. This was more like a basin of clear water washing over pebbles. What? The middle-aged man Zhao Taiyi's face changed dramatically at this sight, filled with disbelief. Regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and took out 3 grenades to throw. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions erupted, dust scattering, yet the Wuling armored tank remained intact. Not good. Retreat quickly. Shout in the chat channel, send the location, say Su Yuan is here. Zhao Taiyi's pupils trembled, filled with immense regret. Their previous ideas were too naive. They thought that having firearms would be enough to take down Su Yuan, yet now, they couldn't even pierce the surface of his vehicle. What the hell is this vehicle? The group of survivors on the sandy ground had already scared themselves silly, and upon hearing the retreat, hurriedly got into their vehicles. Su Yuan, they seemed to be trying to run. Yushu looked anxiously as she saw this. The vehicle was not yet fully upgraded, and if they let them escape, she feared she wouldn't be able to sleep. just in time to test this thunder prison armor. Hearing Yushu's voice, Su Yuan raised his gaze, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly dripped a drop of blood onto the purple-black armor piece. In an instant, the armor piece transformed into a stream of energy flowing onto Su Yuan's hand, and then swiftly merged into his body. Virum. A faint humming sound arose, and a layer of purple-black soft armor emerged from his skin, instantly covering his entire body. The perfectly streamlined soft armor emitted a glossy sheen, with no seams at all, resembling overlapping triangular scales. Along the curvature of his spine and shoulder blades, several dark purple energy veins meandered, akin to circuits on a motherboard or ancient tattoos. Su Yuan glanced at the thunder armor on his body and slowly stood up. A surge of energy flowed the veins, radiating a faint glow as if dyeing the surrounding air with a layer of sickly elegance. So beautiful. Ifai Luna's beautiful eyes widened in genuine admiration. Yushu licked her red lips, revealing a hint of obsession in her gaze. Isn't this? Junling's eyes flashed as if realizing something. He'll be right back. Su Yuan swept his gaze over the three beauties, then opened the car door and stepped out. Outside at this moment. Wait, someone is coming out. One of the drivers preparing to retreat caught a glimpse of Su Yuan opening the car door and immediately shouted, "What the hell is that? Purple-skinned alien." The four drivers on the secondary modified vehicles paused their actions, looking over with stunned expressions. "Open fire, kill him." Zhao Taizhu regained his composure, his face showing delight. The survivors who had not yet gotten into their vehicles heard the order, gritted their teeth, and raised their firearms, aiming at Su Yuan, firing in a frenzy. Tat tat tat. Bullets flew out like they were free, forming a dense net of bullets slicing through the void. Su Yuan walked forward step by step, showing no intention of dodging, letting the bullets rain down on him. Each bullet twisted and then fell into the sand, causing no harm whatsoever. It was as if a pile of sand fell into a lake from a height, creating countless tiny ripples. What the hell is that, a person or a ghost? Run. That's not human. Damn it, I told you not to provoke him, and you still did. This scene left Zhao Taizhu and his group in terror, devoid of any courage. Some survivors even dropped their firearms, not bothering with their vehicles, and fled in panic. It's my turn. Su Yuan, covered in the thunder prison armor, smirked, muttering to himself. The next, he instantly appeared in front of a secondary pickup truck, his momentum unabated, and a magic sword materialized in his hand, radiating a dark glow. Slash. Su Yuan swung the sword across the pickup truck, effortlessly splitting the secondary modified truck in half. He appeared behind the pickup. The driver and passenger survivors inside didn't even have time to scream before being mercilessly erased. Su Yuan noticed their terrified and despairing eyes before death, yet remained unfazed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. He then jumped onto the ruined pickup, turning to look at another secondary modified car that was fleeing in panic. Virum. His figure melded into the void like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye he arrived atop the car. Without hesitation, he raised the magic sword and slashed down. The driver saw Su Yuan inexplicably appear at the front of the car, his face changing dramatically as he barely managed to utter a word. His pupils reflected the dark sword light. In the next moment, his entire being was suddenly torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. The surviving survivors inside, filled with unimaginable terror, raised their firearms at Su Yuan and opened fire. Su Yuan smiled slightly, pulling out a grenade and tossing it inside. Then with a graceful turn, he leaped into the air, landing smoothly as he chased after another vehicle. While chasing, accompanied by the sound of explosions, he took out his rifle and fired at the fleeing survivors. Multitasking. Moments later, bodies of fallen survivors lay on the sand. On the wreckage of the fourth modified truck, Su Yuan stood tall, gazing at the last modified off-road vehicle, raising the rocket launcher in his hand and locking onto it. He then let it drop. At that moment, on the last off-road vehicle, Zhao Taizhu's face was filled with despair as he witnessed the tragic deaths of his brothers. Filled with immense regret for his previous decisions, he thought to himself, if only he could turn back time. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of Su Yuan lowering the rocket launcher, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Did he seem to have survived? However, in the next moment, his pupils trembled, reflecting a flicker of purple. Su Yuan sank his knees and leaped high into the air, simultaneously grasping the void with his right hand as strands of lightning materialized out of thin air, wildly converging towards his palm. In an instant, a blinding purple light flickered and a violent spherical lightning bolt took shape in his hand, rapidly extending and solidifying along his arm, transforming into a tunter-long thunder spear. The spear was not a solid object. It was entirely composed of plasma compressed to the extreme, its surface flowing with a chilling purple-black glow, and arcs of electricity seemed to scorch the surrounding air, creating a burnt smell. Thunder spear, go. Su Yuan's gaze was icy as he locked onto the modified off-road vehicle, then let out a low shout. He hurled it out. The purple-black thunder spear tore through the void like a lightning bolt, leaving a trace of its passage in the world. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar erupted and dazzling lightning suddenly appeared, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that stirred up billowing sand. As the sand settled, a large pit revealed itself with the wreckage of the off-road vehicle standing desolately within. The survivors, like Zhao Taizhu, had turned into a pile of bones. Who? Su Yuan landed, exhaling heavily, his face pale beneath the thunder armor. Yet a radiant smile spread across his face. The power of the thunder spear was terrifying. The modified vehicle stood no chance against it. The question remained whether a level 3 vehicle could withstand a single strike. Truly an epic-grade forbidden spirit weapon integrating defense, close combat, and long-range attack. No wonder it was a battlefield's killing tool. If an epic-grade weapon was this powerful, how terrifying must a legendary-grade forbidden spirit weapon be? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yuan knew his journey was far from over. Inside the Wuling armored tank, "Hubby, you're so handsome." At this moment, Yushu could no longer help but stand up, her beautiful eyes fixated on the figure outside the window. Her charming face flushed with excitement, her ample chest heaving up and down with rapid breaths. Although Yaifaluna and Junling were not as mesmerized as Yushu, their eyes were filled with affection. Since ancient times, beautiful women have loved heroes. Outside, Su Yuan scanned the area, confirming that no survivors remained before returning to the Wuling armored tank. As soon as he stepped in, a graceful figure suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Hubby, you were so handsome." Yushu initially wanted to give him a passionate kiss, but seeing the thunder armor covering him, she found no way to proceed. She released her hands and gently caressed the lifelike battle armor. The texture was smooth like tightly packed scales. Hearing this, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and then smiled slightly. He unfastened the Lei armor, revealing his body. A palm-sized purple-black armor plate hovered in front of him. "Su Yuan, this mecha is very similar to the soft armor worn by the auctioneer Xing Lan," Junling remarked, recalling her earlier speculation. "Yes, I noticed that too." Su Yuan nodded, slightly narrowing his eyes. "But my Lei armor seems inferior to Xing Lan's set. It's at least of legendary quality." Legendary quality. The nearby Yaifaluna was examining the Lei armor, and upon hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim. Yushu blinked her eyes, placing her hands on Su Yuan's shoulders and whispering in his ear, "Hubby, if you take down Xing Lan, then you'd have a legendary-grade forbidden spirit weapon." "I wished." Su Yuan turned his head and flicked her forehead, revealing a somewhat helpless expression. Yushu winced and pouted, leaning her head on his shoulder, falling silent. "Ling Jie, take this Lei armor to Aunt Qing for research." Su Yuan thought of something and handed the armor plate to Junling. "Understood." Junling was taken aback, then reacted quickly, hastily accepting the Lei armor and entering the war factory. If Aunt Qing could successfully research and forge it, that would be truly. Now we just need to wait for the vehicle upgrades to finish. After settling everything, Su Yuan walked towards the driver's seat, suddenly feeling a weight on his body. He turned around to look. "Sister, aren't you coming down?" "No, let me sniff your scent a bit longer." Yushu shook her head, pouting sweetly. Hearing this, Su Yuan allowed her to hang on to him. While Su Yuan waited for the vehicle upgrades in a desert, a dozen vehicles gathered, led by a level 3 heavy. "Boss, all our people have gathered. The rest couldn't be contacted," a young man in black hurriedly reported to a scar-faced man with a horse-like face. "So many brothers lost." Scar-faced man Fu Chang's gaze swept over his expression, immediately darkening. Originally, his convoy had over 30 vehicles, but now only a dozen remained, and half of his brothers were missing, likely dead. "Boss, there's one piece of news I'm unsure whether to share or not." The young man in black hesitated, then finally gritted his teeth and said. Fu Chang looked at him, his voice deep. "What news?" "Someone in our chat channel posted Su Yuan's location, and it's quite close to us." The young man in black organized his thoughts and spoke slowly. "Su Yuan." Fu Chang's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing this, then he waved his hand. "This guy is ruthless. We can't afford to provoke him." "Boss, we now have firearms, and Su Yuan possesses many top-tier resources. Besides, he is alone." The young man in black expressed his reluctance. "Alone?" Upon hearing this, Fu Chang raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest appearing on his face. He knew that Su Yuan had the support of the Great Fortune royal court, which made him cautious. But if he was only one person? Just then, a massive cloud of dust rose from all directions, rapidly approaching from a distance. In no time, it was close at hand. "Boss, we are surrounded." The young man in black's face changed drastically as he looked at the situation around. There were at least 70 or 80 vehicles, a powerful convoy. Fu Chang tucked his hand into his clothing, his gaze fixed on a modified yellow jeep. "Which brother is passing by?" he called politely. "Brother? You don't deserve to call yourself that. Attack." A mocking voice came from the jeep. "Wait." Seeing this, Fu Chang hurriedly shouted, "Let us go, and I'll tell you some good news." "Oh, what good news?" A young man with red hair got out of the level 4 modified jeep, looking at Fu Chong with interest. I know Su Yuan's location. Fu Chong took a deep breath and said Su Yuan is someone who. Who is Su Yuan? The red-haired youth was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. You don't know Su Yuan. Fu Chong widened his eyes, even more puzzled than him. Boss, could he be a survivor from another district? The young man in black speculated quietly. The vehicle upgrade and modification is complete. Inside the Wuling armored tank, Su Yuan felt a jolt of excitement upon hearing this, patting Yushu's back to signal her to come down. Finally, the upgrade is complete. Yushu's eyes sparkled as she eagerly gazed at the vehicle's display screen. Lines of vehicle information appeared before her. Wuling amphibious tank meteorite extreme level. Owner Su Yuan. Level 4. Upgrade Fate Bond material cost. Have level 5 upgrade blueprint 1, fire control core 1, energy chip 2, 1 origin crystal 4, 2 mechanical parts 200, 100 power devices 200 100. Special modules material cost. Have early warning detection, perfect evolution, mechanical ascension, weapon enchantment. Function 1, the automatic pickup within a 5-meter radius. This function is for drop supplies. Function 2, autonomous driving language chat and video positioning device. Weight 100 tons. Defense super high. Onboard modules amphibious function sky intelligence system, yellow earth wasteland map magic zone chat channel. Onboard weapons auto-retractable meteorite alloy storm dual blades 5 meters long vertically movable meteorite kinetic ejector usable in water form 5 meteorite alloy hook locks meteorite alloy serrated grinding plate a meteorite alloy Gatling gun 3 meteorite alloy main cannons. Su Yuan, the vehicle name has changed and there are 3 more onboard weapons. Yushu's gaze swept over the vehicle information, her eyes shining ever brighter. Su Yuan nodded, also looking at the changes overall. However, he was somewhat surprised that the vehicle's materials were still meteorite alloy. He expected it to evolve to a higher level. It seems to be just a minor modification, perhaps level 5 is where a qualitative change occurs. He then activated the panoramic surveillance, and the vehicle's display screen showed various monitoring images both inside and outside the vehicle. My. Yushu saw an image and suddenly gasped in surprise, quickly getting up from the passenger seat and running towards the second floor space. Su Yuan glanced at it before turning back to control the storm dual blades. Before him, the sides of the Wuling amphibious tank slowly extended, a 5-meter-long sharp blade radiating a mystical blue light. The lethality range has increased. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan widened his eyes in astonishment. Wherever they passed, it seemed like they would create a I wonder if the little child spirit can grow up and fly with the spirit bestowed upon this storm dual blade. A flash of inspiration struck his mind, immediately conjuring various images. Su Yuan's lips involuntarily curled upward, revealing a hint of anticipation. Then he prepared to summon the portal. At that moment, Su Yuan, a situation has been discovered. A convoy is speeding towards us. Luna suddenly shouted, her expression changing. They spotted the hummingbird drone. Tongshu was not present, so she was now responsible for monitoring the surroundings. Don't panic, just pull the hummingbird drone to a high altitude for a bird's eye view and project it onto the vehicle display screen, Su Yuan said, raising an eyebrow, completely unfazed. Luna bit her lip and diligently followed his instructions. Su Yuan, the second floor has changed a lot. Yushu ran down barefoot, excitement flooding her delicate face as she said, not only is there a dedicated mobile sniper window, but also a machine gun chamber. Jun will definitely be very excited to know. I'll go tell her. Without waiting for Su Yuan to respond, she hurriedly opened the war factory door and slipped inside. Su Yuan helplessly lowered his raised hand. This girl was truly impatient. He turned to look at the images relayed back from the drone, then was astonished. Oh, there's even a sniper rifle. He saw a sniper bullet streaking through the air, heading straight for the hummingbird drone. Luna controlled the hummingbird drone to ascend high, narrowly avoiding the attack and then escaping the sniper range. Are you ready for battle? Su Yuan looked at the convoy of over 100 vehicles, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Ready. Luna was taken aback, then raised both hands, excitedly shouting. She could finally participate in the battle. Her perfect oval face flushed with excitement. Excellent, let's go. Su Yuan proudly raised his head, patting the passenger seat to signal her to sit over. He then started the Wuling amphibious tank and drove towards the convoy. On the other side, over 100 vehicles sped across the sandy terrain, kicking up swirling dust resembling a small sandstorm. Kuing-gu, the radar has detected a vehicle approaching us. In a level 4 modified jeep, a subordinate spoke to the red-haired youth at the driver's seat. Oh, this vehicle should be Su Yuan that Fu Chong mentioned. Liang Kuing glanced at the radar map on the screen, revealing a hint of surprise. Kuing-gu, we couldn't shoot down that drone. At the same time, a voice came through the intercom. Can you do it or not, Xiaogo? Liang Kuing cursed upon hearing the voice. Gu, that drone has escaped the sniper range and can't be hit. A bitter voice came from the intercom. Forget it, a vehicle is heading towards us. Prepare to take out its tires. Helion Kuan wanted to curse a few more times, but ultimately held back. Received. Tell the brothers and Fu Chang to spread out and surround this vehicle. Helion Kuan commanded, while driving, turning to shout at his subordinate. Epic Forbidden Spirit Weapon Level 5 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint Western Rose Ifiluna and several beauties. Thinking of these, he felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. His subordinate felt an inexplicable sense of unease rising in his heart. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Kuan, this guy dares to come with just one vehicle. Could it be? Huh? You mean to say that Su Yuan thinks he can take us out with just one vehicle, eh? Helion Kuan caught on to his implication, laughing heartily, but his expression soon turned cold. As for how dare he come, well, find out when we meet. As for what Fu Chang said about Su Yuan being powerful, how strong can one vehicle really be? Besides, today is different from the past. He simply didn't believe that Su Yuan could handle over 100 vehicles with just one. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was quickly closing. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see a rare and spectacular scene. A lone vehicle, as if propelled by a resolute momentum, charged towards a torrent of steel formed by over 100 vehicles. Do you prefer violent aesthetics or firepower strikes? Inside the Wuling amphibious tank, Su Yuan asked leisurely. Ifiluna paused for a moment, thought for a while, then replied, violent aesthetics. All right, I'll drive, and you handle the violent aesthetics. Su Yuan's lips curled upward as he raised his hand to click the screen granting control of the onboard weapons to Ifiluna. Great. Ifiluna nodded emphatically, then extended her hands to command the onboard weapons, her gaze becoming sharp. 100 meters to go. Boom. A deep rumble sounded as the Wuling amphibious tank charged into the convoy without losing speed. It was as if it surrounded the convoy. Damn it, what does he think he's doing? Holy shit, he's ramming us. Bastard, get out of the way. Does this guy have a... As the Wuling amphibious tank charged forward like a deity of drift from Mount Akina, a cacophony of curses erupted from the convoy. Those who had been preparing to halt swiftly swerved to evade. The vehicles encircling from the flank remained stationary, momentarily at a loss for their next move. Fuck, tear its wheels off. He Chinkoan bellowed from the level 4 modified jeep, issuing the command. He had not anticipated Su Yuan's silent, yet decisive aggression. Whoosh, clang. An armor-piercing bullet flew in from a distance, striking the wheel of the Wuling amphibious tank, with pinpoint accuracy producing a crisp metallic ring. Simultaneously, 4 level 2 forklifts charged in from all directions, their low-grade alloy shovels gleaming, with a metallic chill instantly piercing into the vehicle. Yet the shovels shattered and crumpled on impact. This sight left the drivers of the surrounding survival vehicles utterly stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Our turn. Su Yuan sneered, maneuvering the Wuling amphibious tank to ram the level 2 forklift ahead, crushing it utterly before bulldozing its way forward with domineering force. In the passenger seat, Yifaluna's beautiful eyes sparkled as she manipulated 5 meteorite alloy grappling hooks, which hissed out like the agile tentacles of an octopus, piercing through vehicle after vehicle, lifting them high before smashing them down. It was like a game of whack-a-mole. In mere moments, over a dozen vehicles were mercilessly destroyed. Brother Kuan thighs. The assistant in the level 4 modified jeep paled, his words failing him. Some skill, no wonder he dared to come alone. Hikiankin's face darkened, his eyes glinting with calculated thought. He then grabbed the walkie-talkie and roared, open fire. At his command, guns emerged from vehicles on all sides, instantly spitting bullets. Countless projectiles tore through the air, forming an impenetrable net that descended upon the Wuling amphibious tank. Yet like raindrops on a tin roof, they merely produced a series of pitter-patter sounds. Not a single scratch was inflicted. What material is this? Hikiankin's expression finally shifted, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Brother Kuan, could it be bronze alloy? The assistant stammered, struck by a sudden realization. Fuck, how could the whole body be bronze alloy? Hikiankin slammed his fist onto the dashboard, cursing furiously. Gritting his teeth, he reached behind him and grabbed a rocket launcher. He quickly lowered the window and leaned out, locking onto the front windshield of the Wuling amphibious tank. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A rocket-propelled grenade shot forth, leaving a trail of white smoke across the sky before slamming into the tank's glass. A tremendous roar echoed as flames erupted skyward. See if you survive this. Hikiankin snorted coldly, regretting being forced to resort to such heavy weaponry. Be our brother. Kuan. It's fine. The assistant pointed a trembling finger, his voice a stuttering mess. What? Hikiankin's gaze followed, and his body trembled as a profound terror surged within him. In desperation, he fired several more rounds. A series of explosions reverberated, but as the flames and smoke dissipated, the Wuling amphibious tank emerged completely unscathed, continuing its relentless harvest of vehicles. Retreat. He Qiankuan, his face a mask of fear, roared into the walkie-talkie before frantically turning the Level 4 modified Jeep around to flee in panic. Yet someone was even quicker. On the distant sand, a Level 3 modified heavy truck sped away from the battlefield at full throttle, its engine roaring as it kicked up clouds of dust. This was Fu Chang's deliberate ploy to obscure his tracks. Fuck, they said Su Yuan was ruthless, but I never imagined he was this vicious. Fu Chang gripped the steering wheel tightly, fear flickering in his eyes as he cursed, his heart still pounding. At this moment, he couldn't even care for his men, it was every man for himself. Meanwhile, inside the Wuling amphibious tank, Yifaluna was ecstatic, her face flushed with excitement as if drunk on bloodshed. In just a few minutes, dozens of vehicles had been destroyed by her hands. Suddenly, she caught sight of several small red dots moving rapidly on the radar map. She quickly called out, Su Yuan, a few vehicles are trying to escape. Su Yuan, focused on crushing vehicles, glanced up at the holographic screen. Upon hearing her voice, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The brutal elegance ends here, time for a firepower strike. With that, he activated the meteorite main cannons. 3 cannons extended slowly at a 60-degree angle, gleaming with an eerie blue light. Auto-targeting complete. A message flashed on the vehicle's holographic screen. The next second, 3 armor-piercing shells, trailing white flames, burst from the barrels and vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye. The remaining vehicles nearby were scattering in panic, oblivious to what was unfolding. Aboard the distant Level 3 modified heavy truck, Fu Chang, who had been celebrating his narrow escape, was suddenly gripped by an intense unease. He quickly glanced at the rearview mirror, his pupils contracting in sheer terror. No. Boom. A colossal explosion drowned out his scream as a powerful shockwave laced with searing flames engulfed him. In an instant, flames shot skyward and thick smoke billowed. Similar scenes unfolded on 2 other patches of sand. Brother Kuan, it has cannons. On the fleeing Level 4 modified Jeep, the assistant's eyes bulged as if they might pop out. Fucking hell, who the hell is this guy? He Qiankuan's hands trembled violently on the wheel, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Brother Kuan, the shell is coming. The assistant suddenly screamed in terror. A shell trailing a long plume of fire streaked through the sky toward them. I'm not blind. He Qiankuan spat, gritting his teeth. He had already seen it and quickly left a message on the chat channel. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, He Qiankuan flung open the door and hurled himself out. At the same time, he crushed a glass orb in his hand, and a translucent shield enveloped his entire body. Boom. The next moment, the armor-piercing shell struck the Level 4 modified Jeep with pinpoint accuracy, tearing through its frame before exploding. The terrifying shockwave, laced with wisps of black energy, swept outward. Cracks spiderwebbed across the translucent shield before it finally shattered. Ha ha ha. I survived. Cough cough. He Qiankuan, instead of panicking, laughed triumphantly. But before he could finish, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Then, his eyes turning bloodshot, he charged madly toward the wreckage of his vehicle, slamming his head into it. I wonder how effective the demonic mist parasitism is. Inside the Wuling amphibious tank, Su Yuan muttered to himself before turning his gaze to the scattering vehicles. Let's leave them all behind. Just then, the gates of the war machinery factory swung open and 2 graceful figures emerged, walking hand in hand with smiles. What's going on? Yushu asked, momentarily stunned as she took in the wreckage outside the window. Sister, you missed quite a battle, Su Yuan said with a chuckle, turning back to face her. Why didn't you call me? Leave the rest to me. Yushu snapped back to reality and hurried toward the second floor. Junling followed silently behind her. Seeing their eagerness, Su Yuan smiled gently and released his hold on the fire button. The Wuling amphibious tank roared to life, pursuing the fleeing vehicles. Whoosh. On the second floor, Junling set up her Barrett sniper rifle, continuously adjusting her aim to pierce through one vehicle after another. Da-da-da. In the machine gun chamber, Yushu skillfully operated the Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of fire that pierced through the nearby vehicles. One person covered long range, while another took care of close range. The remaining vehicles were all dealt with, leaving behind a scene of twisted metal wreckage, billowing smoke and flames across several kilometers. Su Yuan drove the Wuling amphibious tank to the wreckage of the modified Jeep. He began to automatically collect the dropped supplies. Interestingly, he didn't even know who the leader of this vehicle team was. However, this was of little concern. Ife, how are you feeling? Su Yuan turned to ask the still excited Ife. Ife Luna's eyes sparkled, biting her red lip as she nodded emphatically, so exhilarating. Hearing this, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that Ife Luna seemed to have a bit of a violent streak. Yet he liked this kind of personality. Automatically collected Blissful Pure Land Chat Channel Module Red Desert Map Fragments X3 A Energy Chip X1 Core Crystal X3 Power Device. Automatically decomposing vehicle wreckage. Surprisingly, there are energy chips and core crystals. It seems that with just a fire control core, I can upgrade to level 5. Ife Luna's heart stirred at the sight of the pop-up supply information, her expression filled with surprise. Blissful Pure Land Chat Channel. However, Su Yuan was more concerned about something else. This chat channel had not integrated into his magic zone. Curiously, he opened the Blissful Pure Land chat channel. Blissful Pure Land, 380,500. Lu DePeo, 3 level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprints. Is this real? Lei Ting, who is this Su Yuan? Why have I never heard of this person? Sun Kongkong, he must be a big shot from another district. 38000 vehicle owners. Su Yuan did not look at the messages in the chat channel, but focused intently on the number at the top. 38000 vehicle owners indicated that there were at least over 1 million survivors in this district. This is a big district. His magic zone only had 500 vehicle owners. Oh wait, now it's down to 400. Su Yuan glanced at the number of vehicle owners in his magic zone chat channel and corrected himself. What's wrong? At this moment, Yushu and Junling came down hearing Su Yuan's exclamation. The former asked in confusion, "It seems this vehicle team belongs to another district with as many as 300 vehicle owners." Su Yuan took a deep breath, revealing a hint of interest on his face. Another district. Junling raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. So many people. Yushu was startled for a moment, then ran over, wrapping her arms around Su Yuan's neck, tilting her head to look at the vehicle-mounted screen. Mifei, keep an eye on this Blissful Pure Land, and note any useful information. Su Yuan, inhaling the pleasant fragrance, nodded slightly, then instructed Ife Luna, who was in the passenger seat. Understood. Ife Luna lifted her chin slightly, her gaze fixed on the chat channel. Su Yuan then started the Wuling amphibious tank, making a round around the battlefield to collect the dropped supplies. Remarkably, he picked up the chat channel module from District D, indicating that there was a little district lord within this vehicle team. This was an unexpected gain, significantly increasing the number of vehicle owners in his magic zone. After a while, the Wuling amphibious tank came to a stop on a sand dune. Summon. Su Yuan's mind sank into his system, calling out with anticipation. Summon successful. Blue Gate rare. Behind the door was a Hope Manor. Blue Gate. A manor. Su Yuan frowned, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, but then a smile appeared. At least it was a rare gate, not an ordinary one. Thinking this way, his gloomy mood naturally lifted. Let's go, I'll take you all for some relaxation. Su Yuan stood up, glancing out the window before patting Ife Luna, who was diligently working. Relaxation. Yushu on the sofa blinked at these words. Junling, sitting beside her, said quietly, "Is this relaxation serious? Am I such an unserious person?" Su Yuan shrugged helplessly at her response. Yes. Yushu adjusted her sitting position, nodding. Su Yuan shot her a glare, saying lightly, "Sister Yu, I think you're itching for trouble." Look. Yushu shot back a glare, pouting. Su Yuan chuckled, leaving the driver's seat and waving his hand next to the villa's entrance. A magical scene unfolded. A blue gate appeared out of nowhere on the vehicle's wall, positioned beside the villa's entrance. Ife Luna, who followed closely behind, was immediately startled, her beautiful eyes wide, her small red lips agape. Yushu and Junling were merely slightly surprised, as they had seen such phenomena before. Let's go. Su Yuan opened the door to the Hope Manor and stepped inside. The three beauties followed closely. As Su Yuan stepped into the Hope Manor, his eyes brightened, a refreshing breeze brushing against him. A grassland. A vegetable garden. Yushu and the others were stunned in place, their gazes astonished as they looked at the scene before them. Not bad. Su Yuan was also taken aback, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. He had expected something akin to the manors seen in movies, you know what I mean. He never anticipated it to be such a lush and vibrant manor. Scanning around, he gained a general understanding. To the left of the Hope Manor was a spacious vegetable garden, or rather a farm would be more accurate. Inside there were neatly divided plots of land filled with various vegetables and fruits. At a glance, it was a sea of green. To the right of the Hope Manor was a large grassland, yet no animals were galloping on it. The animals were confined within tall enclosures. There were chickens, ducks, geese, cows, horses, sheep. Now we don't have to worry about food. Junling's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. As the only chef accompanying the vehicle, she was in a very good mood at that moment. Su Yuan joked, "With dairy cows, we also don't have to worry about nutrition." "You naughty boy." Yushu playfully pinched his side, pouting. "Ha ha ha. Do you all know how to ride?" Su Yuan laughed as he walked towards the horse pen, then led out a chestnut steed and mounted it. Hiss. The chestnut steed was startled, its hooves restlessly stamping. "Calm." Su Yuan looked on, unperturbed, and gently commanded. As soon as the words left his mouth, the chestnut steed quieted down, instantly tamed. Yushu and Junling exchanged glances, hurriedly running over to mount a steed as well. Su Yuan, I don't know how to ride. Ife Luna approached Su Yuan, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. She softly said, I'll take you with me. Su Yuan bent down, extending his hand. Ife Luna quickly grasped his hand, using the leverage to say, Giddy up. Su Yuan squeezed his legs together and patted the horse's back. The chestnut steed neighed and sprinted into a gallop across the grassland. Ife Luna was startled, quickly wrapping her arms tightly around Su Yuan's waist, her head gently resting against his back, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yushu and Junling rode alongside Su Yuan, galloping together. You are the wind. Su Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt quite delighted and couldn't help but sing. I am the sand. Yushu and the others smiled, joining in the melody. After a long time, Su Yuan and the others returned to the front of the house, standing in the middle of the estate. The house was one of many, crafted from special wood and resembling an ancient loft. Su Yuan, how do you take care of such a large estate? Ife Luna's cheeks flushed, and she suddenly thought of something, asking curiously. At this moment, she was no longer sitting behind Su Yuan, but in front of him. This is indeed a problem. Su Yuan frowned upon hearing this and fell into deep thought. Previously, they had toured the estate on horseback, which was incredibly vast, featuring not only a forest, but also a river that traversed the entire estate's grassland. Seeing Su Yuan's troubled expression, Yushu chuckled softly. This is easy to handle. Sister Yu, what is the solution? Su Yuan snapped back to reality, raising an eyebrow. Yushu blinked, her beautiful eyes pouting slightly. You can hire maids to manage it. With such a large estate, you'll probably need to hire many. Ife Luna added, while counting on her fingers. Or we can wait for Aunt Qing to develop intelligent robots. Junling pondered for a moment and proposed a solution. In the war machinery factory, there are standby robots, and ever since Aunt Qing acquired the Thunder Prison armament, she has been filled with energy, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. It was as if Su Yuan had seen a beauty. Maids, huh? Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he stroked his chin, feeling a stir in his heart. Unfortunately, he hadn't upgraded earlier, otherwise he could have interviewed maids right in the rest area. That's right. Maids must be interviewed, as he wouldn't just hire anyone. Both solutions are feasible. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan nodded. I'll go check what we have in the vegetable garden. Let's add some dishes today. Seeing Su Yuan's decision, Junling said a word and headed towards the farm. There was nothing much to do now, just getting familiar with the environment. Yushu came forward and wrapped her arms around her shoulder, teasingly saying, Jun, I'll go with you. Aren't you afraid of missing the fight? Junling pulled her hand away, showing a face of disdain. All right. Yushu hesitated upon hearing this. After a moment, she said, Jun, you go ahead by yourself. I knew it. Junling snorted lightly and raised her hand as if to pinch Yushu. Yushu chuckled and nimbly dodged back. Let's go. Watching the two play, Su Yuan smiled slightly and said to Ife Luna beside him, carry me out. At that moment, Yushu trotted over, jumped onto Su Yuan's back, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Aren't you grown up? Su Yuan raised his hand and gave her a pat. Yushu's beautiful eyes twinkled, and she whispered in his ear, her tone playful. In front of my husband, am always a little girl. Speak properly. Su Yuan felt goosebumps all over upon hearing this, and patted her again. Isn't it said that men love playful voices? Yushu paused for a moment, and then returned to her normal tone. Ife Luna watched this scene, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. She also wanted to be so affectionate and unrestrained. Who said that? Su Yuan shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. Although Yushu's playful voice was pleasant, he really wasn't used to it. Oh, do you have standards for hiring maids? Yushu smiled and asked curiously. Su Yuan raised his head. Of course there are. They must not only be beautiful, but also. Su Yuan, are you a Virgo? Yushu was a bit surprised by his later words. Su Yuan understood what she meant and flicked her forehead, saying, flicking the forehead makes you stupid. Yushu gently touched her forehead, protesting lightly, then changed the subject. Can you handle the recruitment of maids? Isn't there, you guys? Su Yuan shrugged in response. That's not what I meant. Yushu shook her head and quietly said, as the saying goes, if there's work for the maid to do, then there's nothing. Sister Yu, what are you thinking about every day, eh? Su Yuan's eyes widened slightly as he hurriedly carried her away from the Hope estate. Ife Luna followed behind. Once they returned to the vehicle, Ife Luna quickly focused on the chat channel of the Pure Land, continuing her serious work. Su Yuan drove the Wuling amphibious tank forward, occasionally encountering mutated beings crawling out of the desert along the way. He simply ran over them, turning them into speed bumps. Su Yuan had seen these mutated beings before. They had appeared in the beast fighting arena. There were spitter zombies, mechanical beasts, and so on. Su Yuan, someone sent a private message. Yushu, sitting cross-legged in the middle, caught a glimpse of a message suddenly popping up on the vehicle's screen and hurriedly turned her head to say. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan raised his hand to open the private message. Hu Tian boss, Su, I captured a survivor from the Demon Blade Society. He claims that the Demon Blade Society is gathering to deal with you. Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he read the message and replied, Su Yuan, send me your location. After a while, Hu Tian sent over the location. Su Yuan sped towards it based on the positioning device. Along the way, he also encountered some vehicles, but they were mostly lone wolves. They gazed at each other from a distance, keeping their distance. Meanwhile, in a desert hill area, dry white birch trees towered everywhere, with numerous vehicles parked closely. At the forefront were 5 level 4 vehicles, among which one huge, armored vehicle stood out. President, they are coming. Gao Xiong Tangying gazed into the distance, and suddenly saw a sandstorm reflected in his eyes. Are our people gathered? Hayama Hulong asked upon hearing the voice, looking up. President, most have gathered, only a small portion have lost contact. They are all level 1 vehicles, and the losses are negligible. Gao Xiong Tangying quickly replied. Very well. Hayama Hulong raised his chin slightly, and then started the armored vehicle to head out. Moments later, an armored tank covered in dark gray paint accompanied by hundreds of vehicles sped toward them. The swirling sand raised a massive sandstorm stretching several kilometers. As the sandstorm gradually calmed, hundreds of vehicles from the Ashes organization lined up, exuding an imposing aura. The 2 top vehicle factions of District D were about to meet. Hayama Hulong looked at the armored tank in front, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes, followed by a gritting of his teeth. If it weren't for that bastard Su Yuan, this tank would have been his. He opened the vehicle door and stepped out. Lock Anson, Hayama Hulong called out. Hayama Hulong. An individual emerged from the armored tank, none other than Lock Anson, who grinned widely and said, no time for pleasantries. Any news on Su Yuan? None. Hayama Hulong sighed, and then smiled, saying, however, my people have located Hu Tian's position. Hu Tian. Lock Anson was taken aback. Hayama Hulong thought he didn't know and explained, this Hu Tian is the boss of the Grand Fortune Royal Court, and also Su Yuan's lapdog. Once we capture him, we can force Su Yuan to come out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go capture Hu Tian and not let him escape. Lock Anson exclaimed, waving his hand to get into the vehicle. Wait, there's one person who hasn't arrived yet. Hayama Hulong stopped him and suddenly caught sight of a sandstorm rising in the distance, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. He's here. In the distance on the desert, a level 4 heavy armored vehicle led the way, followed by hundreds of vehicles. A massive flag waved in the wind, depicting a fierce white dog. Su Yuan, there are names of places on the fragmented map of the Red Desert Sand Sea. Yushu took out supplies from the temporary storage, which included a piece of the map. She placed it under the light and couldn't help but exclaim. This piece of the map just happened to have place names. Whitebone Sand Sea. Su Yuan, hearing this, raised his gaze with curiosity and said, after we deal with Heishan Hulang, let's go take a look. Yushu lightly nodded her chin, continuing to organize the supplies. At this moment, Su Yuan, I have a general understanding of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Ife Luna closed her notebook, looking slightly excited. Oh, tell me more. Su Yuan turned his head and smiled. Ife Luna pondered for a moment and slowly said, the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss originally was Area C, just like our previous Area D, a large area where the survivors come from all over the world. At this point she paused and continued, it was swallowed by someone called Sha'er, renaming Area C to the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. So powerfully. Su Yuan was surprised after hearing this. If he resolved the Ash organization and the Demon Blade Society, the Demon Zone should be able to cover the entire chat channel of Area D as well. He did not expect someone to have unified the first phase map. Such strength. At the same time, he realized why there were so many people. It turned out they were from the adjacent Area C. Su Yuan, this Sha'er must have some good stuff. Yushu blinked and smiled. Sister Yu, why do you have such a heavy killing intent? Su Yuan, hearing this, helplessly patted his forehead. I just feel that this guy will definitely cause us trouble. Why don't we go find trouble with him first? Yushu suddenly pulled out a lollipop from nowhere and stuffed it into her mouth with a chuckle. We won't stir up trouble. Let's wait for him to come to us. By the way, there's also a major update. After Sha'er swallowed Area C, there was a broadcast notification rewarding a mysterious item. Ife Luna suddenly remembered something and spoke urgently. Oh ho! Su Yuan's eyes sparkled as excitement appeared on his face. This made him even more eager to deal with Heishan Hulang. After merging with 5 areas, he received the reward of a forbidden spirit weapon. He hadn't encountered such rewards again. He never thought that swallowing an entire large area would also come with a reward. Filled with excitement, Su Yuan hurriedly drove to the destination. Half an hour later, the Wuling amphibious tank arrived at a gravel plain where hundreds of vehicles gathered. Sudalao. Hu Tian rushed over with an excited face, bringing some people along to greet him. Where's that Fusong person? Su Yuan opened the car door and stepped out. Yushu and Ife Luna did not get out of the car and stayed inside. Bring him up. Hu Tian waved his hand. Glasses-wearing man Lu Xiaolu dragged a young man tightly bound with ropes to the front. Are you from the Demon Blade Society? Su Yuan approached the young man, looking down at him and asking. Su Yuan to Lao, I am, please spare my life. The young man, seeing Su Yuan, panicked and crawled up, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. I will answer your questions. Su Yuan saw his demeanor and calmly said, You ask and I guarantee I will inform you of everything. The young man nodded vigorously, seeing this as his only lifeline. A few minutes later, Su Yuan had finished asking, but this guy knew too little. He turned to Hu Tian and asked, Where's this guy's? Over there. Hu Tian was momentarily stunned, pointing to a spot not far away. Take me over. Su Yuan nodded and turned back to the car. Dalao, how do we deal with this person? Hu Tian quickly asked. Do as you wish. Su Yuan's voice echoed, and the Wuling amphibious tank started. Take him down. Hu Tian immediately ordered, then led the way ahead. A moment later, the Wuling amphibious tank arrived in front of a modified cement truck and directly ran over it. Inside the vehicle, Su Yuan looked at the completed chat channel of the Demon Blade Society, where there were also tens of thousands of vehicle owners. Su Yuan, are you trying to lure He Shan Hulang over? Yushu's eyes sparkled, asking. Rather than looking for him, it's better to wait for a rabbit. Su Yuan lightly nodded, then sent a location message in the chat channel of the Demon Blade Society and shouted, pinning it to the top. Su Yuan, He Shan Hulang Grandpa is waiting for you here. As soon as this was said, the chat channel instantly exploded. Some survivors thought it was someone with the same name playing a prank and began to tag Su Yuan to ask if it was really him. However, some definitely recognized it was Su Yuan himself, because who else would dare speak like that? Were they not afraid of the Demon Blade Society coming after them? For a moment, the chat channel was flooded with messages, with over 99 messages in a second. Su Yuan, what if He Shan Hulang is scared? Ife Luna looked at the channel messages and couldn't help but ask. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He really hadn't considered this question. Logically speaking, He Shan Hulang wouldn't let him go. Not to mention their previous conflicts, just the resources he possessed, who wouldn't be envious? If he doesn't come, we will issue a bounty. Whoever can provide the location of the Demon Blade Society will receive our protection and material rewards. Yushu's eyes turned as she thought of a clever plan, speaking leisurely. Sister Yu is smart, this method is great. Su Yuan, hearing this, couldn't help but brighten up and pray. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the gravel plain where Su Yuan was on the desert land, rolling sand and dust swept through the sky, forming an incredibly spectacular sandstorm dragon. This was caused by the iron torrent formed by thousands of vehicles racing together. Eradicate Su's temporary alliance. Formed by the top 3D area factions, the Ash Organization, the Demon Blade Society, and the Tengu Organization. President Su Yuan spoke in the Demon Blade area. On the co-driver seat of a level 4 armored vehicle, Gao Xiong Tungying received the news, opened the chat channel, and immediately exclaimed, What? He Shan Hulang was taken aback. President, take a look for yourself. Gao Xiong Tungying gritted his teeth, hesitated, and ultimately did not dare to repeat what Su Yuan said. He Shan Hulang raised his gaze and saw the pinned message, his expression immediately darkening. President, he also sent location information, just like our previous discovery of Hu Tian's location. Gao Xiong Tungying's eyes flickered, and a sense of unease arose in his heart for some unknown reason. It seems this guy has teamed up with Hu Tian, he is quite confident. He Shan Hulang squinted his eyes, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Gao Xiong Tungying hesitated, then made up his mind, and said, President, if Su Yuan dares to act like this, could there be an ambush? Ambush. He Shan Hulang turned to look out at the iron torrent and smiled slightly. If it were just us, we would indeed need to be cautious. But now Su Yuan's actions are simply courting death. At this moment, a crackling sound came from the intercom. Zizi. He Shan Hulang has promised each person gets a level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint, and I want all of Su Yuan's women. At the Celestial Dog Convoy. Inside a grade 4 heavy armored vehicle, a man in a plaid shirt lounged on a sofa, a walkie-talkie in hand, revealing yellowed teeth as he spoke. A flock of women in sexy business suits frolicked around him. Scatter, scatter. Moments later, Dog King Huang Zhongxian set down the walkie-talkie, his gaze sweeping over the women before him. A wave of ennui washed over him, and he waved his hand impatiently. The visages and figures of Su Yuan's peerless beauties surfaced in his mind, igniting a flame of resentment and dark desire. Why should Su Yuan have it so good? Throughout his journey plundering resources and women, he had yet to encounter a single ethereal beauty, much to his chagrin. This alliance with the Demon Blade Society was partly driven by Su Yuan's women and partly by his resources. At the thought of claiming those beauties after killing Su Yuan, Huang Zongxian's face lit up with excitement. At the Ashen Organization, boss Su Yuan has sent his location and is provoking Kuroi Mataro. Inside a grade 4 armored tank, Kid Drew stared at the Demon Blade District chat channel, his pupils contracting sharply. Moi. Locke Anson furrowed his brow at the news. Kid Drew, however, beamed with delight. This fool is delivering himself to our doorstep. Such arrogance. Locke Anson squinted, remaining silent as he tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Boss Su Yuan must be confident he can handle Kuroyamataro to be this brazen. But he doesn't know we're here. Kid Drew quickly analyzed, noticing Locke Anson's frown. Heh. Locke Anson's brow gradually relaxed at these words, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Spread the word. After we deal with Su Yuan, if the opportunity arises, we wipe out the Demon Blade Society and the Celestial Dog. Yes. Kid Drew showed no shock, instead breaking into a grin. In this place, there are no eternal friends, only endless interests. The three convoy factions united in a temporary alliance to destroy Su surged forward at full speed toward the Gobi Desert. Hu Tian, take your men and evacuate this area. Su Yuan stepped out of the vehicle, scanning his surroundings before addressing Hu Tian. Big shot, is something about to go down? Hu Tian's heart stirred as he asked in a low voice. Su Yuan gave a slight nod. Yes, a major battle will erupt here soon. I want you out of harm's way. Big shot, I can help. Hu Tian gritted his teeth, his tone resolute. No need. You'd only hold me back. Su Yuan shook his head, speaking bluntly. Hu Tian was taken aback by these words, instinctively rubbing his head. Then, recalling the incident at the one-line Sky Gorge, he understood. Brother Su, we'll take our leave then. Hu Tian hesitated no more, announcing his departure as he prepared to lead the survivors of the Grand Fortune Court away. All right, wait. Su Yuan raised his head, then, struck by a thought, called Hu Tian back. He climbed into the Wuling amphibious tank and emerged moments later with 2 plump sheep. Here. Su Yuan tossed the sheep onto the sandy ground, then retrieved several bags of vegetables and fruits from his spatial ring. This? Hu Tian's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Big shot, this food is far too precious. It's nothing. I have plenty. Su Yuan waved his hand, dismissively chuckling. If you have any fragments of the Red Desert Sand Sea map, you can trade them with me for supplies. Thank you, Big shot. Hu Tian, overwhelmed with gratitude, called over his subordinates. Thank you. The survivors of the Grand Fortune Court, learning of the mutton, erupted in excitement, shouting in unison. Moments later, a cacophony of roaring engines filled the air as Hu Tian led the convoy away from the Gobi Desert. A spectacular display of violent aesthetics is about to unfold. Su Yuan watched the Grand Fortune Court convoy depart, a smirk curving his lips. He turned and boarded the vehicle. Moving so fast. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at Yushu, who had already changed into a camouflage combat suit. How slow to fight means a troubled mind. Yushu beamed, her entire being brimming with battle fervor. Su Yuan paused, then gave a thumbs up. Sissy, your mindset is spot on. Of course. Yushu lifted her chin, turning to ask, Sister Ife spotted any enemies? None yet. Ife Luna shook her head, piloting a hummingbird drone on high-altitude patrols several kilometers over the Gobi Desert. Why is Kuroyamataro taking so long? Yushu complained, crossing her arms. Huh. Sis, haste makes waste. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. Yushu muttered under her breath. Nonsense, you can eat hot tofu even when impatient. Just then. Time to eat. Jun Ling, wearing an apron, emerged from the villa's entrance, carrying a dish in each hand, and placed them on the vehicle's dining table. Ife, eat first. Su Yuan called out, signaling her to stop the patrol. All right, coming. Ife Luna set the drone to automatic patrol mode, projected the feed onto the in-car screen, and left the passenger seat. Sis, you call Aunt Qing and Xiao Tong out to eat, Su Yuan instructed as he sat down. Yushu trotted over and opened the door. Soon the table was laden with an array of delicious aromatic food. Roast lamb, old hen soup, tomatoes, scrambled eggs, chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised fish, stir-fried seasonal greens. For dessert, papaya, oranges, peaches. A lavish feast. Sister Ling, you've worked hard, Su Yuan said with tender affection. Jun Ling untied her apron and sat down, smiling softly. It's no trouble. I'm happy as long as you all enjoy it. We love it. Ife Luna beamed with happiness, nodding. Su Yuan, Aunt Qing, and Xiao Tong said they'll eat later. Yushu returned a hint of helplessness on her face as she spread her hands. Let's eat first. They'll take the food in for Aunt Qing and Xiao Tong later. Jun Ling said, knowing the pair were deep in their research. All right. Su Yuan was about to say something, but sighed and nodded instead. The four of them then chatted and ate with laughter. After the meal, Jun Ling delivered the food to the wharf factory. Ife resumed drone patrols, and the cleanup was left. Su Yuan, meanwhile, drove the Wuling amphibious tank to a high sandstone slope and parked. Time trickled by. They're here. Ife Luna, having completed a full patrol sweep, suddenly spotted a massive sandstorm billowing in the distance. Her small face tensed. Finally, Su Yuan stretched his arms, rolled his neck, and fixed his gaze on the image projected on the in-car screen. The sandstorm made the drone footage somewhat blurry. With such a commotion, there must be at least 500 or 600 vehicles, right? Yushu observed, a hint of surprise in her voice. It doesn't matter how many come. Su Yuan shrugged, then fired up the Wuling amphibious tank, charging over the slope and straight toward the steel tide churning beneath the miles-long sandstorm. This is going to be a bloodbath. Yushu exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she dashed up to the second floor. On the sofa, Junling's expression turned cold as she picked up a Barrett sniper rifle and silently followed. The two prepared for action. On the desert plain, one side was a lone steel behemoth, the other a steel tide of 1,000 vehicles. By all logic, this was a suicide mission. That high slope is where Su Yuan's vehicle is. Why is there only one vehicle? Are his subordinates ambushing us from around? The radar's detection range is limited. Send a fast vehicle to scout the perimeter. Su Yuan is moving. He's heading straight towards us. Oh, what does he want? In the torrent of vehicles, Heishan Hulong and his companions also noticed Su Yuan's trace, speaking into their walkie-talkies, puzzled by his actions. No matter what he intends to do, it is futile. Heishan Hulong's eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Surround him, don't let him escape." As soon as he finished speaking, the iron torrent split at both ends, and two convoys broke away from the formation and rapidly advanced to the sides. Dozens of fast-moving vehicles sped towards even further distances. They are afraid we might run away. Inside the Wuling amphibious tank, Su Yuan watched this scene, with a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he stopped the vehicle, standing firm on the sandy ground. Why did we stop? In the passenger seat, Aifaluna's small face was puzzled as she turned her head. Let them get a bit closer, otherwise some vehicles might flee at the first sign of conflict. Su Yuan rested his hands behind his head, leaning back against the soft seat with a slight smile. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Aifaluna immediately understood, biting her red lips and sitting up straight, ready for battle at any moment. Su Yuan smiled leisurely, watching the large red dots moving on the radar map of the sky. His goal was total annihilation. Make no mistake, he aimed to eliminate them all. Once the vehicles arrived, they would not be allowed to leave. If others knew Su Yuan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly scoff and look down on him. Boasting without a draft, a single vehicle wanting to annihilate over 1,000 others. Wasn't that just a dreamer? Even a level 5 or 6 vehicle would likely be torn apart by the iron torrent. This was also the reason why Heishan Hulong and the others were not afraid of Su Yuan. In their minds, Su Yuan was most likely at level 5, which gave him the audacity to dare to fight. But what could a level 5 do? They were currently united with 3 top-tier vehicle forces. Even level 6 vehicles would have to stand aside. After a long while, a storm of sand covered the area, instantly shrouding the Wuling amphibious tank. One by one, vehicles stopped several hundred meters away, forming massive encirclements. They sealed off all of Su Yuan's escape routes. If viewed from the sky, the surrounding desert was filled with a dense array of metal vehicles encircling a tightly sealed iron wall, while an empty space appeared in the center with a lone vehicle standing there. It resembled a desert monster circle. At this moment, 3 leading level 4 modified vehicles emerged. Su Yuan, do you not know whether you are arrogant or foolish? On the level 4 armored vehicle, Heishan Hulong gazed at the colossal figure before him, his voice booming through the loudspeaker. He truly did not expect Su Yuan to remain stationary, allowing them to complete the encirclement. Heishan Hulong, are you not afraid of an ambush? Su Yuan remarked, reaching to activate the vehicle's loudspeaker system, speaking in a calm tone. An ambush? Heishan Hulong chuckled lightly upon hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, saying leisurely, "You aren't trying to plant landmines around, are you?" "Oh, I forgot, that is quite a good suggestion." Su Yuan slapped his forehead, but his gaze turned to the other 2 level 4 vehicles, curiously asking, "Who are these 2? Su Yuan, this should be our first meeting. I am Anson." Inside the level 4 armored tank, Anson said with a grin. The main gun of the armored tank glimmered coldly, aimed at the Wuling amphibious tank. The Ashes organization has allied with the Demon Blade Society. Su Yuan, are you feeling scared now? Showing off your wealth in the rest area, doesn't that mean wealth shouldn't be flaunted? On the heavy armored vehicle, Huang Zhongxian crossed his arms and chuckled. "And who are you?" Su Yuan inquired. He Su Yuan, remember this. I am Huang Zhongxian, the leader of the Tengu organization." Huang Zhongxian. Upon hearing this name, Su Yuan felt it was somewhat familiar, then suddenly remembered. It was that useless subordinate of Hong Shan who turned over and took charge. How interesting. He asked, "Are you that old dog Huang?" Su Yuan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Upon hearing this name, Huang Zhongxian's face darkened, eyes glinting with menace. "Old dog, it really is you," Su Yuan chuckled, teasing. "Your previous leader Hong Shan misses you and wants you to accompany him." So that old thing told you, where is he? Huang Zhongxian narrowed his eyes, exuding a menacing aura. He had previously searched for Hong Shan, but had not found him. He is waiting for you in hell." Su Yuan smiled, gently responding languidly. Huang Zhongxian furrowed his brows. "Did you kill him?" "Yes," Su Yuan shrugged and smiled. "Enough with the chatter. Su Yuan, if you surrender now, you can still keep your whole body." At this moment, Heishan Hulong shouted loudly, not expecting there to be a connection between the two. Are you all so sure of your victory over me? Su Yuan sat up straight, his tone revealing a hint of amusement. Su Yuan, I know you have upgraded your vehicle to level 5, but so what? Heishan Hulong snorted coldly, slowly saying, previously I thought you had Hu Tian ambush around, but now it seems you are simply arrogant, believing that a level 5 vehicle can dominate indiscriminately. How would you know if you don't try? Su Yuan's voice lazily drifted out, as if reminiscing, showing no sign of being in a life-and-death situation. Eliminate him. Heishan Hulong stopped wasting words and decisively gave the order. As for why he didn't take action himself, no leader would do their own fighting. Otherwise, what was the point of being a leader? Unless he was the last one left. First, disable the wheels. Don't hurt the beauty inside. Huang Zhongxian shouted anxiously. Dozens of modified vehicles charged out. Their mounted weapons were alloy spikes, fiercely piercing the wheels of the Wuling amphibious tank. Creak. Instantly, a piercing sound of metal grinding echoed. A row of alloy spikes bent and shattered. There were actually no landmines planted. Heishan Hulong was quite surprised by this, then his pupils constricted. What? The alloy spikes caused not a single bit of damage. Lok Anson and Huang Zhongxian were equally shocked, but remained calm. Meanwhile, the small talk is over, now it's our turn to perform. Inside the Wuling amphibious tank, Su Yuan turned off the vehicle's loudspeaker and picked up the walkie-talkie. I couldn't wait any longer to let them taste my death whirlwind. The voice of Yu Shu came through the walkie-talkie, filled with excitement. Junling said nothing, her whole body lying on a soft blanket, the Barrett sniper rifle resting on the sniper window, ready to snipe at any moment. Hunting time commence. Su Yuan gripped the steering wheel tightly and suddenly launched the Wuling amphibious tank. The jagged grinding wheel extended and the dragon gate hook on the roof rose. As for the other weapons, they remained concealed for now. He feared that Heishan Hulong and the others would sense something amiss and flee. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as the Wuling amphibious tank surged forward, crushing several modified vehicles in its path. Watch me string together sugar-coated haws. Yifa Luna's exquisite oval face flushed with excitement as she controlled 5 meteorite alloy hooks that whistled out, piercing through the surrounding vehicles. String them together. Charge, take it down. Heishan Hulong's expression changed at this sight, and he bellowed, is this the defensive and destructive power of a level 5 vehicle, eh? The level 2 modified vehicles appeared like sandbags before it, easily torn apart and obliterated. Lok Anson and Huang Zhongxian also issued commands. In an instant, over 100 vehicles surged from all directions, rushing towards the Wuling amphibious tank. Various vehicle-mounted weapons fired and survivors poked out of windows, unleashing a barrage with their firearms. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of glass beads falling on the metal floor echoed. Do they dare to approach with such firepower? In the second-story machine gun chamber of the Wuling amphibious tank, Yu Shu tightened her grip on the meteorite Gatling gun and pushed it out softly, saying, let me show you what true firepower is. As soon as she finished speaking, Data, a blue flame tongue burst forth, sweeping across the approaching swarm of vehicles. Armor-piercing bullets pierced through the inferior alloy windshields, turning the inside of the vehicles into a beehive. In the blink of an eye, several modified vehicles were reduced to scrap, then exploded. Brilliant flames and the sound of explosions intertwined, forming a golden symphony of chaos. Meanwhile, Junling, with a cold gaze, took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Armor-piercing bullets whistled out, shattering windshields and accurately hitting the heads of the drivers. With no one at the helm, the vehicles caused a chain collision, plunging the scene into chaos. In an instant, roars, screams, and cries of despair filled the air. Fire! On the level 4 armored vehicle, Heishan Hulong witnessed all this, his body trembling slightly, as he hastily picked up the intercom and shouted. With his command, the very heavens seemed to change color. From vehicles all around, machine guns and rocket launchers emerged, ready to fire. The deafening roar tore through the air as tens of thousands of bullets, accompanied by rocket shells, surged like a storm of metal death, pouring down upon the colossal beast. At the center of the explosion, flames soared and scorching waves distorted the space. In the next moment, a massive bluish shadow burst forth from the sea of fire. The Wuling amphibious tank unscathed charged into the swarm of vehicles, unleashing a merciless massacre. The jagged grinding wheel, meteorite hooks, and Gatling gun transformed into the Grim Reaper of death. At that moment, a 125mm armor-piercing round whistled and striking hard against its windshield. Ding! A sound as crisp as glass beads hitting the ground rang out. The armor-piercing shell did not penetrate the glass, but seemed to hit an invisible wall of size, instantly exploding into a cloud of scrap metal. However, the windshield of the Wuling amphibious tank left not even a scratch. Lok Anson, on the level 4 armored tank, stared in shock at this scene. That armor-piercing round was in fact fired by him. In the next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, his face pale, trembling all over. This was a special shell with only 3 in existence. Yet it caused no damage to the Wuling amphibious tank, not even a mark left behind. Could it be made of bronze alloy? No, even bronze alloy would leave traces before a 125 armor-piercing round. In this moment, he was utterly terrified. The vehicle was simply a monster impervious to damage, allowing it to slaughter at will. So this is Su Yuan's confidence. Meanwhile, inside the Wuling armored tank, Su Yuan gazed at the shattered shell on the meteorite alloy glass, then lifted his gaze toward the armored tank, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The time has come. Unleash all firepower. He softly spoke, then raised his hand to activate all onboard weapons and the sky curtain system. In an instant, the three front-mounted meteorite main cannons protruded, menacingly angled at 60 degrees towards the heavens, as if they intended to bombard it down. The dual-bladed meteorite storm on both sides extended, emitting a ghostly blue hue resembling a pair of demonic wings. Immediately, the sky curtain system swiftly covered this vast battlefield, and countless red dots appeared on the radar map. Detected a large number of enemy targets. Target count shows 1417 vehicles. Activating automatic lock on the maximum moving heat source. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Cancel locking on the maximum heat source change to eliminate the farthest moving heat source. Hearing the voice, Su Yuan quickly adjusted the attack mode. Not a single vehicle shall escape. Target changed. Automatically locking onto the outermost moving heat source. 3 meteorite main cannons enchanted with gravity magnetic field. Special module loading. Gravity magnetic field enchantment complete. Fire. Su Yuan issued the command with a chilling tone, simultaneously activating the Wuling amphibious tank to charge forward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 armor-piercing shells whistled from the barrel, trailing white flames as they sliced through the void, accurately striking 3 vehicles. 3 explosions erupted, and an invisible ripple spread out, enveloping a radius of 50 meters. Distant artillery strikes, close range, brutal, crushing. Vehicles were shredded by the jagged, grinding wheel. The 5 meteorite hooks pierced and tore apart, while the dual-bladed storms transformed into demonic scythes, slicing through vehicles like tofu. Half the people, half the vehicles. A Gatling gun sprayed a metal barrage, and a Barrett sniper executed precise kills. At this moment, the Wuling amphibious tank had transformed into a monstrous killing machine on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of vehicles were obliterated. The scene incredibly brutal and bloody. Su Yuan is a demon, a devil. Run. That vehicle is a monster. We can't fight it at all. Wah. I want to go home. Witnessing the blood-soaked metal wreckage in the center, the surrounding survivors wailed in despair, their fighting spirit extinguished, leaving only fear. In an instant, countless vehicles at the periphery attempted to turn around and flee, but in such chaos, a large-scale collision occurred. They found themselves unable to move an inch. Some drivers frantically honked their horns, the cacophony merging into a desperate wail that spiraled above the boundless desert. Others abandoned their vehicles and fled, scrambling through the narrow gaps between roofs and cabins like startled. The scene was chaotic, lacking the previous grandeur. My foot is stuck in the pedal. Don't leave me, please don't go. Get out of the way, you idiot. The devil is chasing us, brothers, don't blame me. A heavily modified off-road vehicle roared loudly, crashing through in an attempt to carve a path for us. But after traveling a few meters, it suddenly halted, only to be violently struck by a runaway modified truck, sliding in from the side, rolling and drowning in a sea of steel. On the outermost battlefield, vehicles burned fiercely, billowing thick smoke. The most noticeable sight was the fleeing vehicles that suddenly became trapped here, as if caught in a ghost wall, unable to move. Then shells rained down from the sky, directly destroying them. All of this happened within just a few minutes. 3-barreled cannon. On the unaffected level 4 armored vehicle, Gao Xiong Tung Ying gaped in terror. This cannot possibly be a level 5 vehicle. Beside him, Heishan Hulong's face turned pale, trembling, slightly disbelief etched on his features. Heishan Wuling Hongguang Zhongxian, tell your subordinates that they'll die if they don't fight back. Su Yuan can't possibly have this many bullets and shells. Unleash all firepower on his mounted weapons. At that moment, Lok Anson's furious voice blared over the intercom. If you don't want to die, then attack. Hearing this, Heishan Hulong snapped back to reality, quickly grabbing the intercom to command. Meanwhile, on the other side, the level 4 modified armored vehicle. Witnessing this shocking scene, Huang Zhongxian was scared stiff, his right hand trembling as he picked up the intercom to issue a counterattack order. Then he turned the vehicle around and fled. No time for hesitation. If he didn't run now, death would follow. He didn't want to die. He was the protagonist who awakened the forbidden spirit power and hadn't enjoyed enough of life yet. Huang Zhongxian glanced back at the women in the vehicle, a strong desire to survive welling up inside him. At that moment, a group of women huddled together, trembling, their eyes filled with immense fear. Some even lost control, wetting themselves. Grinding his teeth, Huang Zhongxian drove the armored vehicle, crashing through the obstructing vehicles. At that moment under Anson's orders, the remaining survivors gathered their courage, or rather driven by their thirst for life. They launched a counterattack. Instantly flames of death ignited from all directions, and waves of bullets swept across the desert. Bullets from M2 machine guns, submachine guns, and rifles poured down like a torrential rain, striking the mounted weapons of the Wuling amphibious tank, sending a series of dazzling sparks flying like fireworks. However, the bullets were twisted and shattered upon contact, turning into swirling metallic dust in the air. Following that, dozens of RPGs shot out their trails, cutting through the dust and smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Rockets hit simultaneously against the windshield and the mechanical joints of the mounted weapons. Finally, a barrage of tank shells and howitzers came crashing down. These were the strongest weapons on Anson's armored tank and Heishan Halong's armored vehicle, aiming to obliterate Su Yuan's mounted weapons in one fell swoop. In an instant, a dazzling burst of flames shot into the sky, and at the center of the crossfire, a huge cloud of dust rolled up. Yet the Wuling amphibious tank suffered not a scratch. Enemy count 112-290-0735. The enemy target count on the radar rapidly dwindled, with dense red dots fading one by one. Su Yuan watched this scene unfold while a sound like heavy raindrops hitting concrete echoed in his ears. The three major convoys unleashed all their firepower, but it had no effect whatsoever. If they are still not despairing, then let them fall into hopelessness. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Yuan's mouth. After murmuring, he drove the Wuling amphibious tank through the dust storm. It was as if a fierce beast had leaped into a flock of sheep. The dual blades of the meteor alloy storm swung up and down like a butterfly flapping its wings. Wherever it passed, vehicles were shredded and destroyed, cries of agony echoing. Su Yuan, there's a big guy trying to escape. Luna, while controlling the meteor hook to tear apart vehicles, caught a glimpse of a large red dot rapidly moving on the radar map. I see it. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin, driving while reaching out to click on the light screen. A meteor main cannon adjusted its direction and instantly launched a shell glowing with black-green light. Enchantment magic mist parasite. The enchanted shell streaked through the air with a destructive momentum, forming a graceful parabola. Warning, warning, warning. Under attack by locked shells, unable to evade, prepare for impact. On the distant sandy ground within the rapidly fleeing level 4 armored vehicle, a blinding red light flickered, and the vehicle's display emitted a cold warning. Huang Zhongxian heard the warning, and through the rearview mirror saw the shell trailing a long tail flame. His body instantly shuddered. A wave of deathly aura surged within him, and he let out a desperate roar. No! As soon as the words left his mouth, the enchanted shell descended. A ball of orange-red flame erupted, followed by a deafening roar, and a powerful shockwave swept in all directions. Moments later, the level 4 armored vehicle was reduced to a pile of metallic wreckage, still smoldering. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, a massive figure burst out from the wreckage, rolling onto the sand. It was Huang Zhongxian. He survived, but he was no longer human. He resembled a wolf dog beast, his yellow fur scorched, with numerous bloody wounds crisscrossing his body. Beastified, Huang Zhongxian clenched his fists, his resentful gaze fixed on a certain direction. Everything he once possessed had turned to nothing. Women power, all gone. Su Yuan, I will remember this grudge. Huang Zhongxian's face twisted with hatred as he stood up to leave. Suddenly his eyes glowed with a dark red hue. Then his body trembled violently, uncontrollably charging toward the metallic wreckage. Puffed! Huang Zhongxian's head smashed into a sharp metal spike, piercing through. Su Yuan was oblivious to this scene, driving the Wuling amphibious tank through the crowd of vehicles, going mad with killing. It's over, it's over. In the level 4 armored tank, Anson sat in despair, slumped in his seat. Kidru in the passenger seat looked pale, his expression filled with dread as he stared at the scene ahead. One vehicle destroyed, a steel torrent formed by over 1,000 vehicles. Who would believe it? Yet this terrifying scene was unfolding right before his eyes. On the other side, aboard the level 4 armored vehicle, Heishan Halong and Gao Xiong Ting stared blankly, caught in a state of shock. They never expected this outcome. The 3 top-tier teams in District D joined forces, but could not handle a single vehicle. They arrived well, yet now there was no return. What on earth is going on with Su Yuan's vehicle? Does he really have unlimited shells and bullets? How does he possess so many mounted weapons? Gao Xiong Ying's desperate triple questions revealed a strong sense of confusion and fear on the back. At this moment, the Wuling amphibious tank charged, wildly spinning and jumping, with flames roaring from the vehicle and shells whistling down. Each shell that landed sent a vehicle soaring into the sky, mercilessly destroying them one by one. A complete dimensionality reduction strike. Some survivors, unwilling to be wiped out, so easily launched their final suicidal charge. Hundreds of vehicles roared out, colliding fiercely, trying to use their bodies to block the Wuling amphibious tank. But the ultimate result was being shredded by the serrated grinding discs and dismembered by the storm's dual blades. Half an hour later, the area within 10 kilometers became a steel graveyard with wrecks of vehicles burning and standing tall, forming a forest of steel skeletons. The smoke no longer rose but coalesced into a lead-gray dome, pressing heavily upon the desert. The once noisy and chaotic desert land gradually quieted down with occasional explosions of flames and metal shards flying. The air was filled with the scent of high-temperature burns mixed with the sweet metallic rust smell of cooling metal and the charred aroma of carbonized organic matter. As far as the eye could see, there lay a twisted and dark metal graveyard. At this moment, the 3 top-tier forces of District D were annihilated. Oh no, 2 vehicles survived. The Level 4 armored tank and the Level 4 bomb-proof vehicle were now motionless, as if stunned by fear. The Wuling amphibious tank slowly approached the 2 vehicles and stopped. Su Yuan intentionally left them alive to ask a few questions. Heishan Hulong, where is Gong Shui? Su Yuan turned on the vehicle's loudspeaker and a ghostly voice emerged. I don't know. Inside the Level 4 bomb-proof vehicle, Heishan Hulong showed despair, but his spirit remained intact. He knew that Su Yuan would not let him go, so he decided to be tough until the end. Besides, he truly had no idea where Gong Shui was. Earlier, he had been interested in Gong Shui, but Su Yuan's various actions in the rest area had become his primary target. I ask again, where is Gong Shui? Hearing this, Su Yuan's gaze slightly sharpened as he continued to inquire. Haha, Su Yuan, to the victor belong the spoils. Heishan Hulong suddenly let out a laugh, seemingly suppressing the fear of death. Then he suddenly activated the bomb-proof vehicle and charged forward. Brave. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at this scene, somewhat surprised. He then prepared to fire armor-piercing shells, but suddenly stopped and switched to controlling the meteor hooks. 5 meteor hooks shot out in a claw-like manner, heading straight for the bomb-proof vehicle. Bagayalu. Heishan Hulong roared, charging forward with an indomitable will. 3 mounted weapons activated, slicing through the air. But the 5 meteor hooks easily shattered the mounted weapons flying towards the bomb-proof vehicle, then pierced inside both Heishan Hulong and Gao Xiong. Tung Ying violently spat out blood, with a bloody hole appearing on their bodies. The next second, the bomb-proof vehicle was struck by the Wuling amphibious tank, and the serrated grinding disc slowly shredded the front of the vehicle, closing in on the driver's cabin. With one last breath, Heishan Hulong's eyes widened as he watched this scene, blood surging in his throat. Su Yuan, you are not. Before he could finish, countless metal shards swept into the driver's cabin and drops of blood splattered everywhere. Moments later, a ground strewn with metal debris mixed with blood fell silent. Heishan Hulong, the leader of the Demon Blade Society, one of the top forces in District D, fell, thinking of escaping. After dealing with Heishan Hulong, Su Yuan caught a glimpse of the last moving heat source on the radar map in the sky, quickly fleeing, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. He then shifted his gaze, looking through the car window at the distant sandy ground where Lok Anson was frantically driving the armored tank. Only then did Su Yuan leisurely press the attack button and enchant the dual split. The 3 main cannons of the meteor smoothly rotated, aiming at the armored tank, automatically locking on the target. Bang, bang, bang. 3 enchanted shells flew out from the barrel, trailing flames through the air. Then halfway through, they split into 6 armor-piercing shells, each landing on the armored tank. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions echoed from afar, instantly stirring up billowing clouds of dust. As the dust settled, a massive pit, several meters deep, revealed itself. The armored tank was engulfed in flames, exposing its metal skeleton, and inside, Lok Anson and Kidru perished in despair. At this moment, there were no complete corpses left. Thus, the temporary alliance formed by the 3 top-tier forces to eliminate Su Yuan was completely wiped out. Enemy Unit 0. A line of text slowly appeared on the vehicle's screen. Done. Su Yuan smiled slightly, his expression calm and composed. This was a war that felt like a crushing massacre, completely of a different level. Over 1,000 vehicles forming an iron torrent were annihilated by a single vehicle. Such an impossible feat would be unbelievable to anyone. Yet it had happened. Su Yuan, I destroyed over 100 vehicles. At that moment, Yushu ran down excitedly, leaping into Su Yuan's arms and shouting with joy. Following behind was Jun Ling, who leaned against the vehicle wall with a smile, holding a Barrett sniper rifle. Sister Yu is amazing, Su Yuan praised as he supported Yushu's waist. Report, Commander, no vehicles detected within a radius of several kilometers. Ifaluna stood up and saluted, her tone cheerful as she reported. After the battle ended, she began to control the Hummingbird drone to survey the area. At this moment, she had gained a certain level of combat experience. Good, next we will clean up the battlefield. Su Yuan lightly tapped his chin, raised his hand to pat Yushu, signaling her to come down. He then activated the Wuling amphibious tank to circle the battlefield, collecting the drop supplies. As Su Yuan cleaned up the battlefield, the once destroyed land of He Liangkun's team was now scorched and distorted by the blazing sun, with metal wrecks scattered throughout telling tales of the recent carnage. In this silent graveyard, a low rumble began to emanate from the distant ground. At first, it was merely a dark smudge on the horizon, followed by thousands of vehicles rolling over the sand, dunes surging forth like a thick black tide. This was not a chaotic mob, but a regiment that obeyed orders. There were no thunderous roars of engines or frenzied honking of horns as thousands of vehicles moved. There was only the synchronized sound of wheels grinding over gravel, as if the entire convoy shared a single heartbeat. Armed off-road vehicles, heavy armored cars, modified bomb-proof vehicles. Each vehicle maintained a certain distance, painted in a chilling matte finish. Leading the charge were 3 Level 4 modified tanks forming a triangle formation, while 10 drones circled overhead surveying the surrounding safety. On both sides of the convoy were 2 rapid response teams, each vehicle classified as Level 3, equipped with heavy machine guns and single-shot rocket launchers. In the rear, 2 Level 4 modified tanks led dozens of Level 3 modified vehicles. The most striking feature was in the middle of the convoy. A massive, menacing steel beast stood proudly, its body displaying a mix of slate gray and silver hues. The 2 main cannons at the front were angled at 45 degrees, while the rear housed a multi-barrel rocket launcher and a small missile launcher topped with a 40mm cannon turret. This was a Level 5 vehicle modified from a T-90M main battle tank, its entire body covered in bronze alloy and mithril alloy. Beside it was a Level 5 command armored vehicle, which also boasted powerful armaments. This convoy was the only top-tier team in Area C, Paradise. At this moment, inside the Level 5 Heavenly Buddha tank, the space was spacious, lavishly arranged. A tall, muscular, bald man reclined on a golden sofa, stretching his arms and slightly squinting his eyes. 4 beautiful women served him on either side, each with a distinct appearance. One wore a white kimono, another a winered western dress, one donned a sari, and the last wore a red floral dress. "Master Shao, we have arrived." At this moment, a scarred woman in the passenger seat turned to say. Hearing the voice, Sha Er slowly opened his eyes and waved his hand. The 4 beautiful women respectfully retreated. Sha Er stood up, raised a wine glass from the ancient wooden table in front of him, and downed it in one go, then strolled into the driver's cabin. He raised his gaze to the vast desert land ahead. Metal wreckage was scattered everywhere, some already half buried by the wind and sand. "Master Sha, this is the location sent by He Liangkun," the scarred woman said respectfully upon Sha Er's arrival. Sha Er clasped his hands behind his back, nodded lightly, but remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, the vehicle's display flickered with light, and a male figure materialized. "Master Sha, based on battlefield analysis, we've obtained a rather surprising result." The man began to speak. "Oh, do tell." Sha Er raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of curiosity. "The simulation analysis indicates that He Liangkun's convoy was destroyed by a single vehicle." The shadowy man paused for a moment, speaking with an air of astonishment. "A single vehicle? Are you certain?" Sha Er's expression shifted slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "I can't say for sure, but there's a 90% certainty," the shadowy man replied. After hearing this, Sha Er narrowed his eyes, a flicker of shock stirring within him. One vehicle took down a convoy that had over 100 vehicles and firepower. Surely his vehicle could do the same. Clearly this vehicle must have reached Level 5. Only bronze alloy materials could ignore conventional firearms, and the hallmark of a Level 5 vehicle was that its materials had fully transformed into bronze alloy. Su Yuan, a lone wolf. Sha Er stroked his chin, intrigued by this person. In a world where death was as common as wind, someone with such strength wandered alone. Such a rarity. Could he be like me, an internal tester? With this thought, Sha Er clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a profound light. "Master Sha, this Su Yuan should be a top figure from another district. Should we go find him?" The shadowy man waited a moment before asking. "No, we have more important matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Sha Er considered for a moment, waved his hand, and turned back to sit on the sofa. The 4 beautiful women, seeing this, obediently approached and surrounded him to serve. Sha Er's gaze fell on the 4 beauties, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had a peculiar preference for beauties from various countries, but he had no interest in beauties from Huaxia. Moments later, the Paradise convoy started up, leaving the place like a silent beast. An endless expanse of Gobi Desert. After collecting all the dropped supplies, Su Yuan drove his Wuling amphibious tank back to the original high ground, overlooking the land in all directions. On the sofa, Su Yuan was eating a peach, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. Junling stood behind him, her delicate hands helping to massage his shoulders. In the driver's cabin, Yushu and Yaifaluna were sorting supplies. "Su Yuan, there's a fire control core." Suddenly, Yushu exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan jumped up in surprise and rushed into the driver's cabin. "The vehicle can be upgraded again." Yushu waved a fire control core in her hand, her face beaming with a radiant smile. It hadn't been long, and he could level up again. His sense of security surged. Indeed, no one gets rich without unexpected windfalls. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, his mouth involuntarily curling upwards, his mood instantly brightening. He took the fire control core, but did not upgrade immediately. Instead, he waited for Yushu and the others to finish sorting all the supplies. A few minutes later, they completed their tasks. Most items were power units and mechanical parts, along with various low-level blueprints, such as low-level alloy wheels, high-level alloy windows, alloy mechanical weapons, and so on. Desert Map Fragment 50, a Chat Channel Module 5, a Essence Core Crystal 3, Light Energy Chip 2, Level 4 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint 1. There were several rare items, including a storage ring, a spatial bracelet, the Hunter's Mirror, a biological radar necklace, and a magical girl Holy Grail. I didn't expect these guys to have good stuff. Su Yuan looked at a pair of silver-framed glasses in his hand, raising an eyebrow. Hunter's glasses. Level rare. Range measures distances up to 10 kilometers, accurate to millimeters. Passive mind and spirit unity unaffected. Side effect: temporary deafness after use, lasting seconds, minutes, or even days. Description: standard gear for professional assassins, with these becoming a top assassin is within reach. Sisterling here. After reading the information, Su Yuan handed the hunter's glasses to Junling. Junling was taken aback and did not take them. No need to be modest, these are perfect for you. Seeing her reaction, Su Yuan stepped forward, took her hand, and placed the glasses in it, then pinched her cheek. Junling lightly bit her red lip and nodded, not refusing. Su Yuan smiled slightly, approached the driver's seat, and loaded the desert map fragment and chat channel module. As for the magical girl Holy Grail, it produces a drop of water every day, similar to a type of liquor. Consuming it will cause a transformation. As for the magical girl Holy Grail, it produces a drop of water every day. Moments later, a series of messages popped up on the vehicle's display. Su Yuan hurriedly opened the desert map to find 4 or 5 place names revealed. After glancing at them, he then opened the chat channel. Magic District, 204,638. There were also 2 independent chat channels, namely Winter Snow District and Sunset District. Gong Shue's chat channel. Su Yuan's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly searched for Gong Shue's name to add her and tagged her in several pinned messages in the chat channel. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from Gong Shui. The people in the chat channel were unaware of her whereabouts, and even the survivors of the Shuyu Guard had no news. This made Su Yuan feel a sense of foreboding. Su Yuan, perhaps Gong Shui has entered a place where she cannot be contacted. We will be able to reach her once she comes out. Yushu, seeing Su Yuan's unusual expression, immediately comforted him. Ife Luna also reassured Su Yuan Gong Shui will be fine. I hope she is okay. Su Yuan sighed, casting aside his worries, and proceeded to place the materials needed for the vehicle upgrade into the light screen. Upgrade. In an instant, the light screen flickered with brilliance and information began to pop up. Vehicle upgrade materials met. Upgrading in progress. This upgrade will bring about a qualitative change. Upgrading. Triggering special module perfect evolution, perfect transformation in progress. Please be patient. Familiar crystal ripples emerged from the light screen, rippling through the entire vehicle as if coated with a layer of dreamy fluorescent powder. Indeed, it is a qualitative change. Su Yuan's pupils slightly contracted and a surge of anticipation welled up within him. He'll go prepare dinner. Junling put away her silver-rimmed glasses, noticing that the vehicle upgrade would take some time, and slowly said, glancing at the scenery outside. At this moment, the blazing sun descended and the night quietly fell. Ling Jie, thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Su Yuan turned back and spoke gently. It's no trouble. Junling shook her head, smiled, and then walked into the Hope Manor. He'll go help Junjun. Yushu blinked, quickly following behind. Seeing this, Ife Lona couldn't help but asked Su Yuan, what should I do? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan turned to look at her, a charming smile curling at his lips. Ife Lona noticed Su Yuan's expression, and a charming blush suddenly crept onto her beautiful face. The end of the battle seemed to signify that a new battle was about to begin. Various wild thoughts inexplicably surfaced in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the hotter she felt. Ife, go to the chat channel and buy fragments of the Chi Mo San Si map. Su Yuan leaned forward, cupping Ife Luona's face with his hands, looking into her eyes that flashed with a hint of panic, and said with a smile. He indeed felt a slight interest just now, but suddenly remembered this matter. Oh. Ife Lena was taken aback for a moment, then came to her senses, her cheeks flushed, as she wanted to open the chat channel, only to find it was temporarily unavailable due to the upgrade. Su Yuan, the chat channel is down. She spread her hands, looking helplessly at Su Yuan, a hint of disappointment rising in her heart. Go to Qing Yi's car. Su Yuan smiled, kissing her forehead, and pointed to the blue supercar. The permissions for the blue supercar had been completely opened by Wen Yuqing, and anyone could use it. Okay. This kiss turned Ife Luona's disappointment into sweetness, and she sprang up joyfully like a little deer. Su Yuan watched her figure disappear, and a smile appeared on his face. Sometimes happiness is just that simple. He paused for a moment, glanced at the night outside, and opened the doors of the war machinery factory. Rumblings. As soon as Su Yuan entered, the sound of roaring machinery echoed throughout the factory. The war machinery factory was fully operational. Automated assembly lines came to life, some crafting intelligent robots, others constructing exoskeletons, and still others manufacturing ammunition. No manual operation needed. Su Yuan searched around and finally found Wen Yuqing and Tong Shu. They were wearing radiation-proof glasses and white research protective suits, working in a weapons research room. "Brother Su." Tong Shu spotted Su Yuan coming over and immediately called out happily, then walked over to open the super crystal intelligent door. "Su Yuan, you came at the right time." When Yuqing turned around, her face lit up as she waved. "Aunt Qing, make sure to take appropriate breaks." Su Yuan changed into protective gear and walked over, noticing the fatigue on their faces, a trace of pity appearing in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that both had taken power potions to enhance their overall strength, he wouldn't allow them to research tirelessly like this. "Don't worry, after taking the power potions our health is excellent," Wen Yuqing said softly with a smile, pointing to a crystal glass located in the center of the research room, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "We'll soon be able to develop a replica of the Thunder Prison armament." Inside the crystal glass, dark purple armor pieces of the Thunder Prison armament floated with streaks of lightning-like ions crisscrossing within. Then they flowed into crystal conduits, being transported into a complex apparatus. "Oh, that fast?" Su Yuan was taken aback. Tong Shu raised her head, her small fist pumped in pride. "Brother Su, don't underestimate the bond between me and Aunt Qing. With Xiaotong's spirit power, the research is progressing rapidly," Wen Yuqing said, ruffling Tong Shu's hair, her face full of tenderness. This was also why she wanted to bring Tong Shu along. "Then I look forward to your results." Su Yuan nodded, then reminded people, "Our iron rice is steel. Be sure to rest." "Got it." Wen Yuqing smiled slightly, then seemed to remember something, and said, "By the way, they are already working on intelligent robots outside, and there are improved versions of high-energy armor-piercing bullets that can penetrate bronze alloy and even secret silver alloy." "Very good." Su Yuan's pupils contracted and his eyes brightened. "With these elite-level armor-piercing bullets, who would dare to resist? Once we develop bionic mechanical soft armor, they'll create projectiles capable of breaking through meteorite alloys." Wen Yuqing said, a smile appearing on her face. A scientific madman's aura spread from her, making her seem to radiate light. "Then I won't disturb you." Su Yuan felt quite excited, hugging both of them briefly before turning to leave. Determined in his heart, he decided to find resources that would keep both of them healthy. "Brother Su, wait." Tong Shu suddenly called out to Su Yuan, pulling out a mechanical box from her space ring and handing it to him. "What is this?" Su Yuan reached out to take it, curious. "This is a deep blue communicator capable of ultra-long-distance communication, unaffected by signal interference or environmental factors." Tong Shu had her hands in her pockets, introducing it with a smile. "This is great." After hearing the introduction, Su Yuan's eyes lit up in praise, then he left the research room. "Brother Su, wait for our good news." Tong Shu accompanied Su Yuan to the door, watching his departing figure as she waved her hands. Su Yuan turned back and smiled proudly as he exited the war machinery factory. Inside, the vehicle layers of crystal halos swept by, and the Wuling amphibious tank was still upgrading. Su Yuan approached the blue supercar and handed a deep blue communicator to Ife Luona. The deep blue communicator was about the size of a peanut, soft all over, and did not need to be inserted into the ear canal. It could simply be placed next to the ear canal. After explaining how to use it, he headed to the villa to deliver the communicator to Yushu and Junling. During this time, he naturally couldn't resist playing around with the two beauties in the kitchen. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the car with a feast laid out on the dining table. Tonight was still a charcoal grilled beef ribs, lotus flower chicken, crispy juicy rabbit, meat, handheld lamb, leg rice, vegetable salad. The rounds of crystal halos provided a romantic candlelight. "Dig in," Su Yuan said as he eagerly took his seat with the others. His appetite surged. "Su Yuan, we traded for 15 fragments of the Chi Mo desert map," Ife Luna reported while eating. Of course, these 15 map fragments were not duplicates. "Not bad, not bad." Su Yuan smiled and added a rabbit leg to her bowl. "Partiality." Yushu, who was wiping her mouth with a napkin, teased upon seeing this scene. "One leg for each person." Su Yuan sighed helplessly and added a chicken leg and another rabbit leg. Yushu beamed cheerfully, saying, "Thank you, hubby." "Smooth talker." Su Yuan shot her a glare. Yushu blinked and returned a radiant smile. Junling and Ife Luna watched with interest as the two exchanged banter. Dinner was spent in this warm and joyful atmosphere. Junling took the leftovers to the war machinery factory, while Ife Luna continued to acquire fragments of the Chi Mo desert map. Su Yuan went to the convenience store. "Hubby, the vehicle upgrade is complete." As Yushu was tidying up the dining table, she suddenly felt a shadow pass over her and looked up to joyfully exclaim. At that moment, Su Yuan, who had just exited the convenience store, turned to look at the driver's seat. He saw information flashing on the vehicle's display accompanied by mechanical sounds. "Vehicle perfect evolution upgrade completed." As soon as the words fell, the dark blue meteor patterns inside the car abruptly vanished, followed by the emergence of amber, golden, and green patterns. In the blink of an eye, the entire vehicle was covered, radiating a transparent golden-green hue. Lifelike armor pieces tightly adhered to the car's body, resembling the scales of a vibrant giant beast arranged in a hexagonal honeycomb pattern. From a distance, it appeared like a sleeping giant dragon. The vehicle's meteor alloy material transformed into a higher-level material called life carbon gold, and all onboard weapons also underwent changes. First was the carbon gold hook lock, which doubled in quantity, achieving an attack range of 200 meters, and the hook lock's head housed a carbon gold sphere filled with hundreds of carbon gold steel needles. Next was the serrated grinding disc, which saw little change except for an added carbon gold drill covering an area of 500 meters. Then came the storm dual blades, which also doubled in quantity and length. Next was the Gatling machine gun, evolved into a 12-barreled anti-aircraft cannon, featuring a customizable metal barrage mode cross spiral grid fan-shaped. Finally, the 3 carbon gold main cannons, no longer separate, but combined into a 3-in-1 structure with an internal shell storage capacity of 300 rounds. They could fire continuously 3 rounds per second and 9 consecutive shots from the 3 barrels, equipped with thermal tracking and tactical evasion mode. But that wasn't all. A brand new weapon began to rise, a weapon mechanical skeleton emitting a green-gold sheen coalesced atop the vehicle. Chain electromagnetic cannon. Electromagnetic mode fires an electromagnetic ray that rapidly propagates across multiple enemy units, incapacitating them. Magnetic cannon mode fires an energy beam that possesses high penetration, high explosion, and high shoot effect, destroying enemy units. Charging automatically charges in 3 minutes. Range 20 kilometers. The final weapon was the iconic weapon of a level 5 vehicle, missiles. An amber launch nest shone at the rear of the car, carrying 5 missiles. Hiss. Yushu, unable to focus on tidying up, dashed to the driver's seat and gasped in astonishment. "This change is too drastic." She turned to Su Yuan beside her, her face filled with shock. Not bad, simply perfect." Su Yuan's eyes widened, slightly excited, as he pulled Yushu close and playfully pinched her cheek. At that moment, the vehicle's display showcased detailed information. Wuling amphibious tank, carbon gold, level nameable. Owner Su Yuan. Level 5. Upgrade Fate Bond materials have level 6 upgrade Blueprint 1, level 6 energy Stone 1, Fire Control Core 2, 1 Photonic Chip 4, 2 Origin Core Crystal 10, 5 Mechanical Parts 500, 250 Power Unit 500, 250. Special Modules materials have Early Warning Detection, Perfect Evolution, Mechanical Ascension, Weapon Enchantment. Function 1, automatically collect items within a 5-meter range. This function targets dropped resources. Function 2, autonomous driving, language chatting, video positioning device. Weight 200 tons. Defense life carbon gold, special attribute immune to high temperatures, metal repair. Onboard modules amphibious function, sky curtain, smart machine system, Lus wilderness map, Chi Mo desert map, remnants, demonic area chat channel. Onboard weapons auto-retractable carbon gold material chain, electromagnetic cannon, missile launch nest, storm dual blades, kinetic ejector, usable in water form, steel needle hook lock, serrated grinding disc, 12-barreled anti-aircraft cannon, 3-in-1 main cannon. Ouch, it'll be disfigured. Yushu lightly bit her red lip, playfully pouting as she complained about the unexpected assault. Su Yuan released her, feeling cheerful. Haha. Yujia, that won't happen, your skin is thick. For is my skin thick? Yushu exclaimed, her eyes wide, crossing her arms and pouting, pretending to be angry. Yujia, don't be mad, I'll reward you later. Su Yuan teased her, finding her adorable. Batty. Hearing this, Yushu reached out and playfully pinched Su Yuan's side before running off to tidy up the dining table, humming a little tune as she worked, clearly in high spirits. Su Yuan glanced back, chuckling silently, as he continued to look at the vehicle's information on the display. Seeing the option to name the vehicle, he raised his hand to touch his chin, lost in thought. However, he couldn't think of a good name for the moment, so he decided to leave it unnamed for now. He then sat in the driver's seat and activated the chain electromagnetic cannon, pressing the launch button. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The chain electromagnetic cannon on the roof began to charge, its barrel not being a traditional metal tube, but rather a chain composed of dozens of superconducting ring magnets connected in series. In the moment of charging, the surrounding air was evacuated, forming a visible low-pressure vacuum ring. Then the originally dim carbon gold rings began to light up one by one, and ethereal blue arcs danced like a trapped bamboo snake, wildly jumping and conducting between each segment of the chain. At the cannon's mouth, there was no fire, only the air waves distorted by the high temperature resembling ripples on a lake stirred by a gentle breeze. Whoosh! Once charged, a lightning-like ray shot out in an instant, tracing a zaped path through the air. The darkened sky lit up with a brilliant glow, revealing a sickly distorted wave pattern, as if leaving a vacuum scar in the void. Su Yuan was quite satisfied, waiting for 3 minutes before transforming the form and aiming at the desert. Terrifying indeed. Su Yuan observed this, seeing a smile spreading across his face as he proceeded to retract all the vehicle-mounted weapons, transforming the vehicle into a fortress. Next, summon the any door. Once again, he prayed for the favor of the goddess of luck, a golden legend that would strike true. Summon. Su Yuan sat upright, hands resting on his thighs as he gazed ahead, softly whispering a phrase. Summon successful. Golden Gate legendary. Behind the gate lay an ancient well. Golden. Su Yuan stared at the golden characters that materialized before him, clenching his fists and springing to his feet, only to furrow his brow. For he had seen the words ancient well. A legendary ancient well. Confusion crossed Su Yuan's face, torn between excitement and gloom. These two concepts seemed rather incompatible. He pondered for a moment, a hint of inexplicable emotions stirring within him as he approached the epic gate, then waved his hand. A dazzling golden gate coalesced before him, radiating brilliance. Ooh! Su Yuan exhaled softly, reaching out to open the golden gate and stepping inside. Before his eyes stood an enormous ancient tree, its canopy reaching into the clouds. The trunk was adorned with intricate patterns, and beneath the gnarled roots stood a wooden sign. Carved upon it were some words, and beside the sign was a well. Su Yuan squinted slightly, striding forward with determination until he reached the ancient well. He halted, shifting his gaze to the wooden sign. There he read the lines, Hogwarts Well, Magical Well. Moi. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, then lowered his gaze. Hogwarts Well. A well formed from the blood of the fallen god of magic, possessing miraculous magical power. Double magic. Any item thrown into the well will yield an identical item. For instance, toss in a loaf of bread, and you'll receive 2 loaves. Item quantity 1. Cooldown time, 3 days. Note: for every 5 levels the host's vehicle ascends, a special magic will be unlocked. Awesome! Su Yuan exclaimed, his pupils constricting suddenly, as he could not help but shout. Words failed him, and he could only express his admiration with that single word. This magic seemed unremarkable at first glance, but the word any amplified its potency infinitely. If I throw myself in, will there be 2 of me? Suddenly a thought crossed Su Yuan's mind, and as it did, it felt like ants crawling on his skin. The itch was unbearable. He gritted his teeth and approached the well's edge, staring blankly at his reflection on the clear water's surface. Better not, it feels a bit off. Su Yuan stifled his thoughts, shaking his head with a smile, then frowned gently. But what should he throw in? He possessed rare items like the magic sword and spatial bracelet. Throwing them in felt like a waste. Just then a voice rang out. Su Yuan, where is this place? Yu Shu's voice emerged as she surveyed her surroundings, showing a puzzled expression. This is a wonderful place. Hearing the voice, Su Yuan turned to look, a smile curving his lips. A wonderful place. Yu Shu blinked, a hint of confusion on her face as a peculiar, indescribable aura enveloped the surroundings. Look here. Su Yuan smiled, slightly pointing to the wooden sign before them. At his words, Yu Shu raised her eyes to look. So magical. Moments later, her eyes widened, hands covering her mouth. Sister Yu, if I toss you in, will I get 2 of you? Su Yuan suddenly leaned closer to Yu Shu, bending down to whisper in her ear. Hearing this, Yu Shu trembled slightly, turning to meet Su Yuan's gaze, her tone languid. Why not give it a try? I was just joking. Su Yuan's expression froze, shrugging his shoulders. Seeing Su Yuan's response, Yu Shu chuckled lightly, her laughter melodious, then added with a hint of seduction, really not going to try. This could be double the fun. I don't even know if it will work. What if something goes wrong? Su Yuan's gaze hardened, but in the end he backed down and made an excuse. Yu Shu's eyes flicked, and then she suddenly stepped forward. Sister Yu, you're being naughty. Su Yuan quickly reached out to catch her, giving her a few playful pats. Hee, I just wanted to see the well. Yu Shu set her cheeks, slightly flushed, smiling brightly. Enough joking, what should we toss in? Su Yuan set Yu Shu down, feeling quite indecisive. Yu Shu tilted her head deep in thought, then suggested, Su Yuan, for double magic, the best item to toss in is naturally the Forbidden Spirit Fruit, followed by Forbidden Spirit Weapons. The Forbidden Spirit Weapons include your Mirror Flower Water Moon and my magic sword, but we don't have the Forbidden Spirit Fruit. Su Yuan spread his hands helplessly, stating, these 2 extraordinary weapons could be thrown in, but the gains wouldn't be substantial. Su Yuan, your epic Forbidden Spirit weapon, the Thunder Prison Armor. Yu Shu's heart stirred as she recalled something, excitedly exclaiming, how did I forget about that guy? Su Yuan smacked his forehead upon hearing this, a smile breaking across his face. However, I still think tossing in the forbidden spirit fruit is best. After all, the forbidden spirit fruit isn't fixed in attributes. Yushu pouted slightly, expressing a hint of regret. Since there's a 3-day cooldown, I'll have Ife fully acquire it in the chat channel and see if we can make a trade. Su Yuan nodded, thoughtfully looking around. If we have the forbidden spirit fruit, then each of us can awaken the forbidden spirit power. Yushu's face lit up with anticipation. It's all about luck, let's go. Su Yuan reached out to scratch her nose and turned to leave. Everything was settled, he would rest for the night and set off full of energy tomorrow. Carry me. Yushu took small steps and suddenly jumped onto Su Yuan's back, her snow-white arms wrapping around his neck. Sister, you're so lazy. Su Yuan muttered, yet his hands still supported Yushu. Yushu traced a circle on his chest with her right hand, her voice soft and sweet. Didn't you say you would reward me? All right. Su Yuan was taken aback, chuckling in silence. Yushu, however, fell silent, her gaze sparkling with a peculiar light. She then gently rested her head against Su Yuan's back, her delicate face radiating happiness. A while later, the two left the Golden Gate and returned to the vehicle, coincidentally running into Junling, who was just emerging from the gate of the War Machine factory. Seeing Junling, Yushu hurriedly jumped down from Su Yuan's back, grabbing Junling's hand without a word and leading her towards the villa. Leaving Su Yuan standing there in a daze, he soon regained his senses and approached the blue sports car, instructing Ife, post a message in the chat channel to acquire forbidden spirit fruits. Conditions are flexible. Oh sure. In the driver's seat, Ife Luna nodded and proceeded to post a pinned message in the chat channel. After giving the instructions, Su Yuan felt a bit aimless and headed into the villa to take a shower. Su Yuan, after a busy day, how about we go to the Hope Manor for a barbecue? In the corridor on the second floor of the villa, Yushu waved her hand as she saw Su Yuan enter. All right. Su Yuan could not resist and agreed. Let's go and call Ife. Sister, yes. Expression immediately brightened. Like a little one. All right. Su Yuan could not resist and agreed. Let's go and call Ife. Sister, yes. Expression immediately brightened. Hope Manor. For magnificent horses galloped across the grassland, bathed in the bright moonlight that poured over Su Yuan and his companions. A few minutes later, they arrived at the only waterfall pool in the estate's forest. A loud rumble echoed as torrents of water surged from the rock face, crashing onto the surface and splashing countless droplets. You really know how to pick a spot. Su Yuan tethered the 4 horses securely and glanced around, realizing that this indeed was a perfect spot for a picnic. Of course. This is a place I carefully selected. Yushu blinked, her face beaming with delight. Junling silently gathered firewood, her face slightly flushed as she recalled the events that had transpired earlier. Ifalina took out 4 chairs and a table from her spatial ring, arranging the ingredients and fruits on top, while Yushu went to set up a tent. Su Yuan sat in a chair watching the busy figures of the 3, a sense of happiness and joy bubbling within him. If he could live such a celestial life forever, he would gladly accept it. Sister Ifalu, let's go swimming. After finishing setting up the tent, Yushu glanced at Su Yuan from the corner of her eye, and seeing he wasn't paying attention, whispered to Ifalu Na, who was approaching. Ifalu Na shyly nodded. The two entered the tent. Moments later, Yushu and Ifalu Na emerged from the tent, intentionally or unintentionally passing in front of Su Yuan as they walked toward the pool. Su Yuan was lounging with his legs crossed, admiring the waterfall cascading down like 1,000 feet, when suddenly something caught his eye. 2 enchanting figures appeared before him. He widened his eyes in surprise, staring at Yushu and Ifalu Na. At that moment, Yushu wore a deep blue one-piece swimsuit that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her long black hair cascaded down to her slender waist, and her round straight legs were exposed to the air. Ifalu Na wore a more conservative outfit, a white bustier top paired with a black miniskirt. Her flat, smooth abdomen was revealed, devoid of any excess flesh. Her figure rivaled Yushu's. Do I look good, oi? Yushu held Ifalu Na's arm with one hand, playfully tossing her hair with the other, and flashed a charming smile at Su Yuan. Before he could respond, the two turned and dove into the pool, swimming joyfully. In this survival world, being able to swim so freely was undoubtedly a blissful experience. Su Yuan swallowed hard, narrowing his eyes slightly. This girl was quite bold. On the other side, after finishing her tasks, Junling glanced over with her beautiful eyes, a lovely smile curving her lips. She entered the tent and emerged moments later. She wore a winered, high-waisted swimsuit draped with a light white veil that concealed her alluring figure. Junling swayed her seductive waist as she approached Su Yuan, slightly bending forward to gently trace her white jade-like hand across his face, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling softly. Darling, do you like it? Upon finishing her words, she lifted her hand, brushing the light veil across Su Yuan's face. Whether intentional or accidental, the veil suddenly slipped down, covering his head. Junling giggled, covering her mouth as she turned and darted away, her figure leaping into the water. In the blink of an eye, the 3 beauties began to frolic in the pool, filled with joy. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Su Yuan's vision blurred. He froze for a moment, peering through the veil at the pool. Moments later, he raised his hand to remove the veil, gently inhaling the lingering fragrance, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The drunken one's intentions lie not in the wine, but in the mountains and waters. At this moment, Su Yuan finally understood, feeling both gratified and delighted. In the pool, Yuzhu swam gracefully like a mermaid, suddenly surfacing, resembling a lotus flower emerging from the water. The ties of her deep blue swimsuit hugged her waist, the damp fabric clinging to her body, gently rising and falling with her breath. Drops of water cascaded from her hair, trailing down her delicate fair face to her exquisite, snow-white chin, subsequently falling into the deep shadows below. She did not immediately come ashore, but tilted her head back, sweeping her wet hair. Behind her, her arm raised to reveal the taut muscle lines of her side, resembling a bow drawn tight. Su Yuan, aren't you coming down to swim? Yuzhu lay on the shore, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light, playfully teasing with her tongue at the corner of her lips. Coming. What else was there to say? Su Yuan stood up, removing his shirt to reveal his well-defined upper body. When a beauty invites, how could one not be eager? With a smile playing on his lips, he took long strides, his figure lithe as a leopard. In an instant, with a splash, he leapt into the water, creating a massive wave. Look how eager you are. Yuzhu chuckled upon seeing this and immediately swam over. Junling and Ifaluna exchanged glances, both raising their hands to splash water at Su Yuan. Oh, you dare to ambush me. A large splash of water hit Su Yuan, but he was not angry and retaliated. Boom. The cascading water struck the surface, creating a series of deep rumbling sounds, simultaneously drowning out the playful shouts of the four. Time passed unknowingly. The moonlight spilled onto the sand and stones, covering them with a silver sheen, while a bonfire blazed fiercely in the center. The aroma of grilled meat wafted in all directions. A long table was already laid out with an array of delicious food and fruits. Su Yuan sat in a chair, arms crossed behind his head, his gaze directed at the tent, revealing a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Not long after, Yuzhu emerged with a smile, wearing a purple spaghetti strap dress that fitted her perfectly, her bare snow-white arms resting at her sides, and a pair of white jade high-heeled shoes adorning her feet. She exuded the ethereal charm of a neighborly older sister. Following closely was Junling, dressed in a cherry pink satin gown, the soft satin flowing against her waistline, flaring gently at her hips, the flowing skirt creating delicate ripples with each step. She presented a striking contrast between purity and allure. Finally, Ifaluna appeared, clad in a rosered, deep V-tulle gown, the layers of sheer fabric forming cloud-like contours, cinched at the waist with a jeweled belt. She nervously pressed her lips together, her fingertips instinctively adjusting the edges of her gloves, her bright, captivating eyes revealing a hint of shyness. The three beauties made their grand entrance. So beautiful. Su Yuan had already stood up, his gaze fixed, genuinely praising them. Young master, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Yuzhu approached gracefully, extending her small hand with a radiant smile. It would be my pleasure. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, mimicking the etiquette from dramas, slightly bowing as he took Yuzhu's hand. Yuzhu's lips curved upward, her small hand giving a gentle tug. Taken by surprise, Su Yuan leaned in, nearly colliding with Yuzhu, but he managed to steady himself. Can't the young master dance? Yuzhu blinked, whispering softly. I know a little. Su Yuan calmed the rising tension, making an effort to keep the atmosphere light. Just relax. Yuzhu smiled, grasping Su Yuan's hands, guiding him to dance slowly. 3 seconds later, silly, you stepped on my foot. The night was like silver, and the evening breeze was gentle. Laughter echoed around the campfire on the sandy ground, marking an unforgettable journey of outdoor cooking. In the outside world, a vast desert of red sand stretched ahead. Countless withered trees stood on the sandy ground, with flames leaping high in the desolate forest, filling the air with a burnt scent. Robbery is indeed the quickest way to gather resources. A man in camouflage sat atop a vehicle, gazing at the surrounding wreckage of vehicles while exhaling a puff of smoke. This was already the 7th convoy he had taken down. The convoys coming to the barren, withered forest varied in power, yet all had met the same fate at his hands. He had originally come here in search of resources, unexpectedly discovering another small convoy. After obliterating it just as he was about to leave, another convoy arrived. In such a short time, so many convoys had passed through here, indicating that this desolate, withered forest was likely a necessary route. This sparked the idea of robbing from them. As the saying goes, one cannot become rich without unexpected gains. A young man looking suspicious rushed over excitedly, saying, Boss, we only have the blueprints left for upgrading to level 5. We can exchange other resources for one. Well done. Jia Qianxiu tossed a pack of cigarettes over, and then stood up, proclaiming loudly, Hurry up and clean the battlefield. Oh, let's welcome the next victim. Yes, boss. The survivors around excitedly waved their hands and quickly got to work. A smirk curled at the corner of Jia Qianqius' mouth as he agilely jumped down from the vehicle, opened the door, and drove off in the level 4 armored vehicle. He came to a high slope and was about to play cards with the woman inside the vehicle when a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Boss, we've spotted Gu Wantang's trail." "Where is she?" Jia Qianqiu quickly put on his clothes and grabbed the walkie-talkie, shouting, "Where is she?" "Boss, she's several dozen kilometers outside the barren forest on a stretch of Gobi Desert. Can we confirm her route?" Jia Qianqius' eyes lit up, instinctively licking his lips as he hurriedly asked. "We lost track, we're not sure." "Forget it. No need to look for her. Return to the original position and keep watch." Upon hearing this, Jia Qianqiu wanted to curse, but swallowed it back, thinking of Gu Wantang's vehicle. That woman's vehicle was famously super fast. He had set up several observation posts 10 kilometers outside the barren forest to specifically scout convoys coming this way. If they spotted a powerful convoy, he could avoid it in time. "Gu Wantang, I hope you pass through the barren forest." Jia Qianqiu set down the walkie-talkie, raising his gaze to the window, speaking with piercing intent. If he could capture Gu Wantang, it would guarantee his vehicle's upgrade to level 5. Even without trading it for resources, he could enjoy it himself. That woman was full of mature charm. At that moment, a pair of delicate white hands wrapped around Jia Qianqius' neck, pulling him into the shadows. "Still thinking about that woman? Am I not enough for you?" At the same time, a sultry voice echoed, igniting a spark of desire within Jia Qianqiu. On the endless Gobi Desert, a black level 4 modified motorcycle zipped through, resembling a silent black specter. "Moi." A soft sound emerged as the level 4 motorcycle gradually came to a halt. Gu Wantang removed her helmet, letting her long dark green hair cascade down, revealing a captivating and mature face. She picked up a tactical binocular and looked towards the distant high slope. With the bright moonlight, she could see a massive vehicle parked there, resembling a giant beast fortress. "That vehicle looks quite imposing." A hint of surprise and curiosity appeared in her beautiful eyes as she licked her lips lightly. "I don't think I've seen this vehicle at the rest area. It should be a level 5 vehicle, but why is it a lone wolf? Also, it seems like a fierce battle occurred here. Did its companions perish in this conflict?" Gu Wantang scrutinized her surroundings, faintly catching sight of some exposed vehicle wreckage, her curiosity intensifying. After murmuring to herself, she opted for tactical sunglasses instead of her helmet and started the level 4 motorcycle. This motorcycle was transformed from a battle axe model equipped with 4 thrusters, 2 machine guns mounted on either side of the front, and a rocket launcher standing tall at the rear. The overall body was made of half bronze alloy and half high-grade alloy, exuding a wild aura while showcasing the vehicle's extraordinary nature. Vroom vroom. A soft humming sound filled the air as Gu Wantang gripped the handlebars tightly, giving the parked vehicle on the high slope a final glance. She wore a fitted matte black tactical vest, the zipper slightly ajar, revealing a deep, alluring cleavage. Over it, she donned an unbuttoned dark brown leather jacket, its hem gently swaying against her curvaceous waist with the vibrations of the engine. Her lower half was clad in an old pair of dark blue ripped skinny jeans, the fabric hugging her full hips and legs. Long curvaceous legs rested firmly in a pair of brown knee-high boots. A cloud of dust billowed as Gu Wantang rode off on her level 4 modified motorcycle. Suddenly, a message popped up on the vehicle screen. Gu Wantang's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment's daze, she raised her hand to click load. "Magic Zone," she murmured in astonishment as she read the information in the chat channel. A ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the earth. At the Hope Manor, Su Yuan awoke from his slumber, turning his head to glance beside him. The space was empty, the beauty was nowhere to be found. The air still lingered with the faint scent of honeysuckle. He got up, put on his clothes, and stepped out of the tent. "Good morning." Jun Ling was busy making breakfast, catching a glimpse of Su Yuan as he walked out and greeted him with a smile. "Morning." Su Yuan raised his chin slightly, scanning the surroundings, but not seeing Yushu and Ifaluna, he wondered aloud. "Where are you, Jie, and the others?" Yushu went back to the vehicle, and Ifil went to work. Jun Ling replied, placing a prepared breakfast on the table. "Milk, eggs, bread, and fruit." "Oh, okay." Su Yuan nodded, approached the table, and suddenly said, "Ling, Jie, feed me." "All right." Jun Ling smiled gently at this request, wiped her hands with a napkin, and came over to serve Su Yuan. After finishing breakfast, the two left the manor together and returned to the vehicle. "You, Jie, is there anything unusual?" Su Yuan asked as he reached the driver's seat. "No, the panoramic surveillance shows everything is normal," Yushu replied, dressed in cool attire. "A new day of hard work begins." Su Yuan lightly nodded, feeling quite cheerful as he started the Wuling amphibious tank and drove down from the high slope. "Puffed." Hearing his words, Yushu covered her mouth and chuckled. "You, Jie, what are you laughing at?" Su Yuan turned to look surprised. Yushu said with a smile, "It's nothing, just feels like you're going to work." "It's not that easy," Su Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. "Where's our next target?" Yushu blinked and looked back at the map of the red desert sand sea displayed on the screen. The map was now filled with several place names no longer just bearing the title of the White Bone Sand Sea. Su Yuan pondered for a moment after hearing the question. Previously he planned to visit the White Bone Sand Sea, but now they were several hundred kilometers away from it, with several regions in between. Let's go to the deserted forest. After a moment, he pointed to the nearest deserted forest. At the same time, a familiar cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed across the land. Good morning, survivors, a new day has begun. The Sea of the Undead has already spread from the edge of the red desert sand sea. I wish all survivors a smooth journey. A familiar cold mechanical voice suddenly resounded, reverberating throughout the entire world. The Sea of the Undead, oi. Yushu blinked, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of confusion. On the sofa, Junling's heart moved, and she slowly said, it should be similar to the death sandstorm in the Yellow Earth wasteland. Yes, but it poses no threat to us. Su Yuan raised his head and glanced at the rearview mirror. At the speed of the Wuling amphibious tank, the Sea of the Undead should not be able to catch up. Su Yuan. At this moment, Ifaluna ran over from the blue sports car in a hurry, calling out his name. Ifaluna, what's wrong? Su Yuan turned around and smiled. Ifaluna took a breath and excitedly said, someone wants to trade for the forbidden spirit fruit. What? Yushu suddenly stood up, her face showing a hint of excitement. Oh, who is it? Su Yuan was quite surprised. He really did not expect someone to trade for such a top-tier material. A woman named Gu Wantong. Ifaluna recounted, furrowing her brow. However, she needs level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprints. That's a steep price. Yushu's eyes widened. No problem. Su Yuan, however, raised an eyebrow and directly agreed, taking out a level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint and handing it to Ifaluna. If it were someone else, he would definitely not trade. The level 5 blueprints were also top-tier materials, rarer than the forbidden spirit fruit. And in this survival world, vehicles were paramount. But for him, the level 5 blueprint was just a piece of junk gathering dust in the warehouse. Junling hesitated for a moment and spoke. Su Yuan, won't this be too much of a loss? Perhaps we could use other materials to exchange for the forbidden spirit fruit. It doesn't have to be the level 5 blueprints. It doesn't matter. The forbidden spirit fruit is the real treasure for us and a necessity. Su Yuan said, casually waving his hand. Moreover, one forbidden spirit fruit in the Hogwarts well could provide infinite resources, so there would be no need to purchase forbidden spirit fruits in the future. Then he'll go trade. Ifaluna took the level 5 blueprint and said, go ahead. Su Yuan nodded and then drove the Wuling amphibious tank at full speed toward the deserted forest. In the deserted forest, in an edge area, there were stout dead trees all around and even quicksand whirlpools. A black motorcycle was parked under a dead tree. Really trading? The vehicle's screen flashed, and Gu Wantong looked at the level 5 blueprint in her hand, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Seeing the pinned message in the magic area, she decided to give it a try, not expecting the other party to actually trade. When Yuqing, Gu Wantong squinted her eyes slightly while looking at the name in the chat channel on the screen. This must be a powerful individual. They casually traded a level 5 blueprint. Jia Qianxiu, I will definitely make you pay for this once my vehicle reaches level 5. Gu Wantong stored the level 5 vehicle upgrade blueprint and turned to look deep into the deserted forest, gritting her teeth as she spoke. She had come from the Gobi Desert to the deserted forest, but unexpectedly, she was attacked as soon as she entered. Fortunately, her vehicle was unique and managed to break through the encirclement, but she had also sustained injuries. At this moment, her leather jacket had several large holes exposing her wounds. Her dark green hair was slightly scorched, and she had lost one of her knee-high boots. Uffed. A disheveled Gu Wantong let out a breath, her face covered in dust, looking as if she had just fled from disaster. This was also one of the reasons she was trading for the forbidden spirit fruit. At this time, Gu Wantong revealed a slight smile, then took out a bottle of healing medicine to apply to her wounds, wincing in pain. Meanwhile, on the other side, hundreds of vehicles were hidden in the dead forest waiting for prey to arrive. Damn it, she still got away. Jia Qianxiu slammed his fist on the armored vehicle, angrily shouting. They were so close to capturing Gu Wantong. They had already broken her vehicle's shield, yet she still managed to charge out of the encirclement, disappearing in a flash. They couldn't catch up at all, and could only eat dust, reluctantly returning to their original position. The duck that was almost in their grasp flew away, and Jia Qianxiu felt furious, but couldn't help but admire Gu Wantong. A mere woman dares to survive alone. No wonder the big shots can't catch her. Just then, boss, we have spotted a vehicle heading toward the deserted forest. A vehicle? You all take care of it. Jia Qianxiu, still feeling furious, picked up the walkie-talkie and boss, this vehicle is very different. It looks like an iron fortress. The voice hesitated for a moment, but still, an iron fortress. Upon hearing this, Jia Qianxiu subtly frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, let it come. Received. The voice on the walkie-talkie obviously breathed a sigh of relief. All units pay attention. A big big fish is coming and let it enter the net before taking action. Jia Qianxiu squinted and instructed into the walkie-talkie, then leaned back into a soft embrace. On the desert land, the Wuling amphibious tank was driving steadily on autopilot, and Su Yuan and his companions were currently in the ancient well world. Su Yuan stood by the Hogwarts well, without hesitation took out the forbidden spirit fruit and tossed it in. Splash. Several splashes of water erupted the calm surface, rippling with a layer of waves the forbidden spirit fruit, sinking all the way down, until Su Yuan could no longer see it. Before long, bubbles began to roll up on the water surface, and then 2 fruits popped up from the water. Su Yuan hurriedly squatted down and reached out his hands to retrieve the 2 forbidden spirit fruits. Exactly the same. Yushu leaned over to take a look, exclaiming in surprise. Beside her, Junling's mind lit up, and she quickly said, Su Yuan, we can consume 1, and the remaining 1 can be tossed in next time. Oh, you're right, this way we can create an infinite loop. Yushu exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. Yes, that. Su Yuan smiled, nodding, and collected one of the fruits, looking at the 3 women. Old rules. Yushu and the 2 beauties were momentarily stunned, then reacted and began to play rock, paper, scissors. In the end, Junling emerged victorious. Su Yuan handed the forbidden spirit fruit to her, then left the ancient well world and returned to the vehicle. He took over the driving, and the speed of the Wuling amphibious tank rapidly increased. Junling sat cross-legged on the sofa, her gaze resolute, as she consumed the forbidden spirit fruit. Yushu and Ifaluna guarded her side. A few minutes later, an expansive forest of dead trees appeared before him, casting a unique hue over the vast desert landscape. Is this the desolate dead forest? Indeed, all are dead trees. Su Yuan looked at the towering ancient trees ahead, a hint of curiosity on his face as he drove the Wuling amphibious tank into the forest. It seems a battle occurred here. He noticed charred marks on some of the dead trees and couldn't help but squint his eyes. The situation felt somewhat off, but he was unafraid. As the Wuling amphibious tank advanced, deeper signs of battle became increasingly evident. Creak. Suddenly, a piercing metallic screech echoed, prompting Su Yuan to activate the panoramic surveillance. He saw metallic spikes lying on the sand, though they had been crushed. Someone is lying in ambush. Su Yuan's pupils constricted, but then his brow relaxed and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He hoped he was overthinking it otherwise. Just then, countless rumbling sounds erupted as vehicles surged from all directions surrounding the Wuling amphibious tank. Weapons gleaming with cold light aimed at it. People inside, listen. You are surrounded, get out of the vehicle and surrender immediately. A level 4 armored vehicle slowly approached. Jia Qianxiu gazed at the steel behemoth, ahead a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes before activating the loudspeaker, his voice echoing ominously. Inside the Wuling amphibious tank, Su Yuan Jun is still awakening. Will fighting affect her? Yushu asked with some concern. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing it was indeed a concern. It seemed he could only wait for Junling to complete her awakening. It won't affect her. Suddenly, Junling spoke up, her eyes tightly closed, sweat beading on her forehead. Veins stood out on her fair skin, indicating she was deeply engaged in her awakening. Yet her tone was calm, showing no signs of panic. Yaifaluna's eyes widened in surprise. She can still talk. Jun, focus on your awakening, don't get distracted. Yushu hurriedly interjected. Don't worry about me, Junling replied again. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, approached Junling, observing her closely, and found her breathing was steady. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Could it be that the enhancement of her overall strength allowed Junling to awaken with such ease? He stroked his chin, pondering. At this moment outside, no one responded to Jia Qianxiu, causing his expression to darken as he coldly remarked, since it's come to this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fire. Disable their wheels. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen alloy javelins whistled through the air, striking the wheels. Yet the javelins bent and broke, falling onto the sand. Moi. Seeing this, Jia Qianxiu's expression changed, and as he was about to order an assault with firearms, at that moment the Wuling amphibious tank moved, and a green-gold mechanical skeletal structure rose from its roof. It was a chain electromagnetic cannon. Buzz. Threads of ethereal blue arcs flickered around, and carbon gold rings lit up one by one, charging up. What is this? Jia Qianxiu was dumbfounded, forgetting to give any commands. Then he witnessed an unforgettable scene in his life. In the next second, a zaped electromagnetic ray sliced through the air, striking a modified heavy truck. The engine roar of the truck abruptly ceased, and the vehicle's display dimmed to gray. Inside, the driver stared blankly at the scene. However, it didn't stop there. The electromagnetic ray spread rapidly to the next vehicle. In just over 10 seconds, it spread to hundreds of vehicles ahead, rendering them all incapacitated. Zzz. Following that, a flurry of metallic currents surged forth. A high-velocity anti-aircraft gun radiating green-gold brilliance appeared immediately, unleashing a torrent of crossfire, showering countless armor-piercing bullets onto the vehicles. In the blink of an eye, it shredded their metallic shells, turning them into a mass of honeycomb-like wreckage. All of this transpired in a flash. What the hell, that's an anti-aircraft gun, and a 12-barrel one at that. Run. This vehicle is a monster. Don't kill me, I surrender. Devil, it's a devil. Oh. This scene instantly plunged the group of surviving drivers into despair and terror as they fled in a panic. Fire, fire. Inside the armored vehicle, Jia Qianxiu regained his composure, trembling as he fired shells while shouting angrily into the walkie-talkie. Hearing his roar, some of the subordinate drivers forced down their fear and launched an attack. In an instant, a barrage of metallic storms tore through the air, pouring down onto the Wuling amphibious tank, only to create small ripples like raindrops falling onto the surface of water without inflicting any damage. Su Yuan allowed the bullet storm to assault him as he drove the Wuling amphibious tank on a rampage. Wherever he passed, vehicles exploded into flames. It's over, we can't break through its defenses at all. We've provoked a terrifying enemy. Mom, it's coming after us, no? The drivers, pouring fire from all directions, had their pupils quake, terror etched across their faces. At this moment, they had no will to fight left, only fear. One by one, they abandoned their attacks, driving their vehicles at full speed to flee without a moment's hesitation. They wished their vehicles could sprout wings. Don't run. Attack. Seeing his subordinates fleeing in panic, Jia Qianxiu shouted angrily into the walkie-talkie, but it was of no use. No one heeded his commands. Moments later, he looked up at the mercilessly slaughtering Wuling amphibious tank, his walkie-talkie slipping from his grasp, revealing a bitter and despairing look in his eyes. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Radar coverage lock onto the moving heat sources outside, fire at will. Inside the Wuling amphibious tank, Su Yuan issued the command, simultaneously reactivating the chain electromagnetic cannon for charging preparation. Sky radar scan, complete number of enemy units outside 85. Enemy units locked, automatic fire initiated. Messages popped up on the vehicle's display, and then the tri-combined main cannon slowly extended, instantly unleashing firepower. Shells with white tails streaked through the air, accurately landing on the fleeing vehicles outside. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, fireballs erupted in the outer area, with some vehicles performing 360-degree spins in midair. At the same time, a black phantom pierced through the dead forest from afar, not approaching the battlefield immediately. What the hell? Gu Wantong halted her vehicle, took up her tactical binoculars, and instinctively cursed. She sensed movement here and curiously came over. And what did she see? A vehicle annihilating Jia Qianxiu's cheetah convoy. Then she saw a brilliant beam of light cutting through the air, piercing through vehicle after vehicle. What kind of weapon is this? Gu Wantong stared, her heart skipping a beat, instantly feeling her scalp tingle. If this weapon hit her vehicle, she would probably be vaporized along with it. Terrifying. Wait, this vehicle looks a bit familiar. On the battlefield, a vacuum distortion passage stretching 1,000 meters manifested in midair. All vehicles within this passage were vaporized, even towering dead trees could not withstand the force and were cleaved in half. A massive tree crashed down, smashing into the ground. An atmosphere of despair and fear permeated the deadwood forest as the surviving seekers fled in a frenzy. Under the firepower coverage of the Wuling amphibious tank, the number of vehicles was rapidly decreasing. Moi. Suddenly, Su Yuan raised his eyebrows, catching a glimpse of a black motorcycle on the periphery, destroying fleeing vehicles. A motorcycle? Surprised and curious, he halted the main cannon's bombardment. He then fired a chain electromagnetic cannon at a modified armored vehicle, rendering it incapacitated. Su Yuan, is it over? Yushu asked, raising her eyes. She did not participate in this battle and had been guarding Junling's side. Ifiluna was the same. The battlefield was entirely dominated by Su Yuan. It's almost done, but something interesting has come up. Su Yuan turned his head and, peering through the car window, gazed into the distance where battle raged. In the deadwood forest. Da-da-da-boom. 2 bullet tongues erupted from a black modified motorcycle, striking a modified off-road vehicle, which exploded under the crossfire. Awesome. I told you not to ambush me. Gu Wantong was in an incredibly joyful mood, having driven her level 4 motorcycle to take out the last fleeing vehicle of the Leopard team. She then stopped her vehicle, turned to look at the Wuling amphibious tank, a glint of wonder flashing in her beautiful eyes. This vehicle was too domineering and powerful, a true mobile fortress of war. After a moment's thought, she gritted her teeth and drove her motorcycle over the wreckage of vehicles. Thank you. Gu Wantong stopped 100 meters away, glancing at the armored vehicle not far off, and called out to the Wuling amphibious tank. She could have sat back and watched the demise of the Leopard team, but ultimately, she could not restrain herself wanting to avenge her previous grievances, so she pursued the remaining survivors. Moreover, after her appearance, the Wuling amphibious tank ceased its bombardment, seemingly allowing her to pursue without concern. Who are you? Su Yuan's gaze fell on Gu Wantong, regarding her with keen interest. Her figure clearly indicated she was a woman and she was riding a motorcycle. This stirred endless curiosity and astonishment within him. It was the first time he had seen a survivor riding a motorcycle and managing to survive. It was truly a miracle. My name is Gu Wantong from Area B. Gu Wantong hesitated for a moment, then finally answered truthfully. Simultaneously, a thought flashed through her mind. The fact that this person did not recognize her indicated he was not a survivor from Area B. He must be from another area. Perhaps. This name sounds a bit familiar. At this moment, Su Yuan heard the name and scratched his head, feeling as if he had heard it somewhere before. It's her. Ifai Luna's eyes widened in surprise. Yu Shu beside her suddenly brightened, recalling. Isn't she the one who sold us the forbidden spirit fruits? So it's her. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was suddenly enlightened. What a coincidence. A smile crept onto his lips. Gu Wantong, so it's you. You've heard of me. Gu Wantong was taken aback. Could her earlier assumption have been wrong? I haven't heard of you, but we did make a trade not long ago. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, speaking leisurely. Trade? Gu Wantong frowned, her eyes widening suddenly. You are the one who traded the level 5 blueprints with me. No, the person who traded was clearly a woman. She then showed a puzzled expression, murmuring to herself. That's right, I didn't expect to see you right after the trade. Oh, I must say this is fate. Su Yuan sighed, suddenly calling out sharply, trying to run. Just then, the incapacitated level 4 armored vehicle, where Jia Qianxiu was intending to slip away, quietly trembled, and both he and his companion dropped to their knees. Boss, spare my life. I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted your supplies. It was my foolishness. Jia Qianxiu knocked his head, frantically shaking all over, clearly terrified to the extreme. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and pushed the sexy woman beside him out towards Su Yuan. They'll give you the woman as she can do anything. The woman was caught off guard and fell onto the sandy ground, looking utterly disheveled, exposing large patches of snow-white skin. You answer my questions. Su Yuan glanced at her, then his voice rang coldly. He kept Jia Qianxiu around precisely to interrogate him. Boss, you ask and I'll answer everything. Jia Qianxiu seemed to see a glimmer of hope, nodding desperately. Su Yuan slightly raised his head, thought for a moment, then began to ask several questions. Jia Qianxiu answered one by one. On the other side, Gu Wantong looked at Jia Qianxiu with murderous intent, then raised her eyes to the Wuling amphibious tank, somewhat worried that Su Yuan might let him go. Beneath the helmet, her expression kept changing, but in the end, she still said nothing. Boss, everything I said is the truth. Can I go now? After Jia Qianxiu finished answering, he waited for a moment, cautiously raising his head to ask. Want to leave? Su Yuan smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Jia Qianxiu's eyes sparkled with hope as he nodded vigorously. That is impossible. A smirk formed on Su Yuan's lips as his voice came out, revealing a hint of you. Upon hearing this, Jia Qianxiu immediately realized he had been played, anger surfacing on his face as he gritted his teeth, seemingly ready to risk everything. You bastard, even if you kill me, you won't have it easy. I have already sent out my location, or just wait to be destroyed. Jia Qianxiu scrambled to his feet, shouting with a face full of resentment. What is Gao Tianyuan? Su Yuan was taken aback, confused. Hearing this name, Gu Wantong trembled, her eyes revealing boundless hatred. She explained Gao Tianyuan is the top-tier team force in Area B, composed of people from Fusan. Oh, so it's those little days. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows, smiling as he replied. If those little days Gao Tianyuan dares to come, I will let them know what hell looks like. As soon as the words fell, the 3-anon main cannon shifted, aiming its eerie opening at Jia Qianxiu. At that moment, wait, heroine Wen Yuqing. Gu Wantong hurriedly called out upon witnessing this scene. Heroine Wen Yuqing. Hearing the call, Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, then he chuckled. I am not Aunt Qing, I am Su Yuan. Su Xiaoxia, can I kill Jia Qianxiu? Gu Wantang's face showed a hint of embarrassment when she heard this, then she asked with a tone of request. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing that there seemed to be a grudge between the two. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and looked at Gu Wantong. You can, but I have a condition. What condition? Gu Wantang's face lit up with joy, quickly asking. Su Yuan replied indifferently, take off your helmet. No problem. Upon hearing this request, Gu Wantong was clearly taken aback for a moment, then readily agreed. She reached up with both hands to remove her helmet, revealing a captivating mature face, her pair of phoenix eyes shimmering like autumn waters. A myriad of charms. Upon seeing Gu Wantang's face, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement, and a term instinctively came to his mind. Are you moved? A soft voice echoed, and Yu Shu appeared beside him, gazing out of the car window. A hint of astonishment also appeared on her face, for she had to admit that Gu Wantong possessed a uniquely captivating beauty, exuding a mature charm. That was the mark left by time upon her. She must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Indeed, I am moved. Su Yuan shrugged, openly admitting it. My lecherous husband, I really can't do anything about you. Shu paused for a moment, playfully punching him with her small fist. She was equally curious about Gu Wantong, who was riding a motorcycle. Outside the car, Gu Wantong removed her helmet, looked up at the motorcycle for a moment, and then started the engine heading towards Jia Qianxiu. Ha ha. Gu Wantong, you are the woman wanted by the Osaka demon clan. You will soon be ruined. Upon seeing this, Jia Qianxiu laughed maniacally, suddenly reaching into his clothes to pull out several grenades and throw them. Umph. Gu Wantong snorted, coldly activating the mounted machine gun, and the roaring bullets directly blasted the grenades. Flames shot up to the sky, and thick smoke billowed. She then drove through the smoke, a barrage of bullets, hitting Jia Qianxiu. In an instant, he was shot into a sieve, countless blood splattering in all directions. The woman on the ground was so frightened that she lost control and rolled aside hastily, trying to escape the area to avoid being caught in the chaos. Huff! Gu Wantong exhaled a breath, feeling a sense of satisfaction from avenging the sneak attack. The woman on the ground was so frightened that she lost control and rolled aside hastily, trying to escape the area to avoid being caught in the chaos. Huff! Gu Wantong exhaled a breath, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause broke out, and Gu Wantong turned her head in surprise. Let me introduce myself, I am Su Yuan. Su Yuan had somehow gotten out of the car, smiling as he approached, extending his right hand. Gu Wantong. Gu Wantong slightly raised the corners of her mouth, also extending her hand for a gentle shake. Thank you. You're welcome. Su Yuan smiled, letting go of her hand. Just then a melodious voice rang out. Destined bond, Gu Wantong. Gu Wantong. The charming proprietress. Age 40. Height 1.78 meters. Weight 57 kilograms. Measurements. Comprehensive strength 15. Restricted spirit mirage. Destined bond, arcane leap. Arcane leap opens a spatial wormhole, allowing instant travel up to 100 meters away with a daily limit of 5, increases by 1 for each level the vehicle ascends. The emergence of this enchanting voice made Su Yuan's smile gradually brighten, thinking that there was no destined bond. Gu Wantong noticed Su Yuan staring at her, but instead of anger, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Her charm was indeed extraordinary. This handsome young man was directly captivated by her, living up to her reputation as someone adored by all. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan regained his senses, lightly clearing his throat, his gaze shifting to the motorcycle. I am curious about how you managed to survive. Don't underestimate it, it's quite special. Gu Wantong raised an eyebrow, patting the motorcycle, but not answering Su Yuan's question. Su Yuan understood and did not press further. Be careful of the Gaotian Yuan. Gu Wantong suddenly thought of something, her voice solemn. The Osaka Demon Clan's convoy is no ordinary convoy, it could be said to be an army. As long as they dare to come, I don't mind sending them to the afterlife. Su Yuan smiled indifferently, his tone filled with confidence. Upon hearing this, Gu Wantong's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Is this the young hero? Gu Wantong, although your motorcycle is special, in the end it's still just a motorcycle. Su Yuan's thoughts flowed as he slowly spoke. This mature beauty had to be invited onto the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Gu Wantong raised her eyebrows, slightly remaining silent as she awaited more. My vehicle has a lot of space, if you don't mind. Su Yuan was halfway through his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Smart Gu Wantong naturally understood Su Yuan's intent. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled charmingly. Are you interested in me, young hero Su? Not just interested, I like you. Su Yuan was taken aback, but once he processed it, he replied honestly. He didn't expect Gu Wantong to be so straightforward, so he decided to be candid as well. Hee hee. Gu Wantong chuckled lightly, her beautiful eyes sizing up Su Yuan as she commented, you're quite handsome with a unique charm, but what a pity. What a pity. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Gu Wantong licked her red lips, her tone filled with a hint of regret. If I were a bit younger, I would definitely agree to young hero Su. Younger I might not necessarily like. Su Yuan looked into her mesmerizing phoenix eyes and said with a hint of melancholy. This time it was Gu Wantong's turn to be stunned, as she hadn't expected Su Yuan to be so forthright. She concluded in her heart, this young man has a preference for mature women. Young hero Su, until we meet again. Gu Wantong raised an eyebrow, swung her leg over the motorcycle, and said to Su Yuan before donning her helmet and starting the engine. Are you not considering it? Seeing this, Su Yuan continued to persuade. Let's think about it when we meet next time. Gu Wantong smiled seductively, twisting the throttle and speeding away on her motorcycle. Sigh. Su Yuan watched Gu Wantong leave, shaking his head with a light sigh. This woman is a bit hard to deal with. After pausing for a moment, he scanned the area, which was in disarray with metal wreckage towering all around. The air was still filled with a sharp metallic burning smell mixed with some charred scent. A minute later, Su Yuan returned to the car. Failed? Yushu asked. She was a bit surprised to see Gu Wantong drive away. Yes, still not charming enough. Su Yuan lightly nodded, his gaze landing on Junling. Why haven't you? His words were not yet finished. Junling, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, suddenly opened her eyes wide, a brilliant light flashing across. I have successfully awakened. She exhaled heavily, her clothes already soaked with sweat, her snowy skin. Yushu's face showed excitement as she grabbed Junling's arm. What restricted spirit have you awakened? The power of insight. Junling looked at Su Yuan, a smile appearing on her face, her mood quite pleasant. Yushu blinked her eyes, curiously asking what abilities does it have? Weakness, insight. Junling turned her head, gently caressing Yushu's face, and replied softly. Power of insight. Level B. Weakness, insight analyzes and scans for weak points. Single point perspective makes a location transparent. Side effect, none. Introduction. In front of me, the enemy has no secrets. But she didn't mention her second ability, as it was somewhat unfriendly. While this ability combined with a sniper rifle would be simply perfect. Yushu exclaimed with shining eyes. Yeah, it's very suitable for me. Junling nodded, gently looking up at Su Yuan. Is everything outside resolved? All taken care of. Su Yuan held his head high. Junling couldn't help but use her single-point perspective. A faint blush appeared on her enchanting cheeks, and she quickly stood up, saying, I feel too uncomfortable. I will go take a shower now. Taking a bath is just taking a bath. Why are you blushing? Yushu looked at Junling's departing figure and murmured in confusion. Beside her, Ife Luna smiled and said, Little June is shy. Su Yuan shrugged, driving the Wuling amphibious tank to collect the dropped supplies, heading towards the next location. In front of the desolate dry forest was the ancient city of Luju. Not long after Su Yuan left, a vehicle arrived at the battlefield. It's cleaned up so well. Gu Wantong showed a bitter smile. She had returned hoping to pick up some leftovers, but found nothing. Su Yuan. She gazed into the distance and murmured before starting her motorcycle to leave. On the desert ground, the Wuling amphibious tank moved forward at full speed like a steel beast, stirring up rolling dust. Zzz. At that moment, a sound of electrical current rang out. Su Yuan heard the noise and reached for the intercom that was making the sound. This intercom was a trophy seized from the three major forces. Unlike ordinary intercoms, it was somewhat special, colored white, and could only communicate in one direction. So Su Yuan placed it on the car platform, waiting for the other party to communicate. Hello, Heishan. After a while, a deep voice came from the intercom. Hearing this, Su Yuan squinted. It turned out to be a fellow villager of Heishan. I am Heishan. He thought for a moment and pretended to speak like Heishan. Who are you? Where is Heishan? The other side immediately saw through it, questioning him. I am your grandpa. Su Yuan said, leisurely dropping the act. Baga, do you know who you are talking to? There was a moment of silence on the intercom, followed by a curse that revealed a strong, murderous intent. Little brat, are you deaf? Su Yuan said with a smile. State your name. Listen well, I will only say it once, don't ask again later. Am listening. Gritting teeth. I am your grandpa, Su Yuan. Very well, Su Yuan, you will pay the price for your recklessness. The intercom fell silent for several seconds before a voice finally rang out, about to hang up the call. Wait, give me an address, and I will personally deliver it to your door. Seeing this, Su Yuan hurriedly shouted, just when he was worried about having nothing to do. Zzz. But at that moment, a burst of electrical noise came from the intercom, and the other party seemed to hang up, making Su Yuan sigh. Just as he felt regret, the intercom suddenly blurted out 4 words. Hongguang Forbidden Zone. Hongguang Forbidden Zone. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, immediately opening the map of Chimo Desert, searching with his eyes. After a while, he found it. The Hongguang Forbidden Zone was located in the northeast direction of Luju Ancient City, with a distance of over 1,000 kilometers between them. Alas! Su Yuan suddenly slapped his thigh, forgetting to ask that little brat's name. Without a name, how would he greet him when he went there? I should have thought this through. Su Yuan showed a helpless expression, shook his head, and then walked to the blue supercar and instructed, Ife, post a recruitment message for maids. The location is Luju Ancient City. Okay. Ife Luna nodded and immediately posted the recruitment message in the chat channels of Magic District Paradise of Bliss, and Takamagara pinning it on top. Now her task was information collection, purchasing items, and so on. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yuan said, gently turning to walk towards the driver's seat. At this moment, Yushu had just come out of Hope Manor. Seeing Su Yuan's slightly worried expression, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? It's nothing, just a little brat. I forgot to ask his name. Su Yuan explained briefly and then spread his hands. Yushu chuckled in surprise and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Su Yuan, you can take the intercom to Aunt Qing to have a look. Perhaps she can modify it for two-way communication. All right. Su Yuan slapped his forehead. How could he forget Aunt Qing's abilities? Su Yuan, there's another thing. Seeing him smiling, Yushu continued. Su Yuan chuckled. What is it? As for the farm and ranch in Hope Manor, there won't be any issues in the short term, but it will get chaotic if no one manages it for a long time. Yushu sighed. Oh, she and Junling were managing it, but the two of them were overwhelmed, unable to handle such a large place. Don't worry, I've already asked Ife to post a recruitment message for maids right in Luju Ancient City. Su Yuan, hearing this matter, couldn't help but smile. That's great. Yushu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. A kiss for you. Su Yuan looked at Yushu's happy expression, stepped forward, hugged her shoulder, kissed her cheek, and then headed towards the war machinery factory with the intercom. In a certain area of the Gobi Desert, a large and orderly convoy was heading towards the Hongguang Forbidden Zone. It was a torrent of steel composed of thousands of vehicles, appearing like a disciplined army at a glance. Drone squads, reconnaissance squads, assault squads. Each formation was neatly arranged. All the vehicles were of at least level 2, without a single initial or level 1 vehicle. This force was the top convoy of Area B, Takamagara. Su Yuan. Heishan was annihilated by this guy. In the middle of the convoy, inside a level 5 modified main battle tank, Osaka Kiki put down the intercom, his eyes glinting coldly. He had a scar running down the left side of his face, and every time he spoke his expression twisted grotesque. President, we've received confirmed news that the Light Knights of Area A, the Paradise of Bliss in Area C, and the Cross Phantom Party in Area E are all heading to the Hongguang Forbidden Zone. At that moment, a cold female voice came from the holographic screen. What? Hearing this, Osaka Kiki frowned tightly, a look of deep confusion on his face. Is the news confirmed? Confirmed. The female voice replied after a second of silence. Understood. Osaka Kiki waved his hand, squinting his eyes, a hint of doubt flickering in his gaze. Why are all these guys here? Did they find some information? As an internal test survivor, he was well aware of the Chimo Desert, see the second survival stage area. And the Hongguang Forbidden Zone was an important place containing Zzz. Just as Osaka Kiki was lost in thought, the white intercom suddenly emitted electrical sounds, and before he could look, a voice floated out. Hi, little brat, surprised or not? Su Yuan, what do you want? Osaka Kiki's pupils contracted, surprised for a moment, and quickly picked up the intercom, speaking in a low voice. He was quite surprised that Su Yuan could contact him through this intercom. Little brat, I forgot to ask you your name earlier. What is it? I want to know so I can find you later. Su Yuan's playful voice came through. Since you want to seek death so much, listen well, my name is Osaka. Osaka Kika's lips curled into a slight arc, suddenly taking an interest in Su Yuan. He wanted to see what kind of confidence the one who annihilated Heishan, Hu Lang, had. Osaka Kiki, the boss of Takamagara in Area B. Su Yuan's surprised voice rang out. That's me. I will be waiting for you in the Hongguang Forbidden Zone, or I hope you still have the courage to come. Upon hearing this, Osaka Kika's tone carried a hint of mockery. Don't worry, just don't die. I'll make sure to wait for me. Su Yuan unhurriedly replied, feeling delighted. Slap. Osaka Kiki hung up the call, exuding a murderous aura, and then his face contorted into a grimace. Come on, all of you. Let me personally send you to hell. On the other side, Su Yuan wanted to say more, but upon seeing Osaka Kiki hang up the call, a slight smile crept onto his lips. He never expected this guy to be the leader of Takamagara. What a coincidence. He then reached out to contact again. Zzz. Osaka Kiki, don't hang up so soon. He hurriedly spoke the moment the call was connected. As soon as the words came out, it indeed had an effect. Although there was no response from the other side, the call had not been disconnected. I have a question to ask. I would like to know about the configuration of your armed convoy. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound came from the intercom, followed by a continuous crackling noise. It's just one question. Is it necessary to get so angry? Su Yuan tried to operate the intercom again, but it was the same. He helplessly set it down. It was clear that Osaka Kiki on the other end had damaged his intercom. After finally finding someone to chat with, now he was left without. Yushu and Junling were managing Hope Manor. Ifaluna was acquiring map fragments and other resources, while Tongshu and Wen Yuqing were studying the Thunder Prison armaments. Thus, Su Yuan felt a bit aimless at this moment. Fortunately, the next destination was not far away. While Su Yuan was on his way to the ancient city of Lojua. Centered around the ancient city of Lojua, vehicles were racing across the desert land in a half-arc outward. These people were coming for Su Yuan, most of whom were survivors from the Demon Zone. Many survivors from the Pure Land and Takamagara were also on their way. This was because the recruitment information Su Yuan provided was filled with temptation. Just by coming for an interview, one could receive a generous gift package, which included fruits, vegetables, meat, and bread. If such a rich package was offered for merely attending an interview, one could only imagine how wonderful life would be if the interview was successful. It must be like paradise inside, right? Many female survivors found their minds drifting off, beginning to daydream. Moreover, not only could they enjoy a good life, but they could also ensure their own safety. Of course, with Su Yuan being so high profile, there were also ill-intentioned survivors, but they were all from outside the Demon Zone. Someone like me, an ordinary person. In the Wuling amphibious tank, Su Yuan hummed a tune while driving. Sounds good. Ifaluna in the passenger seat raised both hands to applaud, occasionally singing along, providing ample emotional support. Su Yuan was feeling too bored, so he called Ifaluna over from the sports car to work and chat. The Wuling amphibious tank was not lonely either. As they got closer to the ancient city of Lojua, more and more vehicles began to appear around them. There were rarely lone wolves. Most vehicles traveled in groups of 3 or 5. However, upon seeing Su Yuan's vehicle, they all kept their distance out of respect. Boom. At that moment, an explosion sound erupted, followed by a burst of machine gun fire. Is someone attacking us? Ifaluna was startled and looked around. No, they are attacking someone else. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the sandy area on the left where a dozen vehicles were chasing and firing at 5 others. In the blink of an eye, 3 vehicles were destroyed, leaving 2 vehicles frantically fleeing. Whether it was intentional or not, their escape route happened to lead right past the Wuling amphibious tank. The vehicles that had been trailing far behind had long since fled. Hey, they are coming towards us, Ifaluna remarked as she turned to look, her expression filled with surprise. This is the harsh reality of survival. Most people are constantly in peril. Su Yuan sighed deeply. Without warning or caring, he simply continued driving. Su Yuan, help. During the chase, another vehicle was destroyed, leaving only a level 3 modified white sports car. It desperately accelerated and finally caught up to the Wuling amphibious tank with the occupants inside, crying for help. Su Yuan, should we intervene? Ifaluna hesitated for a moment before asking. No need, let nature take its course. Su Yuan shook his head. Such events unfolded daily in this survival world, and he was not a savior. Su Yuan, we came for an interview, but were chased by these marauders on the way. We beg you to lend a hand. We can be of service to you. On the level 3 modified sports car, a woman dressed in red with heavy makeup displayed a look of despair when she saw Su Yuan's lack of response and unwillingly shouted again. Little girl, surrender obediently, and you might live. You otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. The marauder convoy closed and spreading out into a surrounding formation, and a cold voice emerged from the lead level 3 modified off-road vehicle. Naive little girl, do you think this vehicle can save you? What does big matter? It's just a few shots away. A man dressed in a black leather jacket with slicked back hair grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth, and continued coldly. Inside the Wuling amphibious tank, Su Yuan smiled faintly upon hearing these words. Initially hearing they were here for an interview, he had slowed down. Now that the words were spoken, since they were here for an interview, he had to ensure their safety. He had to take care of this matter. Rest assured you are safe now. Su Yuan smiled slightly, his voice broadcast through the loudspeakers. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you know what you were saying? The man in the leather jacket couldn't help but laugh at Su Yuan's. However, the next second, he could no longer laugh. A green-gold cannon extended from the Wuling amphibious tank, instantly firing off a barrage of shells. Sky radar scanning complete, enemy unit count 18. Autolocking. Information popped up on the vehicle's display, and Su Yuan did not hesitate to issue the attack command. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 18 explosions rang out as shells accurately struck each vehicle. In just a few seconds, this marauder convoy was completely annihilated. Inside the level 3 white sports car, 5 women trembled together, their eyes wide in shock as they stared out at the scene. They knew Su Yuan's vehicle was powerful, but they never expected it to be this strong. This was a marauder convoy equipped with heavy firepower, and just like that, it was destroyed. Moments later, their eyes sparkled with admiration as they gazed at the Wuling amphibious tank. Everyone inside, come out and stand in a line, Su Yuan commanded as he stopped the tank near the white sports car. The white sports car also came to a stop, and the doors opened as 5 women nervously exited, obediently forming a line. Each woman had a different appearance, but overall they were all quite attractive. The interview starts now. Oh, I ask, you answer. Seeing the 5 standing properly, Su Yuan slowly adjusted the cannons aimed directly at them. This situation instantly made the 5 display expressions of terror. Their scalps tingled, and they instinctively wanted to flee, only to find themselves completely powerless. One woman couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, scared. Relax, I don't intend to go through so much trouble to kill you. As long as you answer truthfully, not only will you receive a gift package, but you will also leave alive. Su Yuan's intention was merely to instill a sense of intimidation, compelling them to speak the truth, yet he did not expect them to be so frightened. You ask, and we guarantee to respond honestly. The owner of the sports car, Wu Fangfang, suppressed her fear and gritted her teeth, saying, is there a fill-in-the-blank question together? Yes. No. Some responded affirmatively, while others denied it. Su Yuan asked numerous questions, yet none succeeded, leaving him somewhat speechless. Is private life this chaotic? To be honest, he had only heard of it before, but now he was strongly impacted. Su Yuan left behind 5 large gift packages and drove away. If I had known earlier, I would have been a good girl. A woman in white stared blankly at the retreating figure of the Wuling amphibious tank, murmuring in regret. Sai Shaohui, there's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. Wu Fangfang sighed, looking at the 4 others. At least we are alive and have supplies. Another woman asked, should we still go to the ancient city of Lujua? No, we should look for a convoy to ally with. Wu Fangfang pondered for a moment before shaking her head, taking the large gift package, and getting in the vehicle. Things didn't start well. The Wuling amphibious tank sped away, and Su Yuan felt quite helpless. He wanted to lower his standards. But he dismissed that idea. Since he could choose, why not choose the best? It's alright, this place lacks everything. Yaifaluna consoled him upon seeing this. Su Yuan, hearing this, turned his head in surprise and said, Ife, your words sound a bit hellish. Oh. Yaifaluna blinked, her egg-shaped face showing a hint of confusion. Ha. Su Yuan chuckled, focusing on driving toward the ancient city of Lujua. However, the journey was not peaceful. Suddenly, a dust storm rose from behind, engulfing everything in its path. Brothers, we've spotted something big. Consume it, it will last us for a while. Let's also thank that guy who posted the news in the channel, otherwise we wouldn't have encountered so much juicy prey. Exactly when we reach the ancient city of Lujua, we must give him a large gift package. Dozens of vehicles, all Tier 3, rushed out from the dust storm. The survivors inside cheered excitedly, driving their vehicles straight toward the Wuling amphibious tank. However, what awaited them were armor-piercing shells. Streams of fiery trails split the void and rapidly descended, targeting the vehicles, followed by a series of dense booming sounds. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, fiery explosions erupted, some flames charging forward. Just like that, this spirited convoy was obliterated. These guys are truly asking for trouble. Su Yuan sighed, lightly driving the Wuling amphibious tank to pick up the dropped supplies before continuing toward the ancient city of Lujua. After experiencing 3 waves of ambushes, they finally arrived. The ancient city of Lujua. It was a series of undulating ruins, and naturally there were dangers here. However, after a convoy had come through, this place had been cleared and posed no danger anymore. This was also Su Yuan's reason for choosing this location. The Wuling amphibious tank swaggered into the ancient city of Lujua. Towering houses made of sandstone stood among them, some intact, some collapsed, and wide stone roads crisscrossed. In the city stood a high ancient tower. Why is it so desolate here? Yaifaluna looked around in surprise. Not a single vehicle was in sight, nor were there any signs of survivors. It's normal, aside from the bustling rest area, other places are very dangerous. Su Yuan wasn't surprised, so he drove around the city to familiarize himself with the terrain and observe the situation. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the ancient tower and stopped the Wuling amphibious tank. Ife sent out a message for them to come to the ancient tower. He turned his head to instruct. All right. Yaifaluna lightly nodded, posting the message and pinning it in the 3 major district channels. Su Yuan waited leisurely, but suddenly thought of something and asked, still no news from Gong Shui. None. Yaifaluna replied with a wry smile. Where could that woman have run off to? Su Yuan murmured, unable to contact her, so he could only let nature take its course. Yaifaluna reached out and held Su Yuan's hand softly, saying, Miss Gong Shui will have her own fate. Su Yuan raised his head, gazing at Yaifaluna's beautiful face, unable to resist leaning closer. Yaifaluna, noticing this, quietly closed her eyes and lifted her chin. Woo woo woo. A hint of amorous atmosphere filled the driver's cabin. It was unclear how long had passed. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Su Yuan frowned, confusion etched on his face. Let me check. Yaifaluna gathered her scattered hair into a high ponytail and then opened the chat channel to check. Su Yuan, they are afraid of being looted. Moments later, her brows furrowed as she slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan hurriedly asked what's going on. There are hidden raider convoys in the city. Oh, as soon as they appear, they will be plundered by them, Yaifaluna said with a bitter expression. Good heavens, daring to disrupt my plans. Su Yuan squinted, a glint of cold light in his eyes. Post a bounty in the channel. Anyone who provides information on the raider convoys will be rewarded with car coins or supplies. Understood. Yaifaluna immediately made arrangements. Soon she received a private message requesting to add her as a friend. Su Yuan, it's in the Camel Alley of the Western District. Yaifaluna raised her gaze and spoke solemnly. Su Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he swiftly started the Wuling amphibious tank, charging toward the Western District. After a long while, a series of explosions echoed in the Western District and brilliant flames soared into the sky, smoke billowing. A while later, the trading market in the Eastern District also experienced deafening explosions. Following that were the stone forest at the North Gate, the fragrant sand square in the Southern District. One raider convoy after another was ruthlessly annihilated by Su Yuan. Of course, these convoys fought back and even banded together, but in the end they were reduced to heaps of wreckage. The remaining raider convoys, upon hearing the news, fled the ancient city of Lujua in terror. At this time, Su Yuan did not return to the ancient tower, but instead wandered around the city with a loudspeaker. Daring to disrupt my affairs, this is your fate. All are welcome to report actively. The loudspeaker's voice traveled far, echoing in all directions. Meanwhile, Yaifaluna released a message in the chat channel telling survivors not to be afraid and that they could come for interviews. The ancient tower. After the intimidation was sufficient, Su Yuan drove the Wuling amphibious tank back here, waiting for the interviewees to arrive. Luna controlled the hummingbird drone to survey from above, just in case. Moments later, a red modified beetle slowly approached and stopped nearby. "I'm here for the interview." A crisp voice tinged with a hint of nervousness rang out from inside the car. "Very well, get off and stand still. Look over here," Su Yuan said with a smile, his tone calm. After a moment, the door of the beetle car opened and a cute girl wearing a white shirt and denim shorts stepped out. She lightly bit her red lip, her hands nervously hanging in front of her, and slowly raised her head to look at the Wuling amphibious tank. "This girl looks quite nice." Yu Shu's eyes brightened as she looked up and down, saying at first glance, "She's just a pure little flower." Hearing this, Junling chuckled softly. "We still need to conduct an interview." "That's right, as the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. For this recruitment of maids, he had invited Yu Shu and Junling to assist in the screening. He then began to ask questions. "How many times have you been in love?" "Once." "When?" "5 years ago." Su Yuan's questions became increasingly sharp, causing the girl to feel more and more uneasy. A few minutes later, "Very good, you have passed the interview." A smile curved on Su Yuan's lips. This girl basically met his requirements. "Su Yuan, are your interview standards too high?" Junling couldn't help but say after hearing Su Yuan's questions. Beside her, Yu Shu raised an eyebrow and remarked softly, "It seems you're not selecting maids, but rather choosing concubines." "Sisters, Su Yuan has worked hard, he deserves to enjoy it," Luna said with a smile in support. Ife still cares for her husband. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised, looking up at Luna and giving her a thumbs up. "Wife, we were wrong, you've worked hard." Yu Shu and Junling were momentarily taken aback, then moved in unison in front of Su Yuan, bending at the waist on either side, their voices soft, as they said, "We forgive you." Su Yuan laughed heartily, giving both girls a pat, naturally not angry. At that moment outside the car, Tao Tao heard that she had passed the interview, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement on her cute face. She waited for a while, seeing that no one spoke, and cautiously asked, "Do I need to prepare anything else?" "No need, get in the car." Su Yuan opened the car door, waving to signal her to come over. Hearing this, Tao Tao jogged over, her gaze fixed on the car. After hesitating for a second, she resolutely stepped into the vehicle. "Master, ladies, hello." Upon entering the car and seeing the interior, Tao Tao was immediately shocked and hurriedly bowed to greet respectfully. She was a smart girl. Having chosen to come for the interview, she naturally understood that her future life was now in Su Yuan's hands. The three beauties Yu Shu heard this address and paused for a moment before breaking into warm smiles. They instantly took a liking to this girl, who was polite and sensible, endearing herself to them. "Not bad, not bad." The address of master made Su Yuan's heart bloom with joy, and he nodded in satisfaction. "No need to be nervous, just act as if you're back home." Yu Shu walked over, taking her hand and leading her to the sofa, speaking softly and gently. Tao Tao was somewhat taken aback and obediently responded. Not long after, more survivors arrived for interviews. 5 vehicles came together, and upon hearing Su Yuan's words, they all got out and stood in a line. Those with ordinary appearances were directly advised to leave, while those meeting the standards were interviewed. Among the final 15, only a girl named Song Nuan passed the interview. The others cast envious and jealous glances, wishing they could replace Song Nuan. After picking up Song Nuan, Su Yuan handed each of them a large gift package before sending them away. As time passed, more and more survivors came. "Name: Emolan. How many times have you been in love?" "Not even once." "Is that true?" "If I find out you're lying, the consequences will be severe." "It's true, not a single word is false." "Good, you passed." And so Su Yuan transformed into an emotionless interviewer, interviewing each. In the distance, a motorcycle slowly approached along the street. "They really are recruiting maids." Gu Wantang took off her helmet, shaking her hair, her beautiful eyes looking at the scene in front of the ancient building, unable to hide her surprise. Did this little guy take this place as a back garden? Want to become a local noble in this survival world? However, Su Yuan seems to have an excessive amount of supplies. Just attending the interview comes with a large gift package. It made her somewhat tempted. "Su Yuan, you're truly an interesting and benevolent young man." Gu Wantang licked her red lips, a hint of unusual light flashing in her eyes, lost in thought. Moments later, she started her bike and left, heading towards the east gate. At the same time, on the desert land east of the Luju ancient city, a heavily modified off-road vehicle sped forward, kicking up a cloud of trailing dust. Its direction was exactly towards Luju ancient city. However, behind it, a massive sandstorm was rapidly approaching. This sandstorm was not a natural phenomenon, but caused by the rush of hundreds of vehicles. It seemed to be chasing the off-road vehicle ahead. At this moment, inside the off-road vehicle, a beautiful woman with silver hair gripped the steering wheel tightly, her long, delicate fingers turning white from the effort. Her brow was tightly furrowed, and through the rearview mirror, she saw the rolling sandstorm. Gritting her teeth, she opened the car window and quickly threw out several grenades. Bang, bang, bang. The grenades exploded in an instant, kicking up a cloud of dust, not to attack the opponent, but to use it as cover. Both sides engaged in a chase. However, as time passed, the distance between them gradually closed. As long as I reach Luzhu ancient city, there will be a glimmer of hope. Yuzu by Mei Zi gazed towards the ancient city ahead, encouraging herself. She pressed the gas pedal of her intricately designed high-heeled shoes, moving forward at full speed. The pursuing armored convoy was led by 5 heavily modified vehicles accompanied by a line of standard armored vehicles. Big brother, she wants to escape into the ancient city to get rid of us. She can't run away. After all, it's not easy to find a foreign beauty. How could we let her get away? The burly man in the lead of the modified transport vehicle smiled slightly. Once they capture this beauty and present her to the boss's status would surely rise significantly. Big brother, but there's that Su Yuan recruiting maids in the ancient city. Are we going to? Just a guy who doesn't know his limits, a little powerful. How could he obstruct us? Let him know that just taking care of Liang Kuan doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. The burly man sneered, not taking it to heart at all. If Su Yuan dared to intervene, he wouldn't mind getting rid of him as well. At the east gate of Luzhu ancient city, Gu Wantang rode her motorcycle over the gate. Not far after she passed through, she saw an off-road vehicle kicking up dust rushing towards her. Her brows furrowed as she noticed the enormous dust storm appearing behind. Are they being chased? Gu Wantang narrowed her eyes, then shrugged and headed northeast, avoiding this conflict. At the same time, Yuzu by Mei Zi in the off-road vehicle also saw Gu Wantang, her gaze instinctively following her. Mainly that motorcycle was just too eye-catching. Especially upon seeing Gu Wantang on the bike, her pupils constricted, and she couldn't help but feel genuine admiration. Yuzu by Mei Zi retracted her gaze and looked at the outline of the ancient city ahead, a rare smile appearing on her face. As beautiful as cherry blossoms in full bloom. Bastard, do you think I'm easy to mess with? At this moment, Gu Wantang, who had moved away, couldn't help but curse as 5 vehicles broke from their convoy and chased after her.